My name is Adrian. I woke up in a nightmare of pain and confusion. Looking up at a dusty, gray sky, I realized my body was in pieces. My left arm was gone, and even worse, I had been ripped in half. My lower body was stuck in the branches of a strange tree nearby. I should have been dead, but somehow, I was still conscious. I quickly saw the reason for my state. Two man-eating trees were fighting over me like I was a meal. While they were busy biting and tearing at each other, I saw my chance to escape. I crawled through the weeds, grabbed my severed arm, and reached my lower half. Then, a miracle happened. Using a strange power I didn't fully understand, I pressed my arm back onto my shoulder and watched the flesh knit together in seconds. I did the same with my legs, lifting my upper body and reconnecting myself. I was no longer a three-piece meal, but a whole person again. I ran as fast as I could, ignoring the uneven feeling of my legs and the angry roars of the trees behind me. I eventually reached a river, feeling exhausted and thirsty. I thought I was safe, but then I felt blood dripping down my face. When I reached up to touch my cheek, I felt something terrifying. My left eye was missing, replaced by something rough and unknown. Looking into the water, I saw my reflection. I am Adrian. My hair is white, my skin is pale, and growing out of my left eye socket is a small, green sapling. Its roots are buried in my head, forming a living crown over my skull. I have survived, but I am no longer entirely human. I am now part of this twisted, magical world. I leaned over the riverbank and saw my new face for the first time. My skin was pale, my hair was white, and a small, green sapling was growing right out of my left eye socket. It wasn't just a plant. It had taken root in my head and spread over my temple like a crown. At that moment, my memories finally merged. I am Adrian, a combination of two souls, one from a modern world and one from this chaotic fantasy land. I realized that this world is broken. A tide of magic has twisted the rules of nature. Gravity is wrong, trees eat people, and logic has disappeared. I discovered that I am now part plant myself. When I was thirsty, my fingers turned into roots and drank water directly from the soil. It was strange, but it meant I could survive. Suddenly, a glowing game-like screen appeared in my vision. It showed my name, my level, and my special stats. At first, it looked like gibberish, but as soon as I complained, the text shifted into words I could understand, like plant compatibility. I saw 3 unique abilities, one for healing, one for my plant crown, and a mysterious one called half-being of another world. Looking at the playful way the text was written, I knew something was hiding. I tapped the sapling in my eye and called it out. To my surprise, a voice echoed in my mind. The plant was alive and conscious. It was shocked that I had found it so quickly. I stared at my reflection and asked the most important question: what exactly was living inside my head? I searched through my new, merged memories to understand the voice in my head. I discovered that this body was once an experimental subject. The original owner had been tortured by an organization until he escaped, stealing a rare plant called the Emerald Crown. In a moment of desperation during his flight, he shoved the plant into his own eye socket to save his life, which gave him his plant-like powers. Now that our souls have merged, the plant has developed a personality and a system that helps me analyze the world. The plant and I argued for a bit, but we eventually realized we were stuck together for survival. I decided to name my new partner Little Green. According to the system, I have a special talent that requires me to own a territory to unlock its full power. Looking across the river, I saw a massive, broken castle floating in the sky. Since ownership here is decided by a soul ritual rather than paperwork, I decided that the abandoned castle would be mine. To reach it, I had to cross a dangerous river filled with unknown threats. I didn't want to build a normal boat, so I came up with a strange plan. With Little Green's help, which involved turning part of its body into wood, I made a pair of 4-meter-tall stilts. It took hours of practice, but I eventually walked across the river on these giant poles, leaving the man-eating trees behind. When I reached the other side, I found the entrance to the castle. The scene was surreal. The marble stairs were shattered, with most of them floating disconnected in the air. The front door was hanging high above the ground. Even with my stilts, I couldn't reach the entrance easily. I knew I had to figure out the twisted logic of this place if I wanted to claim my new home and unlock the secrets of my other world. I stood before the floating entrance of the castle, feeling small at level 2. To get inside, I had to go along with the twisted rules of this world. I stepped into the empty air and gravity shifted. The world spun, but as I walked forward with my eyes closed, I found the wooden gate right in front of me. Inside, the castle was dark, musty, and filled with old skeletons, giving me the feeling of a haunted house. As I moved deeper, a rusted alchemy golem with uneven legs chased me. I didn't panic. I led it on a chase until it tripped and fell apart into scrap metal. To see in the dark, I used my plant powers to turn my hand into dry wood and lit it like a torch. In a hidden room, I found the remains of Baron and a letter. Since I couldn't read the language, Little Green translated it for me. The Baron had gone mad as the world collapsed, and he left behind a glowing bead, the contract for the territory. Little Green suggested a blood pact to claim the land. Since we are connected, I decided to be clever. Instead of cutting myself, I plucked one of Little Green's leaves and pressed it against the bead. It worked. I am now the official owner of the Barony. This unlocked my most powerful skill, the ability to connect to my old world through a soul network. I sat down, closed my eyes, and found myself back on the internet of my homeland. Even though only a short time had passed for me, technology back home had jumped forward to full VR headsets. This was perfect. Using memories and photos of this dying world, I built a website for a new game called Disordered World. I listed it as a post-apocalyptic fantasy. By pretending the real dangers of this world are just a game, I can now summon souls from my home world to help me rebuild my new territory. On the night of July 30th, college student Zhou Ju found a cockroach leg in his takeout meal, later known as the half-bug incident. Staring at the hairy insect leg, Zhou Ju instantly lost both his appetite and his sleepiness. It was summer break, and he had stayed on campus to work and earn some money. After all, in any world, it's hard to find a youth hostel that lets you sleep comfortably for a year for just 500 yuan. Tomorrow was payday for July, and also his rare day off. Since the takeout had ruined his mood, Zhou Ju decided to treat himself to an all-night gaming session. He went to an internet cafe near the school, quickly set up his station, lay down in the gaming pod, put on his helmet, logged into his gaming account, and began his usual character selection routine. But after too many late nights and too much gaming fatigue, even the most exciting visuals couldn't stir his interest anymore. Looking at his long list of dull, repetitive characters, Zhou Ju felt his all-night fee was about to go to waste. Not wanting to lose his 30 yuan, he decided to stay up and grind for in-game currency instead. At least he could earn a little extra. Before that, though, he followed his usual habit and clicked on the platform's new game recommendations, like an emperor still holding beauty contests out of sheer persistence. Zhou Ju clicked into one new game after another, only to sigh and exit each time. As a self-proclaimed cyber emperor, none of them caught his eye. Until, on the second page of recommendations, at the very bottom, he saw an interesting title, Disordered World. What caught his attention first wasn't the name, but the long list of tags beneath it. Fully immersive, multiplayer online, role-playing, open world, action-adventure. Boring, Zhou Ju muttered, shaking his head. Then he noticed another tag, R18. Wait a second. His eyes lit up, but after a moment, reason took over. Hold on. Are these tags even supposed to go together? At this moment, Zhou Ju felt as if someone had arranged for an old lady to appear in a talent show. What was this supposed to be? This was cyber deception. How bold. But when he saw the last tag, Zhou Ju hesitated a little. What if it turned out to be interesting? Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? So he found himself caught in a strange mental game with an imaginary opponent. Disordered World could be either a masterpiece or a disaster. Zhou Ju could be a wise man or a fool. Both sides of this game had two possible outcomes, and the relationship between them was clear enough, which was why Zhou Ju felt so conflicted. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and clicked on the game's promotional page. Even if it turned out to be terrible, he was determined to experience it for himself. Then he saw the bright words, closed beta registration. He had been tricked. At that moment, Zhou Ju felt like a cyber emperor who had finally regained his power, only to discover that his grand plans no longer matched the times. He exited the game's page, double-checked that he was indeed browsing the new games list instead of the upcoming games list, and then casually submitted a bug report. How dare you toy with my feelings? After finishing all that, Zhou Ju was about to scroll away, but the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Almost without realizing it, he clicked on the Disordered World page again and began reading the game's promotional text and world background. That the tides of magic have swept across this world, throwing everything into chaos. As one of the ancient souls, you can no longer stand by and watch. A young lord skilled in soul summoning happens to possess the body you need. Please assist him in restoring order to this world. This actually sounds kind of interesting. Although the earlier R18 tag clearly didn't mean what he had imagined, Zhou Ju, still wearing his headset, couldn't help but mutter softly, I have to admit, the concept is well put together. Let's see how the final product turns out. After reading the promotional content, the Cyber Emperor's anger mostly faded. After a brief hesitation, he clicked the Closed Beta Registration button, deciding to look forward to the test or official release. The page switched to a questionnaire, and the first question was about age. Zhou Ju wasn't foolish. Since he was already an adult, he filled it in truthfully and continued to the next questions. Most of the questions in the survey were quite random, asking about things like daily gaming time, average active hours, and whether one could accept violent content. Then came question 20 at the bottom. In your usual gaming style, which alignment do you prefer? A. Lawful. B. Chaotic. C. Other. Please specify. Zhou Ju thought for a few seconds. The question didn't seem very precise. He leaned toward being lawful, but what was the point if one followed rules too strictly? Chaos wasn't perfect either. If it went too far, the game would lose its structure and fun. After a moment of thought, the experienced gamer, Zhou Ju, smiled slightly. He chose option C and typed in the box. I hope to be lawful, but I enjoy doing things that bring a bit of chaos. Without even checking, he ticked the box agreeing to the user terms and license agreement and clicked submit. Submission successful. Odin Games thanks you for your support. Below the message, a small line of text appeared. Sharing the game's homepage in a group chat increases your chance of getting a beta test spot. Zhou Ju was long used to this kind of marketing. He quickly shared the game's page to his usual gaming group chat and closed the screen. Then he went back to browsing for new games, but none of them managed to catch his interest. 2 hours later, feeling a bit frustrated, Zhou Ju started his usual side job of earning in-game currency for extra cash. In the world of Disorder, Ed easily integrated the functions of his otherworldly half-body ability into Little Green, even setting it up in a familiar way. After a soft ding, Little Green's voice sounded in his mind. Someone just signed up, haha, and even shared the link. What do you mean someone? That's a player. How can you speak so casually about my precious players? As he spoke, Ed couldn't help but laugh, not because he was excited about drawing someone into the game, but because he was busy adjusting a crooked, human-like figure with both hands. This is the first requirement of the otherworldly half-body ability for summoning a soul, creating a body. For ordinary people in this world, the only way to meet this condition might be by digging up a corpse. But for Ed, who possessed the trace of life ability, he could create a body that had the traits of a living being, but no soul, a kind of living shell. As for the missing parts, he used special plants made by Little Green to complete them. However, looking at the body before him, uneven eyes, slanted shoulders, legs of different lengths, a sunken chest, and a hunched back, Ed regretted for the first time that he wasn't an art student. At least then, he could have given it a decent face. Do you think players will accept this? Ed tried to get Little Green's opinion. Anyone who doesn't feel sick is a legend. If it were me, I'd quit in a second. The sapling commented, you look fine yourself, but the body you made is so strange. Please teach me, tree bro. When it came to things he wasn't good at, Ed was always especially polite. Leave it to me. As soon as he said that, green guiding lines appeared on the body in Ed's eyes. Those lines outlined what a normal human shape should look like. Seeing this, Ed nodded repeatedly and happily reached out his hands. When it came to hard work, Zhou Ju always focused completely. After sharing the game link, he didn't check his gaming group, but went straight back to his job. While he was busy being a digital laborer, the night owls in his gaming group started chatting. Farmer at midnight at a Jonda jerky wholesale, what's this? A meme followed, CyberEye scan, confirmed fake. Chief history expert at Agenda Jerky Wholesale, did the discount coupons make you lose your mind? Why would you post such an unfinished game? Farmer at midnight. Probably hasn't had any orders lately. Got bored and tried something random. Brother Kong, kind and righteous. This game looks way too patched together. I don't think it'll work. A pot of green ivy. Guys, I looked carefully at the homepage. There's not much content yet, but the style is interesting. I think it's worth keeping an eye on. Brother Green Ivy is one of the few serious people in the group. He talks like a man in his 30s or 40s, calm, fair, and never sarcastic. Usually, most people agree with him, but this time is different. This is a gaming group, and everyone has their own opinions about games. Your dad loves cilantro at A Pot of Green Ivy, bro. You can't just support this game with mutant plants just because your name is Green Ivy. I still think it's a scam. Falling Piece says Jing. Guys, I'm totally new here. What does this background story mean? I don't play many games, so I'm a bit confused. Do some farming at Falling Piece says Jing. Try this. Replace Magic Tide with Nuclear War, Out of Control Magic with Nuclear Radiation, and Chaotic World with Post-War Wasteland. Now it makes sense, right? Falling Piece says Jing. Wow, genius. I haven't played Metro, but I've seen this is too real. So this is basically a fantasy wasteland game? Do some farming. Yeah, that's about right. Wait, no, I still think it's fake. Definitely just marketing hype. A Pot of Green Ivy. Speaking of post-apocalyptic games, this reminds me of one I played back in school. There were no neural devices back then, but when it launched, they said there were more players than zombies in the game. Your dad loves cilantro. Ha, that's hilarious. You forgot the start, forgot the middle. Basically, you don't care about anything except yourself. A Pot of Green Ivy. Anyway, I've already filled out the pre-registration form. Anyone joining me? Falling Piece says Jing. I'm in. I don't play many games, so this feels fresh. Besides, even if it takes 2 years to develop, I'm not worried. A Pot of Green Ivy, why not? Falling Piece says Jing. Because I just finished Hollow Knight, and I heard the sequel Silksong is coming soon. As long as it's not later than that, I'm fine. The group chat fell silent. Falling Piece says Jing. Why isn't anyone talking? A Pot of Green Ivy, it's fine. It's good for young people to have dreams. We've all been there. After many people tagged as Hong Jerky Wholesale, the online name of Zhou, but got no reply, some members decided to pre-register for the game. After all, the forest filled with a strange atmosphere, the floating ruins of the old castle, and those unusual animals were enough to spark anyone's curiosity. Some people chose to wait and see. Trying a demo wasn't always about being the first to experience something new. It could also mean wasting time. They were cautious and didn't want to take the risk. Just like someone joked, running a game that doesn't even exist must be really hard, right? A small group, however, had already labeled Disordered World as a scam, saying they would never believe in a game that only had a few concept posters. By late night, the chat group's discussion had drifted from the game itself to why the deer antlers in the poster were sprouting leaves, then to how antlers could be used to strengthen weapons, and finally to some strange and confusing topics. When dawn arrived, in an internet cafe near the university, Zhou finally took off his headset. Looking tired, he decided to log off. The good news was that, thanks to his excellent in-game grinding skills, he had earned enough in 5 hours to pay for 3 days of internet time. Not only did he avoid losing money, he even made a profit. The bad news was that he was completely exhausted and desperately needed a long nap that would last until the afternoon. It was the year 2037. Nearly 10 years had passed since the first brain-computer interface appeared. Many new games claimed to offer immersive experiences, but true full immersion was still impossible. Complete immersion meant temporarily cutting off the connection between the brain and the body, keeping the brain active while the body entered deep sleep. However, the risks were too high. Game companies weren't biotech firms, and they didn't dare to take such chances. So, even though immersive games kept being released, none could truly separate the body from the brain. A classic example was that when a player fell from a great height in the game, their real body would often twitch, and in severe cases, the player might even be forced to disconnect. That was why Zhou focused more on the art style and gameplay of Disordered World, while also being a little curious about the R18 tag. Whether it meant violence or something else, At least it promised to make his life a bit more interesting. As for the full immersion label, he simply ignored it. At that moment, Zhou finally took out his phone and saw over 100 unread messages in the gaming group where he had been tagged. He began to argue with the other players online. Disordered World, Castle Hall. Ed looked at the 4 bodies in front of him. No, not bodies, but shells, and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. These human-like forms only looked like people. In truth, they were more like unactivated versions of Frankenstein's creations. Some of their parts came from wandering beasts outside, like goats and deer with sprouting heads, while others were made from Ed's own wooden creations. The 4 figures before him now showed signs of life, yet none of them had souls. If Ed wished, he could select 4 souls from the players who had agreed to the Game User Agreement and End-User License Agreement and place them into these bodies. Yes, the second condition for the otherworldly summoning and half-body of another world was hidden by Ed within those so-called game terms. As a developer, he had to admit how easy it was to exploit those long, unreadable agreements. By simply adding a small clause about soul transfer between 2 repetitive lines, he could create a contract recognized by the half-body of another world ability. And as everyone knows, no one ever reads game terms unless they are forced to. Are you going to summon them now? Little Green asked with great curiosity. It was just a young sapling, and even with great potential, it rarely had the chance to witness such a summoning. Hearing his companion's question, Ed shook his head. No, the preparations aren't complete yet. We still need to wait. Why do we still have to wait? Zhou had slept deeply, so deeply that he even dreamed about the public test of Disordered World. But when he woke up drenched in sweat, staring at the sunset outside his empty dorm room, a wave of quiet disappointment filled his heart. He suddenly thought of the game he had pre-registered for. He knew it was impossible for the test to start so soon, yet he still felt a little sad. What on earth is that dev team doing? What on earth are you doing? I'm going to be eaten. Didn't you say these sheep were safe? Guess I was wrong, okay. Anyway, they're trying to eat me now. Come on, sheep eat grass, not meat. I told you, I'm a tree, not grass. On the right, hit it. Surrounded by a small group of sheep, Ed swung a perfectly shaped hardwood stick, striking hard at a sheep approaching from his right. The sheep took the hit on its head, but its square pupils grew sharper, and a bit of drool dripped from its mouth, revealing faintly pointed teeth. I think it wants to taste you too. A voice shouted in Ed's mind. It was Little Green. Stop trying to stay unharmed, or you'll get yourself in trouble. Then who's going to fix the missing part of my brain? Ed argued, but his actions already showed he agreed with Little Green's plan. The brain was important, but his life, especially one that couldn't easily be restored, was clearly more so. His hands tightened, and instead of swinging, the smooth stick straight forward. The fierce-looking sheep tried to dodge, but suddenly saw a faint green glow bloom at the tip of the stick. It smelled wonderful. Driven by instinct, it bit toward it. The sharp stick pierced through the side of its mouth and came out the other side, stabbing into the ground. The sheep didn't die immediately. From beneath its white and green wool, vines began to stretch out wildly. But it was useless. As soon as Ed drove the stick into the ground, he let go and stepped back. One of his left fingers quickly grew and changed color, turning into another sharp stick identical to the first within seconds. As the wounded sheep fell, the others tried to attack Ed, but when the second stick grew out, the rest of the flock scattered in panic. Freed from their interference, Ed struck the fallen sheep a few more times until both it and the vines on its body went limp, completely lifeless. Should we collect the brain now, or wait until we come back? Ed asked out of habit. He was still learning the rules of this world. If you're going to collect it, do it now. Otherwise, it'll decay soon, Little Green replied, her voice still shaky, like someone who had just escaped a close call. Ed nodded slightly at the words. He turned the sharp spiked staff in his hand back into part of his body, then grew a wooden chisel and a hammer from his palms and walked toward the lifeless goat's head. After some effort, he finally managed to open the skull and placed the goat's brain into a pouch made from torn cloth. It was, in a way, an unexpected gain. The power granted by the verdant crown allowed Ed to shape most parts of his body, but the brain was something that had to be real. Whether it came from a deer, a goat, or even a person, a real brain was always needed for a successful soul awakening. Ed's true goal on this trip was to reach one of the 3 villages that were now under his name. To prepare for the arrival of new players, he needed to make some clothes and tools, so the game world wouldn't turn into something inappropriate. The Blood Pact had given Ed the title and claim to this land, but not true control over it, something he had already confirmed earlier that day. The carnivorous trees didn't bow to him just because he was the lord in name. When they were hungry, they still attacked without hesitation. The same was true for the 3 villages within his territory. Ed couldn't even see their names on the map, which showed how little real authority he had. For now, Ed only hoped that the village ahead would, like in some game from his past life, always have a blacksmith shop to make things easier for him. The castle was about 5 kilometers from the northeastern village. Because he was attacked by flocks of goats along the way, Ed didn't reach the village entrance until dusk. This was already his 2nd day since crossing into this world, about 30 hours in total. Thanks to the power of the verdant crown, Ed neither slept nor ate. When he felt tired, he would go to the river and drink water using his transformed hand. Although the sky here was always gray, there was still a cycle of day and night, allowing Little Green to perform some photosynthesis. Because of that, Ed only felt hunger but never suffered the weakness or fatigue that usually came with it. Ed had been in energy-saving mode until now. He really wanted to rest, but his experience from past adventures told him that the members of the tree worship cult were probably still chasing him. That made it hard for him to relax, so he kept trying to find something to do. After crossing a small hill, Ed finally reached a nearby village. From the top of he could see the scattered houses below, built without any clear plan. A narrow, gentle stream flowed through the middle of the village, smaller than the river beside the old castle. By roughly counting the houses, Ed estimated that the village had no more than 100 residents. He tightened the hood he had made from torn clothes and knocked on the door of one of the houses, using his finger-shaped walking stick. Because Little Green was too noticeable and easy to remember, Ed had stitched together a hooded coat and a small bag from the old clothes he found in the castle. Dressed like a poor traveler, he came to the village. Soon after he knocked, a voice came from inside the hut. The wooden door creaked open a little, and an old man wrapped in a blanket looked out cautiously. "I'm a traveler," Ed said. "I took a shortcut and ended up here. Could you tell me where this place is?" The old man looked him up and down and replied in a hoarse voice, "This is Upper Stream Village." He nodded toward the small creek a few dozen meters away, meaning that the village's name came from that stream. Ed nodded slightly, guessing that the other 2 villages nearby might be called Middle Stream and Lower Stream. Then he asked another important question. "Is there a blacksmith in this village?" He lifted his walking stick and added, "I lost the tip of my spear when I was attacked by some animals on the road." The old man glanced at the straight stick, which did look like part of a spear. After thinking for a moment, he said, "There's no blacksmith here. Neither Upper Stream nor Middle Stream has one." "Oh, then does Lower Stream Village have one?" Ed asked quickly, finding the man's tone a bit strange. "Lower Stream Village? That place doesn't exist anymore. It's called Dragonborn Village now. All the blacksmiths work there. They don't bother with a poor place like ours." Dragonborn Village. Ed muttered the name, tasting the tone in the old man's voice. He could tell things weren't as simple as they seemed. Although the old man's words sounded sarcastic, there was clear envy hidden beneath them. What could make a village change its name and still earn both rejection and admiration from others? Thinking about the name Dragonborn, Ed guessed that the villagers there must have experienced something extraordinary. Even though he had taken the wrong path, Ed had at least gathered the information he needed. He looked back at the darkening sky, then turned to the old man in front of him. "It's getting late. Would it be possible for me to stay here for the night?" A flicker of surprise crossed the old man's face before he fell silent. Seeing this, Ed quickly took 2 silver coins from his pocket and offered them to the man. They were part of the last inheritance of the Tull family. He didn't know how money worked in this world, but 2 pure silver coins should be enough to buy a night's rest. The old man looked at the shining coins and shook his head. "It's not about the money, young man. Come inside first. If you can accept what you see, you can stay. I won't charge you." With that, the old man opened the door and stepped aside. Ed entered the wooden house cautiously. The old man hunched over, adjusting the dirty, torn blanket draped over his shoulders as he spoke in a rough voice. "Besides, We stopped using silver coins and such more than 20 years ago." That startled Ed. For a moment, he thought this medieval-looking village had somehow advanced beyond the need for money. But after thinking it through, he found a more likely explanation. In small communities, bartering was often more practical than using currency. And with the Baron dead for over 50 years, there was no ruler to maintain a standard of value. So he asked, "Even so, I should still offer something in return for staying. What do people here use for trade now?" A faint, bitter smile appeared on the old man's face. "These days, we use." The tattered blanket slipped from his shoulders, revealing a small, withered tree growing from his bent back. Tree seeds. The moment Ed saw the old man fused with the tree, his first instinct was to strike him with his spear. Dealing with an old man of this level, he could finish him even without a spearhead. There was no way he'd believe this village had nothing to do with the tree worshippers. But, just like in the games from his previous life, there should be a cut scene and a health bar before the fight began. As for running away, Ed never even considered it. This was clearly one of those you can't leave until you defeat your opponent rooms. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't show a health bar or take a fighting stance. Instead, he sat wearily on the edge of the bed. "You didn't run? You're quite brave, stranger. Most people would have bolted the moment they saw me like this. Since you're not afraid, you can stay here tonight. I've got nothing worth stealing anyway." Ed thought to himself that he wasn't planning to run. He actually wanted to gain some experience. But feeling the old man's kindness, he sat down on a small wooden stool beside the bed. "Sir, what happened to your back?" He realized he had been wrong. This wasn't a boss fight. It was a story event. The old man patted his back, and the tree seemed to move slightly, as if alive. Ed saw the old man's muscles twitching in different places. Through the plant sense granted by the verdant crown, Ed could faintly feel that the tree's roots had grown deep into the old man's flesh and organs, feeding and spreading like a living parasite. The old man was probably younger than he looked, but the tree had drained too much of his life. Ed's expression grew serious. Not all symbiosis was as peaceful as his bond with Little Green. This was planted by the priests of the tree worshippers, the old man said, tapping his back and sighing. "Everyone over 10 in the upper and middle villages has one." The way he spoke made Ed uneasy. It was as if this was nothing unusual to him. He felt he had found the key to the story. "Were you forced to do this?" The old man froze for a moment, then quickly shook his head. No, we wanted this." "Wanted it?" Ed grew even more confused. The old man seemed to notice his confusion and began to explain. "Young man, I don't know where you came from, but at least here in Baron Tur's lands, it's hard to find food without toxins after the magic tides. The missionaries of the tree faith told us back then that if we planted tree seeds in our bodies, prayed twice a day, and spent more time in the sun, we could survive. They weren't lying about that. That actually made sense." Ed realized he was still too normal and hadn't fully understood how strange this world really was. When faced with death, people could overcome almost anything. Even if the price was a slow decline, many would still accept it. Though he found it cruel, for these villagers, it might be exactly what they wanted. But then again, if the tree faith treated the villagers so well, why did they capture the original host for experiments? It didn't seem fair. Ed fell into thought. The old man had revealed a lot without meaning to. For example, that the tree faith had been spreading here for at least 20 years, and that everyone in the area had a tree growing on their body, though in different places. He remembered how the topic had started and looked at the old man, who was about to lie down to sleep. "What did you mean by using tree seeds?" he asked. The old man pointed to the small tree on his back. At the ends of some branches hung tiny fruit-like seeds. Just as he was about to explain further, a sudden noise came from outside, the sound of hooves and the sharp clash of metal. The old man froze for a moment, then his tone grew heavy. "The tax officers from the tree faith are here. Young man, please help me pick 3 seeds from my back. Choose the full ones." He lay face down on the bed, gripping the dirty bed frame tightly, as if bracing himself for pain. Ed had a guess, but didn't ask. He followed the old man's instructions, carefully searching among the branches for the plumpest seeds. Each time he removed one, the old man's body trembled sharply. From the broken ends of the branches, a faint red liquid slowly began to seep out. Ed handed 3 seeds to the old man, who took them with trembling hands. trying to endure the pain. The tax officer will ring the bell first so everyone can pick their seeds, then he'll go door to door to collect them. You're not a follower of the tree faith, so don't worry. Just stay here. The old man held the seeds tightly, hunched over on the edge of the bed, waiting for the tax officer to arrive. Soon, footsteps approached, and the door was struck roughly. Old man, stop pretending. Pay your tax. Yes, yes. The old man went to the door, moving just as Ed had earlier. But this time, the visitor was far less polite. As soon as the door opened, the tax officer shoved it wide and reached toward the old man. Why are you so slow? Are you not devoted enough to the great world tree? Inside Ed's mental space, two spiritual forms looked at each other. Ed, does this have anything to do with you? Little Green, how would I know? The tax officer took the 3 seeds and examined them under the dim light, his face twisting in disgust. Looks like your prayers weren't sincere enough. If the quality is this bad again next month, I'll take 1 extra. Yes, yes, it won't happen again. The old man bowed repeatedly, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. The tax officer finished collecting the tax, but didn't leave right away. He stood at the doorway, looking around the room from above, naturally missing Ed, who was hiding under the bed. Old man, have you seen a young man with white hair these past few days? About 14 or 15 years old. Think carefully. He's a traitor to the church and stole a sacred item. No, sir. The old man answered quickly and firmly, clearly afraid of causing trouble. The tax officer sneered at his reply. At your age, I doubt you'd notice much anyway. What a pity. The bishop said that anyone who finds a clue about that traitor will be free from paying the tithe for the next 10 years. But then again, sir, the word 10 years seemed to wind up the old man like a spring. He suddenly looked 20 years younger. The tax officer, halfway turned to leave, looked back in surprise. You have a clue? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm afraid to lie to you, sir. I just remembered something, but I don't know if it counts as a clue. Stop wasting time. Well, this afternoon, I saw a stranger passing by here, heading south along the river. Based on the time, they should be near Longy Village now. When he mentioned Longy Village, the tax officer's expression immediately lost interest. He went to his strange-looking mount, placed the 3 seeds into a bag beside the saddle, and said, Got it. I will report it. Sir, about the tax exemption, we'll see when we catch them. The part that belongs to you won't be missing. The tax officer brushed off the old man, leading his strange mount away little by little. The gate was closed again, and it was completely dark outside. The old man's small wooden house had no lights, but he could still find every important item by muscle memory. He returned to his bed, lay down, and let out a relaxed sigh, as if Ed didn't exist. At that moment, Ed crawled out from under the bed. He lay on the floor, looking at the old man, and asked without hiding, Why did you lie just now? How do you know I lied? The old man asked back instead of answering. Because I am that heretic. Ed didn't bother to hide anything. His hood could cover some features, but only under normal circumstances. Now, the tax officer had described his appearance in detail. As long as the old man didn't have seeds in his eyes, he could guess who he was. Aren't you going to Longy Village? The old man suddenly asked. Yes, I need to visit the blacksmith. Then I haven't lied. The old man on the bed relaxed his tone a bit, with a hint of cunning. Anyway, you're going there sooner or later. What I say now can save you some tax and give you a warning. I'm just an old man. I can't afford to offend anyone. Your thinking is really sharp, which doesn't match your age at all. In the darkness, Ed suddenly felt this old guy was quite talented and couldn't help but marvel. Hee. Actually, I am only 35 this year, the old man said hoarsely. It's just that most people from Upper Village and Middle Village don't live past 40, so I am an old man too. No contradiction. After a while, the old man asked again, Why did you betray the tree worshippers? They used me for experiments, so I ran away. That's all. Ed briefly described his own experience and that of his original body. Experiments? The old man looked at the hooded boy and pointed to his back. Like this kind of experiment. Much worse than that. Ed recalled his original body's suffering, feeling a bit scared. Every time he reviewed this part of his memory, the deep pain seemed to come from another time and place. Ed believed that if his soul from another world had crossed over a few years earlier, he might have gone mad from the torment. The wilderness at night was not something Ed could handle now. The chat inside the small wooden house gradually slowed down and finally disappeared into their breathing sounds. Ed finally slept for the first time since crossing over, while Little Green kept watch the whole time, since trees don't need sleep. The next morning, Ed said goodbye to the old man in his 30s, using a wooden stick that changed from his finger, and headed south. The upstream village disappeared behind him. Only then did Ed start talking to Little Green. Why hasn't our relationship become like that? He was referring to the old man and the tree on his back. That kind of symbiotic or parasitic relationship was quite scary. Although they were different species, both being creations of the tree worshippers, Little Green should also have some similarities to that tree. But the old man and Ed's relationship ended up very different. Because I understand sustainable development, the proud voice of the sapling echoed in Ed's mind. And of course, that I played a part. How should I put it? I don't want to admit it, but in my understanding, our relationship is more like family. I see. Ed pondered thoughtfully. Can you call me Dad? Little Green didn't seem very willing and said with some resentment, You used to call me Tree Brother. I call you brother, you call me Dad. Each to their own. Besides what I just said, there's actually another reason. Little Green seemed to change the subject like he didn't want to joke around, and his tone became serious again. What reason? Ed was surprised by the formality of the other person and immediately focused his mind. You, or rather we, are very special individuals. 3 powerful but unrelated forces have created a fragile yet delicate balance within us. Your predecessor had an extraordinary body, but their soul was like a blank sheet, easily overwritten by a stronger external soul, namely, yours, and then merged. As for me, although I am an external force, I happen to be able to mediate between them. Any slight imbalance could turn us into a pile of flesh, a tree, or a wandering spirit. But right now, we are simply existing peacefully. From this perspective, we are a unique miracle in this world. What exactly are you trying to say? Spend more time in the sun. I'm a bit hungry. Perhaps because the roads are frequently traveled, the route between the upper village and the middle village is quite safe. Ed followed the river downstream, passing through the middle village at noon, and by afternoon, he saw the shadow of the Dragonborn village. He was especially cautious along the way. Little Green was alert the entire time. However, no members of the tree worshippers appeared. Just from the name, it's clear that the tree worshippers probably don't have authority over the residents of the Dragonborn village, which reassured Ed greatly. From a distance, Ed saw a low wall built with packed earth, about as tall as a person. This Dragonborn village seemed much safer than the previous 2 villages. Perhaps it would be better called Dragonborn Fortress. At the entrance, Ed saw 2 villagers holding short spears, guarding the gate. Their bodies still looked somewhat uncoordinated, but they were much better in posture than the tree-covered folks from the upstream and midstream villages. Only when Ed approached did he notice that their deformities were no less severe than those of the villagers before. They had some ugly scars on their faces, like patches of scales fallen off. Their heads were pointed on the sides, as if dragon horns were about to break through. Their teeth were crooked but very sharp, capable of biting through metal. Their pants were bulging at the back, perhaps hiding a tail. Because these mutations seemed to enhance their strength, Ed mistakenly thought their deformities were less severe. I had a simple chat with the 2 villagers guarding the village entrance. Thanks to Ed's good manners, or perhaps because of the 2 silver coins he offered, he was allowed to visit the blacksmith in the village. The shopping process was straightforward. Thanks to the Baron Tor's gift, Ed bought clothes for 5 people, some farming tools, and common weapons like spearheads. This was enough for him to start building his base using the soul from another world. As for what happens next, Ed didn't think too far ahead. He decided to focus on overcoming the current difficulties first. After finishing his shopping, the sky darkened again. The Dragonborn village was much larger than the previous 2 villages. There were even some old, run-down inns. Ed rented a room as a stranger and paid a bit to the innkeeper to learn some news. A few decades ago, this place was called the Downstream Village. One day, a dragon blessed the villagers, giving them stronger bodies. During times of famine, they could even use metal ores as short-term food. Their strong bodies made life easier, but also caused some villagers from other places to feel jealous. To avoid trouble, the villagers built a wall around the village. As a reward from the dragon, half of the villagers worked as blacksmiths, helping process precious metals for the dragon, who loved gold. When they weren't working, they repaired farming tools and weapons to earn money. Ed pretended not to know much about the Baron tour and brought up the abandoned ancient castle. He steered the conversation to that topic. The innkeeper said that after Baron tour died, many people wanted to inherit the unclaimed land. The land had many villagers, and if someone could complete a secret agreement, they would gain the population of 3 villages. However, explorers either got lost in chaotic energy fields or were turned into meatballs by alchemical golems. Plus, the tree worshippers and the dragon divided the villagers among themselves. Over time, the castle and the secret agreement inside lost their value. In the end, whoever collected taxes from the villagers was the real ruler. Claiming to have no official control was convincing. Whoever taxed the villagers was the true lord. Regarding the details of the worship tree cult, the people of Dragonborn Village don't know much. They only say that at first, the worship tree cult wanted to come here to plant trees, but after they killed 2 missionaries, they were never seen again, and those mysterious people disappeared. The next day, Ed finally returned to the old castle after 2 days and nights away. Everything there was the same as before. Even the 4 bodies he had assembled still looked fresh. Ed checked the current time. In this disorderly world, it was August 2nd, year 908 of the king's calendar, and he still didn't know if there was a king. Good. It was time for his game to do a technical test. Little Green, how many people have filled out our reservation survey so far? After filtering out some bots and random entries, there are 272 valid responses. Only so few? Don't people like our art style? Ed was a bit surprised. Based on internet activity in another world, there should be more people. We removed the leaderboard interface we secretly added after it was reported. Ed was speechless for a moment. He felt Little Green's initiative could be improved. Why didn't you say earlier? When did this happen? While we were being chased by sheep. So it was only down for 1 night? Yes. And the reason for the report. The leaderboard was in the wrong position and was mistaken for a bug. Ed felt a little uncomfortable. But only 1 night, and nearly 300 people had signed up. Maybe. A lot of people liked it after all. Thinking of this, Ed's ambition reignited. He firmly told Little Green, "Put the link back, but place it at the bottom of the 2nd page. From now on, we'll buy a house in this place. Disorderly World will always be a new game. Now, let me see their surveys and pick a few lucky ones." Meanwhile, in another world, in a certain gaming group. Farm work chat. At Ajonda Meat Jerky Wholesale. Bro, the link you posted a few days ago is dead. Did the Lost World shut down? Chief History Expert. Haha, I just checked, and it's really gone. Looks like the official took it down. What do you think this scammer is after? Jonda, did you fill in your ID number or anything like that when you did the survey? Green Ivy. I remember there weren't any questions like that. It was just about gaming habits, and it was linked to my game account. I've been logging in every day lately and haven't noticed any hacking issues. Farm time at Green Ivy. Uncle Ivy, you're still too serious. This is the internet. You need to be more aggressive. No matter if that website was real or fake, since it's gone now, it's time to make fun of it. And if one day it comes back to bite me, then it's fair for them to scold me too. So, where are you? At Ajonda Jerky Wholesale? Under the flood of messages, Zhou, who was walking back to the dorm after work, took out his phone and started defending his favorite game developer online. Just as the argument reached its peak and Zhou was ready to deliver his final, ding, a pop-up from the gaming app appeared at the top of the screen. Ajonda Jerky Wholesale, congratulations. You've been selected for the technical test of Disordered World. Tap here to enter the test page now. Zhou's expression was priceless. The fierce look from the online argument hadn't faded yet, but the joy of getting the test qualification was already overflowing. Click. He pressed the shortcut keys to take a screenshot, capturing both the chaos in the chat and his lucky moment, then sent it to the game group. The group, which had been full of noise a moment ago, suddenly went silent, as if the internet had cut off. The smooth screen reflected his smug grin. Seeing no one reply, Zhou kindly reminded his opponents. Ajonda Jerky Wholesale at Farm Time. Oops. My finger slipped. Ajonda Jerky Wholesale at Chief History Expert. What's this? I can't read it. Can you read it for me? Farm Time. Admin, please kick this guy out. Thanks. Chief History Expert. Heh, go ahead and click that link. You'll get a free ticket to a certain place, and you won't be laughing then. Green Ivy. Image. I got the same message too. It is rare for my serious older brother to post a screenshot in the group, and it's from inside the app itself. Clearly, he and Joju received it at almost the same time, but he chose to investigate first rather than just show off in the group. The picture he shared isn't a screenshot of successfully getting the qualification, but of the game being downloaded, with the progress bar already past halfway. Someone said, "Are there any experts?" Chief History Appraiser replied, "You two are on the same plane." Brother Kong, the righteous one, said, "I just checked the game's official website again, and it's working normally. The leaderboard shows the game link in the same spot as before. It seems trustworthy, or else they wouldn't lift the ban." Chief History Appraiser responded, "Only a fool would believe that." Someone else added, "1. Some people say they don't believe, but behind the screen, they are biting their teeth in frustration." Yu Yun held his 32-inch monitor tightly, staring at the chat box as if he wanted to stick his head inside. His online ID is Chief History Appraiser. As a freelancer, he has his own understanding of games. He wasn't just blindly criticizing the previous page. He found it very strange and unreliable, like a makeshift operation. And everyone knows that game promotions usually build hype beforehand, using materials from development, which don't necessarily reflect the final quality. Which reputable game company releases a test less than 3 days after the first promotion? If they're in such a hurry, why not just release the game directly? Fortunately, he had also reserved a spot for that game. Since it didn't collect personal info, he just filled out the survey casually. Just as Yu Yun was about to lose his temper, another picture popped up in the game group, making him even more furious. Zhuzi Yushin said, "Haha, this is much faster than the neighbor's pigeon." Chief History Appraiser replied, "No, is the newbie protection period over? Ah Jing, there's a lot of water in this, and you're still young. Let me appreciate it." Zhuzi Yushin said, "I don't want to." Yu Yin outside the screen was so angry he almost vomited blood. He had never needed a blue pill more to slap the person on the other side of the internet. At this point, his only remaining loyal ally was the last one. Chief History Appraiser said, "At someone, let's mourn for their soon-to-be lost kidneys." This message sat alone in the group chat for 2 minutes. Seeing that his usual brotherly friend didn't reply, Yu Yin typed a question mark in the input box and sent it. Regarding farm work, to those with testing privileges. I apologize for my reckless behavior earlier and will take 3 drinks. Please don't come after me in the main city. Image. Yu Yin looked at the familiar pop-up message and felt a tightness in his chest, like old frustration stuck inside. Just a test qualification for a game could make this online player, who had been criticizing the game harshly just a few days ago, suddenly change attitude and be polite. What is happening in this world? Yu Yin clenched his teeth and quickly typed on the keyboard in front of him. Chief History Expert. Hey buddy, did you tell the developers? We argued together during the day, and now you're eating spicy hot pot and coming to apologize at night? Farm work. If that makes you feel better, I don't mind. Anyway, let's not contact each other for now. I'm worried Disorderly World might misunderstand. Zhou entered an empty dorm room, looking at the second-hand gaming headset on the bed. His mind was torn between hope and doubt. He had just seen on the game's homepage, accessible only to beta testers, that the test would start tonight at 8 p.m. He wasn't sure if cursing the game's creators a few days ago had really made them speed things up. Otherwise, how could a game go from concept promotion to beta access and testing in less than a week? Zhou didn't understand, but he couldn't help but start to look forward to it as he watched the clock on the wall. There was only an hour left before the test began. If the game contained content not suitable for internet cafes, he preferred to start playing in the privacy of his own room. However, he wondered if the second-hand headset he bought online could really support this game, which was still in testing. Internal test versions usually aren't well optimized, and there's a good chance bugs will be everywhere. In another world, Ed was quietly calculating the server opening time and muttering to himself about the lines he needed to say later. Like all opening lines for new games, he had to prepare a speech that could excite players and wasn't too mysterious. Ed considers himself fairly clever at storytelling and writing ads, but he is not good at speeches or public speaking, whether in this life or the last. Hello, Dora Green, please help me. Suddenly, Ed remembers that his current situation is not that of an old man, nor is it a powerful system. At best, it can be seen as a symbiotic entity, a sort of otherworldly mobile assistant. Long sentence note. I really don't know what to do with you. Green's voice, with a tone from a cartoon from another world, appears in Ed's mind. Then, a line of subtitles shows up below his blank view. The non-existent voice is replayed in Ed's mind, as if a big-headed, blue and white cat-shaped robot is standing in front of him, pulling something incomprehensible from its belly pocket and saying, "Tada?" The mysterious incantation device. Ed's expression relaxes immediately. His other half, a soul, is watching the time from another world. Seeing the 4 players he chose already wearing helmets, he activates the soul network at exactly 8 o'clock. Link start. That a terrible tide of magic has ravaged this world for nearly 100 years. All races are on the brink of extinction. Boundaries are blurring, and essence is merging. Zhou struggles to open his eyes, feeling heavy eyelids and a heavy body, as if just waking from a deep sleep. A young voice enters his ears, and some game-specific terms begin to make sense as his mind starts to process. He understands his current state. This is clearly the opening scene of a big game. And Disorderly World does this quite well. Players' actions and perspectives are not fixed, and they can operate freely as long as it doesn't interfere with the story. Could it be real-time calculation? I wonder if the second-hand helmet can handle it. Zhou reaches up and scratches his head, trying to feel the heat from the helmet, worried that if he exits the game, his brain might turn into a roasted brain. This is understandable. For such fully immersive fake games, the simplest way to log out is just to take off the helmet. As long as you focus enough on actions and senses, you can receive information from both reality and the game at the same time. But this time, Zhou only caught a tangle of messy hair. Is that right? He suddenly became alert. Why can't he feel the helmet? Zhou's attention started to concentrate wildly. He kicked to the side with force, but then he realized his movements couldn't be synchronized with the outside world, because his real body was lying on a single bed against the wall. This kick should have caused a dull pain and a cool sensation, but now he felt nothing. Oh, saying he felt nothing isn't quite right. At least, the kick still felt soft. "Why are you kicking me?" A voice sounded in Zhou's ear. He turned his head and saw a humanoid creature that looked about 70 to 80% like a human, with some cut marks and stitches on its surface, looking at him with confusion. A semi-transparent ID floated above its head. Some farming tasks. After a brief silence, player, Zhongda punched the face of player. Some farming tasks. "Gotcha. You little rascal." Wrong, don't do that. Player, some farming tasks hurriedly pushed away Zhongda's hand and whispered to the boy speaking in the dim hall. "Just following the story. Wait until later to fight." Zhongda felt that the other was right, so he also relaxed his grip. The two of them kept their 4 hands tangled in a strange balance, waiting for the opening animation to end. "O ancient souls, may you find peace in this new era." At the same time, the person above stopped speaking and looked over here. "I know you're happy to be reborn, but please listen to the current situation of the world first, or there might be unexpected dangers." Wow. ×4 at this moment. Not only Zhongda and some farming tasks, who were holding a human-like sculpture pose, were shocked, but even the other 2 players, Howling Green and Short-Lived Good Times, were surprised. This opening animation is actually that intelligent? How human-like must this NPC be to adapt so flexibly? Just this moment alone has raised the 3 players' expectations for this game to a new level. As for the player, good times don't last. He is a beginner who simply feels impressed without fully understanding. After sensing the NPC's intelligence, the players, who are gradually regaining their ability to think and observe, start to examine this NPC who is currently giving the opening speech. This young boy should be the young lord mentioned in the game description. According to the story, they are all ancient, immortal wandering spirits. They were able to touch this world again because of the young man's soul-summoning magic, attaching to bodies and becoming soul returners. This setup makes sense and is quite reasonable. Although the relationship is between summoner and summoned, the players are from many generations above the NPC. The young NPC is very polite, which makes for a good background story. Everyone has their own thoughts. While listening to the background story, they also look around, trying to find signs of reused materials. After all, This is an old castle, so some textures and small models being repeated is normal. At first, the four players didn't notice any obvious problems with their eyes. It wasn't until 3 minutes later, when the world view introduction finally finished, that they realized something was off. The boy's tone gradually became more serious. He ended the opening animation of Disorderly World with a bold statement. Although the reproduction of this world has become extremely chaotic, I still firmly believe humans should do human things. Monsters should do monster things. My name is Adrian. I swear to do my best to restore this world to its proper order in this life. After the opening speech, Ed walks from the depths of the castle hall toward the four players. His expression becomes gentle again. Are you all used to this new body? If you feel uncomfortable, I can make some adjustments. The four players stretch their necks and legs, feeling that this body is different from their original one, but it doesn't seem to cause any major bugs that would affect gameplay. They all shake their heads. Because Ed showed intelligence earlier, and knowing that this testing opportunity is rare, they didn't dare to tease the NPC like in a normal game. Instead, they just stand there, waiting for him to assign tasks. Ed obviously noticed, but he chose to turn and walk away. Although he is not a robot, he is pretending to be one. So, a little bit of unreasonable behavior is actually reasonable, making it easier to improve the game later. Ed walked further and further away, leaving the four people looking at each other in confusion. Zhongda, is it over now? Doing some farming. Even though it's just a test, the freedom seems a bit too high. Howling Green, this should be part of the test, or maybe the guidance system isn't ready yet. So, we should, not long after, I know that. Want to get rich? Cut some trees first. The axes are already prepared for us over there. The three of them looked toward a corner of the castle hall, where 4 sets of tools were neatly arranged. Axes and short spears. They all looked thoughtful. It seems not long after, S idea is correct. At this moment, gathering and chopping wood are the right actions. As for guidance, perhaps this is the charm of weak guidance. After confirming their main goal, the 4 of them picked up axes and short spears and headed toward the castle gate, ready to see what this chaotic world was really like. Not far behind them, Ed smiled, feeling proud of how reliable these players were, while carrying a sack and slowly following them. Ed's plan went very smoothly, to the point where he was a little proud of himself. But it wasn't all just his doing. Ed's guidance. The leaves integrated into the 4 bodies by Little Green, and the 4 experienced players all made the start of this beginner's test look quite simple. The most important part was the leaves Little Green placed inside the 4 bodies. These leaves could form basic attribute frames at the edge of the player's vision and could also locate their positions in real time, feeding the information back to Ed. It can only be said that although this sapling has limited autonomy, with some thinking, it can develop useful functions. The castle gate opened. The 4 looked down at the ground about 10 meters below, marveling at the beautiful scenery of the game. Would we die if we jumped down like this? No matter how I think about it, we would die. Not long after, also seems to have some fear of heights in real life, as his legs slightly weaken when looking at the ground below. Zhongda, I have an idea. How? Green Vine. What? Zhongda, everyone, check your attribute panels. Constitution probably has the biggest impact on physical strength. For the team, I suggest the person with the highest constitution try jumping down. Pointless farming. I should have known that this ID wouldn't have good stuff. Does anyone have a less malicious idea? Zhongda, no brother, no. What does a little bit of malicious karma matter? As long as it doesn't hurt Zhongda. My basic stats are strength, 5, agility, 5, constitution, 5, willpower, 5. What about you guys? Pointless farming. I'm a quadrilateral warrior. My stats are strength, 6, agility, 4, constitution, 4, willpower, 6. Howl, Green Vine, strength, 4, agility, 7, constitution, 3, willpower, 6. Everyone's level is 0, and the initial attributes total 20 points, right? Zhongda's face shows a bit of embarrassment. He thought his quadrilateral attributes would be close to average, but now it seems he might be the odd one out. He actually has a bit of acrophobia. Zhongda looks to the helpful player, good times don't last, who stares blankly at the panel and says, strength, 8, agility, 7, constitution, 2, willpower, 3. Now, the decision is made. The person who proposed the plan is now the one executing it. Karma strikes. Zhongda glares resentfully at good times don't last and mutters despairingly, 8 strength, 2 constitution. Did you take steroids? Your head looks pointy, but no one pays attention to Zhongda. He stands at the castle gate, turns around, and sees the 3 friends waving goodbye with mischievous smiles. Zhongda makes a gesture of international friendship, then leans back and falls. Actually, he doesn't mind trying this. Although he's a bit afraid of heights, as long as he reminds himself that this isn't the real world, he's not too scared. He worries more that this near free-fall motion might disconnect him from the game. When he opens his eyes again, he sees the ceiling of his dormitory. That's real bad luck, since other games are like this too. But his worry doesn't come true, or rather, the free-fall scene they imagined as players didn't happen. Just a little over 2 meters of falling, and Zhongda felt a strange force pushing him from the left side. The feeling was very strange. It wasn't just one point or surface on his body being pushed, but his whole body was pulled, as if the direction of gravity had changed. A second later, still thinking about that feeling, Zhongda's head hit a stone step, which still had footprints left by Ed earlier. Before he could react, the direction of gravity changed again, and Zhongda's body moved closer and closer to another stone step. A few muffled groans and screams came from him. Zhongda rolled onto the remaining steps on the ground of the old castle, shook his head, and looked up at the 3 people above with a resentful, yet urging gaze, as if blaming or urging them to act faster. But the strange experience just now clearly made the 3 players above think deeply. Howling Greenvine. I remember the NPC said at the start that the rules of this world are chaotic. This must be one of those examples, pointing to farming. Say something useful. Good times don't last. I have an idea. The new player wanted to describe his guess, but felt it was hard to put into words because it was very different from real life. So he simply stepped out of the door, letting the strange gravity pull him. But he kept walking as if stepping on the stairs. The next moment, he stepped onto the same stone step that Ed's foot and Zhongda's face had touched. Good times don't last mimicked the others and quickly landed on the ground like a light animal, making Zhongda, whose face was slightly swollen, speechless. The new player looked proud and shouted upward, "Ignore those force fields, just walk down the stairs normally." The other 2 quickly understood and spun in the air, landing beside Zhongda. Behind them, the NPC guiding with a burlap bag also landed gracefully. Zhongda looked at them 3 times and finally understood the problem. So, I was actually leaning back directly on the stairs? Walking normally wouldn't be a problem? Howling Greenvine. That should be it. Zhongda, that NPC should know this rule, right? Why didn't he tell us? For people seemed to be momentarily stunned by this question. Soon after, not for long, boldly approached Ed and asked about it. As expected, he received a kind reminder about the chaotic energy field and advice on how to go downstairs. Do you really know? Then why didn't you tell us? Not for long. Seemed to forget they were inside a game and completely treated Ed as a real person. The white-haired NPC in front of them froze in place for a few seconds, then answered very robotically. You didn't ask. Disguised as an NPC, Ed watched the frustrated 4 with a sly smile inside. Sure enough, he couldn't appear too intelligent. On one hand, he needed to pretend to be a machine to prevent players from expecting too much. On the other hand, he wanted to show his different side in unexpected moments, like during the opening animation. The first part is common in most games, but the second is his real secret weapon to leave a deep impression on players. After hearing the unexpected but reasonable answer, the 4 were briefly frustrated. Then, not for long, who was inexperienced but clever, continued to ask, "What should we do now?" Ed shrugged. You are all from the oldest soul clans, with memories and experiences older than civilization itself. You are the embodiment of wisdom and witnesses of history. You probably have your own thoughts on rebuilding order. This standard reply made not for long. Guessed that Ed's words could be applied broadly. Any question he didn't understand could be answered with such vague responses. But when not for long first heard this, he was genuinely surprised. Embodiment of wisdom. Me? He thought for 2 seconds, then changed his open-ended question into a yes or no question, making it sound more fitting for the situation, as if the language module of this world had assimilated him. Lord, Do you think it's a good idea to start logging and hunting now? Or do you have better suggestions? Ed nodded happily. Indeed, wise souls. With your help, I believe this world will become better and better. Having received the answer he wanted, not for long, turned around and gave a thumbs up. The remaining 3 people quickly understood each other. They looked around and saw a few lonely big trees near the ancient castle and the endless black forest across the small river. Although the guidance was weak, everyone could see the basic task process. Chop would make a raft cross the river to Chop, Moore would build a floating bridge. The confident, howling Greenvine nodded and thought to himself, this classic weak guidance satisfies players' desire to explore freely while subtly hinting at the task. It's very well designed. While Howling Greenvine was thinking this, someone couldn't wait any longer. Long-lasting good fortune, with 8 points of strength, eagerly reached out to his teammate. Axe. Jondo wisely handed over an iron axe. Long-lasting good fortune took it, tested it a couple of times to find the best grip point, then strode toward a large, dead tree nearby, one so dry that not even a leaf remained. He stood next to the tree, his muscles bulging with his 8 points of strength, and swung the axe with force, creating a gust of wind. At the same time, long-lasting good fortune saw an eye open in on the tree trunk. Its yellow-green vertical pupil locked onto him. Suddenly, a bloody slaughter began, not humans cutting trees, but trees cutting humans. In the dead tree's trunk shot out vines that tightly wrapped around long-lasting good fortune. Then, the spiny vines tightened and spun, cutting like a saw. Seeing this clearly our 18 scene, Ed, shocked beyond words, stepped between them and the giant tree, ignoring the suffering, long-lasting good fortune. He carefully and gently explained, Deadwood vine is a type of parasitic plant that feeds on flesh and blood. It attaches to normal trees, eats the inside until only the shell remains, then disguises itself as a dead tree to attack passing animals. After killing its prey, the deadwood vine becomes briefly exhausted. After a short rest, it extends its vines from the cracks in the trunk to absorb flesh and blood. The prey it kills usually exists in chunks. Clap. The 3 looked down at Ed's feet. It was long-lasting good fortune's hand. Ed pointed to the ground, just like this. The battle tutorial ended, and the 3 of them gained a lot from it. As for the phrase, good times don't last long, based on the system prompt, it seems like they are as good as dead. While the 3 of them were still thinking about the aftermath of the one-sided slaughter, Ed calmly unfolded the folded sack. He dragged the bag with his left hand, and with on his right hand, he transformed them into a wooden-handled clamp. He began collecting fragments of the good times don't last long character near the withered wood and vines. Ed collected the player fragments like a sanitation worker, suddenly recalling a hellish meme from his past life where a mother successfully reduced her child's ransom from 50 million to 1 million, only to find out she had to piece it together herself at home. The remaining 3 players were all lost in thought. How did the sack come to be used for this? Asked the howling green lotus. Is that a man-eating tree? Wondered Zhongda. And farming? Added another. Isn't that also a kind of tree guardian? In the real world, in a spacious bedroom. My hand. Jingming suddenly took off his helmet, panting as he looked around. His hands were still intact, and everything around him was so familiar. Only the sweat dripping down his temples silently told of the terrifying experience just now. The warm bedroom made him remember everything. This was definitely his home. So, what was he just doing? Right, he was playing a game. A very realistic game. He looked back at the helmet he had thrown aside, slowly sorting through everything he had experienced tonight. As a young man just out of high school, Jingming had shown his energetic side perfectly during this summer vacation. He didn't care much about the gap between being a protected animal of the state and flying around threatening safety. He had already learned what he needed to learn and taken the exams he needed to take. Now, it was time to treat his younger self. Looking back at the past 3 years, he didn't have many chances to have fun, but he didn't miss out on important information either. Based on his knowledge and common sense, the game he was participating in during the beta test was very suspicious. He had realized this long ago, maybe when he first took off the helmet, or when he discovered that the cutscenes could be interfered with. But at that time, he was too addicted, lost in that chaotic, terrifying, yet mysteriously charming world. Although it sounds a bit strange, he really liked this style. It felt like being reborn multiple times by a mother goddess and then spat out by a monster. This world was truly a new version he had never seen before. He was so absorbed that he even thought the guiding NPC was a real person he was talking to. Only when vines tightly wrapped around him and he was cut into pieces and forced offline did he finally calm down and remember he was playing a game. Although most of the pain was blocked, Jingming still felt a tingling sensation in his wrist. He looked at the wall clock and was surprised to see that only half an hour had passed since he entered the game. Yet he had already achieved the embarrassing record of being the first to be killed. After this experience, Jingming lost interest in the few other games he had planned to try. He put his helmet back on, but then he saw a progress bar slowly growing on it. Player, good times don't last is respawning. Current progress, 32%. Why does it take so long to respawn? With lively hands, he touched two broken parts. The flesh that had lost its vitality immediately grew some roots and new tissue. He'd quickly pressed the two broken parts together. After a few seconds to confirm they had grown well, he continued assembling the puzzle. Clearly, players are immortal. This isn't hard to understand in principle. The bodies of these lively creatures come from Eid's hunting and plant cultivation, while their souls come from another world through the network. When their bodies are severely damaged, their souls naturally return to their real bodies. As long as he reassembles the player's fragments, he can summon them again. It's very reasonable. Right now, the other three players were watching Eid's respawn process. Although they hadn't died, they still wanted to see what kind of respawn system this game used. Most likely, it's the old-fashioned a white light flashes, and the player revives in place type. But considering how well-made the previous parts were, maybe the developers have something more elaborate planned? Sure enough, the developers didn't disappoint them. Watching Eid carefully sew himself back together, farm work's mouth twitched. If we die, will we be pieced back together like this? Zhongda, that's probably how it works. Hal Greenvine, what if I die in a really bad way, like being burned or eaten? Then I won't be able to find my body. Zhongda, I'm not sure. Maybe different ways of dying mean different times to come back. Do you want to try? Hal Greenvine shakes his head quickly, while Point Farming on the side shows a sincere expression. If I die, please help recover my hero fragments. Puffed. You and your hero fragments. Zhongda agrees with Point Farming, but feels a bit disdainful about him flattering himself. The three of them watch Ed carefully assemble Short-Lived Beauty. It's not because they have nothing to do. They've just tried twice, and defeating the withered vine seems difficult for just 3 people. If they were 3 players with strength level 8, it might be easier, but unfortunately, that's not the case. So, they can only wait for their main damage dealer to revive. Ed quickly finishes the puzzle. He holds the head of Short-Lived Beauty, gently touches the large on it, and then presses it onto the neck of the body. The soul network reconnects, and the scene from the other world, or rather, Short-Lived Beauty, finally returns to his loyal, disorderly world. Huff huff, Short-Lived Beauty opens his eyes, feeling his game body again. Looking at the 3-player friends and an NPC around him, he shows a confused expression. Why? Why are you all looking at me? Zhongda steps forward to help him up and points at the distant withered vine. This monster is very hard to fight. You are absolutely essential. Are you asking me to go in and get hit? Short-Lived Beauty looks alert. You really are blaming me unfairly this time. Zhongda puts an arm around his shoulder. Your strength is the highest, so you should be the main attacker. As for the tank who draws aggro, Zhongda's expression changes several times, finally reluctantly saying, I'm the strongest physically, I'll go. Short-Lived Beauty nods and asks, have you guys come up with a strategy? This time, Hal Greenvine responds, we just tested a few times. I've roughly figured out this guy's attack pattern. The wind-up and wind-down are very obvious. By the way, have you ever played The Hunger Games? Yes, I have. ×3, that's good. Just think of it as hitting a tree person. Attacking 3 and retreating should be fine. If someone draws fire, others can attack 4 and retreat. Good times don't last. I reviewed this tactic in my mind and felt it was fine. But to be safe, after getting approval from the 3 others, I looked back at Ed and tentatively asked for his opinion on this plan. Naturally, I received a very human-like smile. Forget it. Let's fight on our own. The young boy, aging, was briefly disappointed, But then he took the axe handed to him by a teammate and looked at the ready vine monster, declaring, "Snow leopard, let's go?" Roar, ×3. With the final axe strike, the last branch of the vine monster was completely cut off. The plant, now bald, let out a mournful cry and then stopped reacting. The hollow trunk it occupied also shattered, revealing the already heavily chewed core. Is that a win? Good times don't last. I put down my axe. Aside from the somewhat complicated battle steps, it didn't seem too difficult. I guess my first death was because I rushed ahead alone. If all four of us had attacked together back then, we probably would have defeated the monster easily. Meanwhile, Zhonga pulled his right hand out of a tightly wound branch and dusted it off, saying, "If I don't win now, I might lose everything." He then poked the broken arm at his shoulder, but the expected scene didn't happen. So he had to walk over to Ed with the arm. At this moment, the guide NPC's role became clear. Besides guiding beginners, it also clearly played the role of a healer. Ed saw the situation and quickly extended his hands to buff the broken arm and wounds, acting very much like a human player. Meanwhile, a few players started to communicate. I suddenly realize I feel a bit of growth after the fight, but there's no experience bar showing, the unscathed, howling Greenvine said. He clearly said this for his teammates to hear, not bothering to avoid talking to the NPC alone. Ed was happy to pretend he didn't understand anything. He just stood nearby, quietly collecting dried wood and vine fragments with a wooden clip. These items still had some use, and they might come in handy soon. Ed was also a bit worried about the experience bar. After all, this wasn't a real game, just a world that looked like one. Things like battle experience, health, and other small details could be considered experience points. It was easy to add an experience bar for little green on the panel, but the real challenge was figuring out how to measure experience gain. You couldn't have a player farm 100 dried wood vines, and then find the experience bar still not full, which would be a serious bug. But although this problem needed fixing, it wasn't urgent. No game is constantly being updated. Issues that affect the experience are usually saved for a big update later. Ed decided to put this problem aside for now. There were only 4 players, so he could handle them easily. When more players arrived, he might need Little Green to better control these artificial bodies, so he could monitor their status and maybe create something like an experience bar. If the experience bar was just a small, important issue but not urgent, then the next problem was a big one. After Zhonda was healed, Good Times didn't last approached Ed with a cute, new face and asked sincerely, "Lord, do monsters drop nothing?" Ed's face was blank, but inside he sighed. This obvious bug had been found. From the world's point of view, it wasn't a problem. But from a game perspective, it was different. If monsters didn't drop coins or silver, players would lose motivation. But if you wanted dried wood vines to drop coins, you'd have to rely on unlucky players being killed while carrying money. Fortunately, Ed still had a disguise as an NPC. He looked at, not for long, a newbie and a machine with his harmless face. They stared at each other for a moment. Then Ed naturally said, "The noble character of the Soul Clan is well known across this continent. I've heard stories about how they regard money as dirt." Seeing that the guiding NPC had started singing a praise poem, not for long, suddenly felt confused. What does that mean? It means that the monsters here don't drop gold coins. He's trying to guilt trip you, huh? Not for long's expression turned disappointed. If monsters don't drop gold, what's the point of this game? Don't worry. Although it's rare, situations like this do happen. The green NPC, who was wailing, tried to comfort the newbie teammate. Some games aim for realism and use this kind of design. For example, killing a bear might give you bear bile, claws, and fur, but no money. That's normal. So, as long as the materials are useful, it's not a big problem. Looking at the messy battlefield, the 4 of them saw the ground covered with chopped wooden and vine bodies, cut into pieces by axes and short spears. They began to think about how many materials they could still recover. It felt like they had finally hunted a bear, but it was killed with random slashes. Every wound lowered the value of the bear hide, which was undeniable. Soon, they noticed that a certain NPC, who hadn't been helping much, was collecting the broken pieces of the dried vines, even picking up large chunks on purpose. The players suddenly understood and started helping to clear the battlefield. The dried vine bodies were quickly divided up. Everyone held pieces that looked like a mix of seaweed and vines, unsure of what to do next. Finally, the NPC responsible for asking questions, not for long, took a piece of dried vine and approached Ed. Lord, could you tell us how to use our loot to get the most value? This sentence seemed to trigger a scene. The white-haired NPC in front instantly entered teaching mode. The four of them felt like another cutscene was starting, just like when they first learned about the habits of the dried vines. Now, Ed was beginning to teach them how to use their loot. Should we eat it or sell it? Everyone has their own thoughts. Next, they saw Ed hold a withered vine in his left hand. The small plant sprout in his left eye seemed to grow a little stronger, but the plant fragments quickly withered and disappeared. Then, the four of them watched in shock as Ed's finger turned into a withered vine with barbed tendrils in a very short time. After showing his ability, Ed quickly returned his finger to normal and carefully explained, "This is a sign of the chaos in the world's basic rules. Now, after the magic tide arrives, all living things can influence each other. So, these fragments are your best harvest. As long as you don't let them control you, you can use the power of the withered vine to some extent. Don't be surprised by these rules. Even your bodies are not made of pure flesh and blood. Plants are also involved." Ed pointed to the small sapling growing in his eye socket, as if telling everyone not to worry. Howling Green Vine nodded thoughtfully, wanting to say something, but suddenly feeling it wasn't appropriate, so he silently waited for the next scene. Meanwhile, Brief Good Times didn't think so much. He picked up a large piece of withered vine debris from the nearby battlefield and held it in his hands, trying to influence it like Ed did. Unlike Ed, Brief Good Times' piece of withered vine didn't wither but grew roots in his palm, anchoring there and starting to absorb his nutrients aggressively. Something feels wrong, he thought. It was as if a poisonous snake had bitten his hand. He instinctively swung his arm to throw away the vine, but he couldn't shake it off. He stopped and looked at his hand again. To his surprise, the rapidly growing vine had become as thick as his wrist. Seeing that the host had stopped, it raised one end of the tendril. Clap, clap. The other hand of Good Times Don't Last was surprised and covered its face. If his mind wasn't glitching, maybe he really had just been slapped by a plant. Ed noticed this, but showed no sign of surprise. He grabbed a short spear and swiftly cut off the wrist of Good Times Don't Last, which was parasitized by a dead vine. Then he seriously added the last words. All creatures in this world can be used in similar ways, but you need to be aware of your own limits. Only when you're in a strong position can these things be used perfectly. Equal fights and one-sided defeats only lead to tragic deaths. After speaking, Ed continued collecting nearby materials and supplies, as if an animation had just ended. After the recent battle, all four players were somewhat injured. He needed to gather more materials to repair their bodies after they logged off. Behind Ed, the four of them started whispering quietly. Before this, they had already shared their basic attributes, and Ed's recent explanation clearly involved the use of the willpower attribute. I understand now. It's a luck-based check. As long as your willpower is high enough, you can control these external forces. Farm work, confidently said, then looked at Good Times Don't Last with a silly expression. You only have 3 points of willpower to try this check? In another game, that low number would easily turn you into a cyber dash dot. Zhongda added. Don't forget those 4 special attributes. They might represent the current extraordinary rules of this world. The 3 players joined the discussion, while the less experienced, Good Times Don't Last, nodded repeatedly, acting like a praise bot. But he could only praise verbally. He couldn't clap because Ed had just cut off his parasitized hand. A few minutes later, Howling Green Vine said, "After today's test, let's create a small private chat group. Right now, we have urgent tasks, so it's better to hunt more monsters." The other 3 people strongly agreed, so they all focused on a dead vine tree about 100 meters away. Honestly, the dead vine tree isn't the easiest monster to defeat in this beginner village, but everyone's thinking was influenced by the phrase, "Good times don't last long," and "to get rich, first cut trees." Since they decided to set a weak guide, Ed didn't plan to correct them. In this big world, players are free to explore as they wish. Teaching players step by step isn't as fun. Among every 3 players, there is always someone with great ideas. After working together to cut down a few dead vine trees, the 4 players finally found a tree that didn't look like an animal. Although its branches swayed without wind, it didn't scream or attack. When the axe struck, The tree twitched like it was feeling pain, almost as if it could sense suffering. As for the players, they didn't speak, just kept chopping the tree. Finally, as night fell in this chaotic world, the four gathered enough wood to build a small raft. The good times don't last long. Player sat on the ground, panting. As the strongest in strength, he had done most of the work in chopping trees and fighting monsters. Looking at the pile of logs in front of him, he asked a question he had thought of long ago. Who knows how to make a raft? Near the abandoned castle, only the sound of the wind remained. During this intense moment, the remaining three realized how shallow they were and suddenly noticed it was getting late. It seemed they had been immersed in this game for 12 hours. When they realized this, their faces showed a look of fear. The game's realism was beyond what they had imagined. Over the past few hours, they had almost forgotten their original identities and fully committed to building this new world. This feeling was both frightening and addictive, like starting a second life that kept them hooked. They sat quietly for a moment. Then finally, the one named Zhongda, who had to work the next day, spoke first. I have to go back to the castle for work. Let's talk outside if there's anything. The other three reacted similarly. After returning to the resurrection point, they fumbled around on the semi-transparent panel in their view and finally found the logout button. Of course, this logout was fake. When a player pressed it, the command was first sensed by the small green leaf inside their body, then transmitted to their main body. Small Green and Ed's minds were connected, and Ed had shared some permissions so he could cut off the player's soul network. It sounds complicated, but in reality, it only takes a second to do. The castle quickly returned to silence. Ed walked into the main hall and saw four bodies neatly lying in the corner, making the castle look more like a morgue than a resurrection point. How do you think they are? Ed asked his symbiotic partner silently. Small Green's voice quickly responded. They are lively and very energetic. That's how it should be. Ed agreed, and then said in a tone that sounded like he was taking credit. I'm not just randomly choosing. Each of these four has their own traits, and they are the best candidates for exploring. Seeing Small Green's confusion, Ed explained. They all filled out their questionnaires very carefully, and I am quite satisfied with some of their answers. Like what? Like the question about which faction they prefer in daily gameplay. The options were A. Lawful B. Chaotic C. Other, please specify. Their answers were, Zhongda, I want to be in the lawful faction, but I like doing things that cause chaos. Good times don't last. Sometimes chaos and order aren't completely opposite. If I could choose, I'd follow my heart. Howling Green Vine. It depends on which side can give me stronger power. After all, playing games is for winning. Just doing farm work. Whatever my buddy chooses, I pick the same. How about that? Ed asked proudly. All of them have their own ideas. Small Green gave an honest comment. Except for the last one. You have completed the first day of testing. Your body is being repaired. The server will reopen at 8 p.m. on August 3rd. In different places within the same world, for people wake up from a deep dream and see flickering words in front of them. They then remove their helmets. At this moment, they are no longer Zhongda, Howling Green Vine, hourly farm work, or good times don't last. They have returned to their original identities, becoming ordinary people in another world. One person sees sunlight shining through the window, amazed that the fully immersive game truly exists, surprised by the energy after deep sleep, and frightened that their upcoming month of work might be lost due to being late. Another looks at the ceiling of their rented room, noticing that the world has become noisy, but part of their soul seems to be lost in an unknown corner. Someone notices over 99 unread messages from the same person on their phone. Your friend is very unlucky, and that feels bad. Your friend is very lucky, and that feels even worse. Another sees their parents in a heated game mode, ready to start a real-life fight, shouting, Dad, Mom, I can explain. Inside the old castle, Ed spent a long time fixing and patching until the four bodies were almost perfectly assembled. However, Ed's ability could only restore the bodies, but the four players didn't consider how much energy high-intensity physical work for 12 hours would consume. Fortunately, thanks to Little Green, these bodies could still perform some photosynthesis, preventing them from starving immediately. Now, although the players have logged off and their bodies are in sleep mode, since the chaotic world has turned to night, their energy is still slowly being used up. Ed thought for a moment, and set tomorrow's test task. First, to have the players build a raft so they can reach the dark forest on the other side, effectively unlocking a new map. Second, at this rate of energy consumption, the four will be completely starving and unable to move by tomorrow. Before losing their ability to act, they must realize they need to eat. After finishing all this, Ed finally had time to check his own status. He believed that among the players, perhaps one or several had noticed that his use of withered vine was different from theirs. Although he was slapped twice after being parasitized by the withered vine, his way of using it was to awaken the fragments and then coexist with them. This is a common method for creatures in the chaotic world to use dropped items. In contrast, the withered vine fragment in Ed's hand quickly withered and disappeared at the beginning, allowing his fingers to turn into vines for attack. Although they look quite similar, these are fundamentally two different abilities. As for Ed himself, he already has strong observation skills, and after that demonstration, his attribute panel changed a bit. Right now, in his panel under Special Abilities, there is a new entry in Crown of Verdure, Collected Gene. Withered Vine. Ed believes this is the special feature of his ability. It seems that Little Green can not only serve as a voice assistant, but also keep growing, bringing him new surprises. The sapling inside Ed's eye socket also seems to sense his thoughts, gently swaying without wind. The feeling of claiming credit is exactly the same as Ed's recent behavior. After reviewing the entire logical chain of events, Ed asked, "So, as long as I keep collecting plant samples, you can keep getting stronger, and in turn, I can become stronger?" Little Green replied, "That should be the case. There are many things I only understand after experiencing them. After all, I'm still just a small tree in terms of age. Stop pretending to be a tender tree, then let's just say that. The more samples you collect, the more I might remember other things. Where did you learn to draw such pie-in-the-sky plans? From your memories and personality. That I think we should discuss a different question. So what do you plan to do now? Is there anything I can help with?" Little Green became more serious, and Ed, as the symbiont, issued a straightforward order: "Stay alert around me. I need to do something else." "Do what? Do you know Wiki? If you share this part of your memory, I'll find out quickly. Afterward, I will share it with you. In simple terms, I am now going to write an encyclopedia for the game, and by the way, leave them a little surprise. World Without Disorder. Zhongda, Zhouju is working as a part-time warrior, not for long. Jingming is being challenged in a fighting game. These two are obvious, but the other two players also have their own things going on. In a rented house, a player named Chang Nye is having a mental battle. It has been 2 months since Chang Nye lost his job. As a not-so-successful professional player, his career has been quite ordinary. Despite working very hard in training, sometimes the gap between people is bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. So, during the transfer period, he became unwanted and abandoned. There are 3 common paths for professional gamers in this situation. 1. Start live streaming to earn money. But unfortunately, Chang Nye has no income, no skills, and no fans, so few people would watch him. 2. Quietly go back to his hometown and disappear from everyone's sight. But he is not willing to give up like that. 3. Restart and aim for the top of the world again. But unfortunately, this is reality, not a novel. Before today, Chang Nye planned to choose the second option, but the past 12 hours made him realize he might choose the third. Although he has only seen success stories of the third option in novels, it rekindled his hope. This is an era-defining, fully immersive game with a complex power system. If it officially launches, its popularity will explode. Just the words, fully immersive, and highly free world, are enough to make World Without Disorder stand out in the gaming industry. Now, Chang Nye has one of the only 4 testing spots for this groundbreaking game. He seems to have a chance to compete with his former rivals again. With a firm decision in his heart, Chang Nye switched from player mode to competitor mode. From this moment, World Without Disorder is no longer just a game to him, but a new job. He doesn't know when the game will officially open, or if his savings will last until then, but he is determined. After all, this game is so unpredictable. Who would release a teaser concept art and then start closed beta in just 3 days? Last time, Chang Nye warned himself that if he couldn't make a name for himself this time, he should honestly go back home. To stand at the top of the world, he needed to keep his strength in the top tier at all times. For that, He needed a team and truly reliable teammates. Thinking of this, Chang Nia operated a few times on his phone. The group chat, Disorderly World Beta Test Group 4, was created. People's joys and sorrows are not always shared. Hundreds of kilometers away, in another city, Jin Hee's Point Farm work was constantly scrolling through private messages from his friend, Chief Historian Master. Bro, did you download the client installation package? How big is it? Can you forward it? Is it locked to a device? Bro, why aren't you talking? It's only 8:15. Going to bed so early? Bro, are you starting to play now? Why not say something? Bro, not replying means this game isn't interesting at all. Bro, it's already 2 o'clock. Why are you still playing? This game must be really boring. Just stop. Bro, it's 4 o'clock. He clenched his jaw, barely holding back a smile as he scrolled to the bottom of the chat window. The latest message was sent an hour ago. Ding. A new message appeared. Bro, if your house has a gas leak, just press 1 and I'll come to rescue you. I don't even know where you live, but luckily I haven't gone there. He raised an eyebrow, clearly seeing that his friend had lost his mind. He thought for a few seconds, then sent a sticker. Bro, you're a bit too crazy.jpg. Soon after, Chief Historian Master replied. Bro, are you alive? Did you just wake up or play all night? He wanted to reply sarcastically to the first question, but was caught off guard by the second. His recent experience was probably a bit strange, so strange that no one would believe it. He organized his words and replied. If I told you that these two things are basically the same, would you believe it? Chief Historian Master, maybe you should be more clear. Pointing out farm work means I played a fully immersive game. Sharkfin.jpg, do you think your dad is easy to fool? If you believe it or not, beautiful and melodious hometown dialect. The next test opening is not until 8 p.m. After Shang Nia finishes all his tasks, he finally reaches noon. Thanks to the existence of Disorderly World, hundreds of games in his library have become boring. Shang Nia prefers to rest and prepare for the evening test rather than spend time on these games. Bored, he suddenly thought of a place where he could get more information. As everyone knows, before encyclopedias and online communities appeared, the official website was the only source of information for players. Some games even added strange puzzle elements on their sites for players to discover. Besides the questionnaire link during the reservation, Shang Nia had never carefully looked at the official website of Disorderly World. To keep his skills at the top level, he decided to learn more about the game and gather more related knowledge so he wouldn't be caught off guard like short-lived glory. Thinking of this, Shang Nia quickly got back into work mode. He clicked the link from his game library to visit the official website of Disorderly World. Prepared in advance, he opened screen recording software, eager to memorize every detail. The website's intro animation is detailed and eerie, showing a process of gradually clearing from chaos, like a fledgling bird breaking out of its shell to see the outside world. Considering the game's background story, the creators probably wanted to show the feeling of ancient souls regaining their bodies. Besides the basic background, the most prominent part of the site is the bright game reservation and beta test survey, which look like typical game pages. Below the concept art are some basic setting details, mostly similar to the lines from Ed's guidance, just expressed differently and with different pronouns. By scrolling down the page, Chang and I noticed two new sections called Map and Illustration. His eyebrows immediately raised. Although he didn't look carefully during the last appointment, as a former professional player, Chang and I has a sharp eye. He remembers that when he briefly looked at this webpage last time, these two sections weren't there. This means that before the test started, these sections didn't exist. They only appeared after the test began. Chang and I suddenly thought of a possibility and eagerly started to verify it. He clicked on the Map section, and a yellowed scroll slowly unfurled in front of him. The animation was very lively, fitting well with the medieval fantasy style of the game background, which matched common stereotypes about this type of work. Once the map was fully displayed, Chang Mi's first glance landed on a bright, broken castle symbol in the center of the map. This was clearly the castle everyone started at, whether a respawn point or a spring. It left a deep impression on the four players. Next, Chang and I compared what he saw in the game with his own memories, matching the symbols around the castle to his experiences. Then he discovered some issues, or rather, Easter eggs. Although players can't change things like rivers yet, on this map, Chong and I noticed a clear special symbol, a simple drawing of a pile of wood, which normally wouldn't appear on a standard map. It was obvious that this pile of wood was the one they cut down and dragged over a few hours ago, and around the wood pile, there were a few monster symbols. Now, these symbols were marked with an X, indicating the locations of the dead tree vines they had slain. Is this still a real-time map? Chong and I was truly surprised. No wonder the map's visible area wasn't large, and the edges looked so abrupt. It turns out the areas they haven't entered yet are still covered in the fog of war. If this map updates daily, or even in real time, perhaps they could even peek at other players' screens. That would make for a very interesting memory point. With so many games out now, to attract more players, the game needs to be well-made and include some well-known inside jokes. These help bring in new players more easily. Chong Ye thought for a moment, then exited the map section and clicked into Gallery. He already guessed what would be shown inside. Sure enough, the Gallery section only displayed 3 types of creatures. Tree, a normal, living, non-aggressive, multi-year mutant that can produce a small amount of wood. Danger level, none. Rank / distribution, very widespread. Deadwood vines, an omnivorous mutant that consumes all plants and prefers to feed on blood from animals. It lurks inside hollow, dead trees, ready to strike deadly blows. Danger level, low. Rank, 1 to 3. Distribution, very widespread. Vine sheep, an omnivorous mutant that mainly eats grasses but will also attack solitary animals nearby. Danger level, low to medium, depending on the number. Rank, 1 to 3. Distribution, wilderness areas. After reading these 3 entries, Chong Nye continued scrolling down. Unfortunately, all the monsters below were just black silhouettes, and other information was obscured by garbled text. It was a very interesting design. Chong Nye chuckled softly, about to leave this page to see if there was anything he missed. Suddenly, he noticed a faint, semi-transparent line of text in the lower left corner of the gallery. Gallery entries are edited by players themselves, accessible to all players, huh? Seeing this small text, Chong Nye furrowed his brows. Based on past chats in the group and today's cyber meetup, he was sure that the remaining 3 players weren't professionals like him. The most likely person to have edited these entries was Zhongda, but that guy should still be working now. So, who recorded these 3 creature entries? He reopened the detailed section of the creature gallery and quickly found the same style of semi-transparent small text in the corner of the detailed interface. Entry editor, Wuni Wuni? Chong Nye muttered this name, certain that this person was not one of the beta testers. But he still felt like he had heard the name somewhere before, just couldn't remember where. But clearly, this doesn't sound like a person's name. If it's not a human's, then what could it be? Suddenly, Chong Nye had a flash of insight. He finally remembered where he had heard that name. Wait, isn't that the mythological crow? During my rebellious teenage years, I learned some knowledge just to show off, but now I barely remember it. However, Chong and I quickly recalled it. Fujin and Wonyui are 2 ravens in Norse mythology that serve Odin. Fujin's name means thought, and Wonyui means memory. So, the raven called Memory is helping to write the game guide? That's really no problem at all. Chong and I suddenly laughed out loud. Even though he has played many games, he still finds small hidden details like this amusing. It seems the developers plan to make the game very subtle. At first, they use accounts that clearly belong to insiders to compile the encyclopedia. When more players join, these details might become special tasks for players who enjoy exploring the game's history. But why choose this name? Many mythologies have similar names with similar meanings. Suddenly, Chong and I thought of another question. He quickly exited the page and saw the publisher's name at the bottom of the official website, Odin Games. He figured it out. He couldn't wait to share this joke in his small gaming group he just created today. King Odin himself made a game for everyone to play, and even had his little ravens help write the encyclopedia. Haha, if this keeps up, maybe there will be references to the world tree, squirrels, and black dragons later. Thinking of this, Chong and I became more excited about Disorder World. If this groundbreaking game can balance fun and competition well, he might really like it. As a professional player, that's rare. For them, gaming is work, and nobody likes work. Soon, it was evening. Around 6 o'clock, Chang and I took the initiative to send a message in the group. First, he shared the small hidden detail he found, then moved on to the main topic, Howling Green Lotus. Does everyone have time? Can we log in at 8? The group members had already synchronized their nicknames with their in-game names, so a few who had been quiet quickly responded. Zhongda, off work now, eating dinner. See you at 8 sharp. Good times don't last. Can play, but I got scolded earlier today. The older generation doesn't believe in fully immersive games. Even if they do, they think the body hasn't rested enough. Great point, brother. Not just the older generation, people like us also don't believe it. I argued with a friend for hours today, and he still thinks I'm lying. Is your friend the chief history expert? Yes, that's him. That's not surprising. It's normal for his mind to not understand, but there's nothing I can do. I tested today, and our testing rights are tied to the device. After verification, we can only use that one device. We can't switch devices. Whether we can change users without changing devices, I don't know. I live alone and haven't found a volunteer yet. About the device, I also find it strange. As a beta game, Disorder World runs very smoothly. My second-hand headset didn't overheat at all after a night of use. If it weren't for lag when playing other games, I'd think I got a good deal. So, have you already been shaped into the form of Disorder World? So what if I have? While they were talking aimlessly, the first person suddenly remembered something. Guys, is there any way to get some testing spots? Yesterday, I found it strange that such a game only gave 4 people access. I don't mean to look down on everyone, but none of us are stars or big streamers. Why are we the only 4? The history expert is so jealous he's practically crying, asking if I can get more spots. What's the use asking us? We're not the planners. Just then, someone else suddenly said, I think there's one person we can ask. Who? The group fell silent, waiting for the newcomer to reveal the answer. Why not ask that NPC with a tree growing in his eyes? Did you forget the name of the guide? I forgot too. Me too. The 4 people in the chat looked at each other through their screens, but at that moment, a quantum ghost peering through cyberspace was already starting to blush. For a game like this, it's indeed hard for players to remember the name of a certain NPC. But the problem is, right now, he's the only NPC. During a 12-hour test, there were only 5 intelligent creatures around the ancient castle that could breathe freely. Can't even remember one name? Ed was almost amused by his anger, but then he realized he only introduced himself once at the start, with the line, "My name is Ed Adrian." Afterward, they all just called him Lord. Looking at the time, the few people in the group had already discussed until after 7 o'clock. Ed decided to add some features to Little Green as part of daytime optimization. In the small group of 4, skipping the awkward part of forgetting names, good times don't last long, shared their idea. NPC Lord probably doesn't know how to get beta test access, but he should know how to summon souls. We can start from this angle. At exactly 8 o'clock, after making some improvements to Little Green and its derivatives, Ed opened the Soul Network again and released 4 eager souls into this world. As soon as the 4 connected successfully, without even focusing their gaze, a semi-transparent pop-up appeared before them. Dear beta tester, hello. Today's update includes 1. Added display of friendly/neutral NPC names. Be aware of hostile creatures or NPCs. 2. Added experience bar display. Please plan your attribute points wisely. 3. Added stamina bar display. Pay attention to nutritional intake. Enjoy your game. The 4 who had just awakened in the castle hall looked at each other. After reading the announcement, they also noticed the new data bars in their view. However, the data display was still quite simple, with no numbers marked, only rough indicators. Still, it's better than nothing. Having experience and stamina bars helps players plan their next actions. Ed clearly understood what everyone wanted, but there was no way around it. Currently, Ed couldn't quantify these 2 data points precisely. He could only give a rough idea. This world truly exists, and it isn't fully data-driven. Experience points are more of a feeling. When accumulated enough, gaining insight or breaking through leads to leveling up. As for physical strength, it is very hard to measure. As long as the will is strong enough, these temporary bodies can keep fighting and moving forward, holding on until the very last moment before completely falling apart. Although there was an update announcement, the overall game content today still has weak guidance. players are quite free to explore. However, because the four of them planned to build a raft yesterday, they set this main storyline for themselves. Before leaving the twisted gravity field near the ancient castle, the character, farm work at the hour, walked toward Ed. Before the game started, he and not long-lasting discussed until the last moment about the testing eligibility. Honestly, even though they are online friends, he really wanted to play together with chief history expert. So, when he entered the game, he decided to try not long-lasting's approach. He went to Ed, who looked a bit awkward in his body, and gave a friendly smile. "Lord, I have a friend who wants to know how to get the internal test qualification. Do you think you could help?" Watching from the side, not long-lasting was stunned. He couldn't tell who was the newbie. Did he imagine it too much, really thinking Ed was a real person, while others were just playing for fun? That's why he said such unimmersive words? Sure enough, when faced with farm work at the hour's confusing question, Ed quickly entered the familiar system crash state. After a few seconds, he said gently, "This soul returner, it seems your body is a bit out of sync. Do you need me to help you fix it?" Farm work at the hour looked back at the three and asked with confusion, "What does he mean?" Not long-lasting couldn't stand it anymore. He pushed away the annoying player who was ruining everyone's immersive experience and cursed, "Are you crazy or what?" Ed, still pretending to be a machine, nodded secretly in his mind, agreeing that he really thought that way. After all, how could someone ask such questions in the game? How could they ask the guide NPC? If he could understand such questions, he might not be a game AI, but the mastermind behind a crisis of intelligent machines. I opened the farm work option, and soon I made eye contact with Ed, who only had one eye. After gathering my courage, I spoke sincerely. "Dear Lord, after yesterday's battles and gathering, we realize how hard it is to bring order back to this world. Just the four of us might not succeed, even in 100 years, but there are many ancient souls wandering in another world. Do you think we can help you perform the soul summoning ritual again? If the number of returning souls increases, it would be good for you too." That was very clever. That's what a true player would do. Ed praised this newcomer silently. To him, the other person truly did their best to immerse themselves in the role. They turned the test questions from the other world into questions that could be asked in the game. Really a little genius. When the phrase, "good times don't last long," finished, Ed didn't know if his words helped, but he looked at Ed with hopeful eyes. The young lord naturally smiled, no longer acting like a machine when asking about farm work. He nodded happily and said, "It's great that you think this way. To summon souls again, 2 conditions must be met. First, I need enough materials to create bodies for you to attach to. Second, I need to use the souls of this world, which are already deeply corrupted and chaotic, but still lingering, as offerings. If you want more allies, you can try helping me prepare for the ritual." "Okay, I understand." "Good times don't last long," stammered in agreement, then turned with a surprised look to his 3 companions. Sure enough, they all showed similar expressions. "Zhongda, did I hear that right? If I understand correctly, was that an NPC guiding us to get the beta test qualification, farm work? It's pretty abstract, but it seems like that." At this moment, the internet troll seemed to soften. Although he had learned from a previous interference with the opening CG, he still found it hard to believe that an NPC in this game could be so intelligent. This must have gone beyond the preset programming. Maybe it's some kind of advanced AI. Based on the current situation, as long as the problem is transformed into a form consistent with this world's setting, this guiding NPC can indeed answer players' questions. The internal testing of the real world is truly like summoning spirits for the chaotic world, so after substitution, Ed can definitely provide answers. What a great NPC. The 4 of them all felt the same way. Howling Greenvine. "Do you remember what I said about the player being able to edit the illustrated guide?" Zhongda. "Yes, I remember. What's wrong?" "It seems there's no rule that the illustrated guide must only include monsters and neutral creatures. Are you suggesting, after the test ends, let's edit the NPC's illustrated guide? This guide is just too valuable. As the mastermind behind everything, Ed can naturally hear the players' conversations. They are quite enthusiastic, whether asking questions or planning to edit the illustrated guide. This is good, very much in line with his expectations, and it prevents the game designer, who is cosplaying as Woonie, from working in vain. However, Ed suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet unlocked the photo feature for Little Green, so his own illustrated guide probably won't have any photos for a while. It seems his own image on the guide will remain mysterious for some time. In fact, although Ed's combat power is currently worrying, both the Cyan Crown and otherworldly half-body are more like conceptual abilities. Combining the two directly created a game system. Just add a function to capture eye-catching images, then use the soul network to bring the pictures back to another world. Writing an illustrated guide wouldn't be difficult at all. Thinking of this, Ed decided to include this in tomorrow's or the day after tomorrow's optimization plans. Then he picked up the sack again and started his own player observation diary, following the pioneering players. As Ed expected, after receiving information from him, the four quickly revised their plans for the day. Based on their raft building, they planned to follow Ed's guidance to find some animal or monster brains, as well as the still dissipating chaotic spirits. It is important to clarify that Ed's attempt to summon a soul from another world is not very complicated. It mainly involves two conditions, a body and permission. He asks players for their brains to build bodies capable of holding a soul. As for the idea of a completely chaotic soul, that is just nonsense. The reason for mentioning this is based on another consideration. Ed's current level is only 2, and he can only summon 4-player souls. He needs to catch wild beasts with these 4 initial players, then finish them off to gain experience and level up. This process strengthens his soul and increases his network capacity. Of course, players don't need to know about this. Just like he only acts as a typical NPC, the main difference is that sometimes he shows signs of intelligence, and sometimes he doesn't. Not far in front of Ed, 4 players are whispering to each other. Zhongda, why is the guide still following us? Farm work. Isn't that good? Without him, we wouldn't have anyone to heal us if we get hurt. He's just like a healing robot. Not for long. Actually, that's normal. Like the guide NPC in Laria, who follows players early in the game, offering guidance and protection. Howling Greenvine. So, when are you planning to throw the voodoo doll and sacrifice him? Not for long was startled and instinctively looked back at Ed. In the young NPC's single eye, he saw a rare, gentle expression unique to machines. He turned to Howling Greenvine and said, I am loyal to my own faction and wouldn't do such a thing, even if I were an NPC. Howling Greenvine didn't reply further, only feeling in his heart that this newbie was so loyal to NPCs. If his strength improves in the future, he might consider recruiting him into his team, which he was building in his mind. Of course, Ed also heard this in his ears, but he didn't care much. Just joking. He's always the one sacrificing others. There's never been a case of him sacrificing himself. Meanwhile, the players divided tasks simply. Howling Greenvine specifically took 2 hours before today's test to learn how to make a simple wooden raft. Yesterday, the materials from the vine sheep that were killed proved useful. He planned to use his own blood and flesh to grow some vines, then use these natural ropes to tighten the wood. He briefly explained his plan. Since good times don't last long, he decided to go with him to make a raft. The main role of the beginner was to cut down the vines at critical moments, preventing these things from draining the Howling Greenvine. As for Zhongda and the person doing farm work, they planned to try the soul summoning method that he'd mentioned, hoping it could help them get a spot for internal testing. The 4 of them split into 2 groups and quickly started their actions. Because they had already learned about the nearby terrain yesterday, the 2 responsible for hunting quickly hid. The wilderness near the old castle had fewer trees, but there were occasional large bushes. Although they hadn't truly hunted in their original world, they had at least seen pigs run, so they crawled into the bushes and waited for prey. Soon, they saw 2 creatures that looked like the plum blossom deer from the promotional pictures. Looking at the deer with blooming antlers, Farm Work whispered, Did you know female deer usually don't have antlers? So these 2 are male deer. According to normal game rules, if only 2 of a species remain, they can still reproduce a large group. But this game's rules are so detailed, it's hard to say. Are the flowers on their antlers female or male flowers? Zhongda's focus was clearly different from Farmwork's. He asked scientifically, Good question, I don't know either. But it doesn't matter now. They're coming. The 2 male deer with blooming flowers on their antlers slowly approached the tender, juicy bushes. A floral scent spread out silently, drifting into the noses of the two players. They noticed the fragrance, but to avoid alerting the prey, they exchanged a quick glance and then kept their eyes fixed on the animals. The two plum blossom deer drew closer and closer. The two in the bushes wanted to attack suddenly, but found their bodies becoming weak and powerless. They even lost their short spears without knowing when. They were like two drunken men, swaying back and forth after half-standing, then completely collapsing. However, the two male deer showed no signs of fear. Instead, they seemed calm, as if it was expected. The two players looked at the semi-transparent status bar and found a debuff called numbness poison, a floral scent. That scent was toxic. Faced with the two deer showing their sharp teeth, the players realized this before being fully eaten. They had thought their stealth was perfect, but it was already exposed. The two deer didn't come for the bushes at first. They were here for something else. Indeed, skilled hunters often disguise themselves as prey. The moist, black nose rubbed against the completely paralyzed bodies of the players. The two, still with some sense left, could only watch helplessly as their bodies were about to be attacked by the wild animals, just like in a helpless movie. Seeing this, Zhou, also known as Zhongda, silently shouted in his mind. So this is what they call our 18. Watching yourself get eaten little by little isn't suitable for minors, even if it's just a game. Just as the two were about to lose everything, several greenish vines with hooks suddenly burst out of the ground. These vines, with some animal-like features, surrounded the two deer-shaped mutants, about 10 in total, like a cage, trapping them inside. Zhongda, before the numbness poison reached its peak, looked into the distance with all his might. He saw the saplings around Ed's head were especially lush and vibrant now. Ed's hands were stuck in the ground, with all 10 fingers buried in the soil. In the next moment, Zhongda was forcibly logged out of the game. As for the weaker player, Point Farm Work, who had less stamina, he had already lost all response and lay motionless beside the bushes like a corpse. Faced with this sudden attack, the two deer-shaped mutants were initially terrified but quickly entered a fighting stance. What was there to fear from a cage made of vines for these plant-eating mutants? As the cage tightened, the two predators, unwilling to die here, revealed their hidden sharp teeth beneath their harmless-looking appearances, like wolves. The battle between the two sides began immediately. Faced with two deformed creatures attacking a point in the cage, Ed, who controls the withered vine, remains calm. Instead, he makes the vine, formed by 10 fingers, spin and tighten while also moving up and down. As the vine tightens little by little, the light inside the cage gradually dims. The surrounding moving thorny vines form a plant-like Iron Maiden, slowly punishing the trapped prey. The two deer ultimately could not escape the grasp of the terrifying plant creature. They turned into two bodies full of wounds, but their surfaces remained intact. Ed turned the withered vine back into his fingers and approached his prey and the two sleeping players. I'm starting to doubt your judgment. As Ed kept moving forward, Little Green's teasing also arrived at the right time. They're beginners too, so it's okay. Even we almost failed at the start. Since we're asking players for help, it's natural to guide them through their initial weaknesses. Ed's face was gentle now, and he didn't mind the mistakes made by the two players at all. In his past life, as someone clumsy at games, he knew how hard it was to start a new game. Honestly, the gameplay of Disorder World isn't as advanced as those big games that have been running for years. The reason 4 people love it is mainly because of the fresh feeling, the immersion and exploration of a new world. To keep players engaged, he needed to keep improving the Little Green panel and also guide them properly, accepting the chaos they might bring. He arrived at the quiet battlefield and reached out both hands toward the two dead, deer-shaped, deformed creatures. He named these creatures himself, since using their original names from his hometown felt uncomfortable. But he's not good at naming, so after giving them a code name based on their features, he just added deformed creature after similar-looking animals to show their monster identity. Honestly, Ed doubts whether there are still normal creatures in this world. Maybe everything has already turned into deformed creatures. Even those who can communicate are no longer humans before the tide of chaos, but humanoid deformed creatures. Gene collected. Paralysis Flower Little Green gave a timely hint, but Ed didn't retract his hands. His hands still pressed on the distorted creatures at both ends, while the two battered deer gradually shrank. Ed could feel life force flowing into his body, or more accurately, a game-related term, experience points. Before this, Ed and Little Green had fought a few, vine sheep, and plum blossom deer. Unfortunately, their still-warm flesh had been reshaped and integrated into plants, eventually becoming the 4 players now, instead of turning into invisible experience points. This is why, after 2 days of the closed beta, Ed, as the guide, was still only at level 2. But that was about to change. A shiver from his soul told Ed that his level on the interface had increased from 2 to 3. Although there were many stronger than him in the Barony, Ed believed this was only temporary. With the help of players, and since he had already hinted at how to get beta access, even if he didn't want to level up, countless players eager to join the server would help him. Thinking of this, Ed quickly closed his eyes and focused on his soul, trying to understand how many players' souls the current network could hold. Little Green could convert some attributes into data, but not everything. Ed believed that the data conversion ability of Little Green was essentially a result of the Crown of Verdure, an active experiment, using its special identity to forcibly observe surrounding things. In the end, it combined his sacrificed flesh and presented it in a way he could understand and accept. For things that are hard to measure with data or have identities similar to Crown of Verdure, it couldn't see clearly. After carefully contemplating, Ed felt confident. His current soul capacity had grown from 4 to 8. Considering his current level was 3, he wondered, could the capacity of the soul network grow exponentially? If that were true, then he only needed to reach level 33 to bring everyone from another world into the game. That idea was a bit terrifying. He hoped more players would join, but 80 million people was still too many. His soul might get overwhelmed. Plus, the world needed to function normally. Not everyone had the time, energy, or interest to play games. Ed gave up on unrealistic dreams and turned to look at the 2 players who were sleeping. With the help of the green creature, Ed saw how much time was left for the paralysis toxin, 1 hour and 12 minutes. That's too long. It might cause his players to quit the game. Thinking of this, Ed gave a command to the green creature in his mind. Use the gene sample to reverse engineer the toxin from the paralysis flower. We need the players to recover faster. In the real world, the still-ordered world. Inside a university dormitory, Zhou, the owner of the in-game ID, Ajonda Meat Jerky Wholesale, regained consciousness. A scrolling notification appeared on the embedded screen inside his helmet. Forced logout due to body anomaly. Current status: paralysis. Remaining time: 1 hour 12 minutes and 36 seconds. Zhou had never been so angry. He had never been killed by wild animals in any game. But then again, can these really be called wild animals? Ultimately, he just didn't want to admit his mistake. This disorderly world is essentially full of monsters. The only difference is how crazy they are. Looking out the dark window, Zhou realized it might be hard to sleep well without this game. He checked the time and, feeling very energetic, took out his phone to watch some videos while waiting for the resurrection countdown. Ding! A message arrived. Zhou saw it was a private chat from Point Farm Work. Are you there? Yeah. Seems like that toxin is pretty strong. Even 5 points of stamina can't handle it. Exactly. Let's wait for the resurrection. There's no other way. I'll check on their raft later. I don't have any friends in the game I want to invite, so I won't play with you anymore. Don't go, buddy. Tearful.jpg, a series of pitiful emoji packs were sent from the other end of the phone. Gross. Zhou remained unmoved. 50. What? Help me get a testing qualification, and I'll give you 50. Wow, that's generous. Tomorrow's Thursday? That has nothing to do with it. The history expert is a wealthy guy. If I can help him get an early access pass, he would definitely be happy to buy it. 50 units is just to make up for the time you spent helping me develop. His Zhou involuntarily took a breath, his throat moving slightly. Because of the security device, this game clearly has no value in selling accounts. In other words, besides being fun, Disorderly World currently has no other ways to make money. But even if this game can't be monetized at all, an early access pass would still be very valuable. I just hadn't thought about this aspect before. Thinking of this, Zhou narrowed his eyes and quickly tapped on the screen. History expert is a wealthy guy? Yes. He's willing to spend money to get the pass? Yes. Through the screen, The point farm felt like he was about to persuade the other person. Zhongda, so you just give me 50, point farm. I think you've pocketed some of the military's money. Not. How much do you want then? Zhou thought for a moment and replied without hesitation. He's your friend, and the pricing power is in your hands. We split it 40/60ths. Since the connection is yours, I get 40%, you get 60%. Deal. Actually, Point Farm wasn't sure how much the chief history expert could give. He just thought this online friend would be willing to pay for it. But what if the enthusiasm for this game had already faded quickly? For someone who isn't short of money, there are definitely many options in life. Thinking of this, Point Farm grew more anxious. The countdown on the embedded screen inside his helmet was slowly wearing down his patience. At this moment, the countdown suddenly changed from text to, body is undergoing treatment, paralysis toxin has been neutralized, wake up time, 20 seconds. Huh? Seeing the entire process, Point Farm widened his eyes in surprise. He quickly sent a message to Zhongda and then put on his helmet. 20 seconds later, both of them opened their eyes again in the world of disorder. Ed spoke to the two of them, and they saw that the flowers on the crown-like sapling above Ed's head, which resembled deer-shaped mutants, were rapidly withering and dying. It seemed that the guide had saved them. Thinking this, he politely expressed his thanks, and then the two of them resumed hunting. This time, they dared not take risks. Compared to the powerless, plum-blossom deer, the vine sheep were less aggressive. Even with only 2 people, they could fight off a weak monster that had fallen behind. The two quickly began their actions, while Ed still carried the burlap bag used to hold player fragments, following behind them. About a kilometer away, by the river, as the short spear's blade swung down, the 20th vine, which could be used as a rope, fell to the ground. Howling Green Vine and Briefly Beautiful looked at each other and saw the other's pale face. Because they used flesh and blood to grow 10 vines, both of their status screens showed a weakness debuff, lowering all their attributes slightly. Although it was only a temporary weakness, they both felt the inability to exert strength. The game blocked almost all pain sensations, but it was very good at stimulating the 5 senses. This immersive feeling made them truly feel weak in their bodies. How do we remove the debuff? Asked Briefly Beautiful. Howling Green Vine. Do you remember the tip when you logged in today? Which one? The one about stamina and nutrition. Yes, I remember. So we're just weak. If this game really mimics reality, then we just need to eat to relieve the symptoms. It might take a day or 2. Are we still going to make the raft? Of course. This is the main quest. Weren't they going hunting? Hopefully, they'll get something. If not, after logging off today, we can talk to them. Tomorrow, everyone can eat well before starting again. Good idea. The two cooperated to start making the raft, while the other side's hunting continued, slowly progressing through repeated failures. The next day's test quickly came to an end, reaching 6 p.m. in the chaotic world, which is 6 a.m. in the real world. 4 players and 1 NPC finally met again near the old castle. Ed had already prepared a campfire in advance. The 2 people responsible for making the raft pointed toward the riverbank, looking proud of themselves. The 2 hunters had brought back 4 vine sheep. 2 of them were already dead and ready to be cooked for dinner. The remaining 2 were bleeding and occasionally trying to resist. Farming tasks placed the 2 live sheep in front of Ed. Honorable Lord, I wonder if these 2 lively lost souls can be used for a summoning ritual from another world? Ed's mouth twitched slightly, making him look like an evil lord planning to sacrifice something. It seemed he really wanted to give his friends a chance to test something. His soul network capacity still had 4 slots left, so he needed to plan carefully. He cleared his throat and spoke gently as usual. This time, it's okay. Farming tasks was initially very happy, but then felt a bit strange. Ed didn't hide anything and explained in a tone like introducing a setting. The cost of summoning from another world increases with the number of souls summoned. Next time, it will require more. After saying that, he set aside the 2 tied vine sheep and told, farming tasks, I will prepare the summoning process tonight. The remaining materials will be used to repair your bodies. Maybe tomorrow, new summoned souls will be born. Seeing the confusion in the player's eyes, Ed began to explain his somewhat vague wording. Not all spirits agree to be reborn, so the summoning spell needs some response time. Hearing Ed's words, Good times don't last nodded thoughtfully, realizing, so, it's part of the game setting. Then he moved closer to Ed and asked, Honorable Lord, why can't we act at night? Of course, the reason was obvious. It's still a testing phase. As a disguised NPC, he couldn't be with the players 24/7. But he couldn't say that directly. At this moment, he needed an answer that explained the situation and fit the worldview. Ed looked at the new player and replied, Right now, the soul-summoning magic in this world can only last 12 hours each day. Otherwise, your bodies might break down. I will find a way to fix this, so that experienced soul returners can stay longer in this world. I see, the new player said. Good times don't last. Ed thoughtfully rubbed his chin, lost in his thoughts. Soon, it was 8 p.m. in the chaotic world, which was 8 a.m. in the real world. The 4 players and an NPC sat around a campfire, sharing a small vine sheep. As their stamina slowly recovered, they felt satisfied and logged out. The next day's test was over. The 4 players returned to their own worlds. Ed, after draining the vitality from 2 vine sheep, used the remaining materials and his abilities to create a new body. Since he accepted this offering, he naturally didn't hold back. Feeling the faint increase in experience points, Ed casually threw a string of random characters into the network of another world, fulfilling his promise. In the real world, the 4 were chatting casually in a small group. It was almost lunchtime, and even Zhou Ju, who was working, finally got a short break. Thanks to 2 good nights of sleep, he could now use his resting time to chat with friends instead of just lying around. They were planning tonight's game session. Since they didn't have more friends to invite, they decided to regroup and explore the area across the river. According to Ed's plan, after the players cleared the mutated creatures near the old castle, they should communicate with the 3 villages nearby to gather more supplies and meet more NPCs. But unfortunately, the appearance of a river and a dark forest made everyone more interested in exploring the other side. Ed didn't mind. It just meant he, the scavenger, would be busier. He hoped that after seeing the big tree that loved eating and mixing good food, they would still love this game just as much. Just as G and the others, who were happily chatting about farm work, suddenly saw a pop-up message appear at the top of their chat window. Dear beta tester, your account has received a shareable beta invitation code. Click here for details. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly took a screenshot just before the pop-up disappeared and sent it to the group. After a brief silence, Good Times Don't Last sent several emoji packs in a row, ending with a very surprised tone. Wow. Now the NPC is teaching players how to play the game. Crying Greenvine. Do we have a new partner tomorrow? Zhongda. Don't forget about my share. He sent a long string of OKs, then stopped looking at the group and clicked on the collapsed pop-up to verify the invitation code. He couldn't tell if it was real or fake, but the moment he saw the strange characters, he felt it was genuine. Most codes and activation keys look similar, with only a few following certain patterns. At this moment, he couldn't hold back his restless feelings. He quickly opened the chat with Chief History Expert and sent the question he had prepared long ago. Buddy, if I can get you a beta test spot, how much would you ask for? The status above the chat changed to typing. And after a few seconds, a message came. If what you described yesterday is true, then 10,000 is worth it. 10,000. Jihee's smile froze on his face. It wasn't because he thought it was too little, but because it felt like too much, so much that he felt a bit guilty. Not only because he was asking his friend for a high price, but also because at first, he only wanted to offer Zhongda 50 yuan. Rich friends really make money easily. He sighed inwardly, then quickly typed on his screen. All right, I got the activation code. On the other side of the screen, Yu Yun, also known as Chief History Expert, was momentarily stunned, then replied incredulously. You said yesterday it was hard to get. He also paused when he saw this message, realizing that he might look like he was scamming his friend. To avoid being labeled as a casual player who only wins half the time and a seasoned player who always wins, he thought carefully and replied sincerely. The reason is hard to explain, but I didn't mean to deceive you. I'll send you the activation code now. Play tonight at 8 o'clock. Whatever you think it's worth, just pay that amount. Yu Yun was briefly surprised by his friend's generosity. They had known each other online for almost 2 years, but this was the first time he saw such a generous gesture from an internet troll. He initially wanted to pay a small deposit, but after thinking carefully, he agreed with what Farm Work said. If after trying the game he felt that 10,000 was a good price, he might add a little more money. Everyone would be happy, and both sides would be satisfied. Now, the only thing that could affect their friendship was the quality of the game, Disorderly World. Deciding firmly, Yu nodded and agreed to Farmworks' plan. Soon, he received a long string of garbled characters. At the same time, he opened the official website of Disorderly World and logged into his account, which he had registered with a survey. After copying the garbled code into the activation box, a new message appeared. Dear Chief Historian, you have successfully activated your first beta test qualification for Disorderly World. The next server opening will be on August 4th, 2037, at 8 p.m. At the same time as the two sides reached a gentleman's agreement, a technical staff member at a gaming platform was being interrogated by his boss. Are you telling me that a small bug needs 4 reworks? The technical director was furious. He looked at the technician whose hairline was receding and his face was full of anger, like a wild beast losing control. Director, it's not our backend code. I really don't know how to explain this. The programmer hesitated as he spoke, occasionally glancing at his superior. The technical director had worked his way up from the bottom. He knew the technical details well, but after moving into management, he rarely got involved in the technical work himself. Looking at his nervous subordinate, the director also felt a flicker of doubt in his mind. Their tech department relies entirely on their skills. Whether it's design or marketing, they can explain failures during setbacks, but when it comes to technology, they either succeed or they don't. If they can't even solve this problem, then what are their subordinates? The answer is, they are useless. About a week ago, dozens of bug reports appeared in the game website's system backend. The staff quickly checked and found that all these reports mentioned the same issue. A game called Disorderly World suddenly appeared on the second page of the new game rankings, even though only a few promotional images had been released. It was in the 20th position. At first, the director and programmers thought it was just a bug. After all, no matter which company made the game, doing such things would ruin their reputation. Such cyber tricks are very taboo in their industry. Thanks to the programmer's efforts, the bug was quickly fixed, and Disorderly World didn't even see the next day. That's how it was supposed to end. Supposedly, 2 days later, on August 2nd, Disorderly World appeared again at the bottom of the second page of the rankings. Same position, same fake popularity, same description, only with a few new concept images. The programmers stayed up late to fix it. When the news reached the director, he let out a long breath of relief. After all, this was just a small mistake at work, or at worst, a clear scandal. But when he thought carefully about the whole situation, he felt something strange. The website backend showed no signs of hacking. It was as if, in an instant, an unseen hand had directly inserted Disorderly World into the rankings, jumping ahead in front of everyone. The game was still in the internal testing phase, and such behavior would definitely hurt their reputation. No one could understand this action. But never mind, the problem was solved. And then, on August 3rd, Disorderly World appeared again. Same formula, same taste, still at the bottom of the second page, in position 20. The hesitant programmer was browsing the page with his own account, staring intently at a game cover featuring a broken castle. He muttered uncertainly, "How is this possible? How can this be? Today is August 4th, and finally, the situation could no longer be kept quiet." Even though the programmer personally made the game, Disorderly World, disappear from the website every day, at some point the next day, the cyber ghost would reappear in the same spot, as if mocking them. Or perhaps, it was a challenge. With such powerful technology, if this game were placed on the reservation or anticipation list, it might go unnoticed for a week or two. But the mastermind behind it seemed to have a problem with their mind, insisting on making it appear on the new game list, with no reason at all. As more tickets piled up, the truth eventually came out, leading to the scene where the programmer had to admit his mistake to the director. The director said nothing, just stared at the programmer like a calm but crazy person. After a long moment, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "Come on, take me to your workstation." The programmer, knowing the director was about to take action himself, felt a sigh of relief. Not because he believed the director could fix the problem, but because he was sure the director couldn't handle the cyber ghost at all. It was a simple truth. If you can do it, then do it. If not, I accept it. Soon, the director sat at the programmer's desk and began carefully fixing the bugs, trying to remove Disorderly World from their game platform's homepage completely. An hour later, the director spread his arms and looked at the programmer with disdain, as if saying, "You're just not good enough. Practice more." After an hour of effort, he had completely deleted Disorderly World from the backend, even catching a couple of minor bugs along the way. Behind him, members of the tech team gathered, watching as if they were learning but really just slacking off. The director was now proud of himself, thinking he was still sharp, ready to hear some praise. He believed his skills were still solid. Such stubborn bugs wouldn't last long under his hands. The programmer, left aside, thought for a moment and finally decided to burst the director's false confidence. He refreshed the web page and returned to the front page. On the second spot of the new game recommendations list, a dark castle with a haunting presence appeared, written in old, elegant font, Disorderly World. Tonight, the office was silent. The director looked at the website front end in disbelief. He grabbed the programmer's mouse and refreshed the page repeatedly, still finding it hard to believe his eyes. After a long while, he sat back in his chair and let out a deep sigh. "I'll talk to the boss about this." Seeing the director stumped, the programmers packed up and left work. No overtime today. Let the cyber ghosts be. They're beyond their control anyway. An hour later, after some criticism and a successful comeback, the programmer returned home. Lying in bed, feeling bored, he unintentionally browsed his company's gaming platform homepage. He was also a gamer, but usually used a less popular platform to keep work and play separate. Now, he wanted to see this so-called Disorderly World. As a player, hoping to find some clues. He believed all bugs could be explained. If not, then his own thinking was just incomplete. Unfortunately, he is not the designer of this game. He could only register a game account through the index and link it to his platform account to receive important message notifications. After logging in as a user, the programmer could see more content. After reviewing some basic settings, he quickly opened the map. On the yellowed parchment, he found the broken old castle from the game cover, and nearby on the riverbank, he saw a symbol of a boat. To the north of the castle, in the open field, there were several deer-shaped marks with a blood-red background, which seemed to be warnings. The edges of the visible map were irregular, as if still being drawn. In the shadows on the west side, 3 highlighted blurry areas were hidden, but their meaning was unclear. The programmer exited the map page and opened the encyclopedia. Soon, he found an entry very similar to the simple drawing of a deer on the map. Plum blossom, deer, a mutated deer species that coexists with the palsy flower. It pretends to be a herbivore to deceive enemies, but actually eats meat. It kills prey after the paralyzing toxin takes effect. Very dangerous. Current level, 3 to 4. Distribution, very widespread. After reading this entry, he checked other creatures from another world, like vine sheep and paralysis flower, noticing that the style of different entries seemed different. For example, withered wood vine and vine sheep. Descriptions were very objective, while plum blossom deer and paralysis flower carried a faint sense of resentment, as if the editors had been killed by these monsters. Thinking of this, the programmer quickly found the semi-transparent font in the corner of the entry. He confirmed that the more objective entries came from Wuni, while the ones with subjective emotions were from someone named Zhongda. Looking at these 2 names that didn't match the worldview at all, the programmer guessed they were player IDs. But this game was quite strange. It even allowed players to edit entries on the official website. Shouldn't that be something for a small player-run website? Moreover, it seemed that someone was already playing this game. But how could that be? Less than a week from promotion to server launch, it was almost like someone was rushing to praise it. The programmer felt his thinking was becoming a bit confused. After exiting the monster encyclopedia, he discovered an NPC encyclopedia, which seemed to be a newly created branch. He clicked on it and saw a dark silhouette. The figure, resembling a human, appeared slightly asymmetrical, with some leaf-like color patches on the side of the head. This encyclopedia entry was jointly created by Good Times Don't Last and Howling Green Vine, and it read, NPC. Ed Adrian role, a young lord who summons spirits, a gentle guide. Description: the first, and currently the only one in the beta test, NPC the player encounters after entering the game. He appears to be around 16 to 18 years old, with white hair, a green right eye, and a small sapling growing in the left eye socket, forming a crown around half of his head. He has some control over plants, can remove abnormal states, heal, and revive players. He can answer many questions, but only if asked proactively. Note: this NPC is very intelligent. Repeat: this NPC is very intelligent. As long as questions are asked in a way that fits the game's world, there is a high chance he will give unique and effective answers. The programmer frowned. This isn't a simple introduction. It's clearly a hidden message. Although he didn't understand psychology well, he roughly pieced together a basic idea. Suppose one day a player is into cybergut health, then casually visits their website, browses the trending topics, and becomes interested in Disorderly World, only to find it's an unreleased game. This might leave a bad impression, but being controversial also makes you memorable. That's a skill. Could this player then fill out a survey to make a reservation? Could they log into their account and browse the official website? Could they see this interesting entry and be drawn into the game? Each step might cause some players to lose interest, but such small designs, along with many others, form a seemingly endless tree-like map that easily captures some people's hearts. Seeing such an interesting encyclopedia entry, and knowing there are highly intelligent NPCs in the game, can anyone interested really resist trying it out? Anyway, the programmer couldn't hold back himself. Although this game disgusted him for several days, both its style and the content he could see so far unexpectedly hit his sweet spot. He had to try it out, but unfortunately, he didn't have access to the beta test. Thinking about being kept outside the game world while other beta testers enjoyed themselves inside, the programmer felt upset, as if he had been cheated on. Still, he quickly prepared to join the game. First, he used a fake account to share the game's homepage in a few gaming groups where he usually stayed quiet, then watched as the group members attacked him fiercely. Next, he decided to change his game ID. His current ID was randomly generated by the system, called Cute Withered Vine 66. He wasn't sure how those words connected. Looking at the IDs of some players who edited the game entries, the programmer found many interesting references. A programmer named Chui Yuan thought for a moment and finally entered Great Wave Fist King as his new username. After doing this, the new fan of Disordered World didn't know what to do next but was reluctant to leave the game altogether. Although it was still early, he really had nothing else to do. Bored, he kept refreshing the webpage over and over, when suddenly, a strange detail in the website's animation caught his attention. What puzzled Chui Yuan was the intro animation when he entered the website, the one that looked like emerging from a whirlpool or being born into this world. He noticed that the final part of the animation didn't seem smooth. With each refresh, he could sense something was off. But this wasn't obvious to the eye. The experienced programmer thought for a moment, opened screen recording software, set the recording quality to the highest, and recorded the animation again. He then imported the footage into editing software for frame-by-frame analysis. Soon, he understood where the strange feeling came from. It was in the last 10 or so frames of the animation. To the eye, it just looked like a simple transition from blurry to clear, but in reality, it was achieved by blending multiple color filters. Interesting. The experienced programmer feels that things are becoming more fun. If it's just for visual effects, there's no real need to go this far. But since the production team made it, there must be a reason. He knows there are always people online who are good at creating and solving puzzles. He often watches videos about puzzles himself. Now, it seems he has discovered a small web Easter egg. So, Chui Yuan clenched his fists and started solving the puzzle. The terrible tide of magic has been raging in this world for nearly 100 years. All races are on the brink of extinction. Boundaries of everything are blurring, and essence is merging. Player Yu Yun, Game ID. History expert, connected successfully. Compared to sight, hearing was the first to return to normal. The clear voice of a young person reached his ears. The prepared history expert immediately understood his current situation. He had successfully entered the game. It should be the start animation now, but does every player get a start animation? This makes sense, but it contradicts what his friend Farmwork described as real. While he was thinking this, The clear voice suddenly changed and said something he had never heard from an NPC in the game. For details about your current situation, you can consult the other 4 soul returners to help you adapt faster. Just as history expert's vision was restored, he saw a humanoid monster with stitches on its face run over and hug him. If it weren't for the semi-transparent ID floating above its head, he might have thought he was seeing a first encounter killer. Bro, you finally arrived. 2 online friends who had never met in real life were now hugging tightly. He wondered how they would feel when they learned this place was also part of the real world. History expert looked around and saw 3 other players waiting nearby, including Zhongda, who he had cursed and cursed at, with his kidneys flying everywhere. Time has passed, and in just a few days, the 2 who used to argue and insult each other are about to work together. It's truly surreal. It seems that my earlier harsh words were a bit extreme, but they were understandable. After playing games for so many years, this was the first time I saw such an abstract promotional event like Disorder World. The group politely shook hands, and then Howling Greenvine briefly explained today's task. If anyone wants to invite other players, you can team up in pairs to hunt. If not, we'll focus on building the raft today to cross the river. The dark forest on the other side looks tough, so if it's too hard, we'll try a different route. The 3 experienced players had no objections. The new member, History Expert, nodded frequently. He loves online games because of the fun social interactions. Right now, the immersive experience made this fun even better. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his hands to his head and shouted near the castle gate, "Where's my helmet?" His shout clearly caught everyone's attention, except for the NPCs. They just looked at him with slight teasing smiles, as if waiting for him to notice other unusual things. Farmwork came over and put a hand on his shoulder. "Bro, I told you about immersive experiences, but you didn't believe me. Now, do you believe me?" History Expert nodded without arguing. His friend continued, "You also need to believe that your surprise is just the least interesting part of this game." Then he took the new player to the castle gate and pushed it open forcefully, revealing the bizarre, crazy, yet incredibly real world to History Expert. At that moment, Farmwork completely let go of himself. Using a tone only NPCs might have, he shouted to his friend, "Welcome to the Disorder World." Then he pushed his friend off the castle gate, which was hanging high above the ground. A minute later, everyone gathered at the remaining stone steps below the castle. "So, why did you push me? I'm afraid you have acrophobia and might hesitate, wasting time." "I don't. You might." In a relaxed atmosphere, the players began their 3rd day of exploring the game. The player, History Expert, has initial attributes: Strength 7, Agility 3, Constitution 5, Willpower 5. This makes for a fairly balanced character template. With his help, the group built rafts much faster. Before noon in the chaotic world, a simple raft appeared by the small river. The river flows very slowly, so as long as there is no heavy rain, the raft won't be washed away. The group stood on the raft, trying to distribute their weight evenly. Under the support of the 2 strongest members with poles, the makeshift boat finally wobbled and slowly reached the other side. Everyone cheered happily for discovering a new map. Though it looked a bit childish, human happiness can be so simple sometimes. As early testers of the game, the 5 of them felt like explorers discovering a new world. While they celebrated and prepared to explore, they seemed to forget one thing. The only NPC that can heal was left behind on the other side. Ed held a burlap sack and stood nearby on the opposite bank, looking at the excited players with a sympathetic gaze. "How long do you think they can last?" Ed asked Little Green. "That depends on their teamwork. Want to see their first-person view? I can project it into your mind. Never mind. Experiencing being dismembered once is enough. I don't enjoy watching it repeatedly. Keep an eye on them, and if they all die, let me know. I'll go pick up the pieces." After speaking, Ed turned toward the direction of the ancient castle, beginning to think about his next move. After all, he's not a philanthropist and hasn't forgotten his true identity in this world. While the beta players explored the Black Forest, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Dragonborn village on the other side of the Barony. Several knights approached near the village gate. Their swollen skin had a bark-like texture, and their bodies, much stronger than normal humans, were hidden beneath dark green robes. As for the mounts beneath their hips, they displayed features of various strange hoofed animals. Even the bit in their mouths seemed to be made of dried vines woven together. In this chaotic world, calling them horses doesn't seem wrong. At this moment, the knights are approaching the dragonborn village aggressively, as if they want to crush it. Farther away, by the small creek, about a dozen people with saplings growing on their bodies are watching and laughing at the scene. The outermost part of the village is surrounded by a high earthen wall, over a meter tall. Outside the wall, there's a dry ditch about 3 meters deep. The village guards had already spotted the group when they reached the foot of the earthen wall. By the time the knights arrived, the village gate was tightly closed. Above the gate, on the wall, a strong, shirtless man was looking down at them. Followers of the tree worship, what are you here for? His tone was contemptuous and completely disrespectful. But the leading knight paid no mind. He simply looked up and loudly replied, I received reports from our followers that a heretic came to your village 3 days ago. Is this true? If so, our peace treaty is now broken. His tone was calm, but it sounded like he was reading out a declaration of war. However, in the eyes of some villagers who call themselves Dragonborn, this declaration was no better than a piece of toilet paper. Huh? Do you think heretics of the tree worship would write that on their faces? Are you so brainless that your head is full of roots? I'll give you one last warning. Go back where you came from. We live our lives separately, and we won't interfere with each other. The leader of the tree worshippers, who was being mocked, didn't get angry. He looked at the shirtless man above and said seriously, the patterns on the world tree record everything that has happened. If you let us see it, the truth will come out. If you refuse, maybe there's really something strange going on. It's not that we don't trust you. It's just that we came from far away to investigate. Surely, you can give us an explanation, right? The man on the earthen wall looked slightly surprised. He wasn't afraid of the other side, nor did he think what they said was reasonable. He simply felt he was caught in a deadlock. This illiterate villager of the Dragonborn village couldn't understand what a self-incrimination trap was. Meanwhile, the leader of the tree worshippers under the hood slightly curled the corner of his mouth. The monsters in front of us are just creatures who have received a small blessing from the dragon. That wild dragon might have died decades ago. If not for the contract, this village would have long become a forest farm for the tree worshippers. This is his tried-and-true way of speaking, using clever words with those foolish people who only have strength but no brains, and who haven't been blessed by the world tree. The first step is to put on a big hat and make a demand that the other side cannot possibly agree to, then gradually make concessions to achieve his goal. During this process, the other side thinks they have saved face, while he wins internally. Both sides get what they want. Sure enough, after a few seconds of thinking, the person on the rammed earth wall started shouting again. There's no way we're letting you in, but we could let you in if you have the courage. They took the bait. The leader of the tree worshippers wanted this effect. In just a few seconds, it was clear the other side realized two things. First, that the Dragonborn village was not in the right, and second, that continuing like this would cause them to lose face. Since that traitor doesn't care about the Dragonborn village, it's fine to let them come in and check, but we can't give in completely. Why not? The leader of the tree worshippers responded coldly, already smiling inside. Everything was going so smoothly. Ha ha! The man on the rammed earth wall burst into laughter. As his furious roar echoed, the sharp tips on both sides of his head finally pierced through his skin. Beneath the boiling blood, 2 deformed dragon horns appeared, one long, one short. At the same time, his muscles began to swell, and red scales seemed to be growing under his skin. His already tattered pants tore apart, and a thick, ugly tail stretched out from behind. The man pointed downward with fingers that had turned into claws. Then come on. I'll show you around our village. Archbishop, you can't. The man behind him rode forward 2 steps, intending to quietly advise him, but was glared back by the middle-aged man. He reluctantly returned to the rear horse team. The middle-aged man, called the Archbishop, gently tugged on a vine-made bridle, causing his mount to walk forward slowly, finally stopping at the entrance of the Dragonborn village. The solid wooden door, covered in metal, slowly opened. Standing in the middle of the road was a tall, shirtless man with dragon-like features, about 3 meters high, smiling as he invited the leader of the tree worshippers inside. The leader left his horse outside the village and then calmly walked beside the middle-aged man. Behind them, the gate closed again, cutting off contact with other tree worshipper knights. Several dozen villagers with unfriendly looks followed closely, staring at him. "How do you plan to investigate?" the dragon-like man asked. "Let's agree in advance. You can ask the villagers, but you can't threaten or punish them." "I will keep an eye on you," the leader replied. "Are you hoping I'll make a move so you can kill me here?" The leader suddenly asked. "If you agree to fight me, we can skip those steps," the dragon-like man said without feeling embarrassed about being caught. Instead, he became more straightforward. The leader shook his head. "Next time. I have more important things to do." As they spoke, they reached the center of the village. There, some edible plants grew, cultivated by villagers over generations. The plants looked lush and healthy, but everyone knew these days wouldn't last forever. In this world without boundaries, in just a few generations, these plants might grow human fingers or dragon scales. The leader carefully avoided the low-growing crops and approached a tree that looked like a fruit tree. He began to recite words to himself, touching the trunk. A few seconds later, his right hand extended from beneath his dark green robe. The dragon-like man saw that his hand had turned into a withered branch, perfect for igniting fire. The leader pressed his transformed hand against the fruit tree, closed his eyes, as if sensing something. At that moment, scenes flashed through his mind like snapshots. He quickly grasped what he needed. He opened his eyes, looked at the middle-aged dragon-like man, and a smile appeared under his hood. "Thank you for your cooperation. The trail of the traitor is now clear," he said. The middle-aged dragon-like man also seemed unfamiliar with this trick, but roughly understood the ability of the tree worshipper leader in front of him. The other person could talk to plants, even those already tamed, even those beginning to grow dragon scales. They could communicate with them all. The boundaries of the worship tree cult are completely unknown to him. Does this mean that as long as they want, they can monitor everything inside the dragon village? Thinking of this, the dragon-transformed man, although silent on the surface, began to regret forcing himself to let this person into safe face. He even started to consider the possibility and the cost of silencing him. The bishop of the worship tree cult clearly saw his hesitation and spoke in a mysterious tone. "Under the binding of the contract, I am not interested in anything outside of the heretics. Now that I have found his trail, why should I let him go?" The dragon-transformed man looked at the bishop for 2 seconds and said, "Let's go." The solid wooden door of the ironclad house closed in front of the middle-aged dragon man. Finally, after sending away this troublemaker, the villagers around him immediately gathered. "Village chief, why did that fool from the faith tree come again?" The man called the village chief remained silent. The dragon-transformed features on his body gradually disappeared, and he seemed to be entering a weak phase. The village chief waved his hand to signal everyone to step back. He then took a trusted aide to the center of the village, inside the shrine. A piece of bright red dragon scale, about the size of a fist, lay quietly on the altar. The village chief stared at the scale, as if examining its shine. After a long while, he seemed to confirm something, then exhaled deeply and said to his aide, "Go to the holy mountain later and report today's events to the master." "Understood." Outside Dragon Village, the bishop led his 5-legged horse back to his subordinates. "Your Grace, do we have any clues about the heretic?" The bishop nodded. "The target seems to be heading east. So, the heretic really came here," one of the knights muttered, and the bishop immediately looked over. "Do you have any questions, sir?" The villager who reported the heretic lives in a nearby village. According to the bounty issued by the church district, he should be exempt from taxes for 10 years. The bishop seemed to recall this and thought for a few seconds before speaking. "Prioritize the matters at hand." "Yes, sir." Several knights responded and followed the bishop, rushing eastward. "Here is a simplified and corrected version of your text. I need to explain in detail the current terrain of Ed's Barony. If we focus on the flying ancient castle at the center, the southwest sides are surrounded by rivers. Inside, there are mostly open fields, and across the rivers are dark green forests. To the east and north, there are 3 villages. The Dragonborn village is almost directly east of the castle. The trees in the villages don't lie. After leaving the village, Ed indeed headed east. He's not foolish, and with Little Green's warning, he easily realized he might be exposed. So, he chose to take a detour back to the castle. Besides that, he learned a small, unimportant detail in the dragonborn village. The dragon that protects the village lives in the mountains about 10 miles east. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoes across the open land, stirring a breeze strong enough to down low bushes. Among the weeds, a few plants look strong and not fragile. They bend low because the other weeds have fallen, with one side showing eyes drawn on it, hanging toward the ground. To the east of the open land, a large, bare mountain outline begins to appear on the horizon. Castle, Baron's study. The seed has been triggered. Little Green's warning interrupted Ed's thoughts about the future. Living in this world is important, but the urgent matter is the tree worshippers. When Ed went to buy supplies from the 3 villages, he already thought about the current situation. It's hard to survive alone, but making contact with others might reveal his location early. Between 2 bad choices, Ed left some tricks along the way to delay the tree worshippers, trying to make them find him later. He never hoped to completely escape their pursuit. For now, he can only think of defeating them. He has no other plan. Where's the seed? As Ed asked, Little Green showed him what they had seen. Ed quickly identified where the seed was. Sure enough, as Little Green said, some plants in the Dragonborn village can record images. Luckily, this ability only works on trees for now. If one day even weeds can show the movements of passers-by, then Ed really won't be able to escape. At this moment, Edna's left eye, which had merged with Little Green, seemed to regain its sight. He saw a group of people riding strange mounts rushing toward the east, about to disappear from the view of this seed. If his guess was correct, the next seed would soon encounter these uninvited guests. While he was thinking this, he saw the night team in his view suddenly turn around and rush toward the seed's location. At the same time, the view began to shake violently. On the weeds growing from the seed, what looked like painted eyes looked around, only to see vines breaking through the ground, lifting a small area where the seed was located. It was exposed. Edna was a bit surprised. It seemed that this bishop was not an ordinary person, but unfortunately, he thought to himself and said silently in his mind to Little Green, Plan B. The horse team quickly reached the vines. The bishop extended his right hand and took a small clump of soil from the tangled vines. At this moment, all the weeds on this soil were still alive, except for the central grass, which had withered, leaving only curling yellow leaves. The bishop turned over the lifeless leaf and saw an eye drawn like a child's doodle. He sneered. As expected of an experiment, you learn quickly, but you should also see who you're dealing with. He hadn't noticed anything at first, but after the horse team passed, this grass seemed to rise at a different speed than the others around it. Although there were no eyes behind him, as the regional bishop of the tree worship, he could sense this anomaly. While he was checking the soil, 2 more similar creations nearby seemed to die off spontaneously. He threw the soil clump to the ground with a sneer. Still trying to watch me, carefully sensing the order in which the spy weeds died, the bishop looked east. The experiment was in that direction. He confidently issued orders, and amid his subordinates' amazement, he continued heading east. I can't see any more, and I don't know how far along the plan is. The signal from Little Green had been cut off, which was part of Plan B, using the dying seeds along the way to lure the enemy. Because all the seeds had died, each person and tree now became blind and helpless, losing control over the other side. It's okay. You need to trust the wisdom of the tree worshippers. They all believe in the tree, so their intelligence can't be very high. He'd sarcastically said this, but he was not at all careless inside. As a test subject with strong healing abilities, he had almost died dozens of times before barely escaping the grasp of the tree worshippers. For such an organization, Ed would never be careless. But now he was still in the development stage and could only pretend to be powerful in battle. Everyone knew that there was a terrifying alchemical golem in the Barony and nearby areas. Although the golem had already rusted away, they didn't know that yet, so its threat still existed. He'd quickly reviewed his short-term plan in his mind, then asked Little Green, "How are our players doing?" Little Green immediately switched to each player's first-person view, displaying them like a monitoring room screen in front of Ed. Ed frowned and gently tapped the sapling in his eye socket. "Why are 2? No, 3 screens black. Is the signal bad?" "That's not it," Little Green replied. "They just died." In the real world, in the group chat, Disorderly World Beta Test Group 5, There are now 5 members. 3 of them are currently blaming each other. Zhongda, are you two really so useless? Can't you pull the monsters properly? Chief Historian Master, do you have any patience for newcomers? There are only 5 people in this game, and you start rejecting new players. This kind of attitude ruins the game environment. Zhongda, stop throwing accusations. If you don't understand the game, it's like you don't know how to walk. Farm work. Ahem. Final payment. Ahem. 46. Ahem. The group fell silent. Farm work. Honestly, everyone is responsible. But playing games should be fun, not acting. Plus, in this kind of game, people always die. Last time it was a Jing, this time it's us, and maybe next time it'll be Greenvine. No matter if online trolls are speaking fairly or not, it's better to call AA than to take sides. The two no longer blame each other. At this moment, the chief history expert asked, how do you revive in this game? I just put on the helmet and nothing happened. Zhongda, of course nothing happened. Your body is already shattered, maybe even partly digested. Farm work. Now we can only hope that Ah Jing and Green Ruo can pick us up. I hope they find more parts. Chief history expert. If they pick us up, can we revive? Zhongda? Haha. You'll learn what sewing tightly before leaving means. Then how do we know when we can revive? No way to know. After all, this game can't. At this point, the 3 outside the screen suddenly remembered something that Howling Green Ruo had told them. So, farm work added the part they hadn't spoken aloud. Watching the screen, the 3 quickly opened the official game website and found the map that Green Ruo had mentioned, enlarging it to the maximum on the computer screen. Sure enough, the real-time updated map had already changed dramatically. The icon for piled up wood had disappeared, replaced by a small boat on the opposite side of the river. Meanwhile, a path had been cleared in the Black Forest, with 2 big-headed icons at the end of the road, tugging back and forth with 2 monster icons. The map refreshed very quickly, just like the mini-map in a MOBA game, very sensitive. The 3 realized they had actually watched the game world from the real world. Oh wow, it looks like they're retreating. History expert cheered from behind the screen. He cared about the outcome of the fight, but cared even more about how many of his parts could be recovered. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. Given how realistic this game is, there might be situations in the future where they win a fight but still suffer losses. Could it be this realistic? History expert muttered to himself as he watched the others retreat to the riverbank, board the boat, and start crossing the river. He didn't know how many of their parts had been recovered. Disorderly world, ancient castle. Blood covered his face and head. The scene didn't last long. He forcefully pushed open the door and saw Ed sitting on the main seat of the hall, like he was planning something in his mind. Feeling the blood flowing down his cheeks, the sense that the good times won't last suddenly intensified. He quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee, crying out in grief. Lord, our army has been defeated. Are you crazy, buddy? Ed suppressed the twitching of his mouth and asked gently, knowing the answer. How was the battle? 60% of our troops died. The rest retreated. Wow, learned something new. Even if 3 out of 5 die, you can still say it like that? The art of language truly requires a lifetime of study. Ed sighed inwardly. He saw the Howling Greenvine, carrying a large sack walk in from the castle gate. He was obviously startled by the immersive experience of the good times won't last. After understanding the situation, he dumped the sack onto an open space in front. The body parts spilled out with a cracking sound, covering the ground like a butcher's shop. One person alone couldn't carry back all 3 bodies. 2 of them had tried to pick up some large, valuable parts like heads and thighs, but compared to the whole, it was still far from enough. Ed looked at his own body, now cut into pieces. He wasn't angry, just started doing his job. Spending time with players during their growth phase makes sense. And he wasn't out of other ways to revive players, just limited by his current strength. Ed carefully laid out the meat pieces on the ground, examined the missing parts, then dragged the leftover vine sheep from his storage area to start reconstructing the body. He had seen this scene before, 2 days ago, so he didn't react much. Last time, it was the person who died, so he hadn't seen this scene before. Although it was a bit disgusting, maybe because he was in a dreamlike state or something, he wasn't afraid at all. He just found it curious. After watching for a while, the Howling Greenvine patted his friend's shoulder. Let's go. The 2 of us will go cut some trees. After a failed exploration, both the players who were counting down to revive and those lucky enough to survive while chopping trees realized one thing. The river around the old castle doesn't seem to be a barrier. It's actually there to protect new players. Since that's the case, maybe it's time to change our approach. The north and east sides of the castle are wide open, and various monsters appear there from time to time, which we can handle and level up. Exploring and fighting monsters in these areas might be a good idea. While everyone is planning their next move, Ed's plan is steadily moving forward dozens of miles away. Archbishop, are we really going in? The young priest of the tree worship religion still seems to have a clear mind. He looks at the dark cave in front of him and instinctively feels a bit scared. A middle-aged tax officer pats his shoulder firmly and pretends to scold him, saying, "Archbishop has his own plans. It's not our place to speak." Yes, yes. The young priest lowers his head in frustration. The archbishop at the front doesn't mind. It's normal for someone in his position to be questioned. But this is no longer his parish, and his time is very limited. So he turns back and sternly says, "The heretics must be inside. This is our best chance to correct our mistake." After saying that, he forcefully swings his right hand, which turns into a long sword below the wrist. This sword, made of wood, is just as sharp as a normal steel blade, and even has some self-repairability. Seeing the archbishop determined, the other priests and tax officers also make similar moves and prepare for battle. Although they don't know if the experimenter escaped or what connection it has to these irresponsible priests, since their leader said so, they tie up their horses carefully and sneak into the dark cave. As priests of the tree worship religion, they don't like darkness, but they have some night vision, thanks to certain glowing plants gifted to them. The mountain the priests entered was very strange. Almost no plants could be found there. The surface was bare, covered only with rocks. The path beneath their feet showed clear signs of human hammering, but it seemed different from a mine tunnel. Unfortunately, after the magical storm, civilization had almost disappeared. None of the people present were over 50 years old, and no one knew what a real mine tunnel looked like. They moved quietly through the mountain cave. There were no forks or turns, so they naturally did not find any traitors. After wandering around, the bishop and others reached the end of the cave. Yes, the end. It was wide enough to be a meeting room, but there was definitely no way forward. The atmosphere became awkward. The young priest seemed to feel something breaking in his mind, like a filter shattering. Maybe he was confident in his judgment, or maybe he didn't want to lose face in front of his followers. The bishop held his sword in front of him and ordered, "The traitor is here. Spread out and look for traps." Everyone obeyed and spread out. They started knocking on the rock wall with their transformed palms and swords. Meanwhile, at the cave's entrance, a new visitor arrived, an envoy sent by the village chief of the Dragonborn village. He had obvious dragon features, which was why he could follow the priests on just 2 legs. He easily recognized the horse's origins and felt very curious. What are these tree worshippers doing at our home? But, never mind. Who asked you to provoke our village? The young envoy didn't think much and began executing the priest's horses one by one. "Bishop, I found it." Deep inside the cave, the young priest shouted excitedly, catching the attention of the others. The bishop came over, and the young priest carefully moved aside to let him take the lead. Using his night vision, the bishop saw the carved words on the wall, "Offer flesh and blood, and I shall see my Lord." Below was a small altar. The bishop swung his sword and tore apart the words "my Lord," then looked at the tax officer beside him and gave him a signal. The tax officer silently cursed and stepped forward, placing his untransformed left hand on the center of the altar. A sharp, stabbing pain suddenly struck, and a bloody, flesh-covered hole appeared in the center of the tax officer's palm. The altar, nourished by the blood and flesh, began to slowly turn, revealing a hidden door behind it. At this moment, the bishop realized that what was inside might not be a heretic after all, but his pride as a leader pushed him to continue forward. The group did not expect such a vast space behind the narrow corridor. The large open area made them realize that this mountain had almost been completely emptied. A beam of light shone from the top of the cave, reflecting off countless gold coins like a sea, filling the entire cave with bright light. The priests of the tree worshippers had never seen so many gold coins. Even those who had sworn to dedicate their souls to the world tree felt their breath grow heavy with awe. The bishop, as the leader, remained calm, but the tax officer and the young priests eagerly moved forward to examine the scattered coins on the ground. The shiny little coins looked adorable now. They varied in size and design. Some had patterns of stars linked together, others bore sword and shield emblems. The young priests still seemed somewhat distracted by worldly matters. After inspecting a few stray coins, they strode forward and eagerly scooped up a handful from the pile. As for the wooden sword used for defense, it had long since turned back into a hand, even showing signs of transforming into a box. The bishop was about to scold the newcomers when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A fierce killing intent struck his soul, making him freeze in place. He looked toward the young priest and saw beneath the pile of coins a single eye, shining with a golden hue. That golden eye reflected the young priest's ecstasy and the bishop's panic. The black pupil in the center of the iris slowly formed into a vertical slit. A dragon. A real, living dragon. The bishop had never imagined that such a terrifying creature could exist just a few miles outside his diocese. According to the law of demonic tide assimilation, such powerful beings should either be consumed by the demonic tide or hide within independent domains. How could one appear in such a remote part of the continent? The high-ranking members of the Tree Worshippers' Church were clearly unaware of this either. Otherwise, how could they have appointed a low-level bishop to oversee this district? A strong, spicy breath blew the coins in the young monk's hands, scattering them and pulling him out of his frantic state. The monk slightly lowered his head and made eye contact with the dragon's eye. For a moment, he felt confused and unable to think clearly. For the followers of the faith of the tree, whether to fight or to run away had become impossible at this moment. As they trembled in fear, the huge red dragon's head slowly rose from the pile of coins. It stretched its neck, and its scales expanded comfortably, causing coins to fall out from the gaps in its body. The head on its thick neck blocked the light inside the cave, making the atmosphere even colder. The followers didn't know if this was the legendary dragon's might, or if they were simply terrified. Their legs, trembling like dry leaves, could no longer support them. Finally, the high priest reacted. He trembled and raised a wooden sword made from his hand. Although he felt no hostility from the giant dragon in front of him, doing this at least made him feel safer. A few other priests followed his example, raising their wooden swords and pretending to be ready for battle. The enormous dragon lowered its head, looking down at the small, puppet-like scene below. In a daze, the priests seemed to hear a sneer. The dragon opened its mouth, and a quick flash of fire shot out. The wooden swords of the priests instantly turned into torches, illuminating the dark cave a little more. The burning pain made them grimace, but they dared not shout or try to put out the fire. They watched as the flames gradually burned along the wooden swords in their hands, enduring the searing pain. Just as the tension reached its peak, the dragon suddenly spoke. "Followers of the faith of the tree, what brings you here?" Although its voice was rough and unclear, the words were understandable. They realized that the dragon before them did not intend to harm them, at least, not at this moment. After a brief silence, the most composed among them, the high priest, stepped forward, ready to speak. In the few seconds of silence, he had already gone through possible excuses in his mind. Of course, he couldn't say this was a misunderstanding. The tree worshippers and the dragon clan, as parties bound by a mutual agreement, theoretically shouldn't have such offenses, especially since several fully armed priests had barged into a dragon's home, disregarding size and strength. This was also a form of illegal intrusion. Because of these thoughts, the bishop felt increasingly troubled. Finding a suitable reason to resolve the current crisis was indeed quite difficult. He stepped forward because his quick-thinking mind had come up with a good idea. "Honorable Dragon Lord, I don't know how to address you. My true name is not for you to know. Answer my question and tell me your purpose." The dragon's nostrils expelled 2 streams of hot air, like a fully operational air fryer roasting the bishop's face. Enduring the pain, the bishop spoke carefully. "Powerful Dragon Lord, we are here to ask if you have seen a traitor nearby." He then took out an internal wanted notice from the tree worshippers and showed it to the dragon. The wanted notice and the bishop were too small for the dragon to notice clearly. The dragon tilted its head, took a breath, and finally managed to see the details on the notice with one eye. Test subject January 3rd, 0027, self-proclaimed. Ed Adrian. Reward. 1,000 tree seeds. Sketch portrait. Test subject 1-3-0027-1. A mutated plant fused with 0027. Reward. 0 tree seeds. No individual rewards for derivatives. Sketch portrait. The dragon memorized the information on the wanted notice carefully, then asked, "How much is the reward?" The bishops suddenly realized a problem. To keep their faith pure, within the tree worshippers' territory and even inside the church, the use of precious metals as currency was not allowed. Tree seeds were the official currency. But to a dragon, tree seeds had no value. Gold, silver, and other alchemically refined precious metals were truly rare and valuable. The bishop gritted his teeth and said, 500. No, 1,000. As long as you catch this traitor, I will personally bring you 1,000 gold coins. If he's dead, it's worth 800 gold coins. The deceased test subject was completely useless, but to avoid angering the dragon, the bishop slightly changed the conditions. Inside the cave, a huffing sound could be heard. The dragon, like a giant feline, was thinking while strange noises came from its body. Suddenly, the noise stopped. The thinking dragon opened its eyes and looked at the group. Deal? The crisis was over. Thank you for your kindness and help. The bishop slightly bowed in a respectful manner. Then, he and his companions exchanged glances, signaling that they could leave. They had to go. Staying longer would mean the flames might burn them. Meanwhile, the huge body of the dragon was slowly sinking into a sea of gold coins, seemingly indifferent to their departure. At that moment, the stone secret door they had passed through earlier suddenly opened by itself. A young man, partly transformed into a dragon, appeared in the passage. Seeing the followers of the worship group inside the dragon's home, the young man looked terrified. He then turned to the dragon's head, slowly sinking into the gold, and suddenly knelt down. Oh no! The bishop realized something. Looking at the young man who seemed familiar, he suddenly remembered the scene where the young man was following the dragon man. It's over. The troublemaker who reports to the authorities has arrived. As expected, the young man, kneeling on the ground, shouted loudly, "Great Master, these people forcibly entered your territory. They are searching around and disrupting our metalworking plans. They completely ignore the great contract. What the heck? I wasn't searching wildly anywhere." The bishop's eyes seemed ready to kill the young man, but he couldn't kill or run away. Doing either would mean admitting to the other that he was involved. All they could do now was stand still and wait for the dragon, at least a mid-level one, to make the final decision. The dragon's head slowly rose from the gold. Its large golden eye fixed on the group again. Really? The man on the ground, looking miserable, replied, "I dare not deceive the great master. The village chief sent me here to inform you of this matter, so there are no mistakes that could affect the contract or cause trouble for you in the future." The bishop looked at the young man lying on the ground with a mix of fear and anger, wishing he could step forward and kick him from behind. All the good and bad words had been said. How could we explain this? There was no way to explain. Seeing the dragon's gaze turn toward him, the bishop panicked and hurriedly said, "Honorable dragon, I can explain everything." But the dragon didn't seem interested in listening. Instead, he muttered in a deep, heavy voice, "Every time something like this happens, I have to argue with the church for a long time. Your Excellency, I hope you can understand. I don't like talking about things that don't involve benefits. It wastes my time, whether it's about betraying the faith or escaping from experiments. Sleeping or earning money is better than pointless talk. As long as you let me go back, 2,000 gold coins, or more, I can give. So, let's end it here. I'm tired." The dragon's flames ignited everything, burning all in sight. The flames swept through everything. Once everything that could be burned was burned, the cave returned to its usual quiet. The dragon looked at the trembling young man on the ground and asked, "Is there any problem with this way of handling things?" "No, none at all." The man on the ground was afraid because of the dragon's power. His trembling seemed constant, shifting from the followers of the tree worshippers to himself. "Leave now. Remember to send the metal this month." "Understood, Your Majesty." The young man trembled as he crawled out of the secret door and ran out of the cave. As he looked at the sunset outside, he felt a sense of rebirth. He caught a glimpse of the dead horses on the ground and suddenly felt regretful. If he had known those foolish tree worshippers would die, he would have kept their horses. Your body has been fully repaired. You can log into the game normally in 20 seconds. While the tree worshippers in the vegetative state were being turned into barbecue, Ed also finished repairing the bodies of the 3 players. It was now dusk in the chaotic world, and dawn had arrived in the real world. The 3 people in the real world couldn't sleep from excitement after losing the game. They kept staring at the body status displayed by the game helmet. As soon as they could summon their souls, they logged back into the game. History Expert successfully reconnected again. He could clearly feel some changes in his body, probably due to the after effects of repairing his body. However, his attributes were unaffected, almost like a brand new factory model. He opened his eyes and saw Ed sitting nearby. It was a bit strange to say, but at this moment, History Expert really hoped that this NPC was a woman. That way, the gentle feeling he had when he was revived would match his character better, instead of making him seem like a pervert. All 3 had never died before, so the feeling of revival was very new to them. They moved their muscles to stretch. Jonda stepped forward and asked, "Lord, where are our companions?" Ed pointed to the castle gate. "The 2 soul returners are chopping trees. They said they will explore together after you are revived." Jonda and farm work quickly left from the floating stairs. Only, History Expert remained inside the castle hall. He approached Ed with a serious face. They looked at each other. No, 3 eyes. Suddenly, he whispered, "Actually, you are alive, right?" Ed was stunned and almost couldn't hold back a smile. This was clearly the kind of player who was very curious about everything. Even if he saw a wall, he might kick it a few times, hoping for a hidden door to appear. He carefully controlled his expression and then spoke in a way that fit the game world. Of course, it's more accurate to say that in this world, it's hard for any life to truly die. Unless what? History Expert became interested, feeling like he unlocked a new line of dialogue. Unless you're eaten after being made into food. That makes revival very difficult. But for you soul returners, it's not a big problem. History Expert nodded contentedly, then asked a few more questions, but Ed just responded with standard replies. Seeing he had no more ideas, History Expert sulked and went to join his friend's logging team. Near the old castle, Howling Greenvine leaning on an axe looked at the players cutting wood and said, "Everyone, I found a problem." "Jonda? What?" Howling Greenvine. "This game is more real than we thought. Didn't you say that 2 days ago?" "Yes, but it's more than that." Howling Greenvine pointed to a tree stump. "This is where we killed a dead vine on the first day. I kept this hollowed-out stump, and today, 2 days later, no new dead vines have grown out." Jonda wiped non-existent sweat and said, "Isn't that obvious?" Then his face changed slightly, as if he remembered something. The others were silent at first, then seemed to realize something too. Howling Greenvine explained, "If no more dead vines appear here, then resources in this world are limited. In other words, every plant and animal we kill is gone forever, and they don't come back. Over time, could it be that?" The others thought of situations they had seen in other games, the kind that make farming players feel cold inside. Resources run out. Howling Greenvine looked at them and said, "Right now, we know that the dark forests on the south and west sides of the castle are too dangerous for our level to explore. The east and north sides are not fully explored yet. We need those monsters for food, hunting, and healing. But what if we run out of resources here and haven't grown strong enough to explore new areas? Would this game just stop working?" Howling Greenvine's question sounded like a bell ringing, making everyone serious. This is no small matter. Among many possible crises in games, a resource shortage is one of the worst. Especially when other resources are plentiful but a key resource is rare, it can drive players crazy. Thinking of this, Good Times Don't Last asked, "What can you do about it?" Howling Greenvine took out a dried, branch-like piece of wood from his pocket. According to the new information from Master Historian, this thing is not fully dead yet. He threw the dried branch into a hollow tree cavity, then used a short spear to cut some flesh from his own body and tossed it in as well. The dried branch quickly showed signs of life and started to wiggle at the bottom of the tree cavity. Seeing this, Howling Greenvine said seriously, "If we can successfully grow monsters by hand, do you know what that means?" The players nodded eagerly. What does it mean? Of course, assembly lines, automation, and a farm that can produce anything. That day's test quickly came to an end. The 5 players, along with an NPC that looked like a pendant, sat by the campfire roasting meat and reviewing what they had done. Finally, they logged off at the old castle. A few miles away in the wilderness, 3 wooden frames surrounded an empty tree cavity. This was a mark left by the group to distinguish this cavity from others, so it could be shown on the map and prevent accidental damage later. Inside the tree cavity, a small piece of dried vine was slowly absorbing nutrients from the blood and flesh. It didn't know that its future had already been completely changed. After seeing off the players, Ed returned to his restroom. He inherited all the assets of Baron Tour, including his bedroom. But over time, everything here had fallen into disrepair. Even the alchemical golem couldn't withstand 100 years of time, let alone the fine velvet fabrics. Although it was officially called a bedroom, it was really just a simple bed made of wooden planks. Luckily, Ed, who was in a vegetative state, didn't care about these things. Before solving his basic survival needs, he had no other demands for a better life. Right now, he looked like a haunted house NPC just finished work, ready to rest, and switch back from an NPC to a living person. With a thought, the current attribute panel appeared in front of Ed. Ed Adrian level 3. Basic attributes. Strength, 7 agility, 9 constitution, 9 willpower, 10. Special attributes. Plant compatibility, 13 animal compatibility, 10 mechanical compatibility, 7 psychic compatibility, 8. Innate abilities. Life touch, verdant crown. Otherworldly. Half the extra point gained from leveling up gave him 5 new basic attribute points, but it seemed that Ed couldn't decide how to distribute them. These things are essentially a way to measure facts, so Ed has recently figured out some things. For example, each player starts at level 0 with a total of 20 basic attribute points. When they level up, they get 5 points. However, since no player has reached level 1 yet, he doesn't know whether these points are freely distributed, randomly assigned, or follow some pattern. But there's another thing that worries him more, the issue of special attributes. He confirmed that after reaching level 3, he gained 2 points of special attributes, but he doesn't know if this pattern applies to players as well. As the creator of these bodies, Ed naturally understands that it was because he added some elements that each player has a bit of plant compatibility. But the problem is, if 1 point of special attribute is so rare, why does he currently have such a high compatibility value? He can't figure this out, just like he can't understand why he traveled to this world in the first place. Maybe there will be an answer someday, Ed thought. After reviewing his current panel, Ed noticed a new problem. If players want to recruit new members, he can certainly get enough sacrifices from them to level up and keep increasing his strength. But if players don't want to recruit new members for now, they won't sacrifice anything, and it will be hard for him to get a steady supply of offerings. Then, how can he level up? Ed suddenly realized he might have been a bit too optimistic. The situation he envisioned requires a certain number of players to work, but right now, there are too few players, many of whom are indecisive and follow the crowd, pointing out, not for long. This causes players to tend to do the same thing all at once instead of working hard for his big upgrade plan, though he didn't mention it. In summary, Ed needs to increase the number of players to offer sacrifices, but to do that, he needs players to make sacrifices. Here, a meme should be inserted. Boohwa, the game has a bug. Thinking of this, Ed Adrian, the first to code in his mind, quickly started to think of a solution, something that would keep Disorder World running smoothly until it could enter a self-sustaining cycle. He soon painfully realized there was only one real solution. He would have to personally fight monsters. Another fact was that every day, he had to watch over the players and offer some help. It wouldn't be right to suddenly steal their monsters, given his current human-machine setup. So, in the end, things were heading toward an outcome Ed really didn't want to see. Ed sat up on his bed, feeling a bit frustrated, and thought to himself, "Let's go." "Where to?" asked Little Green. Over time, as soon as he said that, Ed's hands turned into different plants, and a flicker of a smile appeared in his single eye. He then added, "Of course, if you think that's too straightforward, you can also say, I level up alone. But whatever you call it, it seems the monster density nearby is a bit high. Hundreds of miles away, inside a secret chamber, over 1,000 saplings bathed in the last sunlight of the day. This place is a sanctuary for a group of madmen, commonly called the Song Chui Church. The followers of the tree worship call it the Holy Spirit Hall, but if Ed were here, he would just exclaim, "Greenhouse." Each small sapling here represents a priest of the tree worship who has signed a soul contract with it. The secret ritual of the tree worship binds their souls completely. If a priest falls ill, his soul tree becomes weak and yellow. If he dies, his soul tree also withers and dies. A few hours ago, 5 saplings in the Holy Soul Hall suddenly burst into fierce flames. The flames seemed to cross the void, blazing and dazzling, yet they did not affect any other soul trees. The flames disappeared just as suddenly as they appeared, within a few seconds, turning the 5 soul trees into charred remains. At this moment, an old man dressed in a dark green robe was standing inside the Holy Soul Hall, carefully examining the completely dead plants. He gently pinched a piece of the blackened, carbonized trunk, crushing it easily. Unfortunately, the soul trees were dead too thoroughly. Even as the chief bishop on duty, he couldn't communicate with them. Still, he could gather some basic information. For example, the cause of death. The old man looked at the middle-aged priest beside him. How long did the burning last? The priest responsible for guarding the Holy Soul Hall quickly recalled and replied, "Less than 3 breaths. Are you sure?" "Yes, I am sure." Having received the answer, the bishop gently tapped the piece of charcoal in his hand and muttered to himself in a low voice only he could hear. Such rapid burning can only mean 3 things. Either an element mage, a natural spirit, or a dragon. But natural spirits and dragons no longer appear. Element mages have also become elemental spiritual energy users, and most of them are crazy. His reasoning hit a dead end. The bishop couldn't understand why the 5 priests from the border district suddenly died. He leaned back in his chair and ordered the priest beside him, "Send me the latest report from the Artolan Province district." The office worker chewed on a plastic spoon, thought for a moment, and first opened the creator's homepage. He found that it was a complete newcomer. Good, with no followers yet. This rules out the possibility of sponsored content, so the videos should be fairly honest. Thinking of this, the worker decided to watch this video during lunch. He clicked play and, out of curiosity, started to see which game was so lively. A few days ago, I saw a game on the gaming platform's homepage. It only had a few promotional images, yet it ranked 20th on the new game list. I know what you're thinking. Either someone paid for this spot, or it's a bug. But neither is true. Let me explain. The worker looked at the game called Disorderly World. He felt like he'd seen this cover somewhere before. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered that he had definitely seen this image recently while browsing the new game list. No, it was more than that. He also thought he had heard the name while working. He paused the video and, after some thought, suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the bug game that had been bothering the neighboring team for days? Seeing it on a video site, it seemed this wasn't a scam. He also recalled seeing scenes from this game when he was resting at home. But unfortunately, the name and the castle-style cover didn't appeal to him, so he never clicked on it, missing the chance to discover the bug. The new creator in the video continued sharing his experience. I noticed many small details on this game's homepage. Whether it's the real-time map updates or the editing of entries, you can see the team wants to create a friendly environment with players. But logically, it should stop there because, in essence, this is still the same game that hasn't launched servers. People come to play, not just to look at the homepage. But, suddenly, the background music in the video turned mysterious, and the worker felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. Accompanied by this atmosphere, the voice continued. I noticed that when you enter the game homepage, a certain animation always appears. The filter switching back and forth in this design is not rare, but rather a bit unnecessary. Now, let's slow down this animation. After extracting these 3 colors, we adjust the corresponding filters and overlay them on the background image behind the game homepage. This gives us 3 incomplete patterns. Next, I believe you can guess what I will do. Since these 3 images have unique torn edges, why not try to piece them together? This way, we get a new image. Import the picture into the software and adjust the saturation to make the image clearer. Those with some artistic skill will recognize that this is a modified version of the famous painting The Creation of Adam, but with the 2 main figures replaced by a one-eyed man and a Let's call it a tree person. At this point, you'll notice that if we interpret the one-eyed man and the tree person as Odin and the world tree, it makes more sense. Because the game's developer is Odin Game Studio, so it's quite fitting that the creator, or perhaps the god of the game, added their own portrait, right? This seems like a small Easter egg left by the team, but is the story over here? Of course not. Suddenly, the background music shifts from suspense to an energetic, uplifting tune. The video creator doesn't know much about Norse mythology, but as a tech person, I can overlay images. By overlaying this version of the Easter egg with the original, the creation of Adam, you'll notice a black shadow in the corner of the painting. What is it? The answer is Odin's raven. But in mythology, Odin has two ravens. We can't confirm which one this is yet. Now, if we enlarge this fleeting bird, we see its wings are unevenly feathered. We interpret the long feathers as long signals and the short feathers as short signals, creating a code. Matching this code with the standard Morse code table, we get Hug In, which is one of Odin's ravens. Upon hearing this, the office worker in front of the screen had already forgotten to chew and simply felt like he had missed out on a billion. He also enjoys solving puzzles and works in the computer field. He could already sense that this video was about to go viral. At this moment, he only regretted not clicking on the game's homepage to look around more. Sure enough, opportunities always favor those who are prepared. After a moment of admiration, the video continued. Although we now know the crow's name, we have no idea what to do next. Let's go back to the game guide mentioned at the start of the video, which is a shared encyclopedia created by both the official team and players. The entries numbered 00001 and 00002 were written by a player named Woony, which is also an official account. We can see that Woonie's name appears in the URL of this subpage, specifically in the string mun_in. Now, let's replace mun_in with Hug In and press enter. Snap! We've opened a new, hidden subpage. This page is empty except for a sleeping squirrel. When you move the mouse over it, the cursor turns into a wooden hammer. We keep hitting the squirrel's head with the hammer until it wakes up. It gets annoyed and gives us a pine cone before going back to sleep. Finally, clicking on the pine cone causes a string of random codes to appear, which is the game activation code mentioned in the video title. This is how I cracked the secret. As for why the activation code isn't blurred out, because by the time you see this video, I've already activated it. I hope you all like this beginner's video. The game looks really interesting. I've already started playing it seriously. Let's hope we meet in this magical world. Bye-bye, wow, amazing. After watching this video, the office worker's mind was filled with details about finding hidden secrets. Objectively, these things aren't very difficult. Like a ball of yarn, grab the end, and new content keeps unraveling. But anyone who has done similar puzzles knows that the hardest part is always finding that very first thread. And right now, the person who found that thread isn't him, but the video creator. Sigh. The hardworking employee sighed and planned to check out a game after work that evening, hoping to find some new surprises. Suddenly, he felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned his head, smiled, and asked, "Shui Yuan? Have you eaten yet?" "Almost. What are you looking at?" "Oh, just a puzzle video about a game secret. Want to grab a bite together tonight?" "Next time." "Today, I want to try out a new game I just got." "Oh, I see." The young worker nodded, understanding his friend's eager mood very well. As a gamer himself, he sometimes has similar feelings. These feelings come quickly and fade fast, but if you catch the right moment to satisfy them, it can bring great joy. So he didn't invite his friend to dinner. They were just casual acquaintances anyway. But as he watched Shui Yuan walk away, an unknown worker suddenly felt that the other's voice sounded a bit familiar. He wondered when he had heard it before. A new video creator's work was spreading rapidly online. Thanks to a video title that clearly showed references and solid content, the video's completion rate and likes kept rising. This increase made the big data system recommend the video to more users with similar interests. Soon, a rookie's game puzzle video was spreading like wildfire on the internet. At the same time, because of the fun puzzle-solving process and clever design, more and more people became interested in the game, Disorderly World, featured in the video. Many viewers, after watching the video, visited the main game platform's homepage. There, they saw the game listed among the top 20 new releases. However, when they clicked in, they found the game was still in pre-order status. It seemed only a few players could get access to the beta test with an activation code. Although no one knew why this unreleased game appeared on the new releases list, everyone still clicked to pre-order, filled out the survey, and even reported a bug. Did Chui Yuan know that his work would cause such a butterfly effect? He knew, but he didn't realize how strong the effect would be. Of course, he didn't care because this bug couldn't be fixed. Since there was no way to fight it, he could only enjoy it. But some people cared. In the afternoon, the technical director called everyone in the department to a meeting in the office. Since this morning, the support tickets about the bug in Disorderly World had been increasing rapidly. The increase was so fast that the director thought their website was under attack. But after checking carefully, he found that all the reports were about the same issue, written by humans, not spam from robots. This made the director even more annoyed because the company's top management had already decided to ignore the bug. After all, it was just a game that hadn't been released yet, and not many people were paying attention. However, in less than 2 days, the number of people discovering the bug exploded, making their plan to ignore it much harder. Ugh, what is going on? The director rubbed his face with his hands, unsure of what to say. But now that things had reached this point, everyone had to work overtime, even though they all knew the bug couldn't be fixed. Most of the team was already hopeless, even thinking that cyber ghosts should go find cyber ghost hunters, feeling it was beyond their job scope. In a way, they had guessed the answer by accident, but unfortunately, there was no reward, only overtime. As for the person who started all this, the programmer Chui Yuan, he didn't realize he had caused such a stir. He was just secretly cursing the company's leaders for the rising prices when buying groceries. More and more people visited the game's promotional page. They followed the link to the official website, and many even tried to copy the video creator's puzzle-solving steps on the sub-web pages, hoping to replicate the discovery process. Others were attracted by the game's description and basic settings, and they stayed on the homepage to register, make reservations, and share the game. Some players even started preparing for the monsters they might encounter, showing a strong desire to learn. They noticed that the number of monster types in the current monster guide has increased to 5. The guide's creator even assigned numbers to each monster based on the order they were discovered, such as 00001 Withered Tree Vine, 00002 Vine Sheep, 00003 Plum Blossom Deer, 00004 Numb Flower, and the newest one, which caused 3 players to die and even made Ed die once, 00005 Strangling Banyan. Although everyone has only discovered 5 monsters so far, no one knows who came up with this numbering system. It makes the guide look like it could include up to 99,999 monsters. The players in the reserve team didn't just find out about monsters, they also discovered an NPC guide. No one knows why there is only one NPC now, but looking at the asymmetrical gray-black silhouette and Ed's description in the guide, many became very curious. Some players even started discussing this in gaming groups, asking questions like, what's a problem that fits the worldview? Can he solve advanced math? If not, tell him it's a wizard's last work. Can he solve that? Or, if his behavior is almost indistinguishable from a normal human, can I still check his collection room? That's usually a skill only brave heroes have. In short, waves of discussion kept appearing in the real world. Thanks to the internet, the keyword, disorderly world, even trended on video sites. The same curiosity also spread to a gaming group where Zhongda and others first discussed the game. After the 4, actually 5, players got beta access, discussions about Disorderly World gradually faded away in that group. The 5 players formed a small outside group to discuss issues. But since the group members played more than one game, this game, still in beta, slowly disappeared from everyone's view over the past few days. However, because a programmer's video went viral within hours, this nearly forgotten name was brought up again. Brother Kong Rankiai, Brothers, that Disorderly World video recently went viral. I watched it too. How should I put this? I think it's really impressive, completely different from the initial feeling of scam. Your dad doesn't like cilantro. Honestly, I feel that game has something special. The problem is, why hide such good stuff? If they had released it earlier, we wouldn't have criticized it so harshly. That's true. Zhongda and the others haven't spoken much lately. Are they really playing? Is it really that fun? Just ask him and you'll know. At a Zhongda meat jerky wholesale. After a while, Zhou Ju, who was working, sent a message in the group. A Zhongda meat jerky wholesale. What's up? Kong Gu Rin Xie. Just asking if your game is fun. Of course, I play it every day. Are you in a hurry? Not really. But today a video related to that game suddenly went viral. Have you seen it? I'm working. I'll check it after work. After saying this, Zhongda disappeared from the game group, leaving a bunch of people without beta access arguing about the game online. Disorderly world. Ed's eyes. Well, his single eye, with the help of Little Green, has some night vision ability. Like normal people, he can't see much, but Little Green can sense nearby plant life to some extent. Since the main abnormality near the old castle is plant-related, it provides a special view filter, enough for Ed to see the lambs waiting to be slaughtered at night. Actually, Ed is hunting prey belonging to players, meaning the game map doesn't show his movements. Otherwise, players watching through cyber screens would be surprised to see NPCs farming monsters. Hunting monsters is harmless for Ed. It helps him level up, which broadens his spiritual network. For the nearby castle's safety, his monster hunting makes the area safer. Only a few beta testers who already have access are swearing about it. In fact, this benefits them too. They only need to keep some monsters for breeding experiments, and eliminating others sparks their curiosity to explore outer regions. Although the player's daytime exploration just ended in failure, it was because they chose the wrong direction. If they explore a different way, just the 3 villages might trigger enough trades to keep them busy for a while. However, if they want to turn the villagers into NPCs, Ed still has a lot of work to do. Before today, Ed had a question, whether it was the spotted deer or the vine sheep. Even though they had changed from herbivores to omnivorous mutants, they didn't seem like creatures at the top of the food chain. If there were no high-level predators in an area, the animals that mainly eat plants should multiply quickly, like dense herds on the plains. But that's not what actually happens. Earlier, players also didn't see more dangerous creatures during the day, which was another strange point. But Ed didn't pay much attention to it before. Now, looking at the large spherical object in front of him, Ed's question was answered in a very practical way, though not in the way he expected. The Rat King is a natural phenomenon that exists in Ed's hometown. It appears as a group of rats whose tails are stuck together, due to freezing, feces, or some other reason, forming a tangled mass. The rats are bound together, creating a ring-like shape around the tail cluster. Rats that join the Rat King voluntarily or involuntarily cannot escape and live together. Because of their strong survival instincts, they can survive for a long time. This phenomenon is one of the most disturbing animal behaviors in Ed's hometown. The Rat King in this strange world is an even more advanced version. If the Rat King back home was just a circle of dozens of rats, the one in front of Ed is made up of hundreds or even thousands of rats tightly packed into a ball. This huge, soft mass is very squishy. The side near the ground is flattened by its own weight. Many rats under great pressure keep squeaking loudly, as if they are crying out in pain. The paw pads showed traces of plants. Through the gaps between the still-moving mice, Ed could see their tangled tails had formed a fused structure like grafted plants. These plants grew to heal wounds, creating rough scar-like skin. Under multiple layers, the entire Mouse King had a true spherical core. The surrounding mice kept rolling and twisting. Their plant-like mutations seemed to appear at the tails. Whenever their tails were pulled, they would automatically grow a small segment to prevent their bodies from being squeezed into the core or swallowed. Thanks to this growth, the Mouse King ball was expanding visibly to the eye and kept swallowing everything around it, like the vine sheep Ed had just killed. Mouse, this looks like my prey, huh? Ed called out unhappily, but the Mouse King paid no attention. It just crushed the dead vine sheep as if a wheel rolling over history, like hitting a speed bump. I know you're all living hard, but isn't this a bit? Ed hesitated, looking at the reckless Mouse King ball in front of him. He suddenly remembered the reckless big truck from his past life and asked himself this question. At this moment, Little Green was very anxious. It shouted in Ed's mind. Do you have any way? Yes, at least I can run, Ed replied. Little Green didn't seem to care about anything except survival. After hearing this answer, it closed its mouth and waited for Ed's next command. Hitting the vine sheep's ball did slow it down a bit, but not because it hit something. It was because hundreds of mice on the surface of the ball started viciously gnawing at the corpse as soon as they touched it, even eating the bones. A few seconds later, the ball rolled past the vine sheep, leaving not a single bone behind. During this process, the surface of the ball showed no bumps or unevenness. The mice forming the Mouse King seemed to have a collective consciousness. They started moving toward Ed, the living person, but their speed was not fast, just enough to avoid if you paid a little attention. Watching the ball get closer, Little Green asked again, "What is your plan? How do I need to cooperate?" "No need. Watch me." Ed stood about 7 or 8 meters away from the Mouse King, confidently pulling out a crystal ball from his pocket. The ball contained a leaf, which was the sealed object of the Baron Tour's territory. The leaf inside was carefully plucked by Ed himself from the healthiest branch of Little Green. He looked directly at the Mouse King and aimed the sealed object at his enemy, whispering, "Command, inverted suspension." Talking about Ed's current ability, I have to mention Baron Tour, who now sits as a skeleton in a secret chamber. Although he looks like a warrior because he cut off the head of a mutated relative with a knight's sword, based on what Ed has learned from various rooms in the old castle over the past few days, this Baron was actually a mage, one of those from before the magical surge, a traditional wizard in the world of swords and magic. His strongest magic was manipulating force fields in small areas, which explains why most creatures in the Baron's territory are mutated plants. The strange reason for this is the castle itself. When Baron Tor died, it seemed to cause a certain range of psychic energy fluctuations, permanently changing the local gravity field. This is what caused the castle to float in a broken state for 50 years. A few days ago, Ed had hardly slept, mainly working on updating his website and trying to develop other abilities. The sealed object of the territory is essentially a kind of magic tool. Using notes left by Baron Tor and his own high compatibility with psychic energy, 8 points, Ed quickly managed to recreate some simple spells. However, if he relies on the sealed object to cast spells, the effects only work within the Baron's territory. So, when Ed took out the sealed object from his pocket, Little Green understood his plan immediately. After all, they shared no secrets. Little Green even helped translate the language of this world. No wonder this wanted criminal was essentially illiterate. A gentle arc of light crossed the sealed object, and the space seemed to tremble briefly. The flesh ball, which was steadily approaching this creature, paused for a moment, then broke free from some invisible restraint and continued moving forward, as if nothing could stop it. The mice had already started to scream, their blood-red eyes densely packed in the dark night, making anyone who looked at them feel dizzy. Why isn't it working? Little Green in his mind was truly anxious now, but Ed remained calm and explained, "The Baron's contract item is of poor quality and can't handle such strong monsters." "I don't really want you to explain that," Little Green said hurriedly. "I just want to know how we can escape now." Ed stayed relaxed. Hearing the other person correct the problem, he spoke again. "This means my level is too low. The big mouse has immunity to my magic. So, tell me quickly. It's coming over." Ed didn't answer but picked up the contract item again. This time, he pressed the crystal ball against his chest. Command, inverted suspension. In a way, Ed was a genius. Whether as a former mage or now as a psychic, few spellcasters choose to target themselves with their magic. Most spells take effect instantly, and if the effect hits the caster, it can disrupt their ability to cast, leading to disastrous consequences. But Ed, whether out of arrogance, ignorance, or confidence in his talent, he did it anyway, watched by thousands of mice. Little Green felt the wind through his fragile branches and new leaves. He finally understood what inverted suspension meant. Ed reversed the gravity of his position, causing himself and the tree to start moving upward in a near free fall. Anyone with basic physics knowledge would realize this probably wasn't a good thing. Are we going to fall out of this world? The strong wind didn't affect their mental connection at all. Little Green was now completely panicked. As a tree, he seemed a bit afraid of heights. "Actually, I'd like to see whether this world is round or flat." In the wind, Ed showed a reckless smile. In the deep night sky, the wildness in his soul seemed to be awakened. "So, are you scared?" He joked in his mind about Little Green. "To be honest, sometimes your personality can be a bit harsh." What was that called in your original world? Dark-hearted? Mr. Tree heard this question and knew the other person was just teasing, so he wasn't as surprised anymore. But this comment also came from the heart. Eddie didn't reply immediately. He felt the air around him and started changing the direction of the gravity field around him. The strange rat king on the ground lifted thousands of heads and looked up at the sky, until the black figure under the moonlight was completely unrecognizable. It looked away and searched for new food in the distance. In midair, Eddie kept changing the gravity field's direction, flying toward the old castle in a wave-like pattern. Back at the castle, Eddie casually adjusted the gravity at the entrance so that no living creature could enter through the main door, whether they obeyed or resisted. Only then did he feel relieved. Standing by a window, Eddie could still see the Rat King on the ground, rolling and searching for food. It was near a small dirt mound built by humans, where the family of the last Baron Tull was buried. Eddie watched the Rat King until dawn. When the sun appeared on the horizon, the rats seemed to suddenly feel free. They turned and bit off their tails tangled around their bodies, then disappeared into the wilderness like flowing mercury. Until this moment, Eddie finally understood roughly how the Rat King was born and disappeared. The mutation didn't change their habit of hiding during the day and coming out at night, but it made the Rat King a controllable, aggressive swarm. This world is really crazy. Eddie sighed and felt grateful that he didn't take the risk of walking at night when he went to the upstream village, or he might have been caught by this creature. Little Green. Eddie softly called out as he watched the sunrise. What's the matter? He looked at the bodies of a few players offline in the hall. We'll add some new features later. Huh. In the real world. August 5th, 2037, 1959. Choi Yuan suppressed his rapid heartbeat and placed the gaming headset on his head. During this time, he should have been working overtime at the company to handle that cursed cyber ghost. But during dinner, Choi Yuan already saw the explosive traffic data for his first wave of videos. He realized that this time, he was probably about to become very rich. For an adult, there's nothing more exciting than such an opportunity right in front of you. Without hesitation, Choi Yuan took a sick day and hurried home to eat quickly and prepare to log in. What kind of company is this? What bug fixes? If you can't beat them, join them. If this wave of traffic gets enough attention, he will become a formal member of Cyber Ghost in the future. He wasn't sure if this game had any unfair clauses, but he hoped it had built-in recording and screenshot functions. Otherwise, he would have to install a separate plugin, which would be a bit troublesome. With his complicated and chaotic thoughts, Choi Yuan's consciousness entered the spirit network. Player, Great Way Fist King is connecting. ID, Great Way Fist King level 0, basic attributes, strength, 3 agility, 7 constitution, 8 willpower, 2 special attributes, plant compatibility, 1 animal compatibility, 0 mechanical compatibility, 0 psychic compatibility, 0 talent abilities. Soul Returner. Choi Yuan's mind was hazy and everything around him was blurry. Only the player information panel in his view was clear. He vaguely heard distant calls coming closer and closer. It took him a few seconds to realize that his hearing was gradually returning. Finally, he regained full control of his body and managed to sit up with great effort. At the same time, he heard the clearest narration since entering the game. A new Soul Returner has joined us, part of the team restoring order to the world. It is my honor, and also the honor of this world. Great Way Fist King had been flipping through the game's guide back and forth over the past 2 days to solve that web puzzle. Because of this, he was very familiar with some of the basic settings of this world. When he heard the word Soul Returner, he immediately remembered the setting of the player in this world, an ancient, immortal soul that never ages. This setting easily explains how they can keep coming back to life, without breaking the story's sense of reality when players join. In this world, a player's death only damages their body. As long as someone can repair the body and rebuild the contract, the soul can return again. As for the spirits themselves, they are wise, clever, kind, and hardworking, seemingly the symbols of all good qualities. It's a very clever setup. Even the strange actions players take while farming can be explained by this, making everything fit together. He looked around and saw a young man with very noticeable features looking at him. The young man appeared to be about 16 or 17, with white hair that just covered his eyes, but his bright green eyes were still visible. On one side of his face, there was a small tree seedling growing, healthy and seemingly moving without wind. He then looked to the other side of the hall and saw 5 players smiling at him. Their IDs floated above their heads, making them easy to recognize. Great Wei Fist King paused for a moment, then matched their IDs with the entries on the website, confirming that these were the players responsible for making the game guide more detailed. The older players warmly welcomed the newcomer and shared the group number, planning to add him to the beta discussion group after they left. The newcomer quickly understood the situation. There were fewer than 10 players, so progress was slow. Today, they planned to explore northeast from the old castle, where the map was blurry and highlighted. They would explore, mark points, and maybe fight a few monsters along the way. As for Ed, the players saw him as a normal game guide who liked to watch over things, not realizing he needed to be part of the team. Ed was happy with that. After the players left, he planned to quietly hunt monsters and gather more biological resources from the castle. He was now level 3, and the game could hold up to 8 players. After last night's wild hunt, he sensed he was close to leveling up again, which would let him invite more beta testers. But before that, under everyone's watchful eyes, Great Wei Fist King had arrived at the castle gate, about to face an unlucky opponent, history expert, in a sneaky attack. At that moment, Ed's voice came from behind them again. Everyone, after you left last night, I added some new abilities to your bodies. These are the latest I've developed. Feel free to try them out. A pop-up window appeared in front of everyone. Dear beta testers, today's update includes 1. Added a map display for the game area. Players can adjust the map size and transparency and mark basic supplies. 2. Added a photo-taking feature with 3 basic filters, allowing players to record their favorite scenes. 3. Added a warning for low stamina, so players can remember to eat and stay nourished. Enjoy your game. Wow, another update. Amidst exclamations and surprise, players began adjusting their view ranges to see the map in their preferred way. Howling Green was the first to activate the photo feature, taking a few pictures of Ed to update the gallery after logging out. For Ed, these new features weren't a big deal, just a little more green and a slight increase in power consumption. He could just eat a bit more to compensate. Great Wei Fist King. Brothers, how do you think my starting stats look? Can you help me check? Zhongde. Everyone's special attributes are at 1, so just look at the basic stats. Strength, 3. Agility, 7. Constitution, 8. Willpower, 2. Is there anything suitable for me? Wow. Once again, a few players exclaimed in surprise. Not long for good times. Although I don't know why you chose the ID Fist King, with only 3 strength, your constitution is really high. Great Wei Fist King. What's the difference between constitution and strength? Not long for good times. Strength and agility are straightforward. As for the other 2, a few days ago, we summarized monster fighting. Constitution is similar to real life. Higher values mean less fatigue, faster recovery, and can be seen as some damage resistance or thicker health and stamina bars. It also relates to poison resistance. Master of History, willpower is quite special. Usually, it doesn't have much effect, but in situations where judgment is needed, it becomes very important. We tried to manipulate the withered vine before, but because the willpower was too low, it was countered and almost backfired. Oh, and I should tell you about the special power system in this world. But buddy, with your 2 points of willpower, you probably can't control the alien body anymore. Just don't turn into a monster and betray us. Watching the players gradually walk away, Ed couldn't help feeling a bit sad, like watching young eagles leave the nest. Although he felt this way yesterday too, since the young eagles all died later, it didn't matter much. Today, however, the path the players are taking is one Ed has walked himself. He's really curious about what these level 0 players, armed with simple cold weapons, can actually do. He thought for a moment and then started hunting monsters, saying in his mind, Little Green. What's up? Let's shut down the server for a day tomorrow. Huh? What does it matter? They don't even know they are NPCs. That makes sense. I can't argue with that. Today was a good day for players and Ed to level up, but for the animals living in the Baron's wilderness, it wasn't so wonderful. In this world, the line between animals and monsters has become very blurry. Almost all non-intelligent creatures instinctively show aggression. And that suits the players perfectly. Red-named monsters everywhere? Fight, it's exciting. One by one, the low-level monsters from the beginner village fall, and players happily take their loot. The parts that aren't useful are left behind. The sun slowly sets, and in a corner unnoticed by the players, a mouse crawls out of a hole. It sniffs near the remains of a broken vine sheep and makes a happy squeaking sound. Although it's still early in the day, the mouse is tempted by the food and begins to feast. As it eats more, the mouse's eyes turn blood red, as if blood is about to drip from them. Its mouth even shows bloody meat bits. Its belly is already full and round, and its body looks very fat now. It's so heavy that it's hard for it to even touch the ground with its limbs. For a mouse, this state is very dangerous. It has lost the basic ability to escape. If a predator appears now, this fat mouse would become a quick meal. Pre-made food, even if it's not very good, can still fill the stomach, better than starving in the wild. Most people, or most creatures, are somewhat used to hunger in this world. Eating some pre-made food isn't a bad thing. But after eating and drinking enough, the mouse doesn't go back to its hole. Instead, it looks up at the sky and keeps squeaking. Because of the frequency, the sound waves aren't caught by the players' bodies, but underground. In the complex network of tunnels, the commotion is becoming more obvious. How far have we gone? A spear pierces a slightly aggressive mutant mouse. Zhongda wipes away non-existent sweat. He looks up at the dull, gray sky and realizes it's already getting late. Howling green vine. We're about 1 kilometer away from that bright light. We need to make a decision, not for long. What decision? Everyone looked at the inexperienced new player, realizing that he genuinely didn't know rather than pretending to be clueless. Even the recently joined player, Great Wave Fist King, noticed this. He pointed at the sky and said, "According to what you said, our daily testing time is only 12 hours. If we keep heading that way, we won't be able to log out at the ancient castle by 8 o'clock. Steady work," took the conversation. "This strange world, if you log out outside the safe zone, are you really sure about that?" Then he pointed at the mouse that was just killed by Zhongda with a spear. "What if, when we log in tomorrow, we find out that a mouse has chewed off a big part of us?" Thinking about the scene described, not for long, felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly nodded and said, "I vote to go back." The others also agreed. All 6 players present were very cautious. Howling Green Vine initially thought there might be reckless players, but the realistic immersion made them value their lives just like in the real world. That was good. At least they wouldn't have to worry about broken pieces everywhere. After everyone agreed to return, Zhongda suddenly pointed at the dead fat mouse on the ground and asked, "Can the brain of this thing be used to make a soul returner?" The group fell silent. The mouse was indeed large, but even if it was big, it couldn't compare to a human body. Although Ed and others said any brain would do, the mouse's brain was a bit gross. So everyone shook their heads, dismissing Zhongda's plan to use the mouse to gain contributions. "Let's head back quickly. On the way, we can also take those prey that haven't been skinned yet. Everyone still has space, and these are materials. Don't waste them." As the sky darkened, the group headed toward the ancient castle. With the built-in map, they wouldn't get lost. Soon, a corner of the ancient castle appeared on the horizon, and the master of historical insight also saw the corpse of a spotted deer. The poison from the flower was not strong enough to knock down 6 people at once, which gave everyone a chance. They finally managed to truly kill this kind of monster for the first time. He quickly crouched down, took apart the spearhead, and started cutting meat from the prey. As he was cutting, everything around seemed to quiet down. The master of historical insight felt something strange but didn't look up. He just chuckled and said, "Are you guys just going to leave me behind?" No one responded. Now, the master of historical insight sensed there was a problem. He stood up seriously and saw his companions nearby, all staring behind him. They were all gripping their weapons tightly, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. "Is there something behind me?" Curious, he turned around and saw a fresh, fleshy ball of red and black colors just 4 or 5 steps behind him. Rat King, red and black, level. Suddenly, his spear dropped to the ground. He didn't bend down to pick it up, but patted his companion, Zhongda, and said, "It seems we don't have to wait until tomorrow." Undoubtedly, for this vast barony, the Rat King is at the top of the food chain. Whether it's the vine sheep, the spotted deer, or those predators disguised as plants, they all fear its presence. But essentially, the Rat King can be considered a scavenger. It is actually a group of weak mice combined, not a true strong creature. It cannot hunt large prey on its own and only appears when there is plenty of food around, fighting for resources with other creatures through collective strength. For example, last night's slaughter by Ed, or the unstoppable players today, all left behind many scraps along the way. The first mouse to find these scraps would send signals and transform itself into the core of the Rat King. After gathering the strength of thousands of mice, it inevitably lost the agility that mice pride themselves on. Also, a Rat King can only exist for one whole night. Sunlight during the day causes them to return to their burrows naturally. After the initial shock, the players quickly decided to run away. There's nothing shameful about that. If you can't fight, running away is the best choice. They didn't get far before realizing that the Mouse King had high attack power but moved slowly, like an old tank in a documentary, strong in stats but very slow to move. Although they were now targeted, it wasn't very urgent, like the classic snail chase scenario on the internet. After crossing a small hill, the less fit player, not for long, started to breathe heavily. He gasped and said to his friends, "I think we can fight him. I have 8 strength points, so we can pull and drag him like a vine." Hal Green shook his head and said seriously, "We can't even handle this strangling banyan yet, let alone this monster. Our priority now is to take some photos and edit the entries later." This is a valuable lesson for us. The others nodded, thinking that since the Mouse King preferred eating dead things, as long as they ran far enough and lost his attention, the crisis would be over. They took a short break and then started heading back to the old castle. At the top of the castle, Ed took a bite of a strange-looking fruit. "It tastes so," he said. The branches on his head moved slightly, and in his mind, they said, "But it is a rare food that isn't obviously toxic." Green thought for a moment and added, "At least after eating it, you won't die immediately. That's the kind of food you need." Ed nodded and said, "Yes, it has great breeding value. But as you saw, the safety in our territory isn't good right now. If we plant the fruit today, the Mouse King might eat it tonight. What do you want to do?" Green asked in his mind. Ed smiled and replied, "I'm not asking what I want to do. Think about it. What would happen if a group of players found out their farm might be attacked by mice? I understand the reasoning, but they haven't cultivated the farmland yet, right?" "Exactly. That's what we need, before the land is cultivated." Ed suddenly smiled, knowing his fellow villagers' personalities well. He shared some memories again with Little Green, while the saplings eagerly grew and learned. He continued explaining, "My villagers love 4 things. What are those 4? Fighting, farming, fighting to farm, and farming for fighting." At this point, Ed's fruit was only a seed core. He quickly transformed his hand into plant tissue and absorbed the seed. Soon, a new prompt appeared in his view. Gene collected, "Tasteless fruit. Did you name this?" Ed raised his left eyebrow, asking his symbiont. "Yes, according to your naming style." "How is it?" "Perfectly fitting." Ed stood up from the top of the ancient castle. His right eye saw a 6-player team moving slowly in the distance, while his left eye, as if on a surveillance camera, was viewing their first-person perspective. He already had full knowledge of everything happening several kilometers away. Now, for the game's progress, for better farming and trading, he was ready to lead his players to start eliminating mice. He gently clenched the territory contract in his hand and softly commanded, "Command, 0 gravity." The ancient castle in his view was growing larger and clearer. The players felt like they were about to be freed. To them, this castle was like a healing fountain in a MOBA game, the main city and base in a strategy game, the only place that gave them a sense of safety. Not far ahead was the howling green vine test field, with a wooden frame clearly visible outside. A white shape, out of place here, was lurking near the tree hollow. The NPC named Ed seemed very interested in their experiment. They exchanged glances, adjusted their direction slightly, and headed toward the test field of the withered vine. Players approached the tree hollow. Ed looked up, his deep single eye thoughtful as he watched them. "Souls returners, you have arrived. Did you make this? It's quite interesting." As Ed spoke, he reached into the tree hollow, and quickly pulled out his hand. In the next moment, a thin vine shot out from the hollow, but missed its target and had to retreat disappointedly. The howling green vine brightened his eyes. He jogged a few steps to the edge of the hollow and looked down. He saw that the withered wood vine he had cultivated was truly alive again. Although it had only been less than 2 days, it had already grown new roots, and the blood and flesh he had thrown in earlier had been completely absorbed. He hurriedly put down his sack, took some scraps from the prey, cut them into small pieces with a short spear tip, and threw them in. Ed nodded with satisfaction. The howling green vine was indeed the most skilled player at playing games. Whether in combat experience or farming, he was very experienced. If he also knew web-based puzzles, he would truly be a versatile player. "Lord, why are you here?" asked the short-lived Good Times, feeling that this wasn't the usual movement pattern of Ed's NPCs, so he asked honestly. Ed gave him a good question look, secretly thinking that this newbie really resembled his puppet dog. Without him, he might have to start a new conversation himself. He nodded and looked at everyone. "It seems you've encountered some trouble. How do you know?" asked the history expert, surprised. As one of the second group to enter the game, he hadn't fully realized the intelligence level of the NPCs in front of him. Ed pointed in the northeast direction where they came from. "I saw that guy inside the ancient castle." This scene was clearly unexpected for the players. They thought they had already escaped the enemy's hatred, but today's mutated creature was very hungry. Mud dolls still had some fire in them, and even more so for players who came to this world to fight for fun. Not for long, waved his short spear and said, "This isn't good. Let's think of a way to kill it." "Jonda, I agree. Doing some farm work, count me in." But Howling Green Vine shook his head and said, "The sky is already dark. If we can't be sure to defeat it before forced logout, we'll all be eaten by the mutated creature." Everyone looked toward the corner of their view. It was almost 7 p.m. now. They had 1 hour and 10 minutes to kill the creature. If they didn't, their group of 6 would become the creature's favorite meal. The players who joined the game later, History Expert and Great Way Fist King, clearly lacked enough fighting experience. So, when making decisions, they preferred to avoid fighting. Now, the vote was tied at 3-3. Neither side could get the decisive vote. Ed, the NPC, still held to his guiding role, leaving the decision to the players. That's the duty of a guide. But that didn't mean the guide couldn't stir trouble. Inciting and provoking could also be a subtle form of guidance. At this moment, Ed suddenly felt strange. If players were like cyber emperors, then his next actions could be called cyber treachery. But he didn't care much. When everyone was stuck, Ed quietly said, "The Rat King might not be after you. After all, the blood scent from the loot on you can be smelled from miles away. Just give those items to it, and you can return to the old castle." His tone was subtly sarcastic, as if persuading the players to surrender to the monster. The players suddenly realized that the Rat King wasn't targeting them, but was after the food on their bodies. However, Ed's words had a counter effect. The loot, brains, fur, and tender meat belonged to the players. If they chose to cut their losses and run now, it would be no different from surrendering territory and paying tribute. Even the 3 more cautious players couldn't help but feel a surge of anger after hearing this. Why should they suffer in the game world? What's the point of playing if that's the case? Seeing the 3 of them start to waver, Ed quietly delivered the final. "Earlier, you used the prey's flesh and blood to feed this withered vine seedling. The blood stench hasn't faded yet. No matter how you retreat today, the Rat King will definitely find this tree hollow and kill it." Even the level 4 NPC, Howling Green Vine, clenched his wooden spear with a creak. This NPC is so good at talking. A seasoned former professional player gets angry just from 2 sentences. But can we blame the NPC? Of course not. At this moment, the Howling Green Vine feels ashamed of its previous cowardice. He turns to the players with a serious face. "Brothers, it's one thing that this dung monster ate our prey. It's just some leftovers, not worth arguing over. But now it wants to destroy our unfinished withered vine farm. That's really despicable." The others quickly chime in. "Bro, just tell us how to fight. You've been planning all the group battles, and we follow your lead." "Yes, we all follow your command." 2 new players also speak up. They have less experience, but today they hunted with the main team all day, so they can work together. Now, The 6 players are fully fired up, with their fighting spirit rekindled, and the fierce, upright 8 persona takes over their minds. Hearing their support, the howling Greenvine stops talking nonsense. He puts down his bag full of loot and begins to think briefly. Soon, a simple but effective battle plan forms in his mind. The howling Greenvine surveys everyone, first asking the 5 players to report their basic 4 stats, then begins to organize. Brother Boxing King, we're both the fastest. Let's wipe the blood off the loot and carry some of the less valuable leftovers. Then, we'll go attract the monsters. If the Rat King stops chasing, we'll give it some bait. We must drag this out long enough. Old Workaholic's reflex, Zhongda, and farm work. Brother, your willpower is quite good. Cut the dead wood vine inside the tree hollow into 2 pieces and insert them on your bodies. The shovels are also for you to use. Dig a big hole next to the tree hollow, not too deep, but big enough to hold that meatball. The soil here isn't too hard, so it will be quick. After digging, throw some of our raw meat inside. Zhongda and some farm work. Okay, a Jing and Master, you 2 have the strongest strength. The short spears will be kept for you. When we draw the enemy's attention, you can start attacking. If the enemy's focus shifts away, run toward the pit. We will try to keep the taunt. Good scenery doesn't last, and historical master. Got it? Simple. Just as Ed was about to watch a tactical squad's quick performance, he saw Howling Greenvine look at him. Oh, is there something about me? Looks like he's quite clever. Cultivating him well will definitely be useful in the future. Ed greeted the player's gaze with a gentle smile. The other person spoke earnestly. Lord, although we're not sure if you're good at this, we still hope you can help in the upcoming fight. Not just healing, but if there's a chance to kill the Mouse King, please help us. Ed's eyes flicked, feeling that the other was sincere. And what does it mean to ask him to help? Does he know Ed can still fight at this level? Seeing the NPC hesitate and think, Howling Greenvine seemed to remember something. Feeling that his words were not precise enough and didn't fit the world view, he quickly added, if our tactics succeed and the Mouse King falls into the pit, I hope you can briefly control it with the previous binding spell. All of this is to rebuild the order of this world. I hope you can agree. The previous binding spell? Ed suddenly understood. It was because of the incident a few days ago when his hands turned into withered vines and killed the plum deer that they found out. He thought those 2 victims had already lost consciousness, but it seems not. They probably only had fuzzy awareness at the time, but still saw him act. Later, they exchanged messages online in the real world. I see. This is good too. He originally planned to find an excuse or quietly join the fight to wait for an opportunity to attack. Now, he hasn't even decided what to say, and the other side sent a team invitation first. He'd slightly smiled and said, no need to be so polite. Helping you is my duty. But in his mind, he mimicked the tone of a legendary warrior from a previous version. I won't be polite. Eat Adrian. In his human form, as night deepened, visibility around them gradually decreased. At this moment, it hadn't yet activated the night vision ability of the small green device. As a planner, it had learned a sword technique from an old man in another world, which focused on a slow, careful improvement. Without night vision, it didn't stop players from seeing enemies. Countless pairs of glowing red mouse eyes sparkled in the dark, getting closer to everyone. Let's move. The creature called, Howling Greenvine, smeared beast blood on itself, then led the Great Way Fist King to charge at the approaching mouse tank. The other 4 followed the plan, pairing up for ambushes and traps. The strong smell of blood quickly reached the mice's noses. Over 100 nearby mice started to scream wildly. In their view, 2 large pieces of meat were slowly passing in front of them. A quick charge could turn these meats into food and fill their stomachs. Compared to these 2 large pieces of meat, the faint scent drifting from a tree hollow nearby was almost negligible. So what are we waiting for? Chirp, chirp. Stimulated, the mice desperately scratched and trampled their companions. Under the signal from the Mouse King group, these actions indicated they wanted to descend. As the mice descended, the entire Mouse King meatball started turning and speeding toward the 2 people. This movement also alerted more mice to the presence of the 2 large pieces of meat. The mouse swarm quickly unified their thoughts. Once all the mice agreed, the whole meatball charged forward, chasing the two prey across the relatively flat, open field. Got them! Got them! The Great Wave Fist King ran excitedly, shouting to relieve his tension and excitement. This scene takes place in the game world, where he can move freely because of his good agility and stamina. In real life, he would probably be out of breath after running for just half a minute. Watch the distance, don't fall behind. From nearby, the howling green vine warned him. Only then did Great Wave Fist King realize he was running a bit too fast. Seeing himself get carried away, he quickly slowed down and carefully controlled the distance, starting to tease the Mouse King behind him. Meanwhile, behind the Mouse King running at full speed, Briefly Long and History Expert quietly sneaked closer. History Expert: "What should we do, buddy?" "I'm a little nervous." Briefly Long: "No worries. I was the first player to die in this game, so it's not shameful. Should we attack now?" "Yes." "Sneak up quietly and shout don't." "Okay." The two hid behind in the darkness, crouching low as they gradually approached the Mouse King. The moment the large flesh ball entered attack range, Briefly Long suddenly leapt up. Using his high-strength stat of 8, he threw a short spear forcefully, then quickly grabbed another spear and charged forward. The wooden spear shaft and iron spearhead tore through the night sky and stabbed into the flesh ball. But surprisingly, this didn't cause much damage to the Mouse King. This monster wasn't just a simple flesh ball. If we think of the initial mouse as the core, then all the other mice existed like rays emanating from it. This gave them high dodge chances, so the short spear, despite its great force, only killed about a dozen unlucky mice. That number might seem large, but compared to the thousands of mice, it was not enough. Next, the dense swarm of mice screamed and started biting at the spear that was already surrounded and embedded in the ground. In just a few moments, the wooden shaft and the iron spearhead above ground disappeared beneath the sharp teeth of the mice. Wherever the swarm passed, everything was destroyed as if locusts had swept through. All traces of the weapon were erased in a very short time. If not for the few dead mice still dragged beneath the flesh ball, players might even doubt whether the spear had ever existed. The History Expert also saw this scene. He had been about to throw his short spear, but then Reg ripped it in his hand. Throwing it now would be a poor choice. It wouldn't kill many rats and would waste his weapon. It would be a big loss. Thinking this, his strength stat of 7 gave him confidence again. He stood on the gentle and charged toward the meatball below. From afar, Ed saw this and couldn't help but be amazed. If he could get a riding device for this guy, maybe he could try a cavalry charge. He then looked at his companions, Zhongda and Farm Work, who were digging a hole very hard. They skillfully swung their shovels, and on their shoulders, green vines grew, using their sharp branches to loosen the soil. The vines on them came from a young seedling inside a tree hollow. Right now, that artificially grown deadwood vine was carefully secreting a sticky substance like tree sap to protect its new wounds. It had no thinking ability and acted purely on instinct. It couldn't understand that the people outside were fighting to protect it, but that didn't matter. The fate of this deadwood vine was no longer up to it. Not far from Ed, Farm Work suddenly laughed while digging a hole. "Why are you laughing?" asked Zhongda. "I remembered something happy," replied Zhongda. "Seriously, what are you laughing at? Want to know?" "Yes. Look at what we're doing now, and then look at our IDs." Farm Work paused with his shovel, realizing they were indeed doing farm work, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. At that moment, a roar of anger from humans suddenly came from the distant battlefield. The two turned to look and saw History Expert with twin spears rushing toward the Mouse King. Perhaps the very realistic scene caused some fear, or maybe the desire to use raw shouting to scare enemies. Most likely, it was simply due to lack of experience. Anyway, the History Expert couldn't stay silent after approaching the enemy. He shouted loudly and started wildly swinging two short spears. "He seems to be having fun," the farm worker commented with a smile. However, Zhongda seemed to remember something and looked at him to ask, "It's already the second day. When will the payment arrive?" "I still remember the split was 60/40ths. The farm worker suddenly realized and explained while rubbing his forehead. "Yesterday, we had so much fun that after logging out, we kept discussing game details and forgot about this. After today, I'll ask him when he logs off." Don't worry, he's not the type to leave debts unpaid. Zhongda nodded and wasn't too worried. After all, they would be in the same server for a long time. In an environment where they see each other often, most people wouldn't do something shameful like not paying debts. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and jumped into a somewhat deep hole, starting to shovel out the dirt. On the distant battlefield, a fierce fight was ongoing. Two players responsible for attracting enemies desperately wanted to start a lively dance to hold the attention. Anything to keep the enemies focused on them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the meatball, Short-Lived was slightly crouched, alert, constantly hunting the mice that made up the meatball. Whenever a mouse extended its tail, the main body lunged forward to bite. Short-Lived would immediately stab it to death and then stay alert for the next approaching mouse. Its posture was as tense as a snake in the jungle, terrifying to see. History expert seemed to have completely lost his mind, fighting the mice like a berserker, swinging and stabbing wildly. His strength at 7 points was no different from a mountain crushing a mouse. At this moment, the game that required teamwork seemed to turn into a Dynasty Warriors-style mowing game. He was in a mindless, carefree state. Unfortunately, Ed didn't expect such reckless behavior. Before the beta started, he should have bought some weapons like cleavers as backups. While the 4 players on the battlefield were desperately fighting, the Mouse King, who was being teased as a fool, seemed to fall into some confusion. After the 2 humans holding short spears joined the battle, the once unified thoughts of the creature split again. The mice closer to the bait still wanted to move forward to hunt, while those behind the flesh ball stared fiercely at the intruders, wanting to deal with the cold warrior and the crazy berserker first. This caused the entire Mouse King to split into factions, but one core fact remained unchanged. The flesh ball was being pulled into an oval shape, making it hard to move forward quickly as before. Though mice are not very smart, they realized that their plans were failing. They understood that if they continued like this, problems would arise. They needed to prioritize, either deal with the 2 large flesh chunks or handle the attackers behind. They had to decide what was more important, or they would all die today. More than one mouse saw this problem. Soon, the flesh ball became noisy, with each mouse loudly squeaking, as if sharing their opinions. Gradually, the noisy squeaking stopped, replaced by the flesh ball shrinking quickly. After a brief disagreement, the mice reached a new agreement. First, eliminate the 2 enemies who kept killing their own kind. Howling Greenvine was the first to notice something was wrong. No matter how much the 2 mocked, pulled, or threw prey and blood, the Mouse King had already lost interest in them. This made their flirtation, which seemed to be trying to attract the blind, look quite ridiculous. Be careful, the hatred is pulling apart. Seeing that they had no other options, Howling Greenvine shouted loudly and shared this information with the 2 players fighting nearby. At this moment, History Expert was covered in blood, looking like a demon crawling out of. The blood on him didn't belong to him, but it seemed to make him even more frantic. As the huge flesh ball rolled closer, he was still lost in cutting grass, unable to stop. The nearby, Briefly Beautiful was the first to notice something was wrong. After hearing the teammates shout, he confirmed the situation and quickly pulled History Expert away, and the 2 began to retreat rapidly. The trap is ready. Near the withered tree vine and hollow, there was a shout from Zhongda. 2 players filled with hatred quickly ran toward the big pit. The plan had reached a critical point, and everyone, including Aid, was inevitably tense and panicked. Run faster. Keep running. It was the first time they faced such a teamwork-intensive boss. Farmer's Hour didn't know what to shout, so he just cheered from the hillside. His voice was already a bit hoarse, and now shouting with emotion made Aid nearby feel like he was retreating in defeat, chased by enemies. A few steps away, a deep pit about 1.5 meters wide and less than a meter deep had appeared. The creators of the pit, Zhongda and Farmer's Hour, were exhausted, gasping for breath. The withered vine on their shoulders looked weak and tired. Everyone watched eagerly as the 2 main attackers finally lured the Mouse King into the trap. They chose a route that went uphill first, then downhill. When the Mouse King reached the top of the and prepared to charge, it was met with the waiting big pit. The mice at the top of the ball first noticed the problem, but it took time for the message to reach the mice below. The path was straight downhill, and by the time the mice realized the danger, they couldn't stop in time. With a loud bang and dust flying, the fat Mouse King ball fell into the carefully prepared trap. "Ball is in," Howling Green shouted excitedly from behind. Nearby, Great Wave Fist King whispered back, "Fair play contest. From today?" "Well, that joke is too old." The Mouse King ball was about 2 meters tall. Even after falling into the hole, more than half of its body was still outside. The hole was cylindrical, making it hard for the creature to escape even if it broke apart. Although mice dig quickly, they were surrounded by others of their kind, so they had no strength left to use. Breaking apart would also weaken their combat power, so even in this situation, the Mouse King chose not to disperse. This decision caused them to miss their last chance to survive. Seeing that the player's plan was successful, Ed, who had promised the Howling Green Vine, did not hesitate at all. He knelt on one knee, placing both hands on the ground like a sprinter about to start, and silently muttered, "Spread." 10 withered vine-like branches instantly grew out, piercing through the shallow soil and extending toward the deep pit ahead. Within seconds, the vine-like branches broke through the ground around the big pit, then began to twist and wrap around each other, quickly forming a large net around the meatball. At first, the net was loose, but after connecting a few points, it started to tighten rapidly. The mesh shrank, the vines grew thicker, and some even sprouted sharp thorns, as if ready to cut through with their sharp edges. The players watched in shock. Ed's move was a high-level skill for them. Although the plant cage skill had a long wind-up time, as long as they could delay the target slightly, it was almost certain to hit. Thinking about the 2 young deer that had been quickly killed earlier, the players wondered if the more powerful mutated Mouse King had a way to escape this trap. But soon, an even more shocking scene appeared. After Ed silently said the word, "grafting," everyone was amazed to see small flowers blooming on each vine forming the plant cage. Looking at the familiar shape of the petals, everyone quickly recognized them as the paralyzing flowers that coexisted with the deer-shaped mutants. The players either had been harmed by this plant before or had heard about its dangerous nature. Seeing this, they all stepped back 2 paces. But the NPC's attack clearly wasn't aimed at them. After blooming, the flowers slowly turned toward the inside of the cage. As the net tightened, the squeaking sounds of the mice gradually decreased. "Wow, is this NPC really that powerful?" Farmwork expressed surprise. Though a bit crude, it reflected everyone's feelings at the moment. "Chund, I thought of a real-world device, but I can't say it, or I might lose some virtue." The paralyzing flower's toxins began to be released. The gnawing and banging sounds from the plant cage gradually weakened but did not disappear. I don't know if the effect was weakened because there were too many mice or if their pushing and trampling slowed down the paralysis. Anyway, even though Ed had already given the maximum dose, things didn't go as he expected. The mice looked just very weak, but they didn't fall asleep. But Ed is usually a careful person. He quickly started Plan B. On the vine cage, holes appeared. These weren't caused by the mice biting, but were made by Ed moving some vines aside. The holes were cleverly placed, looking like attack windows. Thinking of this, the players heard Ed shouting, "Use weapons to attack." Quickly, almost a minute into the scene, the 6 players grabbed their worn short spears, and those without weapons took iron shovels. They raised their weapons and rushed to the attack windows, stabbing their tools into the openings, then spun and stirred repeatedly. Stab, twist, pull. The players, full of anger, kept repeating this simple attack, slowly reducing the health of the Mouse King. The dead mice were quickly stepped on by others, and the remaining life in their bodies was quietly absorbed by the thin roots reaching out around them. Thanks to the players' careful efforts, fewer mice remained inside the cage, and victory seemed close. But at this moment, the face of the Howling Green Vine showed no joy. His eyes were fixed on the edge of the scene. Time was running out. It was 1959 in the disorderly world. Their souls were about to leave their bodies and return to reality. With the current fighting speed, they couldn't kill the Mouse King before 8 o'clock. What should they do? What should they do? Sweat appeared on his forehead. The fight had reached this point. If they failed now, not only the dried-wood vine farm they were researching would be lost, but their own bodies could also be chewed into nothing by the Mouse King. As the team's taunter, he had seen what happened to the bait made of flesh and blood. He didn't want to end up like that, even in the game. He didn't know if Ed would find new materials to make new bodies or if he would gather mouse droppings again for another last-minute patch. His thoughts seemed complicated, but in fact, it only took 1 or 2 seconds. To prevent this disgusting thing from happening, Howling Greenvine finally made up his mind. He looked at Ed and shouted loudly, "Lord, our bodies are about to reach their limit. Please do your best to kill the Mouse King, or the battle will be lost." Ed looked over when he heard this and saw that the player best at commanding and planning was sending a help request. His expression hardly changed, but inside he was very happy. Everyone heard it. It was him who asked me to get the kills, not me stealing them myself. As for why the fight was delayed until now, it was just a coincidence, purely a coincidence. "Good, Soul Returner, I will do as you wish." Ed pulled his hands from the ground, and new fingers grew rapidly. The vine cage, which had lost its command, immediately became much more stiff. The attack windows no longer moved smoothly with the player's actions and instead caused some hindrance to their attacks. Howling Greenvine kept moving his hands, but his eyes were fixed on Ed. The green crown on the left side of this Lord NPC's head suddenly became lively, with new buds appearing on parts that looked like crown tips. At this moment, Ed let go of the limits that made up his self, allowing the small green force to grow rapidly in a short time. If we compare it to Hot Pot, then Greenvine's share in Ed Adrian's special Hot Pot changed from being on the edge of the pot to being the greens added into the Hot Pot. Ed's right hand was quickly transforming into a thick, long knight's sword. He found a bit of weapon inspiration from the original owner's memories, and now it was just in time to use. The change in the guiding NPC quickly caught the attention of other players. They saw Ed's transformation and felt the real killing intent. At this moment, no one saw Ed as just a healing support, and no one dared to connect him with that foolish NPC. The white-haired boy with a half-crown on his head strode forward, and players made way for him. As the creator of the Vine Cage, Ed easily confirmed the location of the Mouse King's core through the cage. He charged with murderous intent to the cage, and suddenly his knights soared into the center. Ed's main strength isn't very high, but he has a special ability, plant compatibility, that made this attack much more powerful than players expected. The wooden sword's tip felt like it was breaking something, and a piercing cry of pain reached the player's ears. The aura of the enemy, a mutated creature inside the Vine Cage, immediately weakened. Even though more than half of the mice were still alive, the core mouse had been killed by Ed. The remaining creatures were just minor enemies now, not a threat. At this moment, all players realized they had actually won the dangerous fight they initially wanted to avoid. Wow. Yo wow. Huh? We won. This fight was awesome. A wave of joy overwhelmed the players. They cheered loudly, hugging each other in small groups, celebrating aimlessly. Next, there were a few dull thuds on the open field as the mice fell to the ground, followed by only the sound of mice gnawing at the cage and the gentle night breeze. Current time in the chaotic world, 2000 hours. Forced logout. Phew. Seeing that he was alone in this world again, Ed slowly exhaled. His last move was a bit risky, but luckily, it didn't go wrong. This final real-time execution not only earned Ed the head of the Mouse King, but also gave him a big boost in gear. Within just a minute, he could sense at least 3 players had turned on recording functions, and others were frantically taking screenshots. As a former internet surfing enthusiast, Ed knew well how these videos and images spreading could boost his game's reputation. Thinking of this, he happily rubbed his hands like a fly. The puzzle-solving video uploaded by Greatway Fist King had already gone viral, giving his game a huge boost. With these new materials, his otherworldly game business was clearly thriving. But because of this, he needed to shut down the server for a day. Because 2 main factors are severely limiting the game's development. First, there are too few NPCs, and Ed now wishes he could split himself in 2 to handle them. Second, he has no money. Yes, Ed Adrian, a young wizard summoning spirits, guide and protector of souls from another world, and the nominal ruler of a barony, has only 32 silver and 4 copper coins. All of this comes from Baron Tuer's inheritance. While it's understandable that someone desperate to die wouldn't care about money, Ed finds it hard to imagine that he searched the entire castle and couldn't find a single gold coin. If Ed himself didn't survive by sunbathing, he might have already died from poverty. When he confirmed this fact, he wanted to complain, but thinking of respecting the dead, he suppressed his slightly bad temper and buried the entire Tour family's remains near the castle. Ed is already so poor that his coins make a jingling sound, and the players are even worse off. The game has been running smoothly for 4 days, and the players haven't received a single coin from Ed. If it weren't for the highly immersive high-tech experience and the realism that kept them engaged, clever players would have already noticed something was wrong. Sigh. Thinking of this, Ed feels more burdened than ever. When players are online, he is an NPC, but he can't really see himself as just an NPC. Beneath the NPC appearance is a game designer. Beneath the designer is a lord of another world. Beneath the lord is a wanted follower of the tree worship, and beneath the follower is a time traveler. What a terrible layered identity. Every additional layer feels like adding another curtain in front of him, increasing the things he has to think about. It, who said working behind the scenes is easy. The more you stay behind the scenes, the harder it is. After a moment of reflection, Ed decided not to think about his next plans and turned to look at the vine cage that had become completely quiet. While the players logged off, Ed had already placed his left hand back on the surface of the cage. The vines were originally his body tissue transformed, so reconnecting them made the vines behave obediently, like well-behaved puppies. The Rat King, without its core, was just a group of mutated rats. Ed let the cage bloom with a numbing flower, and this time, the rats all collapsed under the toxin, completely motionless. After confirming there was no resistance, Ed instructed the vine cage to split off a withered wood vine to absorb the blood and flesh of the prey. The delicate, slender roots grew and moved through the gaps between the mice, even finding the corpse of the mouse that Ed had killed, which served as the core of the Mouse King. This fat mouse had lost its rodent features and was almost a small ball of flesh. Its limbs were buried deep under the skin, and its features had been stretched into simple lines on the surface of the sphere. As for the tail, this was the part where these mouse-like mutants showed abnormal changes. The tail was very long, wrapped around its body in circles, with gaps forming interfaces where other mice could insert their tails. This was the key to how the Mouse King could form. But at this moment, all of this was meaningless. With the secretion of digestive enzymes, the large cage became the final resting place for these mutants. After the previous night's battles and practice, Ed had a rough understanding of the world's rules. Whether it was stealing life force, absorbing flesh and blood, or honing combat skills, all could be seen as experience points from Little Green's perspective. As for why it all looked like this, Little Green couldn't explain it. Ed didn't have a clear logical explanation yet, only waiting for future guesses. Thinking of this, Ed sat beside the hardened vine cage, focusing on enjoying the sweet taste of victory. Behind him, inside a cage as tall as a person, a long digestion process had begun. In the real world, in the group chat, Disorder World Beta Test Group 6. Right after logging out of the game, Good Times Don't Last added Great Way Fist King to this small group. This young, enthusiastic new player was quite skilled in social interactions and got along well with everyone. In the game, he easily obtained the contact info of Great Way Fist King. At this moment, the group chat was filled with lively messages from excited players, making the small group seem like it had 60 members. History expert. Awesome. So cool. I was wondering how the first boss in the beginner village would end, and I didn't expect the guide to deliver the final, even transforming into a Triumph form. One word, amazing. Farming tasks. Besides the fact that this name sounds a bit odd, I agree with your opinion. Brief happiness. That's what I say, but I still feel a little strange. Do you think this counts as stealing kills? I don't play many games, so everyone is just joking about healing me. Zhongda. If you really want to call it that, I guess it counts, but most of the damage was done by us. In the end, we will definitely get a lot of experience. Howling Greenvine. In this game, experience points shouldn't be distributed just based on damage. Not to mention whether our damage is comparable to the guiding NPCs, but that controls skill. Besides him, none of us can use it. So I think the team boss system should be similar to some MMORPGs. After killing the boss, experience is split evenly, and loot goes to the killer. Of course, given how realistic this game is, loot probably drops directly on the ground instead of on anyone. Brief happiness. That's good. That's good. I was a bit worried during that execution animation earlier. What if the NPC delivered the final? Could he just take all the experience? Looks like I was overthinking. Dear Lord and Guide, if you can see this, please don't secretly increase my drop rate. Howling Greenvine. I'm just guessing based on experience. We'll know everything tonight when we log in. Zhongda. You guys think a lot. I was just blank-minded, thinking the story animation was so cool. Too bad I only got to enjoy it briefly before being forced offline. I wonder if I can watch it again tomorrow. Farming tasks. With the game's realistic setup, that seems impossible, right? But I recorded the entire battle video. It's saved locally now. If you want to see it, I can send it to you. Zhongda. Yes, I was so excited at the time, just focused on taking screenshots. I totally forgot I could record. Great Way Fist King. Bro, can you send me a copy of the video? I think this game is amazing, and I plan to edit and share it. I recorded some footage myself, but more angles are always better. If any other brothers want to share their clips, just send them to me. Howling Greenvine. Speaking of editing, bro, aren't you the guy who found the beta access through the official website Easter egg? Great Way Fist King. I wouldn't call myself a big shot, but yes, that's me. 666. X in short-lived good times. Isn't that obvious? Why are you still asking? I already knew. Howling Greenvine. I can guess the general idea, just wanted to confirm to avoid mistakes. But the chances are really low. So, buddy, do you plan to keep posting videos? Once this game is released, it will definitely be popular. We don't have that kind of plan. If you want, you're currently the only content creator related to this game. Great Way Fist King. It's just a side job for now, but if this game really takes off, I might consider making it my main job. Working a regular job is just too tiring. Howling Greenvine. Buddy, think carefully before quitting your job. Turning a hobby into work often takes the fun out of it. Short-lived good times. It seems you're talking about some serious stuff. I won't join in. Doing some farming. Talking about workaholics should be private. Don't make the group so serious. Howling Greenvine. My goodness, let's get back to the game. I think our skills today were too limited. We didn't even have time to teleport back. If the guide didn't act at the end, we might have been eaten by rats. History expert. So, by your words, is the Rat King actually a plot twist? Howling Greenvine. Not necessarily. How should I put it? I think this game shouldn't be thought of as just triggered events or main and side quests. Think about it. Since day one, have we been forced to do anything? As far as I remember, no? The NPC just said to summon us to restore order to this world, but didn't say how or what exactly to do. It's all up to us. It doesn't have typical task systems. Guidance is extremely weak, like a sandbox game. The only game I've seen like this was, Friend, you don't look well. You should find something to eat before nightfall. Master of History said, it makes sense. Our actions today show no signs of being guided, but it's unlikely everything was just a coincidence. Maybe there's a threshold for triggering the Mouse King. After we do certain things, it summons this boss. Whether we fight it or not, and how we fight, are all our own ideas. Great Warlord of Wei asked, I heard this game was only in closed beta for 4 days. May I ask, are you all early players? Yes, the 4 of us are. I joined on the 3rd day, and you joined on the 4th. Then, what have you all been doing these days? Can you tell me? Well, I think. On the 1st day, I was mainly busy saying wow, and getting familiar with the controls. I wandered around the old castle, killed a few monsters, and chopped some trees. I even got a kill. On the 2nd day, 2 of us made rafts, and 2 went hunting. That's how Master of History got the beta access. On the 3rd day, we focused on crossing the river. Everyone died, so we settled down, adjusted our battle plan, and today is the 4th day. Wait, I understand the other parts, but what does hunting and beta access have to do with each other? I don't quite get that. Didn't anyone tell you? Tell me what? Alright, it seems everyone forgot to mention this setting. The way to get beta access in this game is by sacrificing prey to an NPC inside the game. The NPC uses the sacrifice to shape its body. After the sacrifice, the player logs off and can see the beta activation code in the game's backend. Master of History, God is this way. Of course, since you're here, it means there's more than one way to get the code. What? Outside the screen, Chui Yuan, also known as Great Warlord of Wei, really wanted to slam his head into the screen. What kind of strange setting is this? New players need help from beta testers to get access. This classic, old to new, method usually only appears during early testing phases on some websites, mainly to keep the community stable. But applying it to a game, what is this company doing? Don't they want to make money? As someone somewhat involved in the industry, Chui Yuan dares to guarantee with his career that games with such high thresholds simply cannot become hugely popular. At best, they might become niche boutique titles, and the most likely outcome is that the final praise will go to a minor character on the roadside. However, the past 12 hours seem to have worked like magic, changing some of Chui Yuan's views to some extent. Thinking about the immersive experience he just went through, could it be that they are really confident in creating a multiplayer online community built entirely through one-on-one invitations? If we only consider technology, they might truly have this confidence. But the game's promotion is also extremely vague. So does this company even have normal people? If necessary, Chui Yuan could dig into his past experiences. He can do many things. Outside the screen, Chui Yuan organized his words and asked, "Do you guys know anything about Odin Game Company? I haven't found any information about this company yet, but this game is so advanced in both completion and technology that I just can't understand." Haha. Finally, someone noticed. Suddenly, a message from Zhongda popped up in the group. Not understanding is the point. Think about it. What's the biggest difference between this game and mainstream immersive games on the market? Or, what is their strongest technical aspect? History expert. Every aspect, Zhongda, that it really seems to be. But that makes it hard for me to continue explaining, bro. Good times don't last long. I'm a professional hype man. Whatever aspect you want me to talk about, I can, Zhongda. Immersion. Good times don't last long. I think their strongest technical point is immersion, reading aloud. Zhongda. Exactly. It's about immersion. Don't laugh at me. My bed is very narrow, and I can kick the wall just by moving a little. But in the past few days, I've tried countless positions and found that as long as we don't click the log out button inside that interface, no matter how much we make a fuss, it won't affect our real bodies. Our brains and bodies are completely disconnected. I've been sleeping really well these days. Farm work. So what are you trying to say? We've definitely noticed these things too. History expert. My bed is bigger, so I haven't noticed. Shut up. Time's in, Zhongda. Don't you understand yet? Do you really think this is a technology that can be used in games? Clearly, some secret organization is disguising experiments as a game. That's the only way to explain everything we've experienced. Think about it. Did the login screen show any anti-addiction warnings? Did it display a version number? Were there any glare or 3D dizziness alerts? It seems. Not at all. At this moment, the players looking at the screen were all surprised. They just realized that the strange things about this game started from the moment they logged in. But because Disorder World has so many bizarre features, the small intro animation on the login screen didn't leave much impression. Only after Zhongda pointed it out did they realize that the game didn't even have basic prompts, which is unusual for a game. Good times don't last. It really is like that. Are we really being used as test subjects? What should we do, Zhongda? I don't know what you will do, but I plan to keep playing. Since I can't change anything, I might as well enjoy it. Farm work. So, after all that talk, nothing really changes. Maybe we just need to be more careful when we play in the future. But since this company's game can cut off our brains from our bodies, they probably don't care what we think. Maybe they want us to help train the AI inside the game. Remember, the only NPC we interacted with, Ed, was like that. Most of the time, he seemed silly and slow, but when certain keywords were triggered, he acted just like a real person. I guess, with more players, NPCs in the game might become more human-like. History expert. I understand. He probably thought he was chosen and was going into a virtual world to hang out with a blonde, sword-wielding AI girl, and maybe defeat some authority figures to save the world. That's typical delusion. Speeding things up by 500 million times would probably make him more honest. Good times don't last. That makes sense. Maybe this secret organization just wants us to help train the AI. To prevent these AIs from going bad, they use an invitation system to keep the players relatively normal and avoid chaos. During our game sessions, there might be someone watching us from behind. If we do something too extreme or inappropriate, we could lose our chance to participate in the beta test. Great Way Boxer. That's an interesting guess. I think the same way. Although this game seems a bit unusual at first glance, our gaming helmets have a limit on their power. They won't turn us into roasted brain snacks like in cartoons, so there's no need to worry about that. As for what this game really is, we can learn more gradually over time. For now, I have to go to work. If you want your videos to be shared, send me the recordings. Zhongda. I'm also heading to work, but before I go, I want to say something to @HistoryMaster. HistoryMaster. What? Zhongda. I like black-haired people. Ping 20,000 yuan received via Alipay. After the group's busy workers and part-time fighters disappeared, their casual chatting gradually came to an end. The game, Disorderly World, filled their 12 evening hours well, but for the players, the daytime still belonged to their normal lives. Leaving the group chat, Point Farm, Ji-hee was thinking about how politely to remind his wealthy friend to make the payment when he heard a voice notification from his phone. Ching, ching. Even for an adult like him, 20,000 yuan was a large sum. During their chat earlier, History Master, Yu Yun, had said he was willing to pay 10,000 yuan for a beta key and even mentioned he could pay more if the game exceeded his expectations. Now, it was clear that the game had surpassed everyone's expectations, and the wealthy friend's big spending was beyond Ji-hee's imagination. He opened the payment app and saw the prominent 20,000 message. When he clicked it, he also saw the sender's message. Just remembered I haven't paid you yet. Sorry about that. Ji-hee swallowed hard and sent a message in Zhongda's chat window. Final payment received. Send the payment code. Although the other person hadn't paid a single cent as a deposit, saying this made Ji-hee feel like he was involved in some secret, dark deal, giving him a strange thrill. Seeing no response from the other side, Ji-hee guessed that Zhongda had probably gone to work. He then opened the chat window of Chief History Expert and sent a message, received. After taking care of everything, Ji-hee happily opened a video website to start his rest time for the day. Removing the mask given by the internet, Ji-hee was a recent college graduate currently working a very relaxed job back home. Although he didn't earn much, it gave him plenty of time to do what he liked. After watching a few gaming videos, Ji-hee felt bored. For a game played by only 6 people, there was no community outside the game on any website, so naturally, there were no related videos either. But with the next refresh, a video title caught his eye. Why Disorder World is a scam game. No way, is it really a scam? I didn't know that. Ji-hee's body unconsciously curved into a no way shape. Filled with curiosity, he clicked on the video. There are very few public videos about Disorder World. The background of this person's video even used content from Chui Yuan's popular puzzle-solving video. In the description, he angrily criticized Disorder World for misleading hype and claimed that Chui Yuan's video was posted by an official account. After enduring a lengthy, confusing, and illogical analysis, the video creator finally revealed the conclusion. Based on everything, I believe Disorder World is the product of a small group of people having fun. They are obsessed with creating a seemingly reasonable worldview under the chaos of magic tides, but they completely ignore the game's playability and depth. To gain players' trust, they even traded with the platform to stay in the top 20 new game charts for a long time. I firmly believe this game doesn't even have a demo and is a complete scam. It won't be long before the official website starts pre-sales, followed by delays, cancellations, and the usual "we've run away" routine. If you want to change my mind, it's simple. Disorder World officials, listen up, send me a beta test activation code. As soon as I get the code, I will delete this video and become your most loyal supporter. Sure enough, that's how it was. He opened the comments section of the video and saw a peaceful scene. I guess there was something behind it long ago, but I kept watching just for that last bit of vinegar video timestamp. The map of Yen State is so long. Did you hide the dagger inside a roll of toilet paper? It's too late now. I already reported it. Everyone, please help report too. Thanks. Ji-hee smiled and sighed, feeling a growing sense of superiority. Beep beep. As his phone rang again, a pop-up appeared at the top of the screen. Ji-hee glanced at it and was surprised to see his pupils shake with shock. Chui Yuan clocked in on time and entered the office area, feeling that today's atmosphere was a bit strange. He patted a colleague drinking coffee and asked, "Why is it so quiet?" The colleague nodded toward the director's office. Looks like our director has done something wrong. Huh. Chui Yuan quickly looked at the office. He saw 3 very straight men standing around the director's desk. The director, usually proud of his technical skills, looked like a student being checked by a teacher, nervously typing on his keyboard and pointing at the screen, as if a criminal caught in the act was still trying to argue. Honestly, it really had that feeling. Old Lu wouldn't do that, right? Chui Yuan whispered. Our department doesn't have any projects that need funding besides team building. What could he have done wrong? His colleague shrugged. I don't know. Maybe old Lu is just taking the fall. The real culprit might be someone else. Maybe so. Chui Yuan didn't ask further and moved a few steps to his own desk. As he took out his phone, he felt a vibration. When he unlocked the screen, he saw a notification from a gaming platform. He looked at it briefly and froze in place, his mind racing with random thoughts. Almost at the same time, both Jing Ming, preparing for university, and Zhou Ju, working hard to earn extra money, saw the message on their phones due to various coincidences. As for the unemployed rich guy and the former professional player, they never took their eyes off their phones and computers, so they naturally saw the notification immediately when it appeared. On the morning of August 6, 2037, at 10 a.m., Disorderly World sent its first maintenance notice to its beta testers. Dear beta testers, thank you for your support of Disorderly World during this time. Thanks to your efforts, the development team has identified many issues within the game. To give you a better gaming experience, the servers will undergo maintenance from August 6, 2037, 10 a.m. to August 7, 2037, 8 p.m. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We look forward to meeting you in a better world. August 6, 2037 Odin Game Company. Alright, the server shutdown notice is sent. We can head out now. At this moment, Disorderly World was still midnight. Ed stood up near the withered, hardened vine sphere, shook off his hands, and cut the mutated vines, stopping their life force absorption. The notice had been sent, and the digestion was complete. The mice in the Baron's wilderness had suffered an unprecedented, and Ed took this opportunity to level up again. And not just by 1 level. ID. Ed Adrian level 5. Basic attributes. Strength 13 agility, 10 constitution, 12 willpower, 10 special attributes. Plant compatibility 13 animal compatibility, 10 mechanical compatibility, 7 psychic compatibility, 10 talents. Life touch, verdant crown, otherworldly half-body this time. Ed focused all his attention on his body and finally sensed a faint flow of energy he could influence. Under his hurried guidance, his 4 basic attributes stabilized, and he allocated points to psychic compatibility to prevent future accidents. According to Ed, before the magic tide erupted, this world still had what were called skills, whether martial techniques or spells, once deeply studied and used. But it seems the magic tide destroyed even this order. Now, it's hard to say if true skills still exist. The focus of cultivation has shifted to guiding attributes and using abilities. Objectively, this setting seems more realistic, but Ed still doubts whether players will be unhappy about it. But it's too early to think about that now. When he considers that the late Baron Tour could even modify force fields on a small scale, Ed feels that as long as he becomes stronger, he can also influence the rules. Maybe later, he can give players the ability to learn skills. For now, he looks at the 6 vegetative patients around him, all in deep coma, and falls silent. It's midnight now, and there are 32 hours until the next game launch. That doesn't seem like a long time, but Ed has too many things to do and can't find the time to send the players' bodies back to the castle. Leaving their bodies here might make them vulnerable to omnivorous animals, so after thinking it over, Ed, who just leveled up twice, decides to use his new ability. As mentioned before, without the skill system, how well he can develop his innate abilities becomes a key factor in his strength. Right now, Ed is exploring the limits of his current Cedar Crown. Little Green, give everyone a boost. Where did the everyone come from? It's just a phrase. Come on, you should understand what I want you to do. Alright, Little Green reluctantly agrees in Ed's mind, and then the saplings in Ed's eyes begin to turn bright green. Life force flows along the branches of the tree, gathering at a few of the tips of the half-crown. Soon, 6 small fruit-like objects, about the size of beans, form. Ed can feel his life force, his current health, is slowly decreasing. It seems this is a skill that requires sacrificing health. As life drains away, the fruits swell little by little, but their connection to little green weakens, and some branches show slight signs of withering. The whole process is no different from how fruits normally ripen, just much faster, several dozen times faster. Soon, 6 seeds appear in Ed's hands. He grabs a shovel left by the players, digs a few holes randomly in the ground, and plants the seeds. Even in the dark midnight without any light, strange vine-like plant tissues quickly sprout from the ground. Under Ed's guidance, the branches grabbed each player's ankles and then transformed into giant snakes in the rainforest, wrapping around their legs. Within a minute, the 6 players' bodies were completely wrapped up, and the plant tissue began to harden quickly, turning as tough as bark. This way, there was no need to worry about them being eaten. Satisfied with the result, Ed silently praised himself. He even thoughtfully left small gaps in their bodies for breathing. After finishing everything, the current official owner of the barony finally stepped onto a road that didn't really exist in the wilderness. Ed didn't know if this world followed the same universe view as his hometown, but at least the long days and short nights in summer were the same. As dawn broke on the horizon, he finally arrived near the entrance of the Dragonborn village. But unlike last time, Ed didn't hide his features at all. His half-green crown covered half of his head openly. "You're outsiders. If you go any further, I won't be polite." Even though it was early morning, the villagers guarding the village were still very alert. Through the view provided by the small green, Ed could see that the 2 villagers on watch were quite strong. According to the world's level system, their levels were between 2 and 3, which was quite rare for local natives. A few steps into attack range, Ed heard a warning. He cooperated by stopping and slightly raising his hands to show he meant no harm. "What are you doing here? Do you have any business?" Seeing Ed's cooperation, the villager on the wall asked in a slightly softer tone. Ed cleared his throat and replied in a similar volume, "I'm a trader. I want to meet your village chief." A mocking voice responded, "You're just some nobody, and you think you can talk business? Get lost. Dragonborn Village doesn't welcome tree-covered fools." As expected, from previous interactions with villagers and the tavern owner, Ed could tell these 2 groups didn't get along well. But since he didn't hide his features, he was confident he could handle the situation. Ed, who was scolded twice, showed no sign of anger. In fact, this made the village guards more certain of their guess. In their view, followers of the tree worship religion either show no emotion or laugh strangely, which makes normal people like them feel uncomfortable. So, the 2 guards looked more sharply at the person in front of them. He didn't answer or leave, which made them feel very uneasy. Just as they were about to throw spears to scare him, Ed's voice finally cut through the air into their ears. "Tell your village chief that I have a way to stop the mutation and help you continue. But he needs to come see me alone. I'll wait here for 3 minutes. If he's not here by then, don't bother coming." On the wall of the Dragonborn village, the 2 guards looked at each other, both showing suspicion. They didn't really understand what mutation meant in his words, but hearing how confident he sounded, they felt that not reporting this to the village chief might cause big problems later. One guard left first, while the other clenched his weapon tightly and kept a close eye on Ed, always ready for trouble. Ed didn't care at all. He focused on guiding the vines on the ground, making a bouncy chair under his. Then he relaxed his body, leaning back and even crossing his legs arrogantly, as if daring them. The villagers' guards naturally felt angry and annoyed, but without the village chief's order, they couldn't attack. If they did, and things went wrong, they wouldn't even have enough heads to pay for the mistake. After a minute, Ed sensed a sudden impact from a distance through the vines rooted in the ground. He showed no obvious reaction but prepared for battle. A gust of wind sounded as a half-dragon man, shirtless, fell from the sky and landed about 2 meters in front of him. The half-dragon was covered in scars and ugly scales. Its bloody dragon horns on top of its head looked especially twisted and fierce. Its hands and feet had already become more like monsters than humans. The visitor was the village chief of the Dragonborn village. After hearing the report from the guards, he almost immediately regained his clarity. How could outsiders discover the secrets of the Dragonborn village? This shocking reality instantly wiped out his sleepiness. He didn't even have time to put on his clothes before rushing over in a furious state. I held a scrutinizing and provocative look at the goods. He examined the half-dragon, who was at least level 7, and praised the item. Such a powerful body. It's a pity. How long can someone like you survive? Facing the half-dragon's gaze, he didn't hide at all. 10 years? 5 years? Or maybe half a year? The village chief's face, full of aggressive energy, showed a moment of surprise, but he quickly suppressed it. His previously fierce killing intent gradually cooled, becoming as cold as winter, as if any wrong word from Eid would cause him to immediately cut off the other's head. Looking at the young man who was almost half his height, the half-dragon asked coldly, "How did you know?" "Stop." He'd made a stop gesture. Naturally, he wouldn't give up control of the conversation easily. Otherwise, all his recent arrogant acts would be pointless. As for how he knew, it was thanks to Little Green's analysis of biological creatures and his own understanding of the so-called order in this chaotic world. Since arriving here, he had seen many monsters. These creatures appeared mainly because of the direct or indirect effects of the magical tide. So, how does the chaos brought by the magical tide show itself? He temporarily ignored the castle's stance. From a biological perspective, he, as an experienced plant person, had led a group of novice plant people to explore around the castle. Whether it was the sheep with vines growing on them, the mice whose tails had turned into thorny branches, or even the cannibal trees that fed on flesh and blood, they all shared a common feature: the presence of multiple native biological traits. This disorder and mutation weren't just caused by contact. They could also manifest through interference-like methods. Just like the villagers from the upstream and midstream villages, after planting the seed of the Bai-tree religion on their bodies, as they grow older, the parts of their bodies that do not have plants will gradually become more like plants. The old man who sheltered Ed overnight, Ed noticed that his hands and feet had already become similar to common brown tree bark. If we follow this conclusion backward, it is easy to guess what the villagers of the Dragonborn village rely on. Those villagers parasitized by trees love and hate the saplings on their bodies. Similarly, the villagers of Dragonborn village probably see the dragon in a similar way. But unlike the silent trees, the giant dragon is truly capable of killing. Combined with the Baron's last words and the strange changes on his wife and children's bones, Ed easily guessed the meaning of the word mutation, a deformity caused by external creatures or inanimate objects, induced by the influence of the magical tide. If this guess is correct, even if only partially, Ed is confident he can control the village chief in front of him. "Don't ask me how I know this. It's not good for you," Ed said, looking at the half-dragon, with a tone that seemed to ask, but was actually firm. "Let's try to talk business, okay?" On the dawn wilderness, only the sound of the wind was heard. After a moment of silence, a reluctant voice finally slipped from the half-dragon's teeth. "Okay. Snap." Ed snapped his fingers happily and said, "Good, very spirited. Now, let me briefly explain our deal. You should know the location of the broken ancient fortress. I've built a small settlement nearby. I hope to get a long-term supply of iron from the Dragonborn village and promise not to use these weapons against you. As for the method of payment," a few vines sprouted from the ground. The half-dragon was initially surprised, but then returned to normal. The vines did not carry any hostility, not even with thorns. The vines formed a small square table between them, and the chair Ed was sitting on had already turned into a vine-woven backrest chair. Another similar chair appeared behind the half-dragon. Ed signaled for the village chief to sit down. Then, sitting upright, he reached forward with his hand. Branches grew out from his palm, and soon a fruit about the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Ed handed the fruit to the half-dragon. "Try it?" The village chief of the half-dragons used 2 claws to pick up the plump fruit and directly put it into his mouth to chew. "How is it? Does it taste bland?" "Actually, it's a bit sour and bitter." The half-dragon recalled the fruit he had hastily swallowed and replied. Ed shook his head. "I mean the taste of the transformation." The village chief was surprised and quickly focused on how the fruit was digesting inside him. After a few moments, he nodded in disbelief. "Indeed. There's no taste of transformation, just like it was picked before the magic tide erupted." Seeing the expression he wanted, Ed's single eye narrowed in satisfaction. "Good to know you can tell." I plan to use this kind of fruit as a trade item for metal tools to help prevent the villagers of the Dragonborn village from overtransforming. What do you think? The half-dragon village chief across the small table was deep in thought. Maybe he sensed Ed's subtle kindness, or perhaps his mind was no longer wild and aggressive. The dragon's transformation traits on him were slowly fading. Those ugly, twisted scales returned beneath his skin, and his once strong body was gradually shrinking. In fact, every word Ed said touched his heart, but because they were in a trade, he couldn't show it openly. If they were in a different situation, the village chief, who had been oppressed and suffocated for years, would have loved to talk with the young man all night. He didn't know how the other knew about the transformation and the eventual end of the Dragonborn village, but he understood the danger well. According to village history, 100 years ago, when the magic tide suddenly erupted, everything was tainted with chaotic magic and began to transform. When the ancestors of the Dragonborn village were about to starve, a giant dragon happened to pass by. To survive, the ancestors of the village abandoned all dignity, begged on their knees like dogs, and promised that their descendants would serve the dragons forever. Only then did they receive a piece of dragon scale as a gift. The eruption of the magic tide gave the dragon scales the power to influence the outside world, and the bodies of the ancestors began to slowly transform. Initially, the dragon mutation only gave them extraordinary strength and physical abilities. But soon, their ancestors discovered a problem. The mutation could accumulate over time. So, what kind of people would have the most mutation buildup inside their bodies? The answer is babies. From the moment the first baby was born in the Dragonborn village after the magical tide, everything started to go out of control. First, there were dragon scales under the skin, then faintly bulging dragon horns on the head, and later, a tail appearing behind. More and more dragon features began to show up in the villagers over generations. Their strength increased, but their bodies seemed more fragile. They could eat metal ores, but their average lifespan started to decrease with each generation. Their growing power made other villagers afraid and cautious. This caused the Dragonborn villagers to be rejected by others, preventing them from expanding farmland outside the village. Inside the village, the crops were also affected by the dragon scales, and because of their short lifespans, the effects became even more noticeable. Eating the mutated crops sped up the villagers' own mutation process. Everything fell into a never-ending downward spiral. The villagers realized that beneath the fiery dragon scales was actually a slow poison. It seemed their fate had been sealed 100 years ago. But this didn't mean they could give up on the scales, because the sacred object placed on the altar in the center of the village was both the source of their suffering and a symbol of hope. There are countless deadly ways to die in this chaotic world. The fact that mutations could reduce their lifespan generation after generation, ultimately causing the last descendants to die before reaching maturity and leading to extinction, is already a very lenient form of death. Even so, the village chief would not give up any hope, no matter how small. If not for the long-standing agreement between the dragon and the worship of the Tree of Reverence, he even considered bringing the Tree of Reverence into the Dragonborn village. Now, someone with a tree growing on their body had pointed out a new path to him, making him extremely cautious. If the surrounding light hadn't gradually increased, he would have thought time had stopped at that moment. He wasn't surprised by the other person's reaction. After all, the fruit he just showed was not an ordinary item in this world. That is exactly where Ed completed the gene collection of the tasteless fruit at the top of the ancient castle. However, now Ed has heavily improved this fruit, so it is no longer the strange creatures found in the wilderness. Initially, the tasteless fruit was the only type Ed could find, the one least affected by the magical tide's corruption. The fruit he now holds has regrown because all its material and vitality come from Ed himself. Naturally, it shows no signs of corruption. Ed also shared his anti-corruption ability, which he calls self-control, with the fruit through his plant friend, Little Green. This is why the fruit has been reborn. After a long time, so long that the first rays of sunlight fell on the corner of the vine-covered table, the half-dragon village chief finally opened his eyes again. His gaze was serious and firm, almost able to see through Ed's thoughts. Wow, if your eyes weren't so determined, I'd think you just finished a nap. Ed silently muttered in his mind, then looked at the village chief. How about it? I have a question related to the trade. Feel free to ask. About the seeds of the fruit. Ed nodded, understanding what the other meant. This was also the reason he chose the tasteless fruit as the trade item. Are you asking if you can keep the seeds to plant yourself? The village chief nodded. The young man in front of him had guessed what he wanted to say several times. Clearly, he couldn't see him as an ordinary young person. The village chief put away some of his wariness, but also became more alert to the cunning. Yes, you can. Ed gave a positive answer and added, those seeds can be planted to grow fruit trees, and I will help you with quick planting and fruit ripening. But only the first 3 harvests from each tree will retain most of their anti-corruption ability. After that, they will be no different from the normal crops in your village. Now the village chief fully understood the complete details of the deal proposed by the young man. Those fruits cannot be mass-produced in the Dragonborn village. They will only be brought in as seeds or saplings. After a fruit tree produces 3 harvests, it becomes useless and must be replaced by trading again with Ed. This also prevents the village from self-sufficient production. With these new food sources, the Dragonborn village can at least maintain its current average lifespan instead of continuing to decline. But will it recover to normal human lifespans? The village chief sighed and shook his head. Don't be silly. Look around. Are there any normal humans here? They are all distorted humans. If you think living longer is good, I prefer living longer myself. Sorry, I have one last question. The village chief looked at Ed with a slightly softer gaze. Go ahead, ask. Since the deal was already settled, Ed no longer cared much about the question, especially since he still had the option to choose no answer. Are you the heretic? The village chief asked seriously, staring at Ed's single eye. In the not-so-bright mind of the village chief, several things were starting to connect. An outsider who can control plants has settled nearby. A group of tree worshippers claimed their experiment subjects escaped. The outsider willing to ignore ancient agreements and make a deal. It was clear who the outsider was, especially from his prominent features that showed he wasn't hiding anything. Hearing this question, Ed remembered the traits of the tree worshippers he had seen through a few spy herbs. He realized he was somewhat similar to those people. If he had to say what was different, maybe it was just that he looked more handsome. Thinking of this, he smiled and asked back, "What do you think?" As he finished speaking, Ed saw the "I understand" smile on the village chief's face. He quickly put on the same expression and looked at him. They just smiled at each other, in a strange way that felt like "you get what I mean, I get what you mean." A silly cycle. After reaching a basic understanding, Ed and the village chief started discussing the specific price. Since this long-term trade was based on barter, they only needed to agree on the exchange rate between fruits and iron tools. After a short discussion, they finally agreed that one fruit, containing 3 to 4 seeds, would exchange for a small iron tool, like a spearhead or a shovel. If there are special situations, such as Ed developing new resistant plants or the iron tools in the Dragonborn village having more and better options, both sides will renegotiate. As for the trading method, Ed and the village chief decided to continue with irregular trading runs after discussion. Currently, the iron processing in the Dragonborn village is still entirely handmade, with no signs of machine work. Ed's group is small, with no more than 10 people, so they can't establish a stable logistics network. Therefore, when one side runs out of supplies, they just send a small team to the other side. The distance between the Dragonborn village and the old fortress is less than 7 kilometers, and if the terrain is flat and the view open, they can almost see each other on the horizon. After dawn, both sides finally agreed on the final trade details. Ed was surprised to see that the village chief, a rough-looking man, could read and write. He quickly drafted an agreement on a piece of parchment with holes, which was already damaged, and asked Ed to sign it. With the help of Little Green's translation, Ed read the messy trade terms and the village chief's signature. Siso. He took the contract, but didn't sign immediately. He looked at the village chief and asked, "Although I don't intend to break the contract, how can I be sure of its validity?" The village chief looked into Ed's sincere eyes and replied, "If there is a dispute, I will personally seek the Great Master for judgment." The Great Master refers to the dragon? Ed raised an eyebrow and asked, "Would a dragon care about such small matters?" The village chief nodded. After the judgment, a part of the compensation must be offered as a sacrifice to him. Hearing this, even Ed, who is good at hiding his emotions, couldn't help but smile. What is this? Enforcing trustworthiness in a different world with a dragon? A law enforcer is a dragon. It's almost unthinkable. Seeing Ed trying to hold back his smile, the village chief seemed to want to change the subject and said, "Although our exchange is fair and equal, to thank you for your help to the Dragonborn village, I can tell you two things that might be helpful to you." "Tell me more." Ed immediately became interested. "The first thing is that the bishop investigating you has died in the flames of the Great Master. This was witnessed by a villager, and there is no chance of revival." The village chief pointed with one finger and said. Ed slightly frowned and asked, "So, is your master really inside that mountain?" Hearing Ed's question, the village elder nodded seriously. Ed asked because he wasn't sure if the bishops had truly died. After leaving the Dragonborn village for the first time, he took a long detour back to the old castle and secretly planted many spygrass seeds in the opposite direction of the village. At that time, Ed vaguely saw the Bear Mountain, but out of caution, he didn't explore it. Now, with the village chief's confirmation, he finally realized that a dragon was actually living just over 20 miles from the castle. This is wonderful. If the village chief isn't lying, then Ed doesn't need to make a second deal with the Dragonborn village. After all, he prefers the big benefactor over these small investors. What about the second thing? Ed continued to ask. The village chief thought for a moment and replied, "Second, a few decades ago, there was some trouble between the Dragonborn village and the Barony cult. We killed a bishop at that time. After that incident, the new bishop arrived in 7 days." Ed immediately understood what the village chief meant. The Barony cult's small bishop wouldn't just accept death quietly, and he had at most 5 days to act. Ed sincerely thanked him. This information was useful, but it didn't matter much to him. Since he decided to stop playing, he had already made a plan. He would solve all his current problems within 32 hours. Even if plans changed now, the overall timeline remained the same. 5 days. That's too long. His players couldn't wait that long. As dawn broke, villagers had already gathered around the earthen wall at the village entrance. Although the Dragonborn village had its own guards, they weren't an official army, and they enjoyed a lively crowd. So, when they heard the village chief was negotiating with a creature with a tree growing from its head, most of the villagers with free time came to watch the show. They started gathering early in the morning as the sky was just beginning to brighten. They watched as the village chief's form shifted from a wild, half-dragon state back to a human shape. They observed both sides exchanging words, their expressions changing from arrogance and seriousness to kindness. Finally, they stood up and shook hands, and the deal was officially made. Even the mud wall nearby showed faint signs of surprise. In the distance, on the open land, a table and high-back chairs made of vines sank back into the ground. Ed continued heading east, while the dragon-blooded village chief, Sali, headed toward the village entrance. As expected, dozens of curious villagers gathered around the chief. One shouted loudly, "Chief, aren't we supposed to avoid doing business with the Barony cult? Did you really agree? Why didn't you just kill him?" Sali glanced at the young man and scolded him impatiently. "Did you see which way he was heading? He's going to meet the Great Master. If he comes back alive, it means the Master also agrees to this deal." The young man, not very bright, instinctively argued, "What if he doesn't come back?" The chief couldn't stand the fooling anymore. He pushed through the crowd and punched him, cursing, "Idiot! If he doesn't return, what kind of deal is that?" Leaving the dragon-blooded village, Ed walked eastward under the sunlight. He checked the time based on the real-world calibration. It's now 10 a.m. Thanks to the selfless contribution of a large group of rats last night, Ed didn't need to eat for a long time. This allowed him to focus fully on his tasks. After talking with the village chief, Ed confirmed his next plan. He would meet the great dragon and negotiate a deal. In his original world, negotiation wasn't Ed's strong suit. But after arriving in this world, everything besides fighting depended on the art of language. With the help of Little Green, Ed quickly improved. Unlike the hopeless plant symbiotes, simple-minded dragon-blooded, or players easily fooled by him, the upcoming communication would truly test Ed's growth during this time. At the foot of a barren mountain, Ed saw several mutated corpses that hadn't fully decayed. Perhaps because the dragon is in the mountains, These dead mounts are not preyed upon by any carnivores and are left to slowly rot here. Ed is also sure that these are the monsters ridden by the bishop and his followers at that time. Looking at the corpses, Ed suddenly feels a desire. This desire comes from his left eye, from the small green creature that moves without wind. Do you want these things? Yes, just a little. Like before. Like before? Does he mean when collecting those plant mutants? He thought the small green creature could only collect plants or at least biological samples that look like plants, but now it seems not. Maybe this is related to his level increasing. Ed doesn't think too much and looks at the already foul-smelling corpses. He turns a finger into a vine and reaches out far away. After tearing off a small piece of flesh, a prompt appears in front of his eyes. Gene collected. Many-legged hoofed beast. Nice name. It clearly shows it's a rideable monster. He walks into the cave while complaining, flicking his finger to drop a small seed about the size of a bean onto the pile of bones. I suspect you're being sarcastic, but I have no proof. Hey, keep the fire away. The small green creature wants to argue, but seeing Ed gather the spiritual energy around him and successfully make a fire torch again, it quickly becomes cautious. One person and one tree move slowly forward. Ed reaches the deepest part of the cave and naturally sees the phrase, "Offer flesh and blood, and I shall see my Lord," but this time, Ed doesn't bother the small green creature anymore, because the container that looks like a sampler is a bit too large. Even if he pulls out the small green creature, it wouldn't fill it. No choice, Ed extends his unlit arm. After a quick tug, he feels a sharp pain. But this pain is nothing to Ed. From the wound in his palm, tender green branches quickly grow out, then slowly turn back to skin color. Ignoring the pain in his hand, Ed pushes open the stone door and walks inside. The morning sunlight streams through the hole at the top of the stone mountain into the nearly hollow giant cave, reflecting off the gold coins and dazzling so brightly that it's hard to keep his eyes open. At this moment, Ed thought he had entered the underground vault of the central bank. Wow! Two voices echoed simultaneously in Ed's mind. But thanks to his strong self-control, he didn't show any embarrassing signs and quickly began to think. The amount of gold here clearly surpasses what his home world could compare to. Considering the density of gold, Ed estimated that just the coins in this cave could cause the gold prices in another world to collapse completely. Thinking of this, Ed suddenly felt a bit relieved. With so much gold in this mountain alone, it suggests that either the precious metals in this world are less valuable than in another world, or there are powerful beings hiding beyond gold. Such a huge amount of wealth makes Ed wonder how many innocent humans the dragon here has slaughtered. It's clear that he must always stay alert to the evil dragons, or else. Something broke under Ed's feet. Looking down, he saw a corner of a wooden sign emerging from the ground, with some blurry writing on it. Most of it was still buried underground. Instinctively, Ed wanted to read the words clearly. He bent down and gently pulled the broken wooden sign out. Using the reflected light from the coins and the translation function of Little Green, Ed read the words on the sign. Century-long trust guarantee. Accepting various commissions. Fire Dragon Burning Warehouse. 5,000 gold coins per time assassination of tax officials and governors. 10,000 gold coins per time kidnapping. 3,000 gold coins per person, 20% of the ransom. Prices for royal and noble family members negotiable, excluding meal costs. Money laundering. 1,000 gold coins per time, 15% of the total amount, half of the fee paid in advance. Fool's gold refining and processing. 1 gold coin per pound. Manual labor only. Materials need to be supplied or purchased separately. Ed admits he shouldn't judge the dragon who hasn't shown itself yet with stereotypes, but still. Although the world always needs to develop, he didn't expect that even before the chaos broke out, the dragon had already opened a new way to make money. Objectively speaking, compared to traditional fire and war aid, these commissions are quite mild. After all, the dragon is a red dragon in a fantasy world, and by human standards, there's no need to expect too much from it. While Ed was angrily complaining and brainstorming in his mind, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. A large claw, almost as tall as he was, suddenly shot into his line of sight like a sharp blade, then landed on the edge of the wooden board in front of him. Ed looked along the claw and saw a dragon's paw covered in dark red scales, a dragon's head blocking most of the light, and a huge dragon body that seemed to hold an incredible power. The owner of the treasure was waking up, but Ed did not see the expected fiery breath. Instead, he was drawn to a slow but rhythmic tap-tap sound. He saw that the sword-like dragon claw was tapping rhythmically on the wooden board covered with strange words from another world, like a person waiting and accidentally tapping their fingers in a pattern. A warm gust of air, smelling of sulfur, blew over. Ed saw the large, black-centered vertical pupil of the dragon getting closer and closer, like stars falling from the sky. Until Ed could see his twisted reflection in the bulging eye, a deep, stone-like sound finally came. "Human, what do you seek from me?" Even Ed, quick-witted as he was, felt his brain freeze at this moment. How should he say it? After learning from the villagers about the cult of the Tree of Worship, Ed thought this red dragon was probably a tyrant type. After hearing the village chief's stories, he also thought this might be a proud, high and mighty dragon. But the dragon in front of him didn't seem to fit either of those types. Maybe it was because he hadn't angered the dragon. Luckily, he didn't have that hobby. He quickly organized his words and said, "I am indeed here to seek your help." The red dragon's huge eye fixed on Ed's single eye, as if trying to figure something out. Just as Ed was about to explain his request, the dragon's hoarse, deep voice suddenly carried a hint of joy. "So it's you. The experiment from the cult's wanted poster, worth 1,000 gold coins." Ed's heart sank, but he quickly felt a bit frustrated. He was personally confirmed by Little Green as a miracle of the world, yet he was only worth 1,000 gold coins in bounty? That's too low. The fools of the cult of the Tree of Worship really have no eyes. Even when the situation suddenly worsened, Ed found a way to persuade the dragon in front of him. Since the dragon had this kind of personality, as long as Ed could bring it more than 1,000 gold coins in profit, he didn't need to worry about survival for now. Just as Ed was about to speak, the dragon suddenly looked to the side. Nervous, Ed followed its gaze and saw a large pile of blackened, charred stuff. The dragon sighed sadly and said, "It's a pity I burned it all, so I can't claim the reward." "Thanks a lot," Ed thought to himself, but he started speaking to try to win the dragon over. "Honorable dragon, I know you don't get along well with the By-Tree cult, and I feel the same. An enemy of my enemy is my friend." "Stop saying that." The dragon suddenly interrupted Ed, reminding him of what he had done to the village chief a few hours ago. "Isn't this just a case of the young one hits, and the old one comes? Tell me your purpose for coming here." "But, since the magic tide has polluted this world, alchemy no longer works." The red dragon moved its claws and directly erased the line. "Fool's gold processing, 1 gold coin per pound. Only labor. Materials must be supplied or bought separately." Ed thought to himself that this red dragon was very careful. He kept a calm expression and looked into the dragon's eyes, straightforwardly saying, "I am here to borrow money from you. Get lost." The dragon responded coldly and slowly withdrew into the mountain of gold coins. Ed could feel that if he didn't leave the cave before the dragon returned to its gold, the surrounding charred objects would quickly increase. But he had expected this. Although many previous guesses had been wrong, at least 2 stereotypes about the dragon were still true. First, dragons have an innate greed for precious metals. Second, they are stubborn and arrogant, believing they are the best. The invisible countdown had already begun, and Ed could almost see his own death. Even so, he resolutely shouted, "Trade with me. Give me time, and I can double your wealth." The giant dragon, slowly sinking into the pile of gold coins, suddenly stopped moving. Its huge golden eyes looked once again at Ed. A sharp claw swept through the air, pressing firmly against the stone door behind Ed, cutting off his escape. Ed endured the dull pain as if his fingers were squeezed by the door, keeping a calm face. His dull, hoarse voice reached Ed's ears. "You have no choice now, human. If you can't tell me a satisfactory deal, you'll stay here forever." Ed looked at the dragon without fear and said seriously, "All right, but it will take a long time." "Foolish. Dragons never lack time." "Then may I ask you a question first? Before I explain my plan, I need to make sure you have enough knowledge to understand what I'm about to say." "Ask away, arrogant one. I'm not interested in deceiving a mere ant like you." While confidently answering, one of the dragon's claws was already on Ed's neck. "My question is simple. What is money?" "Huh. The dragon was momentarily stunned, then burst into a loud, roaring laugh that almost shook the hollow mountain to its core. You ask a dragon what money is? How foolish. Let me tell you, gold is money, silver is money, copper is money. Those rare metals like soul silver and refined gold, which carry spirits and energy, are even more so. I swear to become the richest among all dragons, controlling all the money in this world. And then, Ed ignored the falling debris and was not intimidated or affected by the red dragon's words. He simply asked gently, with curiosity shining in his single eye, "And then? What happens after?" This time, the red dragon looked confused. Seeing this, Ed explained, "After the magic tide outbreak, the order of this world has collapsed. Human settlements have greatly decreased, and many places have reverted to bartering because of the low population." The dragon was puzzled. "So, if they don't use precious metals, isn't that better? That way, I can get more and get closer to my goal." Ed slowly shook his head. "The problem is right here. Even if they don't use gold, silver, or copper coins, humans can still trade with each other. For them, the items exchanged can be seen as money. So, doesn't that mean the amount of money in this world increases?" The dragon seemed a bit confused by Ed's words and instinctively replied, "Then I will take away all the things used for trading, and all the money will still be mine." Ed continued to shake his head. "No, as long as trading exists, money will never disappear. It could be gold, silver, copper, cloth, shells, iron tools, or fruits. No matter how it changes, money will always exist. Can you really take everything from this world? Can you truly control this world? Can you force all intelligent creatures to stop trading? If you can't, then new money will be born and your dream won't come true." After speaking, Ed looked at the dragon. At that moment, he saw deep confusion in the dragon's huge golden eyes, which seemed almost impossible to clear. The air around them was gradually warming, clearly indicating that the dragon's mind was overloaded. Ed felt secretly pleased. He should have taken advantage of the moment, but after their conversation, he had a good sense of the dragon's personality. So, Ed gave up on attacking and simply sighed. "Your knowledge is so limited that I am disappointed. I no longer want to trade with you. Please kill me. If possible, cook me medium rare. The current situation is like a tense standoff, where both sides see value in each other. It all depends on who will lower their proud head first." Just as he was about to lose his balance, the heavy, rumbling sigh of the dragon reached Ed's ears. "Human, I admit your knowledge even surpasses that of ancient sages. I won't kill you, at least not until I understand what's in your mind." He was tricked. Ed felt secretly pleased, but he showed no reaction on his face. The dragon's claws gently tapped Ed's temple and then quickly pulled back. Ed slowly opened his eyes and looked into the golden gaze. "Now, do you admit your own ignorance?" Faced with such a straightforward question, the dragon clearly found it hard to accept. This is the final step of the eagle taming process, making the other admit their shortcomings. The dragon was indeed annoyed at this moment, but Ed's advanced knowledge and understanding seemed like an endless treasure trove. In the end, it humbly nodded, indicating that it had lost this battle of knowledge. Seeing this, Ed felt more confident but did not appear arrogant. He knew the importance of knowing when to stop. For a creature like a dragon, blindly obeying or humiliating it isn't the best way to get along. The best approach is to show your value while constantly assessing and maintaining a balance of power. So his voice became much gentler. "Then please answer me. Are you truly craving, wanting to possess, and trying to control real money, or just some worthless precious metals?" His deep, steady voice responded. "Money." Ed nodded, showing a look of a teachable student. He stepped forward slowly, getting closer to the dragon's head until the dragon's hot, heavy breath began to scorch his clothes, and he finally stopped. Ed spread his arms, his single eye shining with the brilliance of talent, and spoke passionately. "Next, I will tell you the essence of how the world works." Inside the gold-filled cave, the great Ed began explaining to his first native student the shallow economic principles he brought from his past life. Although in front of real experts, Ed's rambling would be exposed in less than half a minute. In front of this wealthy student, his knowledge could last quite a while. So Ed talked about copper coins, iron coins, and even bread worth 50,000 marks. He kept explaining until the giant dragon was completely fascinated, as if his whole life had been wasted before. Time slowly passed until the sun began to set. With the help of many personal experiences and historical examples, he finally managed to explain some basic knowledge about money and currency to the giant dragon. To avoid losing his value too soon, Ed naturally kept many good items hidden and didn't reveal everything at once. But just a small amount of this knowledge was enough to make the dragon completely amazed. Could there really be so many ways to take others' wealth? Could even wealth that hasn't appeared yet be taken through contracts? This went far beyond what violence could achieve. At that moment, the dragon realized that its proud use of violence no longer shined as brightly. It seemed ordinary and dull now. Ed cleared his throat. His teaching for the day was done. The student was well behaved. No yawning. No trying to eat the teacher. He hoped it would stay that way next time. He looked at the dragon still swimming in the sea of knowledge and asked in the tone of an experienced teacher, "Did you understand? Was what I said clear?" The dragon nodded happily. Its eyes no longer looked sharp and fierce. Seeing this, Ed continued, "Good. Now I want to test you. If it were you, how would you quickly unify the currency across the entire Baron of Ta?" The dragon almost answered immediately, thinking violence was the best way. It was instinctive, but after glancing at Ed, the dragon realized that wasn't what he wanted to hear. Plus, because of its ancient contract with the Tree of Worship, violence alone couldn't do the job. The dragon couldn't think of a non-violent way right away. It could only look at Ed with a confused expression, but Ed ignored that eager look and said, "You'll find out the plan later. For now, let's talk about trading." Trading? What kind of trading? The dragon suddenly woke up. It remembered that the young man in front of it was neither the wise sage before the magic tide, nor an old dragon bullying others. He was just a humble person who had once asked for help. Thinking of this, the giant dragon's desire to attack grew stronger again. However, as it looked at the young man's perfect face and the brilliant mind behind it, it felt that just standing there made him a priceless work of art. Sigh. The giant dragon sighed, unsure how to describe its current feelings. If Ed could read minds, he would see that the dragon in front of him was already somewhat under his control. As long as Ed didn't do anything to offend it, the dragon wouldn't turn hostile. So, what would offend a dragon? Borrowing money. The giant dragon remembered the initial deal Ed mentioned and felt conflicted again. Even Ed could see that the red dragon's eyes were complicated right now. Sometimes gentle, considering saving. Sometimes threatening, thinking about killing. And sometimes hesitant, wondering whether to lend. Finally, Ed broke the silence in the cave and said, "I can pay interest." The dragon's breathing paused. It seemed that in this world, there was such a thing as interest. Why hadn't it thought of that before? Oh, it was because dragons never borrowed money, and no one or any intelligent creature dared to borrow from a dragon. Thinking that it might earn money without doing anything, the dragon's long neck moved a couple of times, as if swallowing saliva. It looked down at Ed and asked, "How much interest?" The young man showed a reluctant, pained expression. His hand trembled uncontrollably, and finally, he hesitantly extended a finger, saying with some regret, "Annual interest rate, 1%. Seeing the dragon in front of him caught in a dilemma, Ed began to subtly probe. "Just 100 years, and the money you lent me will double." This statement might seem to have a counterproductive effect, but Ed knew from previous interactions that the dragon didn't care much about time. Sure enough, after hearing this, the dragon became a bit more determined. It asked in its rough, hoarse voice, "How long will our contract last?" Good. It seems close to what Ed expected. Ed's eyes shifted. Maybe. 200 years? That's a bit too long. The dragon thought for a moment and said, "Longer?" Ed secretly thought to himself that he would even sign a 500-year contract if he could, since he probably wouldn't live that long anyway. If the dragon defaults, it defaults. The dragon probably wouldn't hire a necromancer to resurrect itself just to collect debts. If it did, Ed would still profit. Thinking of this, Ed found a new angle. He spoke in a tone that suggested hopelessness. "You're still too short-sighted." Huh. The dragon looked a little unhappy. Ed continued, "Let me ask you, how long can a red dragon live?" The dragon's golden eyes turned. 3,000 to 4,000 years. "And how old are you this year?" 150. Ed shrugged. "Isn't that enough? As long as we keep working together, I promise you'll die of old age on a mountain of gold. The dragon made a huffing sound, clearly lost in thought again. The idea of a mountain of gold was something the red dragon had never tasted before, and it couldn't help but daydream. The world has fallen into chaos, and no one knows how long it will take to rebuild order. Since the magic tide erupted, its business has been shrinking more and more. In recent decades, only a small group of kin have been helping with smelting and forging. It doesn't eat precious metals, but this slow growth rate is quite frustrating. This deal in front of him could double the borrowed money in 100 years. It was a very tempting offer. The dragon was not worried about the young man running away. As long as a contract was signed, it could catch him anywhere in the world. So, there was nothing to fear, except for the dragon's own greed. But when the dragon thought about how the young man was mocking his short-sightedness, he felt he should make some changes. The world had already changed so much. Maybe it was time for the dragons to adapt and make some reforms. Watching the thoughtful dragon, Ed was quietly accepting Little Green's praise. He knew that once a dragon started thinking, everything was already decided. Today he was determined to get this deal. Now, he needed to plan his next move. At first, Ed planned to borrow money from the dragonborn village that handled forging and smelting. But how much money did that village have? Even if he took all the land, it wouldn't meet his long-term needs. Now, after seeing the huge amount of precious metals in the cave, Ed realized one thing. As long as he could control the dragon in front of him, he wouldn't need to worry about money for a very long time. So, his plan became bigger. Borrowing money was just the first step. The real goal was still ahead. Although Ed had a clever mind, he knew he couldn't be like the story's clever man who always gets the best of others. Since he was face to face with a dragon, he had to take advantage of it. No, he had to get as much as he could from the dragon's scales. Finally, the dragon woke up from his thoughts and looked at Ed with a firm voice. How much do you want to borrow? Ed had already checked the exchange rate with the village chief of the dragonborn village. Luckily, it was simple, 100 to 1. Seeing the dragon decide, Ed quickly announced the amount he had prepared: 100,000 gold coins, 1 million silver coins, and 10 million copper coins. As soon as he said it, Ed felt a little breathless. If the dragon agreed to these terms, he would become a true billionaire. If you consider one copper coin as $1, then I have borrowed the equivalent of $11,100,000,000. An annual interest rate of 1% means that just the interest each year is about $11,110,000. Daily, that's $30,000, hourly about $1,200, and per second roughly 35 cents. At this point, Ed felt that even his breath was becoming expensive, like being suffocated by fate. However, he wasn't planning to be a deadbeat. Whether it was borrowing from one place to pay another or saving money, he had many ideas ready to implement once his level increased, and the players could help him. After calculating, Ed noticed that the red dragon seemed to agree with the number. It lowered its huge head and looked at Ed. All right, let's sign the contract. The boy nodded. He was curious to see how the dragon would sign the contract. After all, his agreement with the village chief of the dragonborn village was guaranteed by the chief himself, who was both guarantor and debtor. So, what form would his contract with the dragon take? Would a 3,000-year-old dragon come knocking if he defaulted? Some kind of otherworldly mafia? Thinking of this, Ed couldn't help but smile. The dragon closed its eyes. Under its mental command, 2 gold coins floated up from a sea of gold, slowly spinning between the boy and the dragon. Words formed from thoughts appeared in the air above the coins, as if writing information into them. Soon, the coins carrying the hastily made contract were pushed through the air to Ed. Check it. If there are no issues, you can sign. It's a blood contract. Ed looked at the semi-transparent terms. His brow furrowed slightly, and finally, he gently pushed the coins back. The dragon, seeing this, instantly became alert and looked at Ed with suspicion. Human, do you want to back out? Ed shook his head. It's not that I don't want to sign, but your contract is too amateurish. I can easily spot at least 3 loopholes just by glancing at it. 3 loopholes. The dragon stared with wide eyes for a couple of seconds, then finally understood what Ed was talking about. For a dragon, questioning its financial competence was already a kind of insult. The young boy in front of the dragon was much stronger than him in this area, which made the dragon feel a bit embarrassed. It was hard to get angry or ask questions, so it just stayed silent and annoyed. Seeing that the dragon didn't speak, the wise Ed quickly stepped forward and pointed at a clause in the contract. First, it only mentions gold, silver, and copper coins, but not their styles or precious metal content. If I use a lot of small coins or low-quality coins when repaying you, it could cause you a loss, but the contract still recognizes this. Second, the contract doesn't specify how interest is calculated. Whether it's yearly or over 100 years makes a big difference to me. I hope you understand. Third, we should add a clause. Without both parties' agreement, neither side can change or cancel the contract on their own, to prevent anyone from backing out suddenly. Ed looked at the slightly embarrassed dragon and smiled. I'm glad I'm honest. If I were a dishonest person, I might exploit these loopholes to easily control you. The dragon wanted to argue, but it also saw some truth in Ed's words. After thinking for a moment, it took back the 2 coins and used its mind to revise the contract clauses according to Ed's suggestions. Is this okay now? It asked hesitantly. Yes, it's fine, Ed said confidently. He extended his right hand, cut his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto one of the coins. Instantly, his name appeared in the semi-transparent contract, Ed Adrian. The dragon also followed suit, but its drop of blood seemed especially thick. As soon as it was exposed to the air, Ed felt a wave of heat. Through the shifting air caused by convection, he saw the dragon's true name on the contract, Seraphina. Ed frowned slightly and muttered to himself, Hackeron, why does your name sound so girly? Both coins were stained with blood. The dragon spoke in a deep, rough voice with seriousness. Blood contract is unbreakable. Breach will be punished. Ed's body shivered. He thought Hackeron had noticed his little trick, but he quickly realized it was just a necessary part of the ritual. He quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, definitely. Absolutely. After the ceremony, each side held a coin bearing the contract. Ed happily pocketed his and began thinking about how to steer the conversation toward the next deal. He wasn't worried about not getting what he had just taken. Based on this dragon style, Ed believed that soon a group of half-dragons would be carrying coins to the ancient castle to deliver them. At that moment, the giant dragon suddenly asked, How much? Lost in his own thoughts, Ed didn't catch the first part of the dragon's question and asked, What do you mean, how much? Your knowledge. The dragon tilted its head to the side and looked at Ed as it spoke. Before today, I would never believe any intelligent creature could take even a copper coin from me, but you did it. Whether by theft or borrowing, being able to take money from a dragon is an achievement that, before the magic tide erupted, would earn you a noble knight title in some human countries. Ed's face twitched, thinking that even before the magic tide, he wouldn't be bold enough to ask for rewards from human nations. What reward? A title like Online Loan Knight or Debt Collection Knight doesn't sound very honorable. But sensing the unspoken meaning behind the dragon's words, Ed kept his expression calm and waited for more. The dragon continued, I used to think my assignments were quite advanced within my clan, but compared to your knowledge, they seem trivial. As a dragon, I know nothing in this world is truly free, so name your price. I want to learn about some gold-related topics. That is, what you call economics. As you can see, I am quite wealthy and can pay a lot, so feel free to speak openly. Although the dragon's words encouraged Ed to speak freely, anyone with a brain would instinctively hold back when faced with that 100-meter-long dragon body to avoid appearing greedy. If Ed suddenly named a price, it would be hard to satisfy both sides. Either he would feel he was losing out, or the dragon would think he was arrogant. But if he refused outright, Ed felt he might be missing out on a fortune. Or even more. Wow, this is a real dragon, a true and genuine one. Missing out on even a small opportunity to gain wealth would make anyone feel upset, right? Wait, a sudden idea flashed through Ed's mind. He realized that besides borrowing money, he had a second purpose for coming here today. At first, he was thinking about how to steer the conversation toward that goal, but now he saw that he could cleverly use the dragon's own topic to blend in his purpose. He might even turn the situation around, making the other side go from being conflicted to becoming the dragon again. Ed's single eye quickly moved around, and his words began to take shape in his mind. Your proposal is tempting. I believe few people in this world can calmly handle such a large amount of wealth. But that alone doesn't persuade me, because we already have a contract, and I no longer need money. Also, knowledge has its value, but it's hard to measure with money. So, I have a suggestion that costs you nothing and still lets you learn something. Tell me more. The dragon's rough, deep voice carried a hint of impatience. Ed calmly replied, "The reason I borrowed from you is because I know a secret technique to create undead followers, which I call soul returners. But to control these soul returners, I need to use money as a resource. That's why I borrowed from you." The dragon's eyelids drooped, looking somewhat confused. So, I hope you can join my team. While managing the flow of money, you can also learn more about economics. That way, you'll gain what you want and be able to apply it quickly in practice. Ed paused and added, "Every coin circulating in my camp is borrowed from you. This way, you can always keep track of that part of the funds. Even with your strong power, those coins will be safer than ever before. In summary, what do you think of my proposal?" The dragon had lost count of how many times it had fallen into deep thought. Since this young human woke him up, almost every sentence he said brought new surprises and amazement. For a 150-year-old dragon, that was a rare thing. After all, in its mind, the impression of humans still stayed in the time before the magical tide erupted 100 years ago. Back then, humans were no different from the creatures it had casually created, timid, weak, lacking thoughts, and obedient to power. But the human in front of it was not like that. His knowledge was as deep as that of ancient wise men. When facing itself, he seemed like a king talking to his subjects, with no sign of fear. The dragon had been trapped in this cave for too long. It was time to learn some new things, find some fun, and make friends. Perhaps even the dragon itself hadn't realized that Ed's suggestion was exactly what it hoped for. It was eager for a way to gain knowledge without spending money. Its huge head just couldn't figure out how. The dragon looked at Ed, curiosity about new things shining in its eyes. "You just said, your team? How many people are there now?" Ed confidently held up. "When you arrived, there were 2. "Oh," he retracted one finger. "Sorry, I forgot you're not human. So even if you join, it's only one person." The dragon suddenly felt less curious. But, well, it was still a little curious. It asked, "What do you need me to do besides learning?" Ed smiled and answered, "You will manage a building called the bank. My undead will store their money there." "What?" the dragon exclaimed in surprise. "They will voluntarily give their money?" Ed nodded. "They will deposit it and also withdraw when needed. Your job is to protect our treasury and help them with the necessary paperwork. Make sure each person has a portable device that records their balance. I call this a bank account." Seeing the clear look in the dragon's eyes, Ed continued, "Next, I will unify all the native people within Baron Tour's territory, abolish currency other than precious metals, and bring them under control again. This way, at least within this land, the power to issue currency remains in our hands. Do you understand?" The dragon nodded vigorously, stirring up a dust storm inside the cave. It has already understood Ed's plan and feels excited about it. If everything goes as Ed said, it will gain the right to issue currency within a barony. Having the right to issue currency is like controlling money, which is a small step toward achieving its dreams. Although a barony in the kingdom is not very important and insignificant on the whole continent, as a dragon, it knows one truth. Every dragon's treasure is built from coins. Today, controlling a barony means later controlling a marquisate, a duchy. One day, if this land and world use the money that flows from it and leaves records here, it will be able to track every coin, effectively controlling all the money. Then, the dream will come true. In its short 150-year life, it has never felt so close to its dream. Although the current dragon does not fully understand the specific meaning of minting rights and issuing rights, nor realizes that the various coins in its hands have different values, it has begun to glimpse the basics of economics and is rushing down an unspoken path. Ed saw a hint of a smile on the dragon's face, like a human daydreaming unconsciously. It seems that one of Ed's words touched a nerve, making the dragon start to imagine things. The dragon, detaching from its fantasy of controlling the world's big capital, summoned its thoughts and once again pointed 2 coins of gold from the sea of gold, entering a mode suitable for carrying contracts. Then it looked at Ed with intense eyes. I haven't signed such a contract before. You can recite it, and I will write it down. After a brief pause, Ed began to recite smoothly. According to the principles of equality and mutual benefit, both parties agree to establish this contract, which must be followed by both. 1. Party A will provide Party B with a job position, bank manager, responsible for handling all financial services needed by players, souls returners, and ensuring safety measures including, but not limited to fire prevention, theft prevention, and protection against evil dragons. 2. During the term of employment, Party B may freely learn all economic knowledge demonstrated by Party A. If practical operations are needed, both parties should discuss separately. During the contract period, Party A does not need to pay Party B any form of compensation, and Party B does not need to pay Party A any learning fees. This contract is made in 2 copies and has no fixed expiration date. Both parties can add to the terms by mutual agreement, and either party can terminate the contract at any time. Party A, to be filled in, Party B, to be filled in. After Ed finished speaking, the semi-transparent space in front of the giant dragon also displayed the content of his words. While appreciating how useful this fantasy voice recognition system was, Ed corrected a few grammatical errors that the system failed to recognize and dripped his blood onto the gold coins. The dragon eagerly completed the blood contract ritual and then carefully read the contract terms, analyzing the grammar and some word choices. It was clear that the dragon had already started learning. After reading the contract several times, the dragon put away the secret coin and looked at Ed. "Shall we set out now? You seem quite eager." Ed nodded. "I need to visit 2 villages outside the Dragonborn village and then return to the ancient castle. If you have a lot of luggage, we can split up." The dragon shook its head. "No need, I pack quickly." After saying this, the dragon closed its eyes. Ed felt an instinctive discomfort. The small green on its head even looked a bit withered. All of this indicated one thing. The surrounding temperature was rising. After a brief warm-up, a pair of huge dragon wings emerged from the sea of coins. With just a slight flap, the hollow mountain began to tremble as if about to collapse completely. A crimson dragon hovered above the cave, its tail even dipping into the rock behind it. Ed estimated that, even without considering the tail, the entire dragon was about 100 meters long, truly a giant dragon. Next, the dragon opened its abyssal maw. An invisible suction force pulled the coins from the ground, drawing them into its belly like a fountain tornado. The wealth inside the cave was rapidly decreasing. Staring blankly at this scene, Ed was only thinking about one question. If it swallows all the money now, how will it lend it out later? Will it spit it out from the front? Or perhaps, a sea of gold coins disappeared into the deep, mysterious throat of the giant dragon. Those coins should have easily burst the dragon open, but now it seemed unchanged. It was probably not just swallowing them. Thinking this, Ed stopped himself from asking more questions about the problem. He was afraid the dragon might swallow him too and make him find the answer himself. As the last coin vanished into the cave, the strong body of the red dragon fell from the air. Its movements looked a bit awkward, not matching its perfect body lines. Ed looked carefully and noticed something was wrong. He had only seen the dragon's head and body the whole time. The tail was never visible. Now that all the coins blocking his view had disappeared, Ed saw that the dragon's tail was actually stuck behind the rock wall. There was almost no space between the tail and the wall. It seemed as if they had been part of the same thing since birth. This made Ed think of another world, where a dragon that liked eating chips had a similar tail. The dragon staggered onto the ground and sensed something was wrong. It folded its wings and turned its long neck to look at the part of the tail stuck in the wall. "What's wrong with you?" Ed asked from afar. The dragon probably thought for a moment inside its mind before answering. "I think I've been sleeping too long this past year, even turning over in my sleep. That's probably why my tail is a bit different now." Hearing this, Ed was slightly stunned. It seemed even creatures like dragons could suffer from strange changes. But he wondered if the red dragon in front of him was a master among dragons. He asked again, "Why is your body fine then?" "Because the main part of the cave is covered by my domain," the dragon replied casually, then started fiddling with its tail. Ed caught the word domain sharply. He wanted to ask more, but hesitated, worried about the cost of revealing his knowledge. He also feared exposing himself as a highly knowledgeable human who knew little about the magical currents. So he decided to note down the question for later. On the other side of the cave, the giant dragon tried to pull its tail a few times, but couldn't get it free. Ed saw this and asked, "Does that mean you can't leave?" The dragon shook its head. "Is a tail such an inconvenient thing?" As he spoke, his left front paw was already glowing with a hot orange-red color, like a red-hot branding iron or a blazing sword. Whoosh! The dragon forcefully twisted its body, and with a swift swipe of its claws, it suddenly cut off its entire tail. Ed stood there, stunned, watching this happen. He thought to himself that he wasn't sure if the tail could grow back, and without a tail, a flying dragon would look pretty funny. After the tail was cut off, the dragon was no longer restrained. Under the power of its muscles and the heat of its flames, the wound surprisingly didn't bleed at all. Watching the funny way the dragon moved, Ed felt that a tailless dragon looked as awkward as a person without pants. He also tried to hold back a smile, worried the dragon might do something big if he laughed too much. While Ed was lost in thought, the cave suddenly trembled again. The tail, which had already started to turn to stone, was grabbed and twisted by the dragon's paw, then pulled out. It threw the tail onto the ground, which was now empty. The dragon's claws sliced open the hardened outer shell of the tail, revealing the flesh inside that belonged to a dragon. Ed instinctively felt something was wrong. Sure enough, in the next second, the dragon tore off a piece of the tail's flesh and put it into its mouth. What a resourceful eater. What a thrifty dragon. Perhaps noticing Ed's strange look, the dragon explained, "We dragons can't easily discard any part of our body. Our strength is stored in every part of our body, and it takes time to recover if we lose any." Ed nodded, accepting this explanation. He wondered whether what the dragon left behind in the dragonborn village was a scale or a tooth. Suddenly, the temperature inside the cave rose sharply. Ed looked toward where the dragon was eating, only to see it roasting a piece of meat on its fiery dragon flames, sizzling and bubbling with oil. It can eat. The dragon sensed Ed's gaze and offered another piece with its other paw. "Want some?" Ed's right hand transformed into a small wooden sword, piercing through a piece of meat about the size of a fist. He took a bite and found it was still raw inside. I said nothing. He looked at the dragon and said, "If you're not in a hurry, you can put away your tail first. I'll teach you a few cooking methods later." The dragon's eyes rolled a couple of times. "Is there a charge?" "Free of charge." The dragon was very happy. It skillfully ate all the tail meat on its claws by flipping it like skewering meat, then picked up its long tail and swallowed it whole. Just like before, its stomach showed no signs of discomfort, which made Ed suspect that the dragon might have some kind of spatial magic. Meanwhile, the piece of undercooked dragon meat in Ed's hand had disappeared quickly. A small green notification box appeared before him. Gene collected, red dragon, pure blood, an unexpected gain? Ed felt a bit pleased. He wasn't sure if his animal affinity and abilities could now partially turn him into a dragon, but he planned to try later. The full-stomach dragon let out a burp and said, "Let's go." It flapped its wings a few times but found it had lost its tail, which affected its balance. The large golden eyes rolled again, and it said in a deep voice, "Wait a moment." Steam filled with the smell of gunpowder began to spread inside the cave. Ed covered his nose, trying not to breathe in the smoke, but his vision grew increasingly blurry. After about 10 breaths, the smoke and mist cleared. Before Ed appeared a girl who looked about 14 or 15, with a delicate face. She had long, fiery red hair, and 2 irregular, symmetrical dragon horns grew from her forehead. Cracks at the base of the horns seemed to have flames flickering inside, and her exposed skin occasionally shimmered with scales. At this moment, no, she was wearing a complex, vintage-style pure white dress with knee-high leather boots. Aside from her dragon features, she looked like a noble girl from a fantasy world. Finally, Ed realized he had been deceived by her hoarse, muffled voice and large figure. The name, Seraphina, indeed belonged to a female dragon. The dragon, no, now she should be called the Dragon Girl, opened her big golden eyes and looked at Ed. "Let's go." Ed, still shocked, responded, "Okay, but still, you have this form and outfit?" Seraphina, walking toward the cave entrance, casually replied, "Transformation magic is something most dragons can use." As for this outfit, I was given it by a princess I kidnapped over 100 years ago. That's quite sweet. Yeah, she even hired me to kill her 7 siblings to secure her inheritance. I take back what I just said. After gathering some useful items from the cave, the person and the dragon set out along the dark path toward the entrance. Ed could even see Seraphina's dragon horns glowing red in the dark. They looked very hot, which made Ed hesitate to reach out and feel the temperature. Suddenly, Seraphina turned her head, and Ed saw her black golden eyes lock onto him in the darkness. I've noticed something I didn't before, the red dragon girl said. You seem to lack the proper respect for me. Ed immediately looked a bit hurt. I do respect you. Why would you think otherwise? Seraphina shook her head. This isn't about respect. I may only be a young, incomplete red dragon, but you have no way to resist my attack. Yet, you seemed so confident earlier. I couldn't sense any fear from you, as if you had already expected my move. That's impossible. It's probably because I've been isolated from the world for too long, so I didn't think of this at first. But now, looking back at your previous actions, if I had responded with a burst of dragon flame, you might have had a way to counter it. Ed's expression shifted from hurt to a faint smile. He looked at Seraphina but didn't answer her directly. I never rely on others' mercy to save my life. As for my backup plan, it's not the right time to discuss that now. The one-on-one dragon and human exchanged glances for a moment. Seraphina suddenly said with relief, Good. At least you humans are cautious enough not to waste my money. As for secrets, there's no need to be nervous. Everyone has secrets, after all. After speaking, she turned around and continued walking toward the cave entrance. Both remained silent as they moved forward together. Ed's expression stayed calm, as if Seraphina hadn't just spoken to him. Inside, he felt a little more relaxed, glad that he had passed the final test. His backup plan for revival didn't need to be used for now. He was walking slowly behind the dragon girl, pretending it was because carrying things was inconvenient. In truth, he was quietly pulling back the vines that extended from beneath his feet, out of Seraphina's sight. After confirming the death of the priest from the tree worshippers with the village chief, Ed had already started preparing his escape plan. No one could be fully trusted, so before making any agreement with the dragon, he didn't feel completely safe. At the cave entrance, Ed appeared to be collecting genetic samples from the corpses. In reality, he had left a seed in the nutrient-rich environment of the decaying flesh. Since entering the cave, a vine had been slowly growing from that seed through the sandy soil, eventually reaching Ed's feet and connecting to him. This is why Ed only moved within a small area inside the cave. Even if Seraphina threatened him, he had no intention of running away. If he moved too much, he risked exposing the life-saving vine. But if he stayed calm, he could survive even if burned to ashes and be reborn from the corpse pile outside. Ed hoped Seraphina would cook him to medium rare, as it would give him some time to react and think. This made his plan more careful. Of course, if she liked cooking with fire, there was no real risk. This was the real reason Ed remained calm when facing Seraphina. His plan went as expected, with only one surprise. When Seraphina, in her dragon form, closed the stone door, she accidentally pressed the vine. Luckily, Ed had already dulled his pain senses, which helped him keep a steady face. Since killing the Rat King increased the proportion of little green inside his body, Ed clearly felt his tendency toward becoming a vegetable more serious. However, this did not affect his normal actions. The level increase gained from killing monsters just offset this abnormal change, keeping the body's balance intact. Now it seems that becoming a vegetable might not be so bad, at least in terms of strong life force, which is much better than most animals. When he and the dragon, Seraphina, went outside, it was almost dark. There were about 13 hours left before the next time the player logged in. Ed pointed out the way to the old castle for Seraphina, then they split up to go their own ways. Even in human form, the dragon's speed was faster than most people could imagine. Watching Seraphina disappear into the night, Ed looked again at the pile of corpses. His plan to reuse the bodies was not finished yet. Under Ed's gaze, a well-hidden seed in the pile of corpses began to sprout quickly. Since he didn't plan to use it for resurrection, Ed started influencing it in another way. This influence came from the mutated rats he had defeated. Thorny vines, similar to rat tails, started to grow around the seed. They pierced into the still undecomposed horse-like corpse, using the rat's sense of smell to find usable parts, then cutting and assembling them. In the silent night, a four-legged horse slowly stood up. Ed stepped forward and found the last piece of his plan, a priest's robe from the cult of the tree. He shook it out, and the dark green robe spread open, dust falling from it after 2 days of being compressed. Ed turned it inside out and draped it over himself. A large green tree pattern appeared on his back. Facing the night, he sat on the somewhat uncomfortable, half-rotted skeleton horse. "Let's go." "Where to?" Little Green asked in his mind. "To the Baron's territory." Ding, ding, ding. The bell used by the cult of the tree's tax officer echoed through the midnight village upstream. Even though everyone knew the tax officer had just come a few days ago, the villagers dared not slack off. They immediately started preparing to harvest their fruits and pay taxes as soon as they woke up. But they soon heard a louder, continuous bell sound. Some older villagers vaguely remembered that this meant the villagers needed to gather at the village entrance. Of course, Ed didn't know what the number of bell rings signified, but he knew that if some troublemaker kept ringing the bell in the middle of the night, everyone would want to go out and see what was happening. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, nearly 100 villagers arrived one after another at an open space near the village entrance. For people with loose structures and weak bodies like them, this was quite fast. At this moment, 2 or 3 campfires had been lit around the open space. They saw a figure sitting high on a fine horse, standing in the center of the space. Following their usual habit, villagers gathered in small groups facing the tax officer to listen to his instructions. Seeing the crowd gather naturally, no new villagers appeared behind them. The tax officer on horseback loudly asked, "Is everyone here? If not, say so." The villagers looked at each other, thinking they had no idea about this, then shrank back like quails, not noticing the logical flaws in the tax officer's words. "Good. Everyone is here," the tax officer said happily. "Everyone, look up at me." Suddenly, a small gasp erupted among the villagers. In the past, how could the priests of the worship tree religion make them look directly at others? If they delayed paying taxes even a little, they would face extra charges or a whip. Their long experience made them prefer to think they had misheard rather than risk raising their heads. "Say it again. Lift your heads and look at me," a slightly younger, more commanding voice shouted, much fiercer than before. Yes, this was the feeling. This was the true nature of the priests of the worship tree religion. The villagers thought so, and all lifted their heads. They then saw the young priest sitting upright on his horse, dressed in a religious robe, with a strange sapling growing from his left eye. They were surprised. Wow, he also has a tree growing on him, right on his head. Now they were sure. He must be a priest of the worship tree religion. Ed looked around at everyone and repeated what he had said an hour earlier in Jongyo village, only giving you this one chance. Remember my face. I am Adrian, the new bishop and tax officer of this area. The previous bishop and tax officer were killed by treacherous rebels and have gone to the Lord. He left a warning that rebels might pretend to be church members and cause trouble in the district. He was fooled by such a rebel and let down the Lord and the church. So, I will say it again. Remember my face. I am the new bishop. If other bishops appear in the next few months, they must be rebels. Against such evil people, you don't need to risk your lives. Just report to the castle immediately. If you catch a rebel, you will be rewarded. If you hide it and don't report, you know the consequences, right? The villagers were surprised and nodded. Thinking that rebels are indeed treacherous, they don't run away and even pretend to be bishops. It's almost unbelievable, but it's hard for them. If they report and are caught, they will die. If they hide it, life will be worse than death. Ed looked around and saw their reactions. He could tell they weren't very eager, but he had a plan. He rang a copper bell shaped like a pear, and everyone looked at him. The teachings say, the world tree is the source of all things, the creator of everything. As children of the world tree, we should dedicate everything to it. But the teachings also say, children of the world tree who make mistakes must be punished, and those who do good should be rewarded. 7 days ago, who among you provided clues about the rebel to the previous tax officer? Don't be shy, step forward now. Amid the noise and discussion, Ed saw an old man push through the crowd. It was the same man who had taken him in that day, a man under 40. His eyes were cloudy and unfocused as he looked toward Ed, as if recognizing him, but also unsure. Since Ed had chosen to play the role of Bishop, he wouldn't do anything that would reveal his true identity in front of everyone. He stepped forward, helped the old man lift his head, and in the firelight confirmed that the face and the position of the sapling behind him matched. Then he asked, "What did you say to the previous tax officer that day?" The elderly man answered tremblingly, "I told the tax officer that I saw a new face running toward Lomi Village." "Good. That person is you. What's your name?" "My name is. I am called Capping," the old man answered nervously. Ed nodded with satisfaction and looked at the other villagers. Everyone heard that. Capping provided important information earlier. He is a loyal follower of the Lord. According to the reward promised by the tax officer, Capping won't have to pay taxes for the next 10 years. The villagers were all surprised. Over the years, they had been tricked many times by the church's false promises, but this new bishop openly admitted to this reward. Did he not know the usual rules? Looking at Capping beside the horse, who was so excited he almost fainted, it didn't seem like he was pretending. How could this old man be so lucky? Many villagers looked at Capping with envy and some unspoken feelings. Under these looks, Capping's trembling seemed not only from excitement. Of course, Ed noticed the villagers' reactions. As they whispered among themselves, the third bronze bell rang out with Ed's voice. To honor Capping's contribution, His Grace the Archbishop has added a reward. Your upstream and midstream villages will not have to pay taxes for the next 3 months. For the following year, the monthly tax of 3 seeds will be reduced to 2. Also, you are allowed to use aged seeds. Did everyone hear that? Hurry and thank Capping. The villagers' jealousy towards Capping mainly came from a feeling of unfairness. It's not about having few, but about having unequal treatment. Ed knew this well. So, he exaggerated Capping's reward to prevent him from being isolated by the other villagers. Anyway, everything he had now was gained through deception. The big promises he made were mainly because he was using the church's card. Of course, he could do whatever he wanted with the tax exemptions. Seeing the villagers' unfriendly looks gradually fade, Ed rang the bronze bell one last time. One last thing. To catch the heretics, I brought a group of elite soldiers from the church. They will hunt and train near the village. If you need help with anything, you can go to them. No matter how big or small, just 1 seed is enough. Do you understand? In the villager's heartfelt thanks, Ed tore off a leaf from his head and placed it over Capping's eye. The magical leaf seemed to come alive, quickly merging with Capping's skin and disappearing. Ed spoke in a voice that was not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. From today, Capping is the chief of the upper village. If you have any disputes with the warriors, come to him. He then looked at Capping and whispered, "If there's an emergency, call me in your mind." After giving these instructions, it was already past midnight. The villagers, excited about the tax cut, each went home. Ed then rode his horse swiftly toward the ancient castle. Dawn was breaking, and his players would be back soon. In the real world, Disorder World Beta Test Group 6, Zhongda. "Hey guys, how long did you sleep last night?" "I totally couldn't sleep," pointing to farm work. "I slept 2 hours when it was almost dawn. The rest of the time, I was watching videos." At Dway Fist King, "I at least contributed 100 views for you." Dway Fist King, "Thanks, brother. I only slept 2 or 3 hours too. The rest of the time, I was updating the guides for those mutated mice and the Mouse King. Luckily, the game is opening tonight, so I can have fun and get a good sleep. Not for long. Wow. Thanks to the big boss for updating the guide." It seems Zhongda was right. The immersive experience is the best part of this game. The feeling after playing and then waking up is really addictive. History expert, "Do you think there's something mixed into this game?" Pointing to farm work. "What's mixed in?" Cyber Bing Bing, "Not for long. I don't know what's mixed in, but I do know that the big boss's puzzle videos still have 200 viewers, and the total views have already broken 4 million. Zhongda, who knows how many people will finally join us. Anyway, logging in now. When he once again gained visual perception, Dway Fist King only saw a flood of text filling his view, making him think he was seeing error messages on his computer screen during a program crash. After a brief surprise, he began to carefully read the content. Update announcement. "Dear beta testers, thank you for trusting Disorderly World. In this update, we have improved the following features. 1. Added a quest system. Are you worried about not knowing what to do? Are you thinking about whether your actions can help others? The quest system allows you to receive tasks from NPCs, and completing them will earn you rewards. 2. Added a trust system. Each NPC has a trust level with each player. Completing tasks given by an NPC can increase their trust in you. If an NPC trusts you a lot, there is a chance to trigger special conversations and special quests. 3. Added a basic currency system. Even noble spirits need currency sometimes. The game now features 3 types of currency: gold, silver, and copper, with exchange rates of 1:100:10,000. Daily and special quests often include currency as rewards. 4. Added a beginner economic system. The regional bank is now open. Players can open accounts and perform banking services such as deposit, withdrawal, transfer, and small loans. A new NPC, Seraphina, a red dragon who loves money, has joined the game. Players can handle banking transactions with her. 5. Added an intermediate trading system. Under the witness of contracts, players can trade with special NPCs or organizations. Current trading types include public-to-public, supporting cash, deferred payment, barter, and private-to-private, cash only. The Guider's Shop is now open. 6. Added regional division and marking system. Current region types are restricted zones, safe zones, neutral zones, and danger zones. Each player can share up to 5 markers. 7. Added NPC settlements. Upstream Village, Midstream Village, and Dragonborn Village. 8. Improved NPC intelligence. Server maintenance compensation. 50 silver coins, 500 copper coins, and 1 cocoon, a one-time item. Current version. Version 0.1 Odin Game Companies. Disorderly World. Development team immersed in shock. The Great Way Fist King heard the sigh of, "Not long for good times." I can't believe this is an optimization. There are so many new things. Zhongda. Yes, I was wondering why the update needed a whole day of downtime. Now I understand. So many new features, it's no surprise it took so long. Doing some farming. There are new NPCs, not just one. Let's go see. Even the calmer players, Howling Green Vine and Great Way Fist King, couldn't hold back their excitement. They quickly stood up from the ancient castle ground and saw a small pouch and a strange black, seed-like object about half a fist in size. History expert picked up the seed-like item and checked its details. Item: cocoon, rarity, green current state. Not used description. A one-time item that protects the soul when in unsafe areas, and the soul needs to stay away from the body for a long time. When buried in soil, it quickly grows into a hard shell that can hold the body and resist several attacks of level 4 or below. Wow, this item is pretty useful. History expert finished reading the description and said suddenly. Not long for good times, asked confused. Isn't this just a convenient one-time item to log off anytime? History expert. No. Who says you have to log off when using this? Our levels are all 0 now, but this thing can grow into a shield that withstands multiple attacks of level 4 or below. Isn't that the best shield material right now? Good times won't last. Amazing. That's a new way to play. I feel like I'm just being played by the game. History expert. I'm not entirely sure either. Let's try it later. But for now, we only have one, so don't rush. Zhongda, didn't you guys notice the guide shop? This plant-based item clearly isn't something the new dragon can produce. Let's find the guide and see what he's selling. Time for some farming work. That makes sense. Let's go. The guide isn't in the castle hall. Let's go down and see. He quickly grabbed his money pouch and ran toward the castle gate. As he stepped out of the castle, a semi-transparent message box appeared in his view. Warning: you have left the safe zone and entered the neutral zone. At first, the farming work was surprised, then instinctively clutched his wallet tighter. After landing smoothly, he looked around and soon saw a new building less than 20 meters from the castle. It was a one-story stone house, roughly 70 or 80 square meters. One side of the stone house facing the castle was turned into a kind of service window, with a simple wooden sign hanging above it that read, "Bank." Behind the counter sat a young girl who looked younger than the guide. She had long fiery red hair and glowing dragon horns. She was talking with the guide. Before I forget, how did this stone hut appear overnight? At the bank counter, Ed was chatting casually with Seraphina. The girl knocked on the sturdy wall. Well, I used some lava to pour and build it. No wonder I couldn't find a single. Ed reached out and touched the counter, faintly seeing some reflected light. He didn't expect the dragon to have such a skill. Where did you get the lava? Ed suddenly asked. Saved it up before. Usually, it's stored in our dragon-exclusive extra-dimensional space, like those copper and silver coins? Yes, Ed nodded, understanding. When he hurried back from the upstream village, he saw a pile of gold, silver, and copper coins as tall as a small mountain. When he asked Serafina where the silver and copper came from, he got a similar answer. In Serafina's response, the dragon race, which enjoys stealing precious metals and has no fixed home, can open a special space after birth to store items. They had hidden a large amount of copper and silver coins there before. As for gold coins, she liked their shiny appearance and cool touch, so she kept them in her cave as a bed. Ed greatly admired this ability and decided he must learn it someday. Noticing a player approaching, Ed smiled at Serafina, just like I just told you. The girl nodded, and Ed started wandering aimlessly like a normal NPC. Meanwhile, the farm work quest giver had already arrived at the bank counter. He looked at the young but fierce-looking clerk, knowing that beneath her harmless appearance was a red dragon. As someone from another world, he didn't yet know how to greet a dragon properly. But like all normal game NPCs, the girl took the initiative to speak first. Are you here to give me money? Farm work felt his mind racing. The question seemed reasonable, but handing money over to a dragon, it didn't seem wrong. It was very logical. Plus, with her appearance and setting, it was simply impossible to refuse. He also noticed that Serafina's lips moved strangely, as if she wasn't speaking the same language he was. However, Ed, when communicating with other players, had no such problem. Could the game have created a special in-game language? He found it a bit absurd. Why would the developers add so much detail in a field where no one would care or benefit? And why could he understand this language? Seeing that the NPC was still waiting for his response, he quickly shook off these thoughts and nodded. Yes, I am here to deposit money. Do you have an account? Time for some farming work. I realized that this game is much more realistic than I thought. Suddenly, I remembered the update notice mentioning the addition of small loans. I haven't bought a house in real life, so I definitely don't want to take out a cyber mortgage in the game world. Yes, excuse me, how do I open an account? Thinking back to when I opened a bank card before, I quickly added, a savings account, not a credit card. Serafina heard unfamiliar words and found them a bit strange. She also noticed the difference in mouth movements and pronunciation, but surprisingly, she understood this language. Thinking about how Ed once gave her a piece of leaf in return for the tail meat she gave him, maybe that leaf with strange powers is related. But that leaf is now inside her stomach. Serafina looked at the strange creature, whose body and soul seemed mismatched, and said, "Please give me a copper coin." The game opened its heavy money pouch and did as asked. Serafina took the coin and quickly used her racial talent to fill out her basic information, just like when she signed a contract before. Holding the coin between her, she looked at the game and asked, "How much money do you plan to give me?" She was asking how much she should deposit. The game understood the key point and thought about the small amount of money it had just earned from server maintenance. It said, "I'll deposit 50 silver and 499 copper." The game was confident it understood how the in-game bank worked. That copper coin was like a bank card or passbook. It couldn't be used as currency itself, but the information inside was extremely valuable. It placed the entire money pouch on the bank counter. Serafina's eyes briefly showed surprise. She really didn't expect Ed's words to be so truthful. Even if they distributed the currency, these so-called players would willingly return it. Although the ownership of the currency had changed, these shining little creatures eventually returned to Serafina's embrace. For the dragon race, which has a natural tendency to seize and take, formal ownership has never been important. They only care about actual possession. If wealth were divided based on formal ownership, every dragon would probably be poor. Serafina took the money bag and shook it, the gold inside becoming more obvious. Soon, she confirmed the amount of money inside, and the information on the coins changed accordingly. She put away the money bag and said calmly, "Transaction complete. Your current account level, copper. Current balance, 50 silver and 499 copper." Farm work at the hour took the copper coins and finally asked, "How can I upgrade my account?" Serafina immediately became excited and explained like a real bank clerk. Your current account is at the copper level, which only guarantees the safety of your funds, with no interest rate. Once your total assets in one account exceed the equivalent of 10 gold, you can upgrade to a silver account for free. This gives you an annual interest rate of up to 1%, ensuring your funds are safe without any service fees, and you get priority in handling transactions. If your assets don't reach that standard, you can still upgrade for a monthly fee of 1 silver coin, with the same benefits. As for the gold level account, there's no need to say more. Farm Work at the Hour waved his hand to interrupt Serafina. There's no need to upgrade now. Thanks for the explanation. I need to go earn money. After saying that, he turned around, hiding the look of disappointment on his face. Even in this game world, such a design exists? It seems my former god of gold farming is about to make a comeback. Taking a deep breath, Farm Work at the Hour regained his focus. He clenched the copper coins in his hand and looked around. A voice echoed in his mind. Where are the monsters? I will end their lives. The other beta players also went to Serafina to set up their accounts and deposited some money. This game sometimes feels overly realistic. Given the current situation, dying does not cause items to drop, so players won't carry all their money on them. This way, even if they die, they only need to spend 1 coin of the same level to recover their account. For new players, the bank building is still quite limited. Plus, although Serafina looks nice, she keeps saying the same few lines and shows no signs of giving out quests. So, everyone's attention once again turns to Ed. A group of 6 surrounds him at his location. Spirit Returner, do you have any business with us? As Ed finishes speaking, a semi-transparent information box appears in everyone's view. The box is divided into 3 tabs: Tasks, Shop, and Hire. In the Tasks tab, Ed thoughtfully categorizes daily tasks, invitation tasks, and special tasks. Daily tasks are similar to those in other games, like chopping trees for wood or killing small monsters for materials. Invitation tasks are clearly the official version of the previous beta key collection mission. They specify how many active monsters must be defeated to earn a beta access, and it's clear that the required materials will increase as other players complete the tasks. Ed is currently level 5. The Soul Network can support up to 32 players. Since all systems are now in place, he plans to slowly increase the number of players. There are still hidden puzzles on the game webpage. Beta players can invite others through tasks, and periodically, there will be a lottery to select a few lucky players for beta access. Perfect for building excitement. Currently, there are 3 special tasks available for players: expand trade routes, explore territory, and defeat strong enemies. Expand trade routes refers to the deal between Ed and the Dragonborn village. He has prepared the first batch of fruits, and diligent players can complete the task by running trade. Although the route isn't completely safe, most monsters have already been defeated by Ed and Serafina, who returned yesterday. Completing this task rewards 5 silver coins and increases trust with the village chief, and Ed, exploring territory, marks the current boundary of the Baron's domain on the map. Since most of the land is still shrouded in fog, uncovering these areas can greatly reduce the risk for players. Each time players reveal a certain area, they earn copper coins and gain Ed's trust. If they correctly identify dangerous and valuable targets, they receive extra rewards. Defeating strong enemies requires players to completely eliminate the entangling banyan trees in the Black Forest across the river. Each tree defeated grants an additional reward of 1 silver coin, and all items dropped belong to the player who kills them. Seeing these 3 tempting tasks, players are already drooling. While gentle guidance has its benefits, quests are truly an essential part of the game. At this moment, players who once thought free exploration was a good thing are now all excited. After reading the Tasks page, players start to check the Shop section. The Shop is divided into 2 parts: buy and sell. The sell part is where Ed will buy back materials dropped by monsters with real money. It sets a purchase price and highlights that the first person to sell a certain material will get a special discount of 200%. Players quickly accept this setup, then are stunned by the buy section. All items here are clearly priced. Besides the expected weapons and tools, there are 3 single-use items: Cocoon, Vine Bandage Pack, and Paralysis Bomb. The cocoon costs 3 silver coins. Everyone already has one. The vine bandage pack costs 1 silver and can be used to wrap or connect wounds for quick healing. The paralysis bomb costs 50 copper coins. When thrown, it releases a paralyzing toxin within a 2-meter radius, effective against both enemies and allies. Not for long. Why is the cocoon so expensive? Is it really used as a shield? Howling Green Vine. Maybe because our current level is too low, the system doesn't recommend staying outside the safe zone. Setting a high price might be a hint, just like in many games where certain actions are discouraged without being explicitly forbidden, often by reducing rewards or designing them as negative. While players discussed, someone noticed an item at the very bottom of the purchase interface. Even though all items are sorted from low to high price, there was something more expensive than the cocoon. Jonda was the first to spot this item and casually read out its description. 4-legged beast, limited to 1, priced at 5 gold. A resurrected creature driven by strange powers, with a gentle nature. Usage conditions: plant compatibility greater than or equal to 2. Animal compatibility greater than or equal to 1. Note: the 4-legged beast needs daily feeding to perform normally. Farm work at the hour. I checked, and there are also mounts. History expert. Don't compete with me. I've wanted to be a cavalryman since last life. I'll save up a set of armor to play with and charge into battle. Howling Green Vine. It's not about competing. This thing costs 5 gold, and it might need to eat grass every day, just like owning a car in real life. Expensive. I suggest you think carefully before buying. If you buy it but can't afford to keep it, that's a problem. History expert. In that case, can I just go to Serafina for a small loan? Jonda. Bro 666. Do you also need to check if there are any subsidies or zero down payment options for buying a car? Or a mount? And if you miss a loan payment 1 month, the mount gets confiscated. How did you turn the game into real life? The hourly farm work. Don't dream about it. I just asked. The only thing our copper level account can do is deposit and withdraw money, maybe transfer funds. We don't even have silver level, so no loans. History expert. Howling Green Vine. Alright, you guys should check out the higher section. The items there. I can't say. Hearing Lurong's surprised voice, everyone quickly turned to the last page labeled Hiring. The page showed 2 ID-like photos of NPCs from the same faction, Ed and Serafina. Players clicked on their profiles to see their services, and their expressions grew more shocked. Ed also noticed the subtle changes in their faces, realizing they had seen the real main event. He couldn't help but feel happy. Serafina learned a lot from Ed, and if Ed learned anything from her, it was just one thing. This costs money. What was shown to the players now was a frightening scene. Body restoration. Charges based on completeness, up to 1 gold. Resurrection, 10 silver per time. If the body is incomplete, extra fees apply based on the body restoration service. First time free. Basic team healing. 1 gold per day for teams under 5 people. 2 gold for 5 to 10 people, and so on. Basic combat assistance. 1 gold per use. Each time you enter or leave combat counts as 1. The players looked at the price list, exchanging glances. As for how greedy Ed was, it didn't seem too bad. The game didn't even have a recharge system, and charging a little in-game currency for services didn't hurt. It actually made the game feel more real. But thinking about how things that were free before now cost money made everyone a bit uncomfortable. Lurong shouted, I know what you're all thinking, but I think, since this is a beta test, these adjustments are normal. I even believe what we're playing now is the real test content. The previous version was just a demo. After some thought, everyone agreed it made sense. For many games, beta testing and public release are like 2 different games. And for such a groundbreaking masterpiece, careful polishing is necessary. Someone said, I think, these charges for battle-related services might be a subtle hint that we should value our lives in the game. Also, healing doesn't necessarily have to be Ed. He sells items too, so we can buy them in advance. Everyone looked at the player who had achieved the first kill in the game. They thought his explanation made sense. The vine bandage pack looked very useful, and it wasn't too expensive. Ed, who was in the middle of a conversation, also looked pleased. For the locals in this world, if there was someone so capable who could help them do many things, then charging for his services was very fair. However, Ed had to consider how players felt when setting prices. In the end, He decided on a price list that seemed a little high, but was still affordable if players saved up. After the last upgrade to plan abilities, Ed was sure that as his level increased, many things he couldn't do before would become possible. Many tasks that were very hard for animals were much easier for plants. For example, the services he set up now still required him to do them himself, but in the future, specialized plants or puppets could handle these tasks. While everyone was slowly accepting the fact that Ed was becoming greedy, the voice of the howling green vine spoke again. Why not take a look at Seraphina's page? Everyone caught the hint in the words and quickly closed Ed's service list to check Seraphina's. The content there was very simple. Target assassination, 10,000 gold per attempt, full refund if not completed, join a battle, 1,000 gold, full refund if defeated, join a war, 50,000 gold, unlimited battles until the war ends. Chund. Can I really see this? Pointing out farming. I suddenly think Ed is quite fair. He only charges 1 gold each time. Good times don't last, but he doesn't guarantee victory, right? History expert. You can't expect to get all the good things without some effort. The players discussed excitedly for a while. Then, good times don't last, and history expert, 2 strong players, took on the task, open up trade routes. They carried boxes of fruit and, with the help of multi-legged beasts, headed toward the Dragonborn village. The other 4 players all accepted the task, explore the territory. They understood clearly that although the reward seemed small, exploring a large area could sometimes lead to high-value targets, making the gains more than from trading alone. While exploring, they might encounter monsters, which would allow them to complete daily extermination quests and submit materials. Combining these activities, the total profit would be quite good. Regarding the third task related to the Strangler Fig, since resurrection and healing now require payment, players decided to delay it until at least 2 of them level up. The players happily left the ancient castle, and Ed finally had some free time again. The server shutdown had a noticeable effect. After adding many new features in gameplay, this guiding NPC seemed to relax a bit. At that moment, Seraphina found Ed. Do you have time now? I have a question for you. Go ahead. You told me before that these soul returners need money to be controlled, but you gave them money, and they all handed it over. Why would they do that? If we are dragons. Exactly because they are not dragons. Ed shrugged. Their bodies are just appearances. Their souls are their true essence. In this sense, these soul returners can't truly own money. So, all we need to do is record and grant them the right to use that money. That's why a simple copper coin contract can retrieve all that money. Seraphina nodded thoughtfully, then asked again. If that's the case, you don't need to lend me so much money. Just by the number of times I sign metal contracts. That's our racial skill, and it would be much simpler. Ed shook his head confidently and raised. First, the number of soul returners will keep increasing, and the coins scattered outside will also grow. This can't be solved by simple contracts. Soul returners aren't fools. They need to see real money and be able to exchange the numbers on the contract at any time. Second, have you heard of bank runs? Eddington immediately smiled. Let me briefly tell you about this little trick. On a simple card, good times don't last, and Master of History are enjoying the pure happiness that comes from playing. Although the back of the horse in front has already torn open, revealing its partly decayed body and some parts replaced with plant tissue, and although the cart itself is just a large patchwork of wooden planks with 2 wheels, lacking guardrails and a roof, this does not stop them from fully focusing on their fun. They chose a direction according to the map, letting the relatively gentle horse roam freely in the wilderness. Then, they leaned against a box filled with fruit, enjoying life as it swayed. Good times don't last. A week ago, I never would have dreamed of playing such a game. With this kind of technology, this company will succeed at anything. Master of History. That's right. Before I got the beta access, I thought it was just a reskin or a scam product, but, well, he was momentarily speechless. The wealth of the real world made Master of History. Yu Yun feel a bit empty inside. Even now, after gaining great satisfaction, he still found it hard to fully express his true thoughts. He truly immersed himself in this role. He thought that maybe hundreds or even over 1,000 years ago, in his world, whether in the East or West, countless people traveled along similar trade routes. That made him feel that this game was really exciting. Good times don't last. Do you ever get this feeling? Even though the game added task systems and other features, I feel it has become more real. Master of History. I feel the same way. It's probably not just because of that. Even in real life, we have tasks, but they don't show up like in the game. As for money and banks, they are essential. This game gave me a feeling like a utopia or primitive society. I know such a system can't last forever. Change will come someday. Luckily, the recent updates make me very satisfied. The good times don't last long. I nodded in agreement. That's the real feeling, always kind of. Oh no. In a sudden leap, the two felt something was wrong on one side of the carriage, but before they could react, they tumbled down together, rolling off the vehicle. The sudden jolt left them stunned, thinking there might be enemies or strange creatures nearby. But looking at the clear, neutral zone indicator in their view, they felt things might not be as bad as they thought. The good times don't last long saw the tilted cart and quickly bent down to check. What's going on? History expert rubbed his neck and asked, as the impact seemed to have twisted his neck. He was trying to straighten it himself. Sigh. The good times don't last long stood up with a worried look and complained. I didn't expect this place to be so realistic. What's happening below? I can't see because my neck is twisted. Looks like the axle is broken. Can you fix the cart? History expert paused, holding his neck, wanting to say something harsh, but finally just muttered, "Wow. Impressive." The good times don't last long rearranged some scattered fruits, then picked up 2 axes from the cart. It doesn't look too bad. We just need to find a suitable tree, cut it, and patch it up. History expert took an axe and asked casually, "Okay, but can you tell the difference between a tree and a monster?" "No problem. I looked at the guidebook all night yesterday, even knowing when the Boxing King guide was updated. That entry was later edited by Barony, which is the official account, so some parts might not be accurate." "Oh, I remember he said he added the Mouse King, right? How was that written?" The good times didn't last long. The young man rolled his eyes and aimlessly looked around, recalling the entry he saw last night. 0007 Rat King. A composite monster made up of many 00006 thorn rats. It has high attack power and a good health limit. It has no blind spots in its vision and a keen sense of smell. When fighting, it rolls toward its prey to bite and scratch. It bites its target repeatedly at a high frequency, but iron weapons cannot leave lasting damage during the bites. Recommended fighting method: a team of 3 to 6 people. Use terrain to set traps and pits. Those with strong bodies should lure the Rat King into the traps to slowly drain its health. Without paralysis weapons, it may take many tries to kill it. The target has very high health, so fighters need to be careful when pulling it around. Editor: Dway Fist King. Rat King habits. A single Rat King only exists for one night. It usually appears after dark and disappears at dawn. It mainly preys on rotting corpses and slow-moving creatures, making it hard to catch quick prey. Conditions for summoning the Rat King. If there are rat groups within 4 square kilometers and more than 4 large animal corpses, there is a chance for the Rat King core to form, which can trigger the Rat King's appearance. More corpses increase the chance and level of the Rat King. Danger level: moderate. Level: 3 to 8. Distribution: sparse woodland plains. Editor: Barony. In a world still in order, the young man at the computer kept scrolling the mouse wheel, but nothing changed. He finally realized the entry had reached the top. "There's something interesting." He scratched his head and muttered, "This is based on the European Rat King phenomenon, but it fits perfectly with the worldview. I can't see any inconsistency. Although it's about rats, the way the Rat King is born is somewhat similar to swarms of bees or ants. The core of the Rat King clearly resembles a queen bee or ant. So, what is this creature's logic when it acts? Does it follow the core's commands, or does it act on its own? No, that can't be. Over 1,000 rats couldn't coordinate perfectly on their own. But what if they actually discuss and decide together? That's too terrifying. A rat swarm with basic democratic behavior." The young man scratched his head again, feeling very conflicted inside. As a researcher with occasional free time, he recently watched a popular puzzle-solving video and, like many viewers, was drawn to this website. He is not a puzzle enthusiast. He originally planned to save this site as a fun resource. However, by clicking around randomly, he ended up entering the official biological encyclopedia. During a day when the service was offline, Players who had access to the photo system uploaded real photos of monsters numbered 0001, 007. After seeing these photos instead of drawings, the young man was very shocked. The reason was simple. He studies biology, and the creatures in these photos were a bit too crazy. Out of impulse and curiosity, a young man named Liu began to seriously fill out a questionnaire to get a chance at the beta test. While players enjoy their fulfilling gaming experience, he'd finally explained to Serafina what excessive currency issuance and bank runs mean. The Red Dragon girl lowered her head as if thinking, and he'd felt like he had opened a new world for her. He wasn't sure if this was a good or bad thing. Currently, they are not exactly friends, but they have at least signed a mutual non-aggression agreement. If Serafina doesn't try to cheat or avoid rules, he'd feel safe for at least 100 years. He just worries that if she truly learns some dangerous tricks from his teachings, some unlucky person might get hurt. After sending off this great figure, he'd finally had time to go online. Thanks to his ability called Otherworldly Half-Body, he can, if he wishes, browse and edit internet content from another world in his mind. That's how he created the official game website. He checked the backend and was pleasantly surprised to find that the official website of Disorderly World had over 300,000 views, more than 30,000 registered users, and over 8,000 beta test questionnaires pending review. The workload was too much for Ed to handle alone, so he temporarily gave some permissions to Little Green, a not-so-smart sapling, to help manage these tasks. After spending some time together, Ed realized that his way of thinking was different from Little Green's. This young tree seedling's way of thinking is similar to the constantly branching roots of a tree, able to handle multiple simple tasks at the same time. Many complicated things can be delegated to it. As for himself, as long as he controls the overall direction, there is no problem. The Little Green, following orders, has already started working. Ed had set some criteria for selecting players in advance, such as ignoring those who fill out questionnaires randomly, avoiding players who like to attack others in the game, not choosing super rebellious players who are always thinking of betraying, and most importantly, excluding anyone under 18. After several rounds of filtering, more than 3,000 out of over 8,000 questionnaires remained qualified. Are all these okay? Ed asked mentally, and Little Green replied very casually. At least they took it seriously. Then let's start drawing. Okay, how many should we pick? Ed thought for a moment and said, let's pick 4 first. If everything's fine, we can draw more later. Although Ed's current capacity limit is 32 players, he cares about the gaming experience. If he fills all the spots at once, a large group of people might end up wandering around with nothing to do. To avoid bad reviews, Ed has always been cautious. Now, with 3 villages worth of ordinary NPCs and 2 special NPCs, he can finally loosen up a bit. An animation for drawing lots, taken from some website, finished playing. The IDs of 4 lucky players appeared in front of Ed: Dawn, Pool Fish, Deep Abyss, Tibet's Fierce Tiger, Dark Mage. Seeing these somewhat abstract IDs, Ed already looked forward to what these players might do. Little Green, send out notifications. Set their test time for tomorrow. Following Ed's command, the information in his mind crossed the invisible barrier between 2 worlds and turned into a network notification sent to the 4 players' devices. In the still-ordered world, in a chat group. Tibet's Fierce Tiger. Image wow. I got it. A college student enjoying summer vacation, living parasitically, sent a picture of the qualification pop-up to the chat group. The group instantly fell silent. This is very unusual. Recently, the game, Disorderly World, has been a hot topic in his gaming group, mainly because of a puzzle-solving video. Everyone who asked about it has watched the video, and those who haven't are not qualified. The group even argued for a long time over some details from the official website. In the end, they realized most of them are just online players. The young man felt very strange. He was the first to get the qualification in the group. He only shared a little about it, so he didn't think everyone should be so angry. He tentatively typed A in the chat box and sent it. Suddenly, a big red exclamation mark appeared in the center of the screen. You have been muted by the administrator then. A new message popped up in the group. I've muted him. Everyone, start criticizing. As soon as this was said, the chat group became lively, like boiling water. Some people were jealous, others envied, and some asked where he lived, hoping to send him some local specialties. Unfortunately, No one's questions would be answered because the only lucky person had already been muted, and the mute would last until 8 p.m. tomorrow night. This means he couldn't send any more messages in the group before the beta test started. This kind of attitude really messes with people's minds. The young man checked his status in the group again, then casually tossed his phone aside and lay on the bed, lost in thought. Is this game really as fun as people say online? Ding, a new notification appeared. He picked up his phone and saw it was a video recommendation from a website. Just as he was about to scroll past, he noticed the creator's name, Great Way Fist King Chui Mumu. The puzzle master had updated again. In a dessert shop, 3 bored high school graduates sat together drinking sweet water. One suddenly asked, "Hey, have you guys heard of the game Disorderly World?" The others shook their heads. Another girl asked, "Aren't you not into gaming? Why do you ask about this?" "Ugh, I don't play, but my brother keeps talking about it these days. He even wants to use my identity to fill out a survey to increase his chances of winning." "Really? That's so crazy. I also find it strange. I watched that puzzle-solving video too. It was good, but just good. It didn't show much of the game content. So why is it so fascinating? Also, the video has been played millions of times. I wonder how many testing spots were drawn. What kind of luck do you need to get one?" A girl who hadn't spoken before suddenly joined the conversation. She smiled and turned her phone screen toward them. "Maybe. I am the lucky one." It was late at night, but the laboratory at a university was still brightly lit. Many experiments that require precise timing are like this. Whether it's midnight or mealtime, as soon as the cultivation time is up, the right people must be there immediately. The young graduate student scratched his head, confused about why his cultivation experiments kept failing. In a corner he didn't notice, the computer in standby mode quietly blinked with a message notification. In a rented room in the city, a woman with sleepy eyes was awakened by a message alert. She was a bit annoyed and unlocked her phone. When she saw she had won a game testing spot, she became a little more alert. Based on the video and the popularity of the official website, she guessed her chances were very low. So she probably became a seal, a top player. But as someone shy and socially anxious, she didn't want to share this small victory on social media or with friends. After a brief burst of excitement, she sank back into her bed, muttering that she hoped the game supported solo play. Disordered World. On an endless plain, Great Way Boxer and Zhongda were heading toward Shangyo Village. 6 players, after accepting the quest, shared information. They quickly compared the map and deduced that the 3 highlighted areas in the fog were the 3 villages mentioned in the update. 2 players, who were exploring new routes, didn't need to transport goods, so Ed didn't give them tasks involving horses or carts. They could only walk step by step on their own. Zhongda, "Hey, brother, have you finished editing our video from the day before yesterday? When do you plan to post it?" Dawei Fist King instinctively reached to adjust his glasses, but found his hand empty. He smiled slightly and said, "It's already edited." Actually, it didn't need much work. The angles, picture quality, and the characters' shapes and movements are all perfect. It would be fine in a promotional video. As for posting, he glanced at the time above his field of vision. It was 10 a.m. in the Disordered World, which is 10 p.m. in the other world. It's already been posted. Zhongda immediately became excited. "Tomorrow I have a day off. After the testing, I'll go support it." "Hey, look over there. Is that a house?" Following the direction of Zhongda's finger, Dawei Fist King also clearly saw a small row of crooked, grayish houses near the horizon. Around these houses, there was a slightly different colored thick line, and without the limitations of nearsightedness in the real world, Dawei Fist King recognized it as a small river or stream. People had gathered by the water to form a small settlement. That makes sense, but it's unclear whether this is an upstream or midstream village. With a clear goal, the two quickened their pace and soon arrived at the village entrance around noon. 2 oddly shaped villagers were lying lazily on the nearby grass, basking in the midday sun. When they saw the 2 unfamiliar faces approaching from the southwest, they immediately looked alert. Objectively, Zhongda and Dawei Fist King's clothing didn't differ much from the villagers. Their clothes were either relics from decades ago inside the old castle or rough cloth bought from the Dragonborn village. The iron equipment they wore showed clear signs of being made by the Dragonborn village. Even though they now officially belonged to the same faction, The villagers from the midstream village still harbored jealousy and hostility toward the dragon-formed people. The two villagers whispered to each other. One of them looked surprised, scanning the two strangers with suspicion, then immediately ran toward the village. Zhongda also saw this scene. His right hand moved toward the short spear at his waist. He exchanged a glance with the distant villager and quietly said to the Wei Fist King, "That messenger probably went to gather people, right?" The Great Wei Fist King quietly concealed his hand holding the short spear behind his back and softly replied to Zhongda, "This is still a neutral zone for now, and I can't see a reason for either side to be enemies. Just stay alert, and if necessary, we'll act again." The two moved cautiously toward the village ahead. Soon, a large crowd of villagers poured out, and from this distance, they could clearly see the villagers' faces and body shapes. The common presence of deformities and abnormalities made both of them swallow nervously, and they roughly guessed the reason for the villagers' hostility. The entire village was filled with deformed people, so when healthy outsiders visit, some suspicion and hostility are natural, even though Zhongda and the others weren't truly healthy themselves. While they whispered softly about how to start the conversation, an old man with a hunched back, so bent it looked uncomfortable, emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a villager who had gone to deliver a message. The old man slowly approached, gradually distancing himself from the villagers who could offer him protection. He looked at the two well-proportioned but ordinary-looking humans and asked, "Where are you from?" Like Serafina, the old man's lip movements didn't match the sounds the two heard, perhaps part of the game design. Great Wei Fist King thought for a moment, then pointed in the direction they came from and answered, "We come with good intentions from the old castle over there." Hearing this, the old man suddenly looked several years younger. He looked at the two and asked, "Did Lord Bishop Adrian send you?" Zhongda and Great Wei Fist King exchanged glances, unsure when Ed had become a bishop again. But within the barony, there was only one NPC named Adrian, so they nodded confidently. The old man finally showed a sincere smile. "Welcome to Shanyo Village. My name is Capping, and I am the village chief. Earlier, Lord Bishop Adrian mentioned that his elite warriors would come here, and told us to treat you well." But he looked past the two toward the direction they came from. "Are only the two of you here? Lord Adrian has given us our first task, which is to draw a map of the territory. This area has been assigned to the two of us, so no other warriors will come for now." Cap'n stepped forward, squeezed Great Wei Fist King's arm through his clothes, and nodded with satisfaction. "I see. Please, you two go ahead. We have been ready for a while." He then turned slightly and made a welcoming gesture, inviting the two to enter the village. Behind them, Zhongda whispered, "What do you mean by ready? Are they going to have a feast? I think I understand what being prepared means now." 5 minutes later, looking at the wooden boards and stones piled up in the open space in the middle of the upstream village, Zhongda sighed helplessly. Nearby, Great Wei Fist King showed a look of, as expected. At the same time, a semi-transparent task notification appeared in their view. Task: repair the village description. Due to the invasion of the magic tide, villagers' health has declined. The upstream village by the creek hasn't been repaired for a long time. Kind Bishop Ed Adrian promised these poor people that they could hire soul returners for labor. Please help them fix leaking houses and collapsed walls. Reward: trust points from villagers 10, and for each villager helped, tree seed, non-standard currency, 1. Well, when everyone thought the game creators were planning a big event here, they didn't do anything special. Isn't that also a kind of trick? Thinking carefully, in this kind of immersive game, helping NPCs with chores is actually the easiest way to increase trust. The villagers of the upstream village beside them looked very hopeful, almost without feeling guilty about asking others for help. Partly because Cap'n took on the role of the scapegoat, so even if others got angry, they wouldn't be the first to blame him. And partly because they would pay for this labor. Great Wei Fist King shrugged. He wasn't opposed to this cliché task. He was just curious about how the task process would unfold. Since this is a very realistic game, building and repairing shouldn't be just simple waiting or clicking. It's unclear how the game will show these tasks. Perhaps you really have to hammer each nail one by one? The two players chose to accept the task and, guided by Cap'n, started repairing the first roof. As expected, they had to cut wood and fix things step by step. Because they lacked experience, there was a risk of making mistakes and needing to redo work. Luckily, the villagers provided nails, tools, and materials, so the players only needed to focus on working hard. Under the hot sun and heavy labor, they quickly started sweating. Maybe because of the foreign soul inhabiting their bodies, their pain and fatigue felt less intense. Even the discomfort from sweating wasn't as bad as in the other world. So, in the eyes of villagers who couldn't do heavy work due to poor health, the two elite fighters from the church seemed like two nuclear-powered donkeys. Although they didn't say it aloud, everyone was surprised. In their memory, the church of worship was very different. The church priests provided basic protection, but also collected taxes without mercy. When villagers lacked nutrition and their saplings couldn't produce seeds, the church sometimes used punishments to show authority. Frankly, the church saw these villagers as less than human, like livestock raised by the church, with saplings forcibly planted in them. As for the minimal protection they offered, since they were considered livestock, providing basic safety was inevitable. After the two players barely finished repairing Capin's roof, the villagers realized that the feared violence or shouting didn't happen. They finally believed the new bishop's words from last night. Once they tested the roof and confirmed it didn't leak, the villagers became very enthusiastic. They started inviting the players to repair their own houses first. Capin quickly took on the role of village chief, maintaining order and organizing the villagers' roofs in a proper sequence to prevent chaos. And what about the two players? If I had to mention a good quality of players, their ability to quickly immerse themselves in roles is definitely one. They can be passionate fighters like the divine punishment gods during battles, and then swiftly switch to basic farming and building roles. Currently, these two have fully adopted the latter character type. If the villagers knew that just 2 days ago these elite warriors had teamed up to kill a mouse king, probably no one would believe it. Hey, buddy, do you know what my college major was? Zhongda touched his companion's arm and asked. The Wei Fist King looked at his friend who was just fixing the roof. What? Civil engineering. Zhongda chuckled at himself, and the Wei Fist King also laughed. That's really the right choice. Carrying tools and materials, they walked toward the next roof. The Wei Fist King, very interested in game settings and the encyclopedia, planned to take the opportunity to ask Capin about some game details. In this game, NPCs are like the passers-by in fragmented storytelling games. They rarely speak unless asked directly. But once asked, their answers always contain a lot of important information. After thinking for a moment, considering his current identity as a devout tree worshipper warrior, the Wei Fist King came up with a question that fit his role. Village Chief Capin, how long has your village been under the protection of the great tree worship? Capin turned to look at this sincere young warrior and began to think about how to answer. It wasn't strange for him to ask this. When Capin was very young, so young that traders from the upper village still came to sell things, he heard a rumor. The tree worship religion kept expanding, taking over all the villages it discovered, growing stronger like a real tree. Now it seems that this is not just a rumor. He thought about his father and grandfather and replied, It's been nearly 100 years. My grandfather said the magic tide erupted when he was 10. The scene then was like the world was about to end. At first, because Baron Tual was still around, the tree worshippers only came here to preach and plant trees. But after the Baron died, this area fully fell under their control. Capin, using the deep, calm voice typical of elders, began to tell a story he remembered from his childhood. Grandpa said that there was once a wild mage in the upstream village. Every day, he tinkered with bottles and jars in his small wooden hut. After the magic tide outbreak, he merged completely with his hut and turned into a terrible monster. Capin couldn't recall all the details clearly and had to gloss over some parts. When they reached the second house to be repaired, Capin's story was coming to an end. To hide the awkward ending, he scratched his gray hair and summarized, Anyway, we're all still alive, right? Hearing Capin's words, the two spirits from another world, though lacking much empathy, were slightly moved. From his story, they understood why these people didn't resist the tree worshippers. In their usual thinking, when ordinary people are oppressed to this extent, resisting is normal. But this idea doesn't seem to apply in this other world. In this world destroyed by the magic tide, most of the food can't grow from the ground anymore. The tree worshippers for the villagers of the upper and middle streams are like Seraphina for the dragonborn village, cruel and indifferent to humans, yet at least they help these people survive after the magic tide, even if in harsh ways. As Cap'n said, a broken roof is actually good for the trees on their bodies. But for the remaining parts that can still be called human, it's not very friendly. So, the villagers dislike rain, but they love sunshine, whether for their human parts or their tree parts. Over time, the skills of Zhongda and Dawei Fist King improved. They became temporary bricklayers in the upstream village, repairing roofs and low walls while walking through the streets. I wonder how things are on their side now. Looking at the setting sun in the distance, Zhongda wiped his sweat and casually sighed. The situation in the middle village is similar to that in the upstream village. Since Ed doesn't know anyone there, he chose the strongest person he found to be his representative. The groups working on basic farm tasks and the Greenvine group are doing similar repair work. As for the traders heading to the downstream Long Race village, their situation is a bit different. After the axle broke earlier, the two of them started figuring out how to fix the simple cart. It wasn't hard to find a suitable piece of wood that could be distinguished from monster parts, but cutting it to fit the cart's wheel size took some effort. Fortunately, they managed to repair the cart. Led by a calm, gentle-hoofed beast, they arrived at Long Race Village just as afternoon was beginning. Their presence didn't go unnoticed by the village guards. After calling out a few times without response, they didn't hear. A thrown spear stuck in the ground finally made the traders stop. Since this was their first trade after signing a contract, the village chief came out personally to handle the exchange after hearing their intentions. Seeing the villagers with obvious physical mutations, the two players kept a calm face, but secretly started taking photos with their camera. The trade was simple. According to the agreed exchange rate, the two large boxes containing 60 tasteless fruits could be traded for 20 short spears, 20 axes, and 20 iron shovels. Good Times Don't Last had a suspicion that maybe a short spear, an iron axe, and an iron shovel would become the standard gear for players in the future. As for swords and knives, they consume too much metal and probably aren't suitable for beginners. With the trade completed in front of both sides, a task completion prompt appeared, indicating that after handing over the goods to Ed, they could receive their reward of silver coins from Seraphina. Just as they were loading the iron tools onto the cart and preparing to leave, Master of History suddenly patted his head and said, "Buddy, I just thought of something. I am often puzzled by how the experienced elders always listen to the younger ones." The history expert continued to speak. "Right now, what we're doing is like big trucks transporting goods in the real world." The short-lived thought for a moment and said, "That's true. So, what does that mean?" The history expert placed a hand on his back, and they both turned to avoid the curious villagers of Dragonborn Village, beginning a private conversation. The translation service provided by Little Green seems very smart. When one person is talking privately, the other cannot hear the real-time translation, only the original sounds of the language. What I mean is, we are like big truck drivers in a different world, right? Exactly. Then, haven't you thought about something? Short-lived. Thought seriously for 2 seconds and suddenly sang, "We are all living hard." That's not it. The history expert looked young and a bit helpless. You've come to a different world to transport goods. No traffic lights, no traffic laws. If we don't become the 100-ton king, aren't we just wasting this trip? Short-lived looked at the horse beast with bones showing. Our engine might not be strong enough, huh? The history expert said, "No worries, do what you can. At least, we shouldn't come back empty-handed. If our base produced anything, I wouldn't have come empty." Short-lived nodded thoughtfully, then turned his head and looked at the confused village chief with hopeful eyes. "Do you have any other good stuff?" The village chief of Dragonborn Village shrugged. "This isn't part of the contract." The history expert stepped forward, shielding the inexperienced newcomer behind him. "I know it's not in the contract. We just want to buy some things privately and then go back to the camp to sell to others." After a moment of quick thinking, the village chief understood what they meant. They wanted to be middlemen. He looked at the half-filled cart and then at the two people. Thinking that their leader only wanted to trade using barter, he tentatively said, "That's possible, but Dragonborn Village only accepts currency transactions." "You." Clatter, clatter. History expert took out a cloth bag from behind and shook it twice. The clear sound of coins clinking reached each villager's ears, while the two players also tightened their weapons at their waists. The villagers of Dragonborn Village immediately lowered their guard and smiled, making way for the road leading to the village like friendly service staff. The village chief stood at the front of the crowd and kindly said, "Dragonborn Village always welcomes business friends, except for those fools from the tree worshippers." He then looked at someone beside him, signaling for them to watch the horses, and continued, "You don't need to leave someone outside. I have a long-term agreement with your leader, and I will never harm you casually." Under the village chief's warm invitation, history expert and good times don't last long entered Dragonborn Village. Noticing that the area indicator still showed neutral zone, they both breathed a sigh of relief. During the boring time on the way to the village, they had already found detailed information about the area on their panels. Restricted zone, an area not yet open. Entry is only possible if invited by the area's owner. If it is an unclaimed area, the rules can be forcibly broken to enter. Safe zone, an area fully controlled by the current and allied factions. You can log in or out freely without injury. There are no dangers inside. Fighting and harming others are prohibited. Neutral zone, an area influenced by the current and allied factions. When logged out, bodies are likely to be well preserved. The danger level is medium to low, and weapons can be used freely. Danger zone, an area completely uncontrollable by the current and allied factions. When logged out, bodies are likely to be attacked by unknown creatures. The danger level is high, and weapons can be used freely. After reading this explanation, the two players finally understood why they couldn't enter many rooms in the old castle, because those places were designated as restricted zones by the authorities. They weren't sure whether these belonged to unclaimed restricted zones or to Ed, the NPC. The fact that the Dragonborn Village is still a neutral zone means that although they can attack the villagers, neither side currently harbors any ill will toward each other. After walking into the village, the two of them began their usual photo taking. The village's style looks very much like a small medieval town, but there is a faint feeling of heat in the air. Under the gray-yellow buildings, they even thought they had arrived in a desert area. "This scenery is really well made," said the history expert with admiration. "Now, it would be perfect to have some unique background music," he added, "so it doesn't look much different from other medieval desert towns we've seen in other games." The good times don't last, nodded in agreement, and then led his companion into a small house. As they adjusted to the sudden dimmer light, good times don't last was surprised to find that it was actually a clothing store. Inside, the clothes looked almost exactly like their starting outfits. "Are our clothes coming from here?" asked Good Times Don't Last quietly. The history expert casually pinched a corner of one of the clothes and replied, "If the creators really put so much effort into this, who knows?" He was rubbing the corner of a cheap-looking garment as if he wanted to unravel it into threads. Feeling the rough fabric, a question came to his mind. What are these clothes made of? If it's cotton or linen, where do these materials come from? Just as the shopkeeper was about to ask them to leave, the history expert suddenly asked, "How much for one?" The shopkeeper was a short, chubby half-dragon, with small horns on the sides of his head that made his face look like a certain well-known mouse. He pointed to where the history expert was standing. "These, 80 copper coins each." Then he pointed to other clothes in different directions. "These, 1 silver coin each. These, 1 silver 30 copper coins." The history expert pretended to nod as if he was going to buy, but then asked his real question. "Where do you get your fabrics from?" As soon as he asked, he looked at the shopkeeper with genuine interest. He must admit that during previous conversations, he had fully believed these NPCs were real people. But he can't really blame himself. After all, the NPCs in this game are so realistic. Apart from their slightly different way of thinking, they are almost indistinguishable from normal humans. The history expert even feels that these NPCs from the Dragonborn Village are smarter than Ed. When people ask strange questions, the guide might respond with some cliches, but these half-dragon people seem to have learned the essence of human behavior. Right now, he is conducting a simple version of the Turing test on the shopkeeper. If the shopkeeper can't answer or makes big mistakes, it shows the game creators haven't detailed every part well. But if the shopkeeper's answers are flawless and he can't find any faults, then he can only keep enjoying the game. What else can he do? Should he dig deeper and try to find problems in the source code? They looked at each other for 2 seconds. The short, chubby half-dragon suddenly muttered quietly, "Whether I buy or not. Why ask all these pointless questions? All my clothes are handmade. As for the fabric, you're a merchant yourself. Haven't you seen other traders before?" The history expert mentally reviewed the shopkeeper's responses and realized he couldn't find any flaws. In this world, it's clear that the Dragonborn village can't grow many crops. This setting is easy to explain with the merchant role he's playing. Even more conveniently, he is currently acting as a merchant, so there's no reason to dig deeper. If he did, the shopkeeper might look at him with suspicion and question, "You're a merchant, and you don't even know this? Are you pretending?" Seeing that the shopkeeper was clearly unhappy, the history expert awkwardly loosened his grip on his clothes and said, "Let's keep browsing. If you find something cheaper, you'll come back." Then he pulled away from the clothing shop and left, leaving the frowning half-dragon shopkeeper behind. He watched their backs and quietly said, "This isn't about whether it's cheap or not. The real issue is, I'm the only one selling clothes here." Although he didn't hear the shopkeeper's warning, the two players quickly reached a similar conclusion through their experience. The entire Dragonborn village was shrouded in a constant heat wave. It wasn't their imagination. The whole village was like a giant ironworks factory. Most villagers had their own small blacksmith workshops, and the clothing shop run by that chubby man was actually quite unique. This made the history expert wonder if, without that chubby man, the men, women, and children of the village would seem as strange as a forbidden mod. But unfortunately, there's no way to know. After wandering around the village for a while, they finally couldn't stand the heat anymore and returned to the simple clothing shop at the village entrance. The reason was simple. The village's products were very limited. Considering the transportation capacity of the 100-ton king, they decided to buy some light clothing to resell later. Unfortunately, the poor village didn't even have stylish clothes. So, they each bought 10 sets of the cheapest clothes, planning to resell them at a higher price. According to the style of the disordered world, players would gradually increase, and clothes often get damaged during movement and fights. This is when their stockpiles would come in handy. Hee, who can enjoy the profit margin? Turns out it's me. That evening, 6 players gathered again. The ancient castle was the only safe zone. No one wanted to use the cocoon consumable or risk being attacked outside overnight, so they had to return to the castle before logging off. While waiting for the meat to cook, the 6 shared their game experiences. Great Way Fist King. We repaired 6 roofs and fixed 4 wall holes. We got 10 tree seeds in total. The exploration task had 3 checkpoints, giving us 150 copper coins. Howling Green Vine. Why did you fix the roof so quickly? We only completed 8 sets and got 8 tree seeds. Our exploration task marked a few dead trees and vines, so we earned 200 copper coins. Great Way Fist King. Because Brother Zhongda is a civil engineer. Today, I learned a lot. His plastering skills are amazing. Good times don't last. Seeing everyone smiling, he asked in disbelief, "You're already making money." The remaining few looked toward the 2 people heading to Dragonborn Village. "Well, what else? Haven't your tasks been settled yet?" Master Historian reached up and rubbed his forehead. After the merchant run, we each got 5 silver coins. But in Dragonborn Village, we couldn't resist buying some supplies, spending 8 silver coins each. We made a round trip and still lost 3 silver coins. They explained in detail how they impulsively spent their money, and the atmosphere around the campfire instantly became cheerful. The players kept track of time precisely. There was still a full hour before 8 p.m., enough for them to enjoy a good meal and gather some materials needed for their daily quests. Suddenly, a sharp, whooshing sound broke through the sky. 1 hour earlier, inside Dragonborn Village. Such strange merchants. They don't even buy more expensive items. How do they make any profit? The chubby shop owner muttered inside his dim clothing store, counting the day's earnings from a box, 1 coin at a time. Because of Seraphina's presence, both players only brought part of their money to the village, paying with a mix of copper and silver coins when settling accounts. The fat shop owner was happily counting his coins when he suddenly felt something was off. As a half-dragon, his view of wealth was influenced by dragons, but not too much, just a little stingy. He was very sensitive to money. So, when he touched that silver coin, his reflex was to immediately pull his hand back, causing the coin to drop. He trembled for a few seconds before picking up the silver coin again. He carefully felt the patterns on it with his rough fingers, still unable to believe what he saw. He then pushed open the door and stepped outside. Under the faint light outside, he finally saw the intricate design on the coin's surface, an intimidating, fierce dragon. This was a dragon coin, minted by the Dragonborn village itself. According to village rules, these coins came from either mined or silver coins blessed by the dragon, which lacked full purity. One reason the village existed was because the dragons needed them to refine precious metals. For the refined gold and silver, the ancestors of the Dragonborn village designed coins with fierce dragon patterns to show their devotion. These customs have been maintained to this day. The reason this coin shocked the shop owners so much is because it shouldn't be here, or anywhere except near that dragon. For a dragon, only death can take money away from them. So why was this dragon coin found on an ordinary merchant? The clothing shop owner didn't dare think further and felt his mind slipping further into forbidden thoughts. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocking sounds disturbed the village chief of the Dragonborn village, who had already gone to bed. "Who's there? It's me. It's me." Hearing the strained voice, the village chief knew it was the shop owner. He opened the door and looked down at the chubby man. "What's the matter?" The short, chubby half-dragon didn't speak, but held out the silver coin in front of the village chief. Almost immediately, the chief understood why the man was so panicked when he saw the pattern on the coin. He also thought about the possibility of a terrible insult. The village chief tried to stay calm and asked, "How many coins?" "3. Where did they come from?" "From the 2 merchants this afternoon." "Give me the coins." "Yes, yes." The shop owner hurriedly handed over 3 silver dragon coins, seeming afraid they would burn his hand if he waited too long. The village chief took the coins and looked at the only clothing merchant in the village. "Go back and sleep." "Understood." The clothing merchant turned and left. The village chief, shirtless, stood outside, his body beginning to transform into a dragon. This sudden change, happening so quickly that he didn't even have time to put on his shirt, felt familiar. When had it happened before? Oh, it was yesterday morning. The rebel from the tree worshippers had also made him lose control then. But this time, the situation seemed even more dangerous. At this moment, the village chief didn't have time to look at the dragon scale on the altar. Although it was part of a dragon's body, because it was detached, it couldn't quickly reflect the dragon's state. Also, if the dragon was only defeated or injured, not dead, the scale wouldn't clearly show the true condition. Reluctantly, the village chief decided to go himself. With a loud crash, the middle-aged half-dragon disappeared from the spot. Over the past few decades, the village chief has walked this road thousands of times, but never once felt as panicked as he did now. The half-dragon was running across the wide open field. His breathing was a bit chaotic, but not because he was tired. Instead, a terrible thought was taking root in his mind. Their master, the great dragon, was the only protector of the Dragonborn village. If something truly happened to him, the villagers would be lucky just to survive naturally. A dark object on the horizon was growing larger in his view. It was the nest of the great master. He quickly darted into a narrow mountain cave, moving easily inside without needing any visual aid. At the end of the cave, he reached a stone chamber. Just as he was about to offer his flesh and blood to open the stone door, he saw that the door was already slightly open with a gap. All these signs made the village chief more and more afraid. When he finally pushed the stone door open and saw the empty cave, he confirmed his suspicion. The great master, the savior of the Dragonborn village, the huge dragon, had completely abandoned them. The dragon they both loved and hated, respected and feared, no longer needed their kind. Their village was finished. At this moment, the village chief's emotions collapsed. He staggered, howling in despair, and finally fell to the ground. But his body touched not the stone ground, but a piece of wood. With a strange crying tone, the village chief brushed away the dust on the wooden board and used a faint light to read the words written on it. "Go out and have some fun. If you need me, come to the old castle." The village chief's mournful cry suddenly stopped. He stared at the wooden board in disbelief, repeatedly looking at the words carved with sharp tools, engraving them deep into his mind. What on earth is going on? His limited intelligence began to overload. since there was no urgent deadline or emergency. And after the priests of the Tree Worshippers' Church tried to send him to his death, the Dragonborn village had not sent any messengers to the cave. But it's only been a few days? Could there have been some change in the meantime? The village chief couldn't help but think of Eid, who had asked him about the master, and of the two people using dragon coins, who were clearly his subordinates. Although the thoughts in his mind had not yet connected everything, the village chief already knew where to find the answers to his questions. At this moment, the middle-aged half-dragon man burst out with an unprecedented strong spirit. However, this power was not used for fighting, but for pushing himself beyond his limits in a forced march. On a slightly hot night, the half-dragon village chief left only a fleeting shadow as he rode the wind away. Now, at the ancient castle. What was that sound? The first to realize something was wrong, Zhongda suddenly shouted, "Be careful! Something is coming!" Bang! Just after Zhongda finished speaking, a huge creature fell about 5 meters from the campfire, crashing onto the ground and causing a gust of wind. Stay alert. Prepare to fight. Through the gradually clearing smoke, Howling Greenvine saw the faint outline of a huge figure. Although he didn't know what they had provoked, just from the aura, he could tell the visitor was not simple. As the smoke cleared, a body nearly 3 meters tall of the half-dragon was revealed. At this moment, the village chief's dragon form was very obvious. His skin had turned bright red, and white mist surrounded him, likely because his blood was close to boiling. History expert and short-lived Good Times stared blankly at this scene, unable to recognize that this was the village chief they had been joking with earlier that afternoon. Now, the 6 of them held short spears, ready to face this enemy who looked even more powerful than the Mouse King. Far away, Eid was at the bank counter talking with Seraphina about how to cook tail meat, but he also immediately sensed the killing intent. Having experienced a confrontation before, Eid easily identified the attacker's identity. Seraphina was not surprised either. She tilted her head from Eid's side and muttered softly, "You really guessed right." Eid, watching the scene, made a mischievous sound. "Follow the plan, and you won't miss out on your share." In the distance, on an open space, the village chief suddenly swung his right paw, clearing the smoke from the area. At this moment, the village chief felt very strange. The closer he got to the ancient castle, the more he could sense the presence of the owner. But where exactly was the owner? That large, powerful body was not easy to hide. Could the owner have entered the floating castle? But even that castle couldn't contain such a huge figure. He completely ignored the 6 players in front of him who were ready to fight. Or perhaps he was here just to visit Seraphina. He wasn't interested in fighting. He only entered a berserk state to make the surrounding players feel intimidated. His gaze swept past the players, but he found no clues. Just as he was about to ask the 2 merchants from the afternoon or the young man from yesterday for information, he suddenly felt a wave of instinctive fear. It was a feeling that only appeared when meeting someone important. But he looked up at the sky, yet saw no sign of the owner circling among the clouds. In the next moment, the village chief felt as if an invisible hand gently squeezed his heart. His breathing, heartbeat, and blood flow were forced into sync by an unseen force. A voice echoed in his ears and mind at the same time. "Since you have come to meet, why are you so rude?" The village chief's eyes immediately turned toward a somewhat ugly stone hut a few steps away. When he saw a flash of gold, he quickly lowered his head, afraid to look again. His body gradually returned to human form, his back bending slightly as he slowly moved closer to Seraphina. He didn't see the appearance of the humanoid inside the stone hut clearly, but he confirmed the other's identity based on the aura and his own control. The players who had entered battle stance froze, unsure why this fierce half-dragon, full of killing intent, suddenly lost all aggression after Seraphina's words. Only Good Times Don't Last was still savoring Seraphina's majestic and layered questioning. Dragonborn Village. Dragon. Dragonborn Village. Dragon. Suddenly, he understood everything. Good Times Don't Last quickly whispered to his companions, using gestures to share his discovery. The dragon in Dragonborn Village refers to Seraphina. After receiving a few annoyed looks, he finally realized he was the only one who had just figured this out. Embarrassed, he kept quiet and watched the scene unfold with the others. The village chief finally reached just a few steps away from the bank and could go no further, so he suddenly knelt down with a thud. His eyes still dared not look up. In his view, there was only the bank counter and a pair of legs dressed in old formal clothes. He remembered this outfit well. It was the same as the young man's attire from yesterday. "Why are you here so late? What do you want?" Serafina looked ahead at the respectful kneeling dragonborn and asked. The village chief hurriedly took out 3 dragon coins from his pocket with both hands and held them up. "This morning, we received these in the village. We're worried there might be a problem at the Holy Mountain." The 3 silver coins floated up slowly, tracing elegant arcs, and returned to Serafina's hand. She examined the coins with her fierce face and sneered. "Are you worried about me?" "No." The village chief buried his head even deeper. "Or are you worried about yourselves?" "Master, enlightened one." Faced with this life-or-death question, the dragonborn village chief dared not answer directly. He could only show his respect in this way. "Do you want to know what's going on?" Serafina asked again. "Please, master, tell us. Otherwise, the dragonborn village will be restless." Serafina flicked a silver coin into Ed's hand and gently tapped his elbow twice. "Help me explain, please." "My business partner." Ed naturally took control of the conversation. Serafina smoothly handed over the relay baton to Ed, and he naturally became the main figure in this double act. The main purpose of this act was twofold. First, Ed signed a long-term contract with both the Dragonborn village and its master, Serafina, and neither side needed to hide anything from each other. The second purpose was intentionally to let players see this scene. For these clever souls from another world, the scene involving Ed, Serafina, and the village chief was enough for them to understand why the game suddenly changed so much. After all, as a game focused on realism, if many things appeared out of nowhere, it would be a bit distracting. It only needed to clarify a little, and players' rich imaginations would fill in the rest. As for the unreasonable parts, they naturally become acceptable in their imagination. Then Ed shrugged and gave the village chief the answer he had already prepared. "Yes, I did visit Serafina based on the information you provided. I didn't expect us to hit it off so quickly. Now we are allies in saving the world." The village chief looked up in confusion, his big eyes full of doubt, as if asking, "Are you joking?" But he didn't dare show too much excitement, since the other person casually revealed their true name like it was nothing, and as a dragonborn, what right did he have to question them? Ed and he exchanged glances. Ed's eyes showed confidence, but no other emotion. The village chief then looked towards Serafina's direction. His gaze moved up to her chin, where he received a slight nod. He immediately bowed his head. I understand." He lowered his head, feeling both excited and sincere, and said, "I will tell every villager in the Dragonborn village about this. We have a true ally now, and we are no longer alone." Then he turned cautiously toward Ed and carefully took out the contract they had signed from his pocket. "Yesterday, I was too bold. I now return this contract to you. You can decide whether to continue the previous deal." Ed happily took the contract, looked it over, and said with satisfaction, "The business should go on. But the exchange rate. Let's change it from 1 fruit for 1 piece of iron to 4 fruits for 5 pieces of iron. We'll do the same for other items. I call this a 20% discount. Of course, with this discount, we will also deliver the goods to you in the future, so you won't need to transport them yourselves. We can also agree on fixed delivery times. What do you think?" A smile of success appeared on Ed's face. His plan to get more for less was about to succeed. Hearing that the business could continue, even with a slightly lower exchange rate, and that they would deliver the goods, the village chief was very excited. Most importantly, the master hadn't abandoned the Dragonborn village. He almost cried with joy and said, "I can't ask for more. I can't ask for more." Ed happily handed the contract to Serafina and smiled at the village chief. "All right, since this is witnessed by Serafina, I don't think you'll dare break the promise. I'll let her keep the contract. You have no objections, right?" At this moment, the village chief had no other thoughts about such a small matter and quickly nodded. Serafina's patience seemed to be running out. She casually waved her seemingly delicate arm. "If there's nothing else, let's go back. The offerings will be sent here in the future." The village chief respectfully stood up and bowed politely. Standing next to Serafina, Ed, who was close to this grand gesture, twitched his mouth, feeling like his life was shortening. The village chief then turned to the players, made a similar but less grand gesture, and then his aura burst out again as he turned and ran toward the Dragonborn village. Mission successfully completed. Ed cheered silently, snapped his fingers lightly, and a new pop-up appeared in front of the 6 players. Global announcement. 1. The area type of the settlement, Dragonborn Village, has changed from neutral zone to safe zone. 2. The relationship between the factions, Dragonborn Village, and Soul Returners has changed from neutral to friendly, and a fixed trade route has been established. 3. Soul Returners enjoy a permanent 20% discount when trading in Dragonborn Village. 4. NPC Seraphina has unlocked a new hiring option, Dragonborn Mercenaries. After reading the announcement, the players looked at each other in silence. After a while, the full-time farmer sighed and said, "Wow, this change is really impressive. Chund, do you think we could use this 20% discount to become pawns in the future? Even earning a little each time would be good, as long as we can sell more." History expert patted his shoulder upon hearing this. "Don't think about it, brother. There aren't even 100 people in Dragonborn Village, and it's not like there's a big market in Dragonborn City to buy your goods. If you stock up so much, be careful, it might all get stuck in your hands later." Hearing this, history expert suddenly felt something was wrong. What exactly was wrong? He frowned and thought for a moment, but couldn't figure it out. Just then, the naive, "good times don't last long" came over, grabbed his shoulder, and shook him. "Our goods are lost. Not a single one has been sold yet. I'll test it." Just before nightfall, the naive new player and the inexperienced young rich guy first felt the danger of the world. Disordered world, 8 p.m. Why are your subordinates suddenly not moving? Seraphina seemed a bit uncomfortable with the sudden silence. After all, it was her first day on the job, and she still had many things to learn. Ed sighed and explained. Their souls are not fully compatible, so their bodies can only be active half the time each day. Seraphina casually fiddled with 2 silver coins and thought aloud. Is it not possible to pay them money? Ed shook his head, secretly thinking that giving him money would be fine. The red dragon girl in human form seemed to fall into a memory. After a moment, she said, "I've never heard of such legends about souls, possession, or anything like that." He didn't seem to feel questioned at all. He just shrugged and started to teach her. "That doesn't matter. You're only 150 years old. You still have a lot to learn. Maybe you haven't even fully understood dragon knowledge." Seraphina looked at Ed with surprise. "Much of dragon knowledge is passed down through bloodlines, so there's no need to learn it." "Then let me ask you." Ed's eyes flickered. He suddenly thought he could use this chance to gather some information, so he started to sneak in his own questions. "Are there black dragons in this world?" Seraphina thought for a moment. "At least before the magic tide." "Then I want to ask you about a dragon, not a person." "Who?" "Nidhogg." "Do you know him?" "No." "And Nighod?" "No." "Nigork?" "No, I don't know." "Are there really dragons with such names?" Seraphina frowned, clearly doubtful about the last name. "How is that impossible? It sounds like a name a dragon with great achievements in estate management would have." Ed chuckled and brushed off the question. It seemed Serena didn't know the name Nidhogg either. If she wasn't so naive, perhaps the world wouldn't have that black dragon. That's good, that's good. Ed could only comfort himself this way. Since he discovered that the little green plant could collect genetic samples from plants and animals, Ed felt more and more that this sapling he shared his life with resembled the world tree from myth. If those stories were true in this world, or if key characters matched up, Ed was still worried that one day a black dragon might find him and eat him. But those were worries for the future. Seraphina didn't seem very concerned about this either. Suddenly, she remembered Ed's previous promise and took out a new contract coin. "I've already said what you asked. When will you give me that commission you mentioned?" Ed's mouth twitched, and he looked at the money-minded red dragon with some helplessness. "We agreed before that the commission would be given after the deal is done. Are you learning too many new concepts lately? I suggest you take some notes. Let me say it again. I secured an 80% trading right with the Dragonborn Village for those subordinates of mine. The money saved from that will be paid to you separately, 50% as your commission. You'll see when they run a trade route in a few days." This was the last step in Ed's plan to benefit more from the deal. The previous 80% agreement with the village wasn't very obvious in barter terms, but in monetary trade, it was a different story. Originally, a cargo worth 100 copper coins now sold for only 80 coins to players. For traders, this was practically wholesale price. With this discount, their profit margins in future gameplay would be larger, which was definitely a way to encourage enthusiasm. As for the commission Ed gave Serena, it was just a trivial matter. After all, with his current billion debt status, this little bit of money was just a scratch. Serafina didn't say much more and didn't agree with Ed's suggestion. Instead, she quietly took out a small, bright red dragon scale from her space. Using her seemingly soft but very hard nails, she carved into it, profit sharing, distributing a certain percentage of the earnings. This scene naturally caught Ed's attention. He leaned against the bank, piecing together fragments of monsters to prepare for the 4 new players' bodies tomorrow, and said, "Once you're done, let me tell you what matured cooking means." Serafina nodded and kept notes to herself. Meanwhile, Ed's little green companion, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "You seem very relaxed today." Ed didn't know how to describe this feeling of being out of danger. After all, he had used his debt collector identity and advanced knowledge from another world to get close protection from a red dragon. If this protection was based on a contract, he wouldn't even want to imagine how much it would cost. But with the current casual approach, it was basically free. Ed smiled slightly, but didn't tell Little Green about the complicated thoughts in his mind. Instead, he replied, "The sense of security you give me is not even 1/10 of hers." 20 kilometers away, in White Wax Town, the loud stomping of many-legged beasts echoed through the town. Luckily, it was night now, and the empty streets were open for anyone to run freely. In fact, in this town fully controlled by the tree worshippers, no one walks on the streets even during the day. The thousands of residents are all seedbeds for the tree worshippers' planting. Most of their nutrients have been absorbed by the small saplings on their bodies. Whether young or old, everyone looks very thin and fragile. The lack of labor makes the whole town feel gloomy and lifeless, like a scaled-up version of the upstream village. The only building that looks decent in the town is the church located in the center. This church is similar in style to Ed's broken old castle. It probably belongs to the same era. As a religious building, it also has a bell tower on top for use during important moments. 100 years have passed, and the main part of the church is now covered with layers of deep green climbing ivy. For the faith of the world tree, this is not a bad thing, and no one would bother to clear it away without reason. A group riding beast-like creatures stopped in front of the church. The leader jumped down before even fully stabilizing his mount, and with the strong priests behind him, they stormed into the church angrily. The sound of hooves had already woken the priests inside. When the door was pushed open, the young priest at the front saw a dozen men and women dressed in dark green robes standing neatly in front of the statue. They looked very devout, but anyone who knew the truth would sneer. These people were just pretending, trying to avoid the anger of the highest officials of the verdant church. The local priests knew what they feared most had already happened. Like ostriches with their heads in the sand, they closed their eyes and recited sacred texts, hoping the big hammer wouldn't fall on their heads. Every second they could delay was a small victory. The young priest leading the charge into the church was angry and amused. These old folks were stubborn and unyielding. He had to shout, "Who is in charge now? Do you have secret messages from the cardinals and archbishops of the Holy See?" An old priest with white hair and beard came out of his trance. "I am Bishop's assistant, Eden. Since the last bishop went missing, I have been keeping this district running." The young priest looked him over, crossed his arms in a gesture of church etiquette, and spoke more gently. "I am the new bishop appointed by the Holy See for the Waxtown district of Ardalan province. May the great tree god protect you." He then took out 2 letters from inside his robe and handed them to the old man. The wax seals were intact. Elder Eden, in front of his new superior, opened the first letter, one from the top cardinals of the Holy See. To Bishop Eden of Waxtown, Ardalan province. The Holy See's guard Captain Dolan has been assigned as the new bishop of Waxtown, with full authority. All matters except experiments are to be handled by him. Regarding experiments, you will be responsible alone. All experiments are to be paused until the escape incident is resolved. Note, Dolan's team members are all purifiers. Keep this confidential. Kankwi Cardinal Court, Wongley, August 5, 908 Old cleric Iden quietly glanced at the young new bishop, who seemed a bit too inexperienced. He silently opened the second letter from the archbishop of the provincial capital. The message was very simple: follow the instructions. There was no problem with that. Old cleric Iden nodded to the young bishop in front of him after putting away both letters. Only then did he have time to carefully observe this new bishop, who had been transferred from the church guard. This, pure one, was sturdy, with obvious signs of training. His features were sharp, giving a meticulous impression. The plant-like markings on his body were not severe, only visible as a few vein-like lines on his skin. Besides, the symbiotic plants didn't seem to affect his posture or movements. He was standing straight about 2 steps in front of Iden. A quick glance revealed the solemn aura of a church guard, but compared to real warriors, he lacked some of the bloodthirsty aura. Plus, considering his identity as a pure one, Iden had to think carefully about every word. A pure one refers to church members who are completely unaware of the church's secret activities. For a religious group, some are responsible for devotion, some for fanaticism, and others handle things that are not suitable for public view. Pure one means the first type. Iden, who knew about the church's secret experiments and even participated in them, belonged to the second type, often called stained. Iden had no regrets about such things. But he also understood one truth. Some facts he could understand and accept, but others might not. So, when it came to people like Morlin, the pure one, he always kept a respectful distance, avoiding unnecessary communication and speaking as little as possible. But now, that was no longer possible. The person hadn't been caught yet. The traitor, the pure one, mentioned, the stained experiment subject, was still wandering within the jurisdiction of Baika Town. Although he couldn't yet threaten the worship of the tree god, leaving him alone would mean the previous bishop and others had died in vain. Honestly, Eden never expected that the new bishop sent by the church would be a pure one. Even if the church has been short-staffed for the past 10 years, it shouldn't be this extreme. While thinking about what to say and what not to say, he pointed to the bench closest to the World Tree altar. "Let's sit down and talk." Dolan nodded, his stiff face still without a smile. He sat at one end of the bench and looked at the old priest, about to speak, but was interrupted. "How much do you know about the situation in White Wax Town?" Eden looked into Dolan's eyes, wanting to see how pure this pure one really was. Hearing this question, a flash of anger appeared on Dolan's face. He gritted his teeth and listed the sins of the rebel: betraying the church, stealing sacred objects, using forbidden magic to attack and kill 5 clergy members, including the bishop. After listing Ed's crimes one by one, Eden roughly understood what Dolan knew. It seemed that, apart from the fact that the person was an experiment, Dolan probably knew most of the details. He wasn't sure how the church explained things to him, but he didn't seem to notice any problems. Eden nodded after hearing the explanation. "That's the general situation. Since I need to protect the church, I didn't act rashly even after learning about the former bishop's incident. I will write a report to the provincial church about this mistake myself. For now, let me show you the map of the White Wax Town district." Eden found a simple map in the church storage room. Compared to the map generated on the website, it looked like a rough sketch. But the old priest treasured it dearly. Carefully, he unfolded the map and pointed to the center. "This is White Wax Town and the church, located in the middle of the map. The entire map covers our district, with 12 small villages around it. Each has a population of about 100 to 200, all devout followers of the great tree god. These areas are quite safe, but the chances of rebels hiding there are relatively low." He then pointed to an odd symbol north of White Wax Town. "Be careful here. The Black Forest has crazy plants we can't communicate with. On the other side of this river is the former Lord Tor's territory, now a wasteland. The gravity near the old castle is very strange. If you find yourself there, it's best to go around it. There are also alchemical golems, which we are not strong enough to fight now. There are 3 villages near the castle: Shanyo Village and Zhongyo Village, where our followers live, and Longi Village further down. Longi Village is protected by a dragon that once made a pact with the cult of the Bai Shu. Be careful when talking to them. Over 10 years ago, a bishop was killed by the dragon-turned villagers." Dolan kept nodding and took out a small notebook from his pocket, drawing and writing with a charcoal stick. At this point, Yaiden suddenly stopped talking. Dolan looked up in confusion and saw that the old priest was pointing his finger, counting the number of his followers. Seeing this, Dolan quickly said, "No need to count. Including me, there are only 5 of us. We are here to replace the 5 priests who are short. These few have also received proper training at the church and can start working at any time." Yaiden then smiled, but his smile was mostly flattering. He looked at Dolan and said, "Since that's the case, I wonder if the priests with tax collection experience can start immediately? August is almost over, and because of that incident, the July taxes in the Baishu Town District haven't been collected yet." Dolan thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, we will start immediately. The 5 of us will go on duty, and I will patrol the district with the new tax officer. That's what a new bishop should do, please rest assured. As a former squad leader of the guard, I am confident in my strength." Yaiden quickly reached out and held Dolan's arms. "Absolutely not." His features twisted with worry. "The heretics took the holy relic. If you rashly patrol the district, I am worried." "I worry." Yaiden didn't say the harshest words, but he made sure his meaning was clear in his mind. If 2 bishops died in the Baishu Town District within a month, this deputy priest would probably be able to retire and leave. Dolan's face was not filled with the arrogance typical of young people. Instead, it carried a serious look. He quickly and precisely understood Yaiden's unspoken concern, then gently pressed his hand on the old priest's arm and sincerely said, "I understand what you mean. I was too reckless just now, but the church's rules cannot change because of a heretic." He stood up and looked at his 4 followers from the central church, showing a gentle smile typical of a clergy member. "We will go together. In the real world, in the game group. Good times don't last." Wow, wasn't that last scene really cool? Although players in the group couldn't see each other's faces clearly, his words showed he was definitely smiling. "History expert, we just lost some money. Why are you so happy, Zhonda? What's wrong with this village chief? Coming all this way just to perform some art for everyone. Good times don't last." "Well, because the 2 of us took a trip along the trade route, we learned some inside information. Zhonda, young people, stop talking nonsense. Good times don't last. I think this performance can be seen as an official explanation." "An explanation for what?" "For why the game was shut down yesterday. Even game maintenance needs an explanation, so this is just my guess." The group suddenly fell silent, everyone waiting for "Good times don't last's logical reasoning. This game's time is synchronized with the real world, but if we follow the official setting, something must have happened on the day we were absent. Now it seems the guide must have made an agreement with the Dragonborn village in Serafina that day, so when we logged in, we could access the trade route, and a dragon helped us open an account and deposit money." Zhonda, "But isn't that our economic and task system? What does it have to do with NPCs? Good times don't last. So, if we want to understand the logic here, we can't think in terms of real world and game world. Instead, we should see it as our world and another world. That way, my reasoning makes more sense." "Zhonda, that makes some sense. Let me observe a bit more. Good times don't last. Besides, the rewards this time are quite interesting. They're not just simple game currency, but are given as discounts, as if encouraging us to communicate more with the Dragonborn village." "Zhonda, indeed, but why are you the one explaining all this today? Where did the green vine and the boxer go?" "Howling green vine. Please do not disturb while updating the guide." "Great Way Boxer. These updates are really exhausting the guide enthusiasts. Did anyone take a photo of the village chief surrendering to Serafina? I will upload it later for the guide." "Farm work. I took a shot from a good angle. It looks like the village chief is kneeling to the guide. Do you think it's okay?" "Great Way Boxer. It's fine, but I have a question for you." "Farm work. What is it, Great Way Boxer?" "Are you a journalism major? In a world that has not yet fallen into chaos." August 8th, 2037, 8 p.m. In a chaotic world, year 908 of the calendar, August 8th, 8 a.m. Serafina leaned against the wall in the castle hall, looking at the neatly arranged bodies in the center of the hall with a scrutinizing gaze. Yesterday, Ed's explanation didn't fully convince her, so the 150-year-old red dragon decided to see for herself. But right now, she felt like she was in a morgue for some reason. She vaguely remembered that the last time she saw something similar was nearly 100 years ago, when humans died in groups like weeds under the invasion of the magic tide. The survivors would pile the bodies in a similar way and bury or burn them together. Yesterday, Ed explained the origins of these soul returners. Even with Serafina's intelligence and knowledge, she had never heard of such rumors in this world. If it was just one or two, it might be okay, but some human mages seem capable of similar soul swapping. But there are 10 of them. Her golden eyes looked at Ed, who was making unclear gestures. According to him, such a summoning ritual must be performed daily, as it is necessary to call all the souls. However, Serafina didn't feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from him. This human is not simple. As Ed finished his dance that even he couldn't replicate, the bodies on the ground suddenly moved. Those familiar-looking bodies quickly regained life, and after a brief adaptation, they began to act on their own. Only those humans who were supposed to leave the castle with their equipment looked at the unfamiliar bodies with some surprise. At the same time, they were speaking in a language that Serafina couldn't understand. Zhongda, wow, new players. Good times don't last. There are 4 of them. Farm work. I know the game's face randomization is bad, but do these 2 look a bit like girls? History expert. Who cares about fixing this broken roof? Today, I want to guide the newbies. The 4 bodies on the ground started twitching one after another. Ed, who had plenty of summoning experience, knew this was a necessary step when adapting a soul to a new body. Since it was the first time merging with this body, the process took a little longer than usual. Soon, the people on the ground opened their eyes. They looked around in confusion, saw the guide from the illustrated manual, the dragon girl who had just joined the camp, and a few strange, somewhat abstract humanoid creatures. This must be players, no doubt. Li Tong's fierce tiger. Is there a microphone? Dawn. Yes, brother, there is. Zhongda? An immersive game with no microphone? What's the point? Fisher in the pool. This game is actually real. Among the 4 newcomers, only Dark Mage didn't speak. After adjusting to the body, she quickly took a step back, keeping a safe distance from the others, as she was shy. Everyone was chaos in the hall, which made Ed's eyelids twitch. He decided he must add the face customization feature soon, or these already somewhat strange-looking characters might stop looking human altogether. Despite the noisy scene, the ceremony had to have some formality. Ed revised the opening dialogue overnight so the newbies could better immerse themselves in their roles. At the end of the opening, he didn't let the players freely move as before. Instead, he pointed to a corner of the hall, fellow soul returners, to help everyone get familiar with this world and master their new bodies faster. I have prepared a full set of basic tools. Please, under the guidance of other soul returners, start contributing to the restoration of this world's order. After the opening, for new players saw a semi-transparent quest box. Beginner quest. Integrate into the world. Complete one of the following 1. Cultivation. The number of soul returners is increasing, and large areas of land within the territory are being abandoned. Light exercise and work can help souls adapt faster to their current bodies. Try using tools to cultivate a small piece of land by the river and plant tasteless fruit. Recommended attribute. Constitution 2. Gathering. There are various edible and cultivatable wild fruits in the dense forest south of the ancient castle, and some unexplored areas also exist. Try collecting some fruits and exploring the area. Recommended attribute. Agility 3. Combat. The neutral zone does not mean absolute safety. Many distorted monsters still wander near the castle. Lead other soul returners in a hunt. Monsters are not only threats, but also resources. Recommended attribute. Strength. Quest reward. Basic item pack 1. 50 silver coins, 500 copper coins. At this moment, Ed turned to look at a few veteran players who had been playing for a while. Soul returners, please help these new souls settle in. Then, a similar prompt appeared in front of the 6 experienced players. Temporary team formation feature is now open. Current team size limit. 4. Assistance quest. Mutual help among souls. Help new soul returners complete their beginner quests. Quest reward. For each soul helped, you receive an item Vine Bandage Pack 1. The conditions for completing the beginner quests for the 4 new players also appeared in the expandable area below. As a game with only a few players online, there was a strong tendency for players to stick together. Plus, Ed had filtered out some hidden antisocial elements during the survey. He believed these players would get along well for now. With the help of the assistance quests, veteran players were more willing to guide newcomers through their tasks. After all, the Vine Bandage pack, worth 1 silver coin, was a bit expensive. So far, everyone had just looked at it. No one had bought or used it yet. While everyone was accepting the quest, good times don't last, and history expert enthusiastically approached. Everyone, let's form a team together. You can choose any quest you like, and we'll carry you through. Yes, as long as you want. We can guide you from being a beginner all the way to graduation. Just buy a piece of clothing from us. Exactly. With all the fighting and sports, your clothes will probably get torn quickly. We just received a batch of good clothes. Only 100 copper coins each. Feel free to ask around about this price. You won't find a lower price in the 3 nearby villages. Good times don't last is a high school graduate preparing for college, and history expert is a wealthy guy. Neither of them knew where they learned their sales tactics, but they skillfully used them on their teammates in the game world. Thinking carefully, their words weren't really wrong. The 20% discount at Dragonborn Village was real, but with the current skill level of these newbies, it was impossible for them to survive all the way to the village. The other newbies nearby were also surprised by the two's enthusiasm. Litong Fierce Tiger first looked at the 2 middlemen who looked hesitant, then shifted his gaze to the others. Are they telling the truth? Zhonda thought for a moment and said, yes, they're not lying. There are only a few of us playing this game now. If they were trying to cheat, it would be hard to survive. So, trust them and do the quests with them. We'll go do something else. The roof from yesterday still isn't fixed. This energetic newbie first nodded, then looked at the other 3 newcomers. What do you want to choose? Dawn said, quest 1 or 2. I'm interested in the plants here. Can someone guide me? Good times don't last replied. Bro, let's go. I have 8 points of strength. We can go to the river to farm, and you can supervise. If I do a bad job, you can hit me. Just remember to buy me a piece of clothing afterward, and I'll be grateful. After speaking, he sent a temporary team invitation to Dawn. By the way, buddy, what's your 4-dimensional stat? The 4 basic attributes. Dawn looked at his player panel for a moment and reported his basic attributes. Strength, 6, agility, 4, constitution, 6, willpower, 4. Hey, the recommended attributes for this farming task are constitution. What a coincidence. Not for long glanced at his constitution value, which was only 2, and forced a smile as he said, don't worry, brother, the bag is fine. Since a team can have up to 4 people, Not for long looked at the remaining 3. Anyone want to join me in farming? Litong Fierce Tiger. I choose to fight for fun. Pool Fish Deep Abyss. I also choose to fight for fun. Just after they finished speaking, an invitation from History Expert appeared. Let's go. I'll take you 2 to fight monsters. Tell me your 4 attributes, and I'll plan the tactics. Litong Fierce Tiger. Strength, 6, Agility, 3, Constitution, 6, Willpower, 5. History Expert thought for a moment and said, your attributes are pretty balanced, good for pulling monsters, but your agility is low, so watch the distance. Pool Fish Deep Abyss. Strength, 3, Agility, 5, Constitution, 3, Willpower, 9. That willpower is way too high, making the other attributes look weak in comparison. Hearing these panel stats, History Expert suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, he scratched his head and rebutted his earlier self. Forget it. No need to argue. They're just a few vine sheep. The tactic is to go all out together. He then looked at Pool Fish Deep Abyss and said, later, try the plant compatibility check. With such high willpower, you should be suited for this hot-swapping combat style. The 3 had already chosen their beginner quests. Everyone looked at Dark Mage, who silently protected the other newbies in front of him, seemingly waiting for her response. Seeing everyone's gaze, Dark Mage instinctively took a step back, avoiding their eyes. She tried to adjust her tactical glasses but fumbled, then had to quietly say, I might choose fighting or gathering, but I want to go alone. With this tone, everyone understood that she was a socially anxious player. Everyone understood this, and the tactician known as Howling Greenvine briefly explained some tips for solo monster hunting. The main reason is that the game, Disorderly World, has an interesting monster hate system. For example, with the vine sheep, these creatures seem to choose whether to chase or retreat based on their health and the number of nearby allies. Overall, the hate system is well designed. It doesn't make monsters chase endlessly nor return to their original spot after a few moves. After planning, 10 players split into 4 teams for today's test. 2 middlemen took 3 beginners each to start their missions, while 4 experienced players decided to go together to the upstream village to repair a roof, also to learn some tricks from Zhongda on how to fight the Gray. The last player, the Dark Archmage, quietly took all the starting tools and headed south to the spots where the vine sheep might appear, guided by the map. As the players left, the old castle became quiet again, leaving only Ed, who had just performed, and Seraphina, who watched the show. The Red Dragon girl didn't care much about the players leaving and had no plans to reopen the bank. She sensed that these 4 new souls had no money at all, so even if they looked for her, she couldn't do anything. In a corner of the hall, she looked at Ed, who was smiling, and nodded, saying, "You didn't lie to me. They are truly extraordinary beings. I've seen similar creatures before, but they only have some traits of these souls. How many of these kinds of souls can you summon?" Ed looked at Seraphina with a guess smile. Although she didn't get an answer, she already had a guess in her heart. She sighed and said, "I think I understand why you borrowed so much money from me." Ed wasn't interested in this topic and changed the subject. "Can you tell me about your dragon race? I will give you equal knowledge in return." Seraphina thought for a moment and replied, "It's possible, but most of what I know is from my innate memories. I told you before, I was only 50 when the magic tide erupted, so I haven't seen many of my kind." Ed nodded and said, "Yes, basically just the basic setting is enough." Seraphina then explained, "Before the magic surge happened, many types of dragons existed in this world. Most of them could be named by their colors or features. For example, I and the black dragon you asked about earlier are real, but their bloodlines have different strengths." She continued, "For me, most of my powers are focused on fire, with some on metal, space, and secrets. So, when we made the contract, I used gold coins as the medium. The rarer or more valuable the metal I choose, the better the contract's effect." Hearing this, Ed nodded, understanding why the bank accounts Seraphina opened for players were divided into gold, silver, and copper. These accounts are essentially contracts between her and the players. The higher the account level, the more wealth the player has, and the more powerful contract abilities are used to ensure safety. Suddenly, Ed seemed to remember something and asked, "Earlier in the cave, you mentioned domains. What are those?" He had been holding back this question for a long time. He didn't ask before because he didn't know enough about Seraphina and was worried about revealing his own secrets. But now, since they are true partners and allies, both with their own needs, he felt more confident. Also, Seraphina doesn't seem to be an experienced old dragon. Ed had already shown his miraculous ability to summon spirits from another world, which gave him more confidence and allowed him to offer more things for trade to keep their mutual trust and cooperation stable. Seraphina looked him over, then focused her gaze on his pocket. Ed looked at his own pocket, which only contained one thing: the contract object for his barony, a magical item that can modify gravity within a certain range by injecting spiritual energy. Seraphina smiled and said, "It seems you have guessed something. I can tell you have a similar domain ability, but you might have named it differently." Domain is a word that appeared after the magic surge. The surge changed all the rules, and no one knows what is possible or impossible anymore. And domain is the ability of a strong person to use their power to force the rules within a certain area to follow their ideas. My coins are only safe inside my domain because they haven't been eroded by the magic tide, slowly turning into scrap metal or something else. The Dragonborn village also benefits from having a piece of my dragon scale, which provides a similar effect. As for that petrified tail, Seraphina felt a bit embarrassed when she remembered this embarrassing incident. It probably happened because she accidentally extended her controlled area while sleeping, allowing the magic tide to invade and cause the tail to become like a cave wall. Of course, this isn't a big problem for her. As long as she eats and redigests it, the effect can be removed. Right now, she can sense that the thing in your pocket can act as a medium to release a small domain. She can't see the specific rules yet, but she believes you know them. He nodded, understanding now. So this is what a domain is. It seems I underestimated Baron Tuer, who has been dead for 50 years. Thinking about his last will and the deformed bones, He'd roughly guessed the Baron's wish to use his domain to keep his family away from the magic tide's corruption and mutation. But judging by the outcome, he failed. Thinking of this, he'd felt his ideals might be a bit unrealistic. Seeing Ead's thoughts, Serafina warned, "It's important to tell you that a domain isn't a cure-all. The stronger the person using the domain, the more rules they can change. But they also face stronger erosion from the magic tide. On the other hand, if the rules are simple and close to the current situation, the influence from the magic tide is less. But then, it loses its meaning. If the user's mind collapses, the domain will also collapse, and the magic tide will strike back, causing unimaginable pain to the caster." Serafina's warning made Ead understand the domain more fully. He wondered if there are any powerful people in this world who, before the magic tide erupts, maintain a well-ordered utopia with their abilities. If so, the creator of that domain might be incredibly powerful beyond imagination. Thinking about the marks of planned invasion within the territory, the idea of the dragonborn village fighting distortion with distortion, the players sewn together with vines, the worship of the tree god, and my own symbiosis with Little Green. Ed couldn't help but feel that under the pressure to survive, everything is adapting to new rules, even though those rules don't seem to follow any clear pattern. It also seems that creating rules for the domain is a kind of skill. If we can make good use of the erosion and distortion brought by the magic tide within the area, the rules could be much simpler. I wonder if this approach can help avoid some possible backlash. Having been a cyber ghost for a while, Ed is now especially interested in finding loopholes and bugs. After thinking for a long time, Ed finally looks again at Serafina. "I think I understand roughly. Please continue explaining the setting related to dragons." "No, knowledge, right?" Serafina looks at Ed, who seems deep in thought, and continues. "One common trait of dragons is that they like high-value items, but each type of dragon has a different idea of what high value means. For example, I and many other dragons like precious metals, but some prefer crystals, jewelry, or even collect human hobbies." "Wait, what do you mean by collecting humans? Can you explain more?" Ed suddenly interrupts Serafina's story. He quickly realizes that such dragons might actively protect some humans from the magic tide. For Ed, who wants to survive and make the world less abstract, these dragons could be potential allies. Serafina searches her memory and says, "This is also something I heard from other dragons when I was young. They say that the amber dragon collects intelligent creatures, especially humans. For example, the knights and mages before the magic tide erupted, and some princes and princesses. How do they like to collect them? Do they keep them in their territory like lords?" Ed instinctively thinks of the role-playing sets children played in his previous life. Could the scene of giant dragons treating humans as pets, like in comics, really happen? Serafina looks at Ed with confusion. "Why keep them?" "What? I mean, why keep them?" "The amber dragon mostly has powers related to the time domain. It can use secret techniques on its favorite humans, stopping the flow of time, just like real amber." Ed swallowed hard, unsure of what to say for a moment. In just a few seconds, his image of the amber dragon changed from a cat lover to a collector of figurines. He could almost guess why the two amber dragons might fight. "That's why I couldn't understand why the princess set was incomplete. It turns out you took one. Or maybe, my knight is your knight's grandfather, so I win." After a few breaths to accept the facts, Ed finally asked with a mix of curiosity and fascination, "Then, can humans who enter a kind of amber state return to their original form after the secret technique is lifted?" Serafina rolled her eyes, and, noticing Ed seemed genuinely unaware, asked back, "Have you seen amber? The insects inside, no matter how lively they look, are already decayed inside." All right. Ed knew his question was a bit unnecessary. It wasn't because he was looking for trouble. It was because he just thought of a new question. Am I considered a rare piece or figurine myself? If so, then he really needed to be careful of the amber dragon species in the future. But Serafina probably wouldn't let herself be turned into a chess piece by other dragons. He just didn't know how much it would cost to have her protect him. He looked at Serafina and asked, "Now, 100 years after the magic tide outbreak, how many dragons do you think still exist in the world?" Serafina thought for a moment and said, "Not all dragons can adapt to the environment after the magic tide. Some probably died. But dragons are known for their individual strength, so many must have survived. There are still dozens. If they all lived like me, simple and content, maintaining only a small cave-sized domain, most dragons could barely survive the magic tide. But unfortunately, you? Simple and content? Ed glanced at Seraphina and noticed she had no awareness of misusing words. He thought that among dragons, she might truly be someone who desires little, only money, and nothing else. How could that not be considered low desire? Seraphina didn't notice Ed's suspicion and continued. Unfortunately, for us, instinct from our bloodline is more important than anything. Those with huge territories, countless treasures, or lacking space, powers will do everything to protect their domains and prevent their precious items from being tainted. If that's the case, many of them might already be dead. Hearing this, Ed's brow furrowed slightly. Even if they're dead, they still want to protect their treasures from pollution? Hakulon, you're quite something. Seraphina didn't understand what Hakulon meant, but she didn't feel offended by Ed's words. She explained, because we have long lifespans, fulfilling the desires within our bloodline is the best way to pass the time and keep our minds clear. Having things we can't give up even in death helps us stay true to ourselves through a long life. Ed nodded in agreement. Cultivating hobbies is good for health, and surprisingly, this also applies well to dragons. Fortunately, Seraphina isn't particularly interested in humans, or else there wouldn't be a dragonborn village. Without that, I might not have been able to get that low-interest loan. Seraphina concluded, you might be a bit surprised, but that's roughly how dragons are in this world. Is there anything else you want to know? Seraphina showed no sign of impatience, so Ed thought for a moment and asked, last question, how are the relationships among dragons? As soon as he asked, Ed saw a faint sneer of contempt on Seraphina's nearly flawless face. Normally, there's no second dragon in a large area around a dragon. Want to guess why? Now I see. Ed suddenly understood. For a race whose genes are full of fighting spirit, it's strange if they don't fight when they meet. Most of the time, they probably start a huge battle right away. Thinking of this, a glint appeared in Ed's single eye. Seraphina felt that this human was probably thinking about something mischievous, but surprisingly, she was a little excited. Can you ask for outside help in your dragon clan's internal fight? Seraphina nodded. I don't know who gave you that impression, but dragons are not always noble creatures. Ed looked at the dragon girl with a firm gaze. As a loyal ally, if other dragons ever fight you in the future, I will do my best to help within my ability. Seeing that mischievous look, Seraphina knew what she should ask now. What do I need to pay in return? Ed smiled. Raise my credit limit. What does that mean? Lend me some more money. The dark archmage was walking alone along a small path heading south to the old castle. It wasn't really a proper path, because the area around the castle was open land. People had long since gone wherever they wanted, and now she was just walking straight to save time reaching the nearby forest. The crowd around her gradually disappeared, and her originally tense mind slowly relaxed. As an introverted person with social anxiety, the dark archmage enjoyed playing games and was quite skilled, but she always followed the rule of not speaking over the microphone if she didn't have to. This made many of her gaming friends think she was a tough, quiet leader. However, Ed added a required gender question in the beta survey for Disorderly World. The options were limited to 2, and he removed those who wanted to create male characters as females or vice versa. For a ghost that can freely move through the internet, this was easy to do. Ed's reasons were twofold. First, because the survey had a note asking to fill out truthfully. Second, because for fully immersive games, creating different accounts could cause unnecessary trouble. At this moment, the Dark Archmage still saw the prompt for the beginner quest. She hadn't accepted any quests. Her idea was simple, to start a task that recommended increasing her Constitution attribute. Her base 4 stats were 4484, with her Constitution at the highest level. But she wasn't particularly interested in farming the land. Apart from the harvesting task she would definitely avoid, the other 2 tasks didn't seem much different to her abstract panel, since both required 4 points of strength and agility. As for the recommended attributes, hint behind the 3 tasks, the Dark Archmage paid no attention. It's just a suggestion, after all. I can choose to ignore it. At this moment, she already had a plan in mind. If gathering was easy, she would prioritize that. If she encountered the vine sheep first, she would focus on fighting monsters. In short, she planned to see which task she could complete quickly before accepting it. After all, shooting the arrow first and then aiming at the target is the true secret to hitting the bullseye every time. Soon, the dark archmage spotted a fruit on a branch of a nearby tree. Its color was similar to an apple from the real world, but the bumps on its surface seemed irregular, giving an instinctive feeling of discomfort. The fruit reflected the sunlight, and in a daze, she felt her appetite suddenly increase. Gulp. Dark archmage swallowed her saliva and unconsciously took a step forward. She was ready to pick the fruit, then the next one, and the next. All the fruits were. Willpower check passed. You are immune to this negative effect. A light green text, symbolizing safety, suddenly appeared in her view. Her eyes immediately focused on the words, and at the same time, she felt her mind clear after the days. With her experience in many games, Dark Archmage understood what was happening. If everything was normal, she wouldn't crave that fruit so much. After all, her health bar in the top left corner still showed over 90%, and she didn't feel hungry at all. She looked at her panel and thought that even with only 4 points of willpower, she could resist this influence. It seemed the plant's effect wasn't strong enough. She wondered if other players knew about this monster. Dark Archmage initially planned to inform others, but she quickly changed her mind. The thought of communicating with others made her instinctively resist. However, a good alternative soon appeared. After finishing today's activities, she decided to check the glossary for related entries. Although she wasn't very good at talking to people, editing some text was not difficult for her. Thinking of this, the Dark Archmage prepared to record the monster for later upload. But suddenly, a sheep's bleat came from her side. Meh. The Dark Archmage turned her head and saw a strange-looking sheep nearby. Although it looked similar to a Real sheep, she quickly noticed the differences. Some faint green vines were barely visible under its gray wool, occasionally stretching and curling in random directions, then retracting back into its body. How a look of surprise appeared on the Dark Archmage's face. No wonder this game requires adults to play. Even this beginner village monster could scare away and upset many young children. Just as she was about to take action against the vine sheep, it bleated twice more and then looked up at the bright-colored fruit hanging from the tree. Then, the monster slowly moved toward the big tree. Although it was her first time playing Disorder World, she had played similar games before. She quickly turned on the recording function, choosing not to disturb the vine sheep's food gathering, and instead watch quietly. The vine sheep clearly had some goat features, and goats are known for climbing. Enticed by the fruit in the branches, this seemingly gentle sheep jumped nimbly onto the slanted trunk and started climbing higher. As it climbed, the trunk became thinner and more inclined. Just when the Dark Archmage thought the vine sheep might slip and fall, its vines suddenly extended, helping it grasp 2 more small branches to steady itself. Then it continued upward, getting closer to the delicious fruit. Wow, it's hanging! The Dark Archmage exclaimed inwardly, but it wasn't a bad thing. After all, she could see what the fruit was for. Soon, the vine sheep reached a particularly thick horizontal branch, stretched its neck as far as possible, and finally bit the fruit into its mouth. Seeming to taste some rare delicacy, the monster, stabilized by its vines, started biting at the second and third fruits. When it bit the 5th fruit, the vines holding it suddenly loosened and relaxed. The sheep-like creature fell from the high place without a scream or struggle, crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood flowed from the creature's mouth and nose. It's unclear whether it was caused by poisoning or internal injuries from the fall. The Dark Archmage pulled out a short spear from her waist and cautiously stepped forward. The sheep-shaped monster looked at her, opening its mouth as if still wanting to taste something. Seeing the dying monster, Dark Archmage silently accepted the task from her task list. Then, I poke. Beginner task. Integrate into the world. Combat. Completed. Your courage and strength have impressed the whole world. You probably now understand this world a bit better. Welcome to the Disordered World, Soul Returner. We always fight for a new order. Please go to Guide Ed to receive your beginner reward. Note, the Guide NPC will buy back monster drops for a fee. Looking at the task completion screen in front of her, Dark Archmage instinctively pointed at herself. Courage and strength? Me? Near the old castle, Good Times Don't Last was busy helping a newcomer, Dawn, complete a land reclamation task. Both of them had decent strength, but unfortunately, in real life, one was a high school graduate and the other a college graduate, so neither knew much about farming. Looking at the winding, dug-up ground in front of them, Good Times Don't Last could only pray silently that the crops in this world were hardy. With only 2 points of stamina, he finished digging a shallow trench quickly and was already panting. This was one of the downsides of low stamina. In contrast, Dawn, still adapting to her body and a beginner, had a stamina that wasn't too low. Although her digging was a bit slower, she didn't look tired at all. "Hey, buddy." Good Times Don't Last started chatting to hide his boredom. "How's it? Isn't this game quality top-notch? Add me as a friend. We testers have a small group where we discuss anything that comes up." Dawn nodded and asked, "This game is really immersive. So, what is my body like in the real world now? I have experiments tomorrow, and if this level of immersion uses a lot of energy, I might need to log out soon. I usually go to sleep around midnight." Seeing the duck about to fly away, Haojing quickly reached out and waved his arms. Hey, listen. The most unbelievable thing about this game is that our bodies in real life are completely asleep, in deep sleep. I've been using a sleep monitoring app on my phone for several days. Every day, I get perfect scores. The recordings only show steady breathing, nothing else." Hearing this explanation, Dawn showed a shocked expression for the second time today. This can't be explained." "Explain what?" Haojing looked confused. Dawn looked at the senior who guided him through the beginner tasks and tentatively asked, "How old are you?" "I mean, in real life." Feeling there was no need to hide this, Haojing honestly replied, 18, just graduated from high school. Dawn looked thoughtful and said, "I guess among you experienced players, none of you are studying biology or medicine." Although Haojing didn't answer, his puzzled expression said it all. Seeing that the other person hadn't realized the problem, Dawn slowly explained, "You just said that during the game, our bodies only do normal breathing and no other movements, right? At least in my recordings, that's true. If you're interested, I can show you the video next time." Dawn shook his head and said, "Do you know? Situations like what you just described are usually called being in a coma." Suddenly, Haojing's iron shovel dropped to the ground. "So, you mean, in real life, I am basically dead?" "Dawn," he nodded. "Yes, next time I log into the game, I will record myself because I can't explain this immersive experience with my current knowledge anymore. Not for long." He thought for a moment and said, "So, you are basically shocked by some of the technology used in this game in the field of biology." "That's right." He remembered a small conversation from a few days ago in the game chat group and said to Dawn, "Although there are no medical students among the experienced players, there are programmers. They also can't explain the current situation on the official game website. Many people have noticed that the ranking of Disorder World on the game site has never changed." "That's a bit strange." "Really?" Dawn, who doesn't often visit game websites, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. He felt it was necessary to tell his mentor about the game's situation, hoping the mentor wouldn't scold him for neglecting his studies. Several kilometers away, the history expert was leading the newcomers, Litong Fierce Tiger and Pool Fish Deep Abyss, to repeatedly hunt the vine sheep. Unfortunately, the vine sheep population in this wilderness had recently suffered a devastating. First, they were ravaged by Ed, who wanted to gather some body parts. Then they were used as experience sources by players, and now they had become a must-eat for beginners. They were truly pitiful, but players naturally didn't care about these things. With the help of the other two, the Pool Fish Deep Abyss struck a vine sheep with an iron shovel, ending its life. As for the beginner's standard short spear, because her strength was too low, she had already been knocked out of her hand and was now stuck in the nearby grass. All right, the beginner quest is complete. For the history expert, a few wild monsters were no challenge at all. Although his tactical planning was terrible, fighting low-level monsters like slimes didn't require much strategy. He looked at the confused newcomers and said, "You have 2 options now. First, go back to the ancient castle to find the guide and claim your quest rewards. With the money, you can open an account with Seraphina and deposit some to prevent losing everything upon death. Then, you can take on some exploration-type quests. You can also take the monster corpses with you, and the guide will pay for some materials. Another option is to keep the task settlement interface open. We can go to the upstream or midstream villages now. The four of them probably haven't finished repairing all the roofs and walls yet. This help the villagers repair task is paid per item. Unless Zhongda is a ghostly spirit, these tasks will still be available within 5 days. Finally, I consider this as an introduction for you. When you have money, don't forget to buy clothes. Please. However, the two players seemed a bit eager for more after the recent fight. Chi Guyuan asked first, "Can we keep fighting monsters?" Jian Shurdishir thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, but I don't recommend it. Have you seen the monster guide on the official website? If a large number of monster corpses appear in a small area in a short time, it will summon a hidden boss called Rat King. We can't fight that now." Recalling a few days ago, Jian Shurdishir said with lingering fear, 3 days ago, we accidentally summoned one. If it weren't for the guide helping us, the 6 of us would have been wiped out. So, continuing to fight monsters is possible, but you need to watch out for the number of corpses and whether rat groups are gathering. It's probably okay now, but as dusk approaches, the chance of Rat King appearing increases. After answering, Chiyugu Yuan, Li Tang Ju Xiong who asked, "Does this game have a death penalty?" Jian Shurdishir smiled and thought for a moment before answering. There wasn't one before, but now there is. The game's setting is quite interesting. The more corpses you recover after death, the less time and money it takes to revive. The minimum cost is 10 silver. Li Tang Ju Xiong who asked, "What if you die with nothing left?" "Then it costs 1 gold and 10 silver. Jian Shurdishir clicked his tongue and said, "Just so you know, if you consider 1 copper coin as $1, your starting funds after the beginner tasks are only about 5,500. But 1 gold and 10 silver is 11,000. If what you said is true, everyone would have to pool money to buy parts for your revival." Chiyu Guyuan asked, "Is there any rule about logging out or going offline every day?" "Yes, just pay attention to the area. We are now in the neutral zone, so it's best to log out in the safe zone. That way, our bodies and items are protected. Outside the safe zone, things are less certain. Since you mentioned that the daily testing time is only 12 hours, do we have to return to the old castle by 8 p.m.? History expert nodded. This is probably the initial setting. There are too few players now, so if we run around the world freely, we might fall off the map or encounter unknown bugs. But the logout points are not the only options. Since last night, Longbourn Village has become our ally. According to the area divisions, we can log out normally in that village. I guess the activity area set for us in the beta test is roughly the entire Barony. With this information, the two new players discussed for a moment and finally confirmed their plan. Today, they will focus on repairing the roof and saving money, then return to the old castle at night to settle accounts and activate their accounts. This way, they will have enough money to buy items like bandage packs, preventing trouble when facing large groups of monsters later. A young former guard captain of the tree worshippers, now the regional Bishop Dolan, holds a simple map. He looks at the nearly 2-meter-high earthen wall in the distance, and then at the sketch on the map that resembles it, muttering, "This should be Longbourn Village?" Next to him, the newly appointed tax officer glances at the wall and asks, "That should be it, Captain." "No, Bishop. What should we do?" With unmatched confidence, the new Bishop Dolan ultimately ignores the advice of the old priest Aiden. After resting for a night, he begins to patrol his district. Since Aiden said that the 3 villages here are the farthest and most dangerous from White Ash Town, the patrol naturally starts from there. So, the 5 of them ride north, crossing a not-too-thick forest and a small river, guided by the map, until they reach the 3 villages along the river. Dolan really wants to challenge this so-called Longbourn village, especially since a previous bishop died there. He has little respect for these wall-building, defensive folks. But thinking of the old priest's advice, he finally abandons that somewhat reckless idea and turns to his subordinates. "Let's take a detour. We'll go to the middle village." The village chief of Longbourn stood on a mud wall, watching the dust and figures left behind by the departing knights. He asked the guard nearby, "Are they from the tree worshippers?" The young guard nodded. "Yes, that green robe is unmistakable." "Good. They know when to leave." The village chief sneered dismissively, then suddenly seemed to remember something and stood in place, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" someone beside him asked. The chief snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the young guard. "Go to the old castle and tell the people there about this." The sound of a brass bell echoed through Middle River Village. It was not yet noon, and bored villagers quickly gathered from around, coming to the open space near the village. Compared to Upper River Village, Middle River Village's infrastructure was poor. Upper River had a small square, but Middle River only had a patch of broken land. The villagers looked confused but obediently gathered in the open area. They saw 5 knights on tall horses standing in front. The leader was tall and handsome, shining in the sunlight. When everyone was assembled, he struck the brass bell hard. After the silence settled, he spoke loudly. "Everyone look at me. Remember my face." The villagers looked at him with awe. At this moment, Doran felt a great sense of achievement. Although the White Wax Town district was far away, as long as he managed it well, it would prove his devotion. He wondered why the villagers looked so pale and thin. Living with trees shouldn't harm their health so much. It was probably due to the negligence of the previous bishop. But since that negligent person was dead, Doran, a true believer in the world tree, silently prayed for him. Then he looked back at the villagers. "I am Doran, the new bishop of this area. The previous bishop and tax officer were killed by treacherous rebels and have returned to the Lord's embrace. Rebels are causing trouble in the district and can easily deceive you, innocent followers, so." Doran pointed to someone behind him. "He is your new tax officer. Anyone else who comes to collect taxes is a liar." Once such suspicious individuals appear, Dolan felt that the atmosphere around him was a bit strange. The humble villagers still showed great respect, but he sensed that their eyes seemed to hold some doubt. Shouldn't they be trusting? Could it be that they find it hard to believe someone so young is a bishop? No, these villagers in such a remote area wouldn't know about such things. It must be that what he just said was too shocking. Yes, that's it. How could an ordinary heretic dare to pretend to be a bishop? But because of that, he must be extra careful. These foolish people might be deceived otherwise. Go immediately to the White Candle Town Church and report to me. Dolan kept his voice steady and finished his last half-sentence firmly. But the surrounding area remained quiet. The villagers didn't gossip, argue, or nervously say, "Understood, understood." Dolan found the situation increasingly strange. He looked at a slightly younger villager nearby and casually pointed at him. "You, come here." The young villager, thin and timid, naturally didn't dare disobey. He lowered his head and avoided Dolan's gaze, stepping forward. "Did you understand what I just said?" "Why, yes. I understood." The young man trembled, his voice shaking. "Is your village hiding something from the church?" Dolan's voice suddenly became stern and loud in the second half of the sentence, causing the young man to flinch instinctively. This is a common interrogation method. In sudden shock, if the target shows any abnormal reaction, it can reveal some information. And now, this young man's reaction was very typical of someone hiding something. "It seems there really is something. You better tell the truth, or else." Dolan leaned slightly forward on his horse, blocking the sunlight shining on the young man. "Speak up, don't try to hide anything." The villager's eyes were like arrows stabbing into the young man's back. He looked up at Dolan's stern but fierce face and nervously said, "Great, great lord. A few days ago, a tax officer came and collected taxes. May I ask if there are any more this month?" "So it was about this?" Dolan frowned slightly as he looked at his deputy behind him. The newly appointed tax officer immediately took a leather-bound notebook from his saddlebag and glanced at it, then said, "There are no records of taxes paid, sir." Dolan moved his right hand slightly, and the wooden sword, standard for church personnel, was about to shoot out. But the tax officer quickly added, "However, based on the previous tax officer's travel records, it's possible that he hadn't yet returned the taxes to the church before the accident." Dolan suddenly understood why everyone looked worried. They were afraid that these new priests might collect taxes twice. He raised his head and looked sternly at the villagers. "Is that true?" A few scattered voices responded from the crowd. So that's how it was. The misunderstanding was cleared. Dolan's eyebrows relaxed, and he patted the young man's shoulder with his half-unsheathed wooden sword. "The Church of the Tree isn't unreasonable. Since you've already paid the taxes, there's no need to pay again. The tax officer will come next month as scheduled. Remember to prepare in advance." "Why, yes, I understand." Dolan no longer paid attention to the stammering villager. After signaling them to leave, he led his team to the next stop on their journey, the upstream village. Watching the knights ride away, The young man turned around and saw the villagers' intense gazes. Well done, well done. An elder in the village patted his shoulder. These folks are obviously disguised rebels. They don't even know about the tax reduction news brought by old Cap'n from upstream village. They're trying to fool us? Yeah. Another person said. No wonder Bishop Adrian came all the way here in the middle of the night to warn us. It's only been a short while, and these cunning people couldn't hold back. Exactly. The villagers started discussing excitedly. Finally, the oldest elder looked at the young villager who almost caused a problem. This matter shouldn't be handled by others. Go quickly to the old castle and tell Lord Adrian. It has to be done fast. If this matter succeeds, thanks to Lord Adrian's generosity, our village will be exempt from taxes for at least 3 years. The young man was initially reluctant, but after hearing the village chief's support, he immediately became excited. With the previous policies of tax exemption and reduction, he felt much more relaxed, and his spirits improved greatly. Although only 2 days had passed, he could already sense his health getting better. Good days were just beginning, and he wouldn't let the evil traders ruin it. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of strength in his legs and quickly ran toward the old castle. Add water. Yeah, more water, add some ash. Hey, more water, more ash. Can't you do it properly? Forget it, keep adding. Jondo was directing a few players at the village square, mixing a local special cement using traditional methods. However, their talent for mixing ash was clearly beyond his expectations. Guided by the idea of more water with more ash with more water, the small mixing area gradually expanded. Even, Jondo sighed in frustration, feeling powerless. He nervously ran his hand through his hair, imagining a future of mixing cement at construction sites. Right now, the players were mixing this world's special product, similar to traditional cement in reality, one of the repair materials provided by Cap'n. Jondo wasn't exactly sure of the precise ratio, but the basic logic of mixing cement was the same in any world. Seeing the cement mortar becoming more and more watery, Jondo grabbed a shovel and started directing the players to patch the leaks, preventing the materials from spilling everywhere. Watch this. Farm work seemed to have no experience with this in real life, so he was especially interested. He scooped up a full handful of cement and threw it forward with force. His hand slipped, and the shovel flew out along with the cement. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. But amid the laughter, they all heard a clear cracking sound. The shovel, stuck in the middle of the mortar on the ground, slowly tipped over. At the spot where it was embedded, a small whirlpool appeared, and the surrounding cement hurriedly flowed into the hole. Everyone's smiles suddenly froze on their faces. What's going on? Jondo rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. He saw the whirlpool slowly expanding. He quickly waved his hand to signal everyone to step back. In less than a minute, all the mortar flowed away, and the hole about the size of a head finally appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Farmwork was a bit confused. He asked doubtfully, "Did I glitch the game?" "It probably isn't." The cautious player, Howling Green, bent down carefully and reached out, while also waving his hand behind to tell everyone to stay back. "Don't come closer yet, it might collapse." Everyone instinctively listened to this trustworthy voice and watched as Farmwork slowly approached the hole. With a kind reminder, Farmwork was very cautious. To prevent a collapse, he even crouched on the ground and crawled forward, quickly reaching the side of the hole. He first stretched his arm inside, but unfortunately, he felt nothing. Then he looked around at the hole's opening, but his view was very limited. Finally, he used the sunlight to look inside directly with his head. He looked like a headless corpse. "How is it? What's inside?" the player outside asked loudly. Farmwork's deep voice, echoing with its hollow tone, replied, "It seems to be an underground room." "Okay, let me take a look." The body of the Farmwork character, remaining outside the cave entrance, slowly moved to help his head see better inside the basement. There are 3 closed doors. I haven't seen any hallways or stairs yet. After changing his angle, he reported again. There's some reflection, looks like mirrors or glassware. Using the reflected light from the glassware, his eyes adjusted to the darkness as Farmwork gradually described the basement. No wonder it's damaged. The ceiling here is arched, and the thinnest part is between the ceiling and the ground. "Hey, is that a gemstone?" Wow, a ruby. Does this game have a hidden room or treasure mechanism? I wonder if I can sell it to Serafina. Farmwork kept describing the layout of the basement. Hearing this information, the Great Wave Fist King frowned slightly. Basement. Glassware. Hidden room. This story somehow sounded familiar. He suddenly looked up, just in time to meet the terrified eyes of Zhongda. Oh right, it's the story Cap'n told. That little hut of the wild mage. Suddenly, both felt something was wrong. An instinctive fear grew in their hearts, while Farmwork kept talking. Wow, the ruby is getting bigger, and there seem to be more of them. Hey, I think. Quick, pull your head out, they shouted together, but it was too late. Farmwork's exposed limbs strained to pull his head out of the hole, but it was useless. His voice grew quieter and quieter. The damaged wooden boards, driven by an unknown force, wriggled to repair the hole. Sharp wooden splinters pierced his skin, and after a scream, Farmwork's body collapsed, as if his neck vertebrae had been snapped. The sound of the boards wriggling and tearing flesh continued urgently. Under everyone's watch, Farmwork truly turned into a headless corpse. Howling Green Lotus was the first to react. He stepped forward, grabbed Farmwork's ankles, and dragged the headless body back. Although the person has died, since only one head is missing, reviving them shouldn't cost much money. But now, it's no longer about money. For the remaining 3 players, the most urgent matter is, why is the ground starting to shake? Oh, run fast, Zhongda shouted as he ran forward and grabbed his companion's other ankle. The 3 quickly started to retreat. For experienced players like them, the simultaneous screen shake and cutscene could only mean one thing. The boss has arrived. But the 3 only retreated about 10 meters before stopping. The reason is simple. Although they didn't do it intentionally, in online games, players usually fight the monsters they summon themselves. Moreover, looking at the constantly cracking ground in front of them, the 3 realized one thing. If they let this boss, who hasn't fully revealed itself, wander around, they will be doomed. So, they put the Farmwork corpse aside, entered battle mode, and silently started recording the screen. Howling Greenvine looked at the 2 people with serious, tense expressions. How do you know there's a problem with this basement? Zhongda showed a grim smile and briefly recounted the story that Capping told them yesterday. Howling Greenvine thought for a moment and asked, in his story, what happened to that crazy house at the end? Is there any way to defeat it? Zhongda looked bitter. The old man's story was all over the place. He kept saying he forgot what happened. The Wei Fist King shrugged. You can't expect an old man with dementia to remember everything. In front of them, on the village square, an old-fashioned pointed-roof wooden house had its entire roof exposed, and it was still growing out of the ground under some unknown force, like bamboo shoots or mushrooms after rain, full of life. This boss, just appearing, was already as tall as 2 people standing on the roof, with cracks filled with mud and moss, faintly glowing with red light. The 3 of them quickly stepped back again, but they didn't dare to run away and let the monster destroy everything around them. They wanted to fight, but they were afraid that the yet-to-appear boss might casually kill them during its entrance animation. In the end, they could only stand at a distance, watching everything unfold. The ground shaking definitely caught the villagers' attention. These tree-covered people gathered in small groups, but then they were frightened by the headless body of the Farmwork monster and the constantly growing houses. They started to scatter and run away. From afar, Cap'n heard the commotion and moved closer to the village entrance. Turning the last corner, he saw the wooden house that was already half exposed from underground. He froze in place. The villagers running away bumped into him, causing Cap'n to stumble. Only then did he snap out of his daze. The story his grandfather told was actually true. First, the roof appeared, then the wooden walls, windows, door, wooden stairs, and supporting beams. After about half a minute of the scene playing out, the house, roughly 7 meters tall, including the roof, finally appeared completely in front of the players. The 3 of them looked carefully and saw that this boss, emerging from underground, was basically a wooden house supported by 4 thick wooden pillars, with the bottom completely suspended in the air. And then, nothing happened. After pulling its entire body out of the ground, this little wizard's wooden house stood quietly, as if it was meant to be there all along, and nothing had actually happened. But the 3 players could hear faint, deep growls. Sounds like a tiger preparing to attack, warning them that this was no ordinary house. The surroundings gradually grew quiet. Chund furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something was wrong. He switched his short spear to a throwing stance. Why isn't it attacking? It's already killed one. Calling it a neutral monster now is a bit late. Great Way Fist King reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't rush. There are fewer of us. While the two hesitated, Howling Greenvine was still carefully observing. It had appeared but was not attacking, which was very strange. Also, although the house looked still, Howling Greenvine could always feel something moving slowly in its peripheral vision. Where exactly was it? What was it preparing to do? The Howling Greenvine's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he shouted loudly, "Be careful, it's taking root." At the same time as shouting, the Howling Greenvine pushed hard with both hands toward his two companions. They immediately toppled to the side, and the Howling Greenvine himself was thrown backward by the recoil, staggering 2 steps. The moment the 3 of them left that settlement area, the ground beneath them suddenly shattered. Several sharp wooden spikes shot out from the cracks, piercing through the air above. They looked closely and saw that the wooden spikes resembled either upside-down stakes driven into the ground or deadly traps set by old hunters. The tips even had faint traces of blood, making the 3 of them feel terrified. Following the cracks in the ground, they saw white roots extending through the broken earth. All these roots led to the same place, underneath the wizard's hut. If the attack missed, the wooden spikes quickly retracted along the cracks they came from, like hidden poisons waiting for their next chance. Still shaken, Zhongde let out a breath, and anger quickly appeared on his face. Old silver coin. I thought the cutscene wasn't over yet, but I didn't expect this dagger to be charging up a skill. He then looked at the 2 reliable players nearby and asked, "What should we do now?" The Howling Greenvine looked at Zhongde and immediately remembered their fight against the Rat King. The opponent's 4-dimensional stats also appeared in his mind. 55-55. Good news, it's a quadrilateral warrior. Bad news, its area is a bit small. Meanwhile, the other player, the Great Way Fist King, had a strength of only 3 but a high stamina of 8. Thinking of this, the Howling Greenvine quickly came up with a plan. I'll go draw its attention. Zhongde, you find an opportunity to attack. The Fist King should go to the old castle to send a message and bring reinforcements. He looked at the monster, which was mostly made of wood, and finally advised, using an axe might work better against this guy. After saying that, he threw down his short spear and grabbed his starting axe, swinging it randomly around the boss. The remaining 2 people immediately started to act once they had a clear leader. The Great Way Fist King began removing equipment that would drain extra stamina, preparing to run toward the old castle like marathon messengers. Meanwhile, Zhongde threw the corpse of Point Farm Work at the fallen village elder Capin, shouting loudly, "Retreat with the body." Just as the Great Way Fist King was about to sprint, Capin suddenly called out in his hoarse voice, "I can contact Bishop Adrian." Really? The 3 of them were all surprised by this statement. Even Howling Greenvine, who had already started moving, hesitated for a moment. They looked at the old man, who was almost buried in the ground, and were amazed that he didn't seem like an ordinary NPC. Seeing this, Howling Greenvine quickly changed the plan. "Okay, I'll draw the enemy's attention. You 2 find a chance to attack and see what skills this guy has." The brief chaos shattered the long-standing silence of the old castle. Currently, Serafina, who had just finished her class, was sleeping behind the bank counter, while Ede was browsing player surveys in the castle's private area. As he heard footsteps, Capin's message also appeared in his mind. "Lord Bishop Adrian, a terrible monster from the story has appeared in the upper village. Your 4 elite knights have already lost 1, and the remaining 3 are fighting desperately. Please send support quickly." Hearing this, Ede was filled with questions. He quickly used a leaf infused with Capin's blood and flesh to see the current battlefield. He saw one of the 3 players dodging spikes constantly emerging from the ground, while the other 2 swung axes to repair a floating wooden house. In the distance, there was a headless corpse. It really is a boss, but the players were fixing the roof nicely. So how did another boss appear? Previously, it was the Mouse King. Now it's the wooden house. The trigger conditions for these bosses can't just be a player appears, right? After replying, "Got it," He'd listened again to the footsteps. He quickly put on a serious expression and arrived at the hall. He saw short-lived good times panting and say, "Guide, there is a dragon person. No, a half-dragon. A half-human, half-dragon, half-dragon person. Yes, yes, a half-dragon wants to see you. They say their village chief has important news to tell you." Where is he now? He'd looked around the hall, but couldn't find the dragon descendant. Short-lived good times' mouth twitched and said, "He's kneeling in front of the bank counter. He says the great master is nearby, and he doesn't dare go to the ancient castle. Standing taller than the master is considered disrespectful." He'd covered his face and quickly walked toward the castle gate. No choice. If this person doesn't come up, he has to go down himself. He doesn't know what urgent matter there is. After a brief, dizzy spell, he saw a face he had seen once before, one of the guards at the village chief's visit to the dragon village. "What does your village chief want to tell me?" the young guard whispered quickly. The village chief said the fools from the tree worshippers have already bypassed the dragon village and are heading toward the middle village. Another group? Today is so lively. It felt a bit confused. This world really isn't simple. Just as the new boss appeared, the tree worshippers also arrived. All troubles seemed to pile up. Thinking about the rustic shape of the wooden hut and what Capping said about the story, he'd roughly believed that it wasn't some special skill of the tree worshippers. Considering the time when the half-dragons saw the tree worshippers and the speed of those multi-legged hoofed beasts, he'd vaguely sensed a big fight might soon break out in the upstream village. A big fight sounds good. For the weaker side, chaos is the best opportunity. Thinking of this, he'd waved his hand and said to short-lived good times, "Gather all the nearby soul returners. Whether they are from the tree worshippers or monsters, we need to help out." As soon as the voice fell, not only did the scene of short-lived beauty appear, but also the dawn, observing the seed growth, the dark sorcerer, carrying a vine sheep near the ancient castle, and several kilometers away, the history expert, Litong the fierce tiger, and Pool Fish in the deep abyss, all suddenly saw two semi-transparent notification boxes appear at this moment. Urgent mission, protect Shangyo. Village, mission description, the soul returners, while helping villagers rebuild their homes, accidentally awakened some terrifying mutated creatures that appeared in stories. To prevent innocent villagers from dying, the soul returners must immediately go to Shangyo village to join the fight. Reward: increased trust from saved villagers 10 silver coins. Unknown dropped materials note. The reward multiplier for urgent missions is 150% urgent mission. Capture the heretics, mission description. The heretics of the tree worshippers have infiltrated the territory of the soul returners and plan to deceive the ignorant villagers with twisted logic. Reliable intelligence indicates 5 targets are about to arrive at Shangyo village. The players should stay alert and prepare for battle to ensure the safety of the camp leader NPC, Bishop Ed Adrian. Reward: trust from Ed Adrian 10, 5 silver coins for killing heretics, 10 silver coins for capturing them alive. Unknown dropped materials note. The reward multiplier for urgent missions is 150%. Wow, what's going on? 2 urgent missions appeared at the same time. Even the history expert had never seen such a scene. In fact, he, being an experienced old hand, only knew a little about this world and had little experience with these new game systems. The 3 of them exchanged glances, all becoming excited, especially the 2 newbies who loved fighting. As soon as they saw the word urgent, they started frantically pressing accept buttons. Only after Pool Fish in the deep abyss accepted all the missions did he look confused and say, "Why are they all in Shangyo village? Is this village unlucky?" Breathless young villagers obviously couldn't outrun the 3 strong players. After asking about their identities and where they were headed to deliver the message, the 3 players understood that the 5 traders of the tree worshippers had already left the middle village. The historical expert looked at the somewhat shaken villager and remembered what other players had described during their chat by the campfire last night. He lowered his voice and said, "We are elite fighters under Bishop Adrian. Your task is done now. Please go back to the village and rest. We will handle the traders." He patted the young man's shoulder and pointed to the similar weapons on their waists. Although the young man didn't understand why these 3 weren't dressed in the standard robes of the tree worshippers, He remembered that the two elite roof repairers from yesterday also wore similar outfits. He finally felt relieved and stood up, then turned his head 3 times as he walked toward Middle Village. Pool Fish looked at, historical expert. Isn't the player supposed to be a sole returner in the story setting? Why are they now called elite fighters? And who is Bishop Adrian? Is he an NPC guide? Historical expert nodded as he led the way. I'm not entirely sure about the details. Anyway, the game just added a quest system yesterday. When villagers see us, they call us elite fighters, and Ed is called a bishop by them. Earlier, the game servers were down for maintenance all day. According to the game's story, nothing appears out of nowhere. Even during maintenance, the game developers design related storylines, but they don't show them directly to us. Thinking about it, as players and NPCs aligned with us, having a few more titles doesn't matter much. It seems we are now officially part of the Tree Worshippers organization. We can't let these traitors escape. After explaining his somewhat unclear understanding of the setting, historical expert waved his hand to signal the others to speed up. The 3 of them headed toward the upstream village. Below the ancient castle, 3 players had already gathered around Ed on their own. Ed could see that everyone had accepted all the quests and chosen to join this limited-time game event. Apart from Good Times Don't Last, who was already excited and eager to fight, Don looked very happy. This wasn't because he loved fighting, but because he wanted to see what the world's boss and mutated monsters looked like. After all, seeing is believing. No matter how many times he looked at the illustrations, it wasn't as exciting as seeing them in the game, especially since some monsters hadn't been added yet. Dark Archmage usually stays quiet, but chose to accept the quest. Now she stands behind the 2, ready to go support the upstream village. Most of the time, Dark Archmage plays alone, but when a team dungeon needs to be cleared, she always joins some random groups. She rarely uses a microphone to communicate, but even in casual matches, she can complete all the tasks given by the leader. While Good Times Don't Last eagerly awaits the fight, he also feels a vague sense of unease. He thought about why he felt this way and realized it might be because he was traumatized after being scared by the Rat King a few days ago. He's worried that all the boss monsters in the game are just high attack, high defense, high health trash monsters. Thinking of this, he begins to look around. Ed has already joined the fight, and it seems that this kind of story boss doesn't need a special invitation. Who else could be a helper? Without a doubt, Good Times Don't Last first thought of the red dragon Seraphina, who was sleeping behind the counter. But then he remembered the task of hiring Seraphina for a fight, costing 1,000 gold coins. Forget whether the loot from the beginner village boss is enough to cover the cost. Just thinking about the red dragon's fighting style, Good Times Don't Last feels that if she joins the battlefield, the village will be doomed. With a gentle exhale, it seems the battlefield might turn into a barbecue party. Does this mean the plan to call in outside help is about to fail? Good Times Don't Last suddenly feels like he's forgotten something. Then he notices the 3rd NPC in the scene, a half-dragon kneeling on the ground, reciting words to Seraphina. He remembers a message from the system last night. NPC Seraphina has unlocked a new hiring option, Dragonborn Mercenary. At this point, Good Times Don't Last's eyes light up. Seraphina is sleeping now, so he walks over to Ed and starts operating the panel to hire her. As the guiding NPC, the functions to hire other main NPCs are also integrated into his panel. Soon, he found what he wanted. Hire Seraphina, Dragonborn Mercenary. 20 silver per day, unlimited combat. One person needs 20 silver a day? Why not just rob? Oh, it seems dragons already like to steal, so no problem there. Good Times Don't Last recalled the red, bloodied NPC from 2 minutes ago. With a clenched jaw and a stomp, he quickly paid the fee. Victory is more important than anything else. Because they used the same system, the 20 silver disappeared from Good Times Don't Last account the moment the hire was confirmed. He couldn't wait for the hire to take effect. Seeing the payment succeed, Good Times Don't Last hurried over to the kneeling young half-dragon, grabbed his arm, and said, "You must be pretty strong, right? I just hired you. Come fight with us." The young Dragonborn guard was stunned. As a Dragonborn, he indeed had a fighting gene in his blood, but what time is it now? He was about to meet with the king. How could this person be so rude? If the master scolded him. Meanwhile, the voice of the bank teller echoed in the young Dragonborn's mind. Follow him. Having received permission, the young guard respectfully saluted and then looked intently at. Good times don't last. Tell me, who should I fight? Good times don't last. Didn't know how to describe the unfamiliar monster, so he just patted his shoulder. Come with us. That is a formidable enemy. The young guard clashed his fists on his chest, and the dragon scales seemed to spark as if fire was flying. I can't wait anymore. Several hundred meters upstream from the village, 5 priests of the worship of the tree, led by Dolan, were riding their hoofed beasts at a normal pace. But Dolan, at the front, was lost in thought, not paying attention to the riding. He kept recalling the strange events in the village just now, feeling very confused. What exactly happened in that village? Is what he knows the full truth? He felt confused. The villagers in Shanyo village, regardless of age or gender, looked very worn out. As followers of the tree worship, they shouldn't be like this. But these villagers all looked like they were about to die. Could this also be caused by the traders? Was the stolen sacred object so powerful? Thinking of this, Dolan looked at his wrist. There was a dark green energy flowing there. It came from the symbiotic plant on his body. This is a standard feature for priests and followers of the tree worship. Everyone who believes in the tree worship, whether willingly or unwillingly, will have traces of the symbiotic tree. When a follower becomes a priest, they will also grow a soul tree in the large greenhouse of the Emerald Church. Dolan comes from the heart of the tree worship, the Emerald Church. Outside the church, there is usually a community of devout believers called the Holy City. The residents there look normal, even if they are a bit thin from lack of food. But with the protection of the symbiotic tree, they would never starve. They are very different from these people who seem like they won't make it to tomorrow. Thinking this way, Dolan's hatred for the traders grew stronger. Such despicable traders should be burned alive. Yes, for the tree worship, which lives in harmony with the trees, burning at the stake is the cruelest punishment. Slow roasting over a gentle fire is the most severe form of torture. He had seen some traders burned alive before. The flames, adjusted to the right temperature, would keep roasting their bodies, causing their internal water to seep out as sweat. After a certain point of dehydration, the trader's symbiotic tree would react by forming a bark-like layer that completely covers their body. This bark would slow down dehydration, prolonging their survival or, in other words, their torture time. Suddenly, a scream interrupted Dolan's thoughts. He realized he had arrived at the entrance of Shanyo village. The scream came from near the riverbank at the end of the village. Alert! Dolan shouted. The dark green energy on his wrist quickly grew and burst out, transforming into a sturdy wooden sword. At the front, villagers with varying degrees of distortion were fleeing. Dolan shouted to the crowd, "Move aside." Then he mounted his beast and started weaving through the crowd against the flow. The other 4 priests also took the same action and then followed Dolan along the only road in the village to check the situation at the end of the village. Not far along the way, Dolan saw a body lying by the roadside, missing its head. It was the most normal-looking person he had seen from the upstream and midstream villages combined. Unfortunately, there was nothing above the neck now. The person was beyond saving. After passing an old man with a worried face, Dolan and his 4 companions saw a battle scene in an open area at the village's edge. 3 men, each holding a small axe, were fighting a moving wooden house. Their teamwork was very good, switching roles easily even without talking to lure the monster. The wooden house monster kept throwing sharp wooden spikes from the ground or smashing moss-covered broken wood at them. Sometimes, it would lift thick wooden pillars high and then drop them to stomp on the ground. Dolan watched silently. It wasn't that he didn't want to join the fight, but the open space was too small. Riding a beast, or even fighting on foot without coordination would be impossible. He made the smartest choice. While observing how the monster fought, he also remembered the fighting habits of the 3 men. The wooden house monster swung a vine whip. The agile howling green vine, with a speed of 7, rolled away quickly, dodging it. Dolan was impressed, but then he saw a flash of red light in the window of the wooden house. His left hand and arm changed quickly. He raised his twisted, spiral-shaped arm and aimed at the red dot in the window. Whoosh! A heavy wooden arrow shot out from his transformed muscles, piercing through the broken window and hitting the red dot behind it. Yo! The wooden house monster suddenly stopped all its attacks. It used two wooden pillars behind it to lift its front body high, and the door swung open like a giant abyss mouth, emitting a loud, painful scream. Who hit the stun? Awesome. Hurry, get more hits in. Dolan heard some words he couldn't fully understand, but recognized as commands. He raised his right hand, transforming it into a sword, and ordered, "Paladins of the Church Guard, join the fight." With his command, 5 ready knights quickly entered the battlefield. The agile man who dodged the vine whip attack looked confused in this direction. "Who are you?" Leading the group, Dolan stabbed the wooden monster's leg with his sword, hitting a wooden pillar that was acting as a leg. The monster's great strength made his face grim. "Guardians of the tree worship cult." The young man immediately smiled happily and shouted to his 2 companions. "They are allies. Allies are here." "Allies?" Dolan frowned and carefully looked at the soldiers who had just caught their breath. He wanted to ask something but was pushed aside by the suddenly aggressive wooden monster. He quickly reflected on his earlier mistake. As a mature guardian of the cult, he shouldn't have been thinking about unrelated things during battle. Moreover, after the man shouted, "Allies," the excitement that flashed across the faces of the other 2 was real. It seemed these 3 were priests from the White Wax Town Church District on a mission outside. He just didn't know why old Eden hadn't told him. Just as he was thinking this, the man who shouted, "Allies," spoke again, this time targeting the 5 new fighters. "Swords and spears are useless. Use axes." Axes? That makes sense. Although Dolan was a member of the tree worship cult, he wasn't so naive as to be completely rigid. Even ordinary believers blessed by the cult would sometimes cut down trees for wood when needed, but they would do so with more devotion. Dolan stepped back 2 steps, and his right hand, originally holding a sword, began to transform quickly. As a guardian of the cult, he had never personally cut wood before, so he didn't know which shape of axe was easiest to handle. He quickly looked at a fellow from a normal family in the Holy City. Sure enough, that person had transformed a wooden axe that looked very intimidating in a short time. Although it was strange to make an axe out of wood to chop more wood, Dolan didn't care about that now. He mimicked the transformation and then rejoined the fight. In just a few seconds, the enemies of the wooden house monster increased from 3 to 8. But this didn't lessen its murderous intent. After a brief moment of stiffening, the wooden house, standing on the ground, began to shake violently. Retreat first. The Great Way Fist King didn't know what the wooden house was trying to do, but it was always safe to keep some distance first. Suddenly, the monster seemed to gather energy. Its tightly closed mouth, the door, was kicked open forcefully, as if someone inside had pushed it. A gust of air mixed with mold and blood smell swept past everyone. Along with it, a round, plump object appeared from the monster's mouth. Clack! The object fell to the ground, rolled twice, and stopped at Dolan's feet. The young church guard glanced down and made eye contact with the lifeless, open eyes of the object. He suddenly remembered the headless corpse in the distance and the relatively normal body shape of that person. So, there was already a victim among them. Still, no one showed any sign of retreat. They were all elite followers of the tree worship. After a loud shout, the wooden house monster fully entered its second stage. The large, open door flickered with countless red lights, like eyes lurking in the dark, watching the prey outside. The shape of the house began to twist slowly. The terrifying square mouth around it sharpened, and the wooden spikes that once crawled underground turned into sharp teeth, ready to crush these humans at any moment. Howling Greenvine frowned. It was clear the monster had changed its state, probably into a berserk mode. But what kind of attack would this creature use? He kept his eyes on the red light in the monster's mouth, trying to predict its next move. But his plan didn't work. Before he could warn others, a sharp wooden spike, as thick as a wrist, shot out suddenly, as if to revenge the arrow that had been shot into the window seconds earlier. Run! Howling Greenvine leapt back instinctively, leaning to the left and backward. But the spike was faster. It pierced through his right chest, not his heart. The spike still had a lot of force. It went deep into the ground, about tens of centimeters, pinning Howling Greenvine to the ground. The 2 players looked at their injured teammate with concern. But Dolan and the others, with more experience, remained calm. They knew that in such a fight, if they chose to ignore the enemy and instead observe their injured or dying teammates, they would soon join them. just like the two unfamiliar soldiers now, who were so focused on their comrades' lives and deaths that they didn't notice the surrounding light growing dimmer. Why was this happening? Because the monster in the wooden hut had now risen from the ground, jumping up to 3 times the height of the three of them, preparing to deliver a powerful downward strike to end the life of the enemy stuck in the ground. Dolan's feet moved faster than his mind. The monster, flying through the air in an almost perfect parabola, had passed its highest point and was now accelerating downward. Dolan was also speeding up, eager to crush the ground beneath him. Bang! The monster's limbs hit the ground first, creating a strike zone like 4 guiding pins. Then its huge body followed, crushing the square area outlined by its 4 legs. Any protruding objects within this range became targets for the attack. Wow! Is that a ram or two? Realizing his mistake, the Zhongda couldn't help but start complaining. It seemed not surprising if this wooden hut monster suddenly spat out a grinding machine. Amid the dust and smoke, Dolan rolled on the ground with the injured, howling green vine, which had lost a leg. Surprisingly, despite such a heavy in a short time, this person hadn't died yet. Even though only his eyes were blinking now, he could still sense the remaining life force on the other person. Watching the injured soldier's trembling lips, Dolan focused his gaze on the monster in the distance, which was still performing its skills cool down. He pressed his ear close to the wounded man's mouth, and the exhausted soldier desperately whispered, "Cut the leg first." Dolan put down the howling green vine, which still had a wooden stake stuck in it. He saw faint green at the wound on the soldier's chest and leg. This made him feel a bit more reassured. Having a symbiotic relationship with plants to this extent, these people were definitely allies of their tree worshippers. However, so far, they hadn't used any mutated weapons, only wielding iron axes to strike, which Dolan found a little strange. But now is not the time to think about such things. Dolan slightly twisted his body, moving smoothly to avoid another wooden stake shot by the monster. Looking at the 6 people besides himself and the injured, Dolan loudly repeated the instructions he had just heard. Cut the legs first. As the leader of the churchguard squad, Dolan is the only member capable of long-range attacks, using a special device on his left hand. The other team members either need a long time to aim or are unable to shoot far, and the 2 eager but untrained teammates clearly lack long-range skills. This made Dolan responsible for both commanding the howling green vine and using a ranged attack to target the kite monster. Meanwhile, the 2 who kept trying to cut the monster's back legs with sharp axes were speaking in a language he couldn't understand. "I just memorized the attack moves, and now it's changing form." Great. With a swing of his axe, a small wooden block shattered. He learned this tree-cutting method from a strongman competition in the real world, by not cutting straight down, but making cuts on the top and sides to break the wood into chunks. This weakens the monster's healing ability after the axe is pulled out. Die. Just as Dolan was about to launch his next attack, he felt resistance on his axe. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't swing it down. He looked up in confusion and saw 3 vines extending from the window of the wooden house, wrapping around his axe and continuing downward, reaching the handle. Feeling something was wrong, Dolan quickly tried to let go of his weapon, but it was too late. His right hand freed itself from the vines, but his left hand, which was holding the axe higher up, was entangled. The vines seemed especially interested in living things. As soon as they touched his skin, they sped up and wrapped around his arm, reaching his elbow in just a second or two. The strong pulling force on the vines was trying to lift Dolan off the ground, intending to drag him into the house's mouth filled with sharp spikes. He only managed to grab a nearby sturdy tree branch with his right hand before being pulled off the ground, hanging in the air in a tilted cross shape. "Help me!" As an ordinary college student with no fighting experience, Zhongda didn't feel ashamed to call for help, especially in a game. He had called for help countless times during gaming sessions with friends. When he realized he couldn't solve the problem, he immediately shouted loudly. His desperate cry caught the brief attention of all nearby creatures, including the wooden cabin. Dorian, who had just finished shooting, was very surprised. As a guardian of the tree worshippers, he would never lose composure and ask for help from allies, even in death. He wondered how these people had been trained. But in the next moment, he felt a deep sense of agreement. Seeing his companion's reckless plea for help, Dewey Fist King ran toward the dangerous scene without hesitation. With a single axe, he cut through 3 vines, causing Zhongde to fall from the air. Keep going. This thing isn't dead yet. Zhongde, who had just been spared, looked terrified again before hitting the ground. Dewey Fist King quickly understood the nature of the vine after recalling some of its traits. Clearly, Zhongde's willpower of 5 wasn't enough to control these wild, unclaimed plants. Seeing the twisting vine's blood and flesh, Dewey Fist King swung his axe and struck Zhongde's upper arm. Due to his weak strength and still adjusting from the previous swing, the sharp axe blade cut into Zhongde's left shoulder, severing the entire arm from shoulder to armpit. With a forced cry of pain, the arm fell to the ground, quickly becoming food for the 3 vines. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Dorian retracted his earlier praise. For a warrior who faced danger without hesitation, a loud shout was nothing. This is what a true warrior looks like. Losing his left arm, Zhongde did not immediately recover from his weakness. Unlike traditional games where health points are just numbers, Zhongde immediately felt the emptiness of losing a limb after noticing his health bar drop sharply. He even experienced phantom limb pain, a sensation he had only heard of in legends. Although he understood that the game's pain system had been greatly weakened by the game system, this sudden change still made his scalp and back sweat. He felt he needed at least 10 seconds to get used to his new body. But the monster wouldn't give him 10 seconds. After spotting the injured person, the cabin monster swiftly turned and aimed its huge mouth at him. 3 sharpened wooden stakes were already poised, waiting for the body to turn completely so they could pin at least one person to the ground, just like the howling green vine earlier. Whoosh! The sound of the stakes firing and the wooden pillar breaking echoed together. The 3 sharp stakes tilted upward at the last moment before firing, flying in another direction. Both of them looked behind the monster and saw Dulin and another guardian from the tree worshippers finally cut off one of the monster's hind legs. This caused the attack, which should have hit, to deflect unexpectedly. The 3 sharp stakes then flew toward the upstream village behind them, destroying a nearby villager's house. I just finished repairing the roof, Zhongde shouted in pain, leaping from the ground. He grabbed his remaining right hand and swung his axe at the steps of the wooden house. With only one arm left, he couldn't exert much muscle power. Instead of trying to chop the wooden pillars that might jam his axe, he focused on chopping the stairs and handrails made of wood. Seeing that chopping the leg was effective, the Great Way Fist King and the tree worshippers' guards continued fighting, quickly cutting off the other hind leg. Until this moment, the massive back half of the wooden house finally fell to the ground, giving the fighters more targets to attack. Some of them jumped onto the small balcony surrounding the house and wildly swung their axes at the wooden walls. Although they didn't know how this creature was driven, they believed that smashing it like firewood would surely defeat it. With this idea in mind, the Great Way Fist King also joined the team in forcefully demolishing the house. When the axe struck down, a large hole the size of a person's head appeared on the already decayed side of the house. Learning from the previous mistake with some farming tasks, even though this hole was as big as 2 heads, the Great Way Fist King had no intention of sticking his head in to look. As the monster's body shook, 2 glass containers fell out of the broken hole in front of the Great Way Fist King. One of these containers, similar to a beaker, rolled from the gap in the railing of the corridor edge and hit a small stone on the ground, shattering into many pieces. Just as the Great Way Fist King was about to make the hole bigger and increase his gains, the sound of breaking stopped the wooden house monster from moving. Suddenly, a vine with red eyes stretched out from the hole in front of him, looking at the pile of glass shards on the ground. The Great Way Fist King suddenly realized a problem. Demolishing the house was not a good virtue. Like in all cliché stories, after accidentally breaking the boss's treasured item, everyone faced the 3rd stage of the wooden house monster. No one dared to open new holes in the small corridors surrounding the house anymore, because each new hole meant new attack points for the vines and tree stumps. The darkness inside the house cleverly concealed the monster's attack intentions, turning what should have been beneficial damage into a one-sided strengthening of the monster. Everyone still conscious realized one fact. Destroying the house structure was indeed a way to defeat the monster, but as more holes appeared, the monster's attack methods would become more diverse, and its fighting spirit would grow more frenzied. So they were stuck here, with 2 injured already. Quickly reducing the monster's health would cause everyone to die faster. But doing nothing would also lead to death once their stamina was exhausted. Dolan focused, dodging 2 vine whips and a wooden stake. His teeth clenched tightly, and he was deeply conflicted. He thought of a way to delay even if he couldn't defeat the monster, but he couldn't give such an order. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the monster's broken, thorn-covered limb pierced into a tree worship guard's leg. Dolan watched as his energetic teammate's calf was suddenly pierced with countless holes, then pressed to the ground and crushed into a mass of flesh. Another guard quickly pulled out his injured teammate, who had lost a leg, while the missing flesh beneath his knee was now spread evenly on the ground. With such injuries, this guard definitely couldn't continue fighting. This was already the 3rd person to be injured in just a few minutes. Thinking of this, Dolan finally hesitated no more. He looked at the 3 remaining guards who could still move, and at the slightly less strong but very energetic comrade, and loudly shouted, "Retreat to the village. Fight in the alleyways." The monster in the wooden house was almost the same size as a single-room house. This kind of medium-sized monster could fill the winding roads in the upstream village, and it couldn't turn around freely like it did in this open space. Bringing the monster into the village gave them more room to fight. Unfortunately, the villagers' houses. Dolan wasn't worried that his plan would hurt the villagers. The dozens of severely deformed villagers had already run to a safe place within the first 3 minutes of the fight. He hesitated earlier because he didn't want to damage the villagers' homes, especially after hearing a stranger shout, "I just fixed the roof." But seeing his injured teammate, Dolan realized that his hesitation had caused problems. He immediately gave the order without delay. He swore in his heart that if he survived, he would compensate and rebuild the houses damaged by his command. Dolan's order was quickly carried out. The remaining 2, Zhongda and the Great Way Fist King, who had lost their main support, the Howling Green Vine, instinctively followed the command of this strong NPC. Seeing everyone run toward the village, the enraged wooden house monster spat out several groups of tree stumps and then followed, ignoring the guard who had lost a leg and the Howling Green Vine, still blinking with a wooden stake. As the battle moved from the open space into the village, the villagers watching from afar became completely unsettled. Although I couldn't control the outcome of the battle, watching the angry monsters destroy house after house, the villagers still felt a deep sadness. "Cap'n, you old fool, didn't you say this monster was killed 100 years ago? How did it come back to life?" Seeing his newly repaired roof turned into ruins, a middle-aged man with a slightly crooked spine angrily questioned the village chief, who had only been in office for 2.5 days. "We definitely won back then. My grandfather wouldn't lie, but I really can't remember how we did it." Cap'n wiped the sweat from his forehead, explaining nervously. Inside, he cursed himself for being so slow to remember. He was also broadcasting the real-time battle to Ed on the road, becoming the busiest NPC. Seeing the villagers' mixed feelings of anger and sadness, Cap'n started to panic. He instinctively whispered his thoughts. "Adrian, please come and save us." This prayer, without any formal format, reached the ears of a few nearby people. The desperate villagers quickly joined in prayer, and soon dozens, then nearly 100 villagers were all praying together. This was all they could do now. They weren't angry or unwilling to fight. Their physical condition made it hard to even repair roofs and walls. All they could do was watch the monster from 100 years ago ravage their hometown. Meanwhile, the situation in the village was also grim. As Dolan had expected, after leading the wooden house monster into the village, their fight became somewhat easier, at first. But that only lasted a few minutes. Soon, the wooden house monster found its way to break through by demolishing structures. As the villagers' walls and houses collapsed one after another, the 2 guards bore injuries from falling debris. Now, as the monster refused to be pulled or kite and focused solely on destruction, Dolan had to keep retreating with his team. The villagers' houses were falling like dominoes, visible to the eye. Just as everyone inside and outside the village fell into despair, a young voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Although the voice still sounded a bit childish, to the people at that moment, it was like a lighthouse in the dark, a sign of hope before dawn. Command, suspend, Kalpin, whispering a prayer, suddenly opened his eyes. He remembered everything. He remembered that, 100 years ago, the monster described in his grandfather's stories had been buried deep underground by Baron Tor using a secret family technique. Now, the moment of victory was about to repeat itself. The young voice's declaration reached everyone's ears. On the battlefield, everyone saw the huge figure of the wooden house monster being seemingly caught by an invisible large hand, which slowly lifted it into the air. It soon rose 3 or 4 people high off the ground. However, the expected acceleration did not happen. Once it reached a certain height, the invisible hand suddenly disappeared, and the wooden house began to fall freely. The monster, which was capable of jumping high and stomping on the ground, was not panicked. Instead, it adjusted its position in the air to avoid its head hitting the ground first. When the unknown force lifted the monster from the ground, many people's eyes turned to the figures of the reinforcements. Dolan saw the young man at the front, casting a spiritual power spell. He was a young man with white hair and a single eye. In the other eye, a lush green sapling was growing. It was clear he was a member of the tree worshippers. But, is there really such a person in the Waxy Town Church District? Or does he belong to that secret force only the High Cardinal can command? Dolan didn't know. Right now, he just wanted to defeat the falling monster, not only to help his injured teammates, but also to protect the villagers whose houses had been destroyed. Ed, from a distance, noticed a stranger staring at him. He had already seen this person's figure in old Kalpin's shared vision before, knowing that he was a true member of the tree worshippers. But such things no longer mattered. Facing such a powerful monster, if he died, that was no surprise. If he survived, he had many strategies waiting for him to counter the enemy. Thinking this, Ed felt a bit tired and clenched his hand around the territory contract and psychic energy support device, which was a small crystal ball with a leaf inside. After devouring a rat king and gaining a level, Ed became more skilled at controlling this item. Even if another rat king appeared, he could make it suffer through frequent gravity shifts. But this trick was not very useful for the wooden house. Ed looked at the few people following him and pointed to an open space at the end of the village. Save the injured first. Hearing this, the absolute fierce tiger of Letong immediately changed direction. Since his fighting skills were not very good, he didn't plan to be at the front. On the way, he bought 7 or 8 vine bandage packs from Ed. In the next second after paying, everyone saw those disposable tools grow out of Ed's transformed arm. After a brief surprise, everyone accepted this, including the hired dragonkin mercenary. While running toward the village end, the absolute fierce tiger of Letong took a vine bandage pack from his pocket. Following Ed's instructions, he pressed it hard to activate it. Then he watched the large bunch of vines unfold in his hand, forming a flexible plant tissue with patterns and leaf veins. He ran to stand in front of the howling green vine and looked at the other's blinking eyes, shouting, "Sorry to bother you." Next, the absolute fierce tiger of Letong stepped on the howling green vine's chest with one foot and used his right hand to pull out a bloody wooden stake. The face of the howling green vine showed pain, but the absolute fierce tiger of Letong ignored it. He pressed the activated material directly into the hole on his right chest. The wound, torn open by pulling out the stake, was instantly sealed. Bleeding stopped within seconds on both the front and back, and a piece of green tissue protruded from the chest due to limited space. Following the principle of not wasting tools, the absolute fierce tiger of Letong pinched off that small piece of tissue that could close the wound and looked around for the howling green vine's lost leg. "Stop looking." Having regained some ability to speak, the howling green vine looked at the young hero rushing to save him and said, "My leg is crushed into a pulp, and these remaining bandages." He saw nearby by tree cult guard, who had also broken a leg and was unconscious from severe pain. Stopped the bleeding on his wound. "Okay." The Letong fierce tiger played with a soft, bouncy substance and then asked, "What do I need to do next? What should be done?" During the few minutes he lay helpless on the ground, the howling green vine had already thought about this. He pointed in different directions with both hands and told the newcomer, "Take the head and body of the farm work and find the guide to revive him." Hundreds of meters away, on the battlefield. Since Ed and others joined the fight, the tide of victory had started to turn slowly. Although the monster in the wooden hut was very furious now, its attacks always caused it to lose some of its material. Meanwhile, continuous interference from enemies prevented it from healing by eating or other means. So, after Ed started hitting the monster with an invisible giant hand like a basketball, the others quickly recovered from their panic and regained their fighting spirit. After tossing the monster high into the air again, Ed suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned quickly and saw the Litong fierce tiger, dragging a headless corpse in one hand and holding a terrified, dried-up head in the other. Not far behind, the howling green vine, with one leg, was still bouncing toward them. Ed was a bit speechless at this strange scene. He asked the Litong fierce tiger, who was calling him, "What's the matter? Please revive this." "Soul Returner," the young hero shouted loudly and selected the revive option on the interaction panel. After confirming, the Litong fierce tiger saw 10 silver coins disappear from his account instantly. He was surprised at first, then realized the key point. Reviving usually costs 10 silver coins as a base fee, with additional charges depending on how much of the body was missing. Fortunately, in the midst of misfortune, farm work has died, but he died cleanly and neatly. Aside from feeling a bit cold on his neck, there were no other injuries. So, his resurrection cost is only 10 silver coins. Ed, who received the order, looked at the battlefield and saw that Dolan's team, along with the newly arrived Pool Fish Deep Abyss and a mercenary from Dragonborn Village, were evenly matched with the wooden hut monster. He immediately went to the headless corpse. "Here it comes," this seemed stitched before departure. A green vine creature called, Howling Green Vine, hopped over and joked with a smile. "See? If you die later, you'll probably come back the same way." The Litong fierce tiger looked down and saw Ed's right hand extending tiny, sharp vines, like surgical needles, connecting Farmworks' head and neck. His left hand gently stroked the exposed flesh, as if trying to revive the last bit of life within. In the real world, the Disorder World Beta Test Group 6. Farmwork. "Hey, is anyone there? Hello? No way? No one is talking. Is it so awkward? Am I the only one dead? Could this monster actually be a crayon?" Farmwork retracted a message. Have you finished fighting? When will you revive me?" "No. Brothers, don't forget there's a dead guy here. Please revive me soon. Remember to recover my body. Don't let the monster eat me. At least keep the damage under 50%, okay? Otherwise, I really won't have money to revive." In the real world, the first Farmwork who died felt the malice from the world in the cold, empty chat group. Right now, in the disorderly world, it is morning, so the current time in the real world is close to midnight. Looking out the dark window, the energetic Farmwork felt like he was experiencing withdrawal symptoms. While constantly posting messages in the chat group, he also kept refreshing the status of his game helmet. Unfortunately, he only received the same message every time. "Your body has died. Please wait for revival. Current progress, 0%. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't let me miss the boss fight." This is the hidden boss I unlocked. Although he had already died before the fight started during the Farmwork event, he managed to see the true nature of the red gemstones, with the faint light before his head was crushed. They were eyes growing on flesh and vine-like tendrils. With years of gaming experience, he quickly realized that he must have triggered a taboo or met a special condition, which awakened the dormant boss. He wondered what that condition was. After dying and returning to this world, he thought for a long time and finally confirmed that he probably woke the boss by accidentally breaking the roof. It seemed he was just unlucky. Something like this always happened to him. Thinking this, he sent another message in the group and kept refreshing the helmet status. "Your body has died. Please wait for revival. Current progress, 0%. Refresh. Your body has died. Please wait for revival. Current progress, 100%. Status, login available." Suddenly, the Farmwork event lit up his eyes. For some reason, the revival progress was now full. Maybe due to network lag? He didn't care. He put on the helmet directly, leaned back onto the bed. Disorder World. Start. Who am I? Where am I? What should I eat for lunch today? Along with a series of silly questions, the the successfully connected farm work, suddenly jumped up from the ground. He waved his arms and legs and rejoined the battle. Watching the scene, the nearby Li Tangju Xionghu was shocked. Is he alive now? This game still seems a bit lazy in certain places. If waking up in the real world were that simple, some people might have achieved immortality long ago. He saw the farm work character burst forward with a violent demolition sound and immediately spotted the already enraged wooden house monster. So this is the boss, he whispered to himself, took an axe from the remaining part of the howling green vine, and joined the fight. Eid, who had just used Vitality Touch to revive someone, paused briefly to regain his focus and then grabbed the territory contract again, planning to use his spiritual powers once more. At that moment, he felt his sleeve being pulled. He turned his head and saw Capping, looking anxious, standing behind him. What's the matter? He didn't understand why this old man had come to such a dangerous place. Master Bishop, in my grandfather's stories, during the magic tide 100 years ago, Baron Tuer used a secret family technique to bury this monster underground. That's how they finally won. You might want to. He shook his head without hesitation. I won't do that. Today, this monster must die. Otherwise, the villagers upstream will never have peace. Capping wanted to say more but thought that Eid's decisive approach was right, so he reluctantly let go. On the battlefield above the ruins of the village, the fight had become very intense. The battered monster was surrounded by everyone still able to fight. Its walls and roof were badly damaged, and the eyes, which were considered precious gems by the point farming team, had a limit. It could only attack through a few holes at once. Meanwhile, the good times don't last team noticed something else. The green vines used to attack and entangle were turning darker, replaced by a blood-red color. In the ruins of a house, old fish in the pool woke up from a brief exhaustion. Her 3 points of strength were so laughable against the monster that just the aftershock of its attack knocked her flying, landing in a partially destroyed house. Cough, cough. She forced herself to stand, feeling the weakened pain, and thought that her 3 points of stamina didn't seem very useful. But when she remembered her strange basic stats, she suddenly recalled the hot swap fighting style mentioned by a player who had given them a refresh task. She reached into her pocket and found a dried vine given to her by that old player. It was a vine that had been dried out by the sun, now somewhat hard. Its overall color was dark green, with the edges turning yellowish due to dehydration and other reasons. According to the history expert, this thing isn't dead yet. It can be revived simply by nourishing it with blood and flesh. Whether this vine can be used for fighting depends on the willpower attribute. When attempting to awaken it, there is a check. If successful, you can control it. If it fails, the so-called hot swap component will start to go out of control. Thinking about her high willpower score of 9, Pool Fish Gu Yuan silently repeated, great success, and aimed the sharpest tip of the dried vine at her neck. In a game, if you're going to play, you should play excitingly. The sharp end of the vine pierced her neck, and Pool Fish Gu Yuan only felt a slight itch. But soon, she sensed her blood being drawn out. The part of the vine she was holding in her hand began to revive. Biological implant detected, judgment in progress. Judgment successful. As the game prompt flashed before her eyes, Pool Fish Gu Yuan suddenly experienced a very strange feeling. She felt her third hand. Surprised, Pool Fish Gu Yuan turned her head and saw a dark green vine with faint red streaks looking at her, as if in a stare down. It was a very strange feeling because that vine didn't have eyes and didn't think. Rather than being a symbiotic partner, it was easier to think of it as a third hand. Was it so easy to pass the check? Pool Fish Gu Yuan was surprised. She felt that this fighting style suited her, but she wondered, does this way of fighting have any drawbacks? Thinking of this, she looked again at her player panel. Not only was the plant compatibility attribute highlighted, but she also saw her health bar slowly decreasing at a visible rate. Sure enough, this kind of compatibility came with a cost. But her history expert never mentioned this before. Pool Fish Gu Yuan pondered, perhaps her low physical attributes caused this unexpected bleeding debuff. On the battlefield's edge, a church guard was cornered by a wooden hut monster. Behind and to the left of him are stone walls built by villagers, while in front, the monster is steadily approaching. The shadow along his ankles keeps rising, about to swallow him whole. Behind the wooden hut, 3 warriors are wildly swinging their axes, but the enraged monster has entered a state where it fights to the death, refusing to stop until its enemies are defeated. In front of the monster, several large square mouths have appeared, from which blood-red tendrils or perhaps tentacles are protruding. Dozens of eyes grow at the ends of these tentacles, carefully watching the humans from all directions. At this moment, 2 entwined vine-like pincers emerge from a nearby ruin and quickly grab the dozen or so blood-colored tentacles before the monster can react. The creature, pool fish and deep abyss, which is about to be drained by the rapidly growing vines, shouts from the ruins nearby. "Quick, cut them. I'm bleeding to death." Command. Reverse suspension. Eid, who has been waiting for an opportunity, finally reactivates the territory contract. The monster's body begins to accelerate upward rapidly. Since its body is less than 50% intact, Eid can feel that each of his controls is easier than the last. This time, after the monster takes off, the dozen struggling tentacles are still tightly held, stretched to their limit by immense force, looking like a monster with its tongue caught in a trap. For the wooden hut monster, these tentacles are not just its tongue, but also its arms and eyes. It immediately realizes something is wrong and struggles with all its might to break free from the pincers. Seeing pool fish and deep abyss about to be torn from the ground by the reversed monster, Dolan, who had jumped onto a high post to avoid the stakes, finally finds the perfect chance to escape. The moment is fleeting. Dolan leaps sharply upward without hesitation, smashing the broken wooden beams beneath his feet with his right hand turned into a blade. Amidst splattering blood, he cuts through all the monster's tentacles in one strike. The sudden break of the tentacles causes the already stationary wooden hut to accelerate again. It cleverly switches the gravity direction at the highest point of the ascent. This time, his command is not reverse suspension or overweight, but chaos. This is a new skill Ed developed over the past 2 days while players were away, by recreating the broken ancient castle. Although it still requires a special bead as a medium, it at least adds more variety to his psychic techniques. The wooden hut monster, having lost its sight, completely lost its way in the chaotic gravity. Amidst the confusion, it couldn't even aim its 4 remaining legs downward. After a few seconds, it finally fell to the ground, upside down. Boom! This final brought true death to the wooden hut monster. It burst apart like a popped balloon, becoming shriveled and broken in an instant. Tiny wood splinters flew in all directions, some piercing into the surrounding people's flesh, others leaving bloody marks on their faces. As the dust settled, the once standing wooden hut had become a writhing pile of debris. The players, instinctively fighting against the wind, rushed forward, chopping at the bloodied wooden stakes and planks. The boss fight was finally nearing its end. Until the last stake broke and the final plank shattered, the writhing flesh finally stopped moving and turned into blood water. Beneath its corpse, a mass of roots rapidly spread, drawing nutrients from what remained. Finally, it's over. The repeated use of psychic techniques had worn it out. At this moment, he could feel the strong life force rushing into his body, and he couldn't help but sigh with relief. Just as he was about to put away the special bead, he suddenly noticed that the smooth, transparent bead was sticking to his hand. Ed held the bead up to his face and saw tiny, lush, milky white roots growing from his hand, piercing into the surface of the bead. "What's going on? I'm not sure either. I just really want to eat." A small green voice echoed in his mind. "Then why don't you eat?" "I can't." Ed felt speechless. This vigorous little sprout seemed to have a natural instinct to sample nearby creatures, and now that instinct had extended to non-living things. He thought for a moment and looked at his wrist. Using his control over his body, he tore open a cut in the middle of his forearm. Then he pulled out a territory contract from his palm and inserted it into the wound. "Take your time eating, just don't interfere with my use," he said. Under the power of Vitality Touch, the wound on Ed's arm healed quickly, and the underground roots retracted rapidly. He still needed some time to digest and absorb the abundant life force, which would become part of his experience points. The players who had just won and the church guards were still immersed in the joy of survival. A few players huddled together, expressing their excitement, while the guards, who had narrowly escaped, also relaxed and began checking their wounds. Meanwhile, the remaining leg of Howling Green Vine hopped over to Old Fish Pond, and with a swing of its axe, it aimed at the head and struck down.